When Lin Tion opened his eyes, he was no longer human. He possessed no flesh, no bones, no breath, only boundless consciousness suspended above an entire world. He was the heavenly Tao of the Tianyuan realm. From the moment his awareness awakened, countless streams of information poured into him. Mountains and rivers, stars and seas, every birth and death, every breath of every living thing, all of it became his to observe. Low-level martial arts, incomplete laws of heaven and earth, fractured to spiritual energy, non-existent. The Tianyuan realm was a crippled world, lingering at the edge of decline. Even worse, in the vast universe beyond, worlds stronger and older than Tianyuan existed, some ruled by awakened heavenly Taoists, others swallowed whole by higher civilizations. If he did nothing, Tianyuan realm would eventually perish. If he advanced the world, Tianyuan realm might survive, but the price could be all beings within. This was the first paradox he faced as heaven, and yet, his thoughts were calm. If the world breaks, it breaks. A qualified heavenly Tao must remain indifferent, but he was a newborn heavenly Tao, too young, too inexperienced, and so he thought, and thought, and thought. 100 years later he devised a plan bold enough to destroy everything, extract chaotic energy from the universe, refine it, transform it into spiritual energy, use it to awaken the Tianyuan realm. But chaotic energy was devastation incarnate. One misstep could shatter the realm into drifting cosmic dust. Still, doing nothing was worse, and so, he acted. The crack in the sky, a thin crack split open in the heavens. Mortals trembled, beasts hid underground, tides surged, mountains quaked, and the world nearly overturned. Then, as quickly as it came, the crack vanished, but the fear remained. I in the great Yu Empire, Emperor Yu stood atop the star-gazing platform, staring at the scar of heaven. Behind him, the imperial preceptor made hurried calculations, his face pale. Your Majesty, the world is shifting, the old Taoist said slowly. In 100 years, a new era will begin. The emperor's expression darkened. A new era meant a new dynasty. A new dynasty meant his end, but no matter the omen, he needed the imperial preceptor alive, someone to read the will of heaven, even if heaven itself was changing. And so the rumor spread, the blue sky is dead. The yellow sky shall rise. Whispers of rebellion filled the land and none knew the truth. The crack was simply the price of his experiment, his attempt to draw a single wisp of chaotic energy into the Tianyuan realm. He nearly failed. He nearly killed everything, but in the end, he succeeded. The first breath of spiritual energy. Another 100 years passed. He finally finished refining the chaotic energy into something gentle, nourishing, delicate, a single thread of spiritual energy. Exhausted beyond measure, he flung that wisp toward the mortal world. It drifted for decades, until it descended into a small, forgotten southern village, Lingjia village. The child called Lin Tion. Lin Dazhuang's wife screamed through her labor while he paced anxiously outside. Then came the babies. Cry ordinary, plain, without divine light or heavenly visions, yet within that infant's fragile body lay the very first spiritual energy of the new era. A boy was born, surname Lin, given name Tion. Lin Tion. A child without illness, blessed yet unaware, growing in a world that decayed around him. Disasters worsened, harvests failed, the saying blue sky is dead fueled unrest and heavy taxes. At age 6, Lin Tion's father died serving as a conscript. At age 7, his mother followed, leaving him alone, but fate had not abandoned him. A wandering Taoist saw an inexplicable destiny coiled around the boy and took him away. At Fulong Temple, Lin Tion learned fast, too fast. He memorized instantly. Understood instinctively, his master believed he would one day bring prosperity to the sect, but Lin Tion sensed something deeper, something calling him beyond the mountain. At 16, unable to ignore the feeling, he left to roam the world in ruin. 2 years of wandering revealed a truth far uglier than he imagined. Starving refugees dragging bodies of loved ones, white bones whitening the roadside for miles. Villages without a single cooking fire, cities emptied by famine and war. Why? Has the world become like this? He asked. Many answered the same, heaven is dead. It died 100 years ago. Everything fell apart after. Heaven died. Lin Tion's heart trembled, something stirred in his soul, faint and familiar. 100 years ago, the exact moment when that crack split the sky. He didn't understand, but he felt he was close to the truth, very close. He returned to Fulong Temple, shut himself within a secluded chamber, and began to meditate. As he sank into deep contemplation, a forgotten wisp of spiritual energy stirred faintly within him, and far above, in the unseen heavens, something ancient began to wake. In the 28th year of the reign of Emperor Changping of Dayu, Dayu was completely destroyed and became history. A new dynasty emerged, called the Deikian dynasty, which initially adopted the reign title Jianan. The third year of Jianan Fulong Temple. After 8 years of seclusion, Lin Tion finally realized that the heavens were not dead, but were asleep. Once he had an epiphany, Lin Tion broke through his shackles and became a chi cultivator. Legend has it that on the day Lin Tion attained enlightenment, flowers rained down from the sky, purple clouds rose from the east, and colorful clouds stretched for miles. Lin Tion stood in midair, like an immortal in the mortal world. After that, visitors flocked to Fulong Temple, hoping to meet Lin Tion and perhaps even receive guidance from the immortal master so they could ascend to immortality on the spot. By the time it reached the capital of the Great Qian dynasty, the play had become increasingly outrageous, using every word related to amazing in praise. During this period, the legends of Lin Tion have been circulating throughout the Tianyuan realm. The imperial palace of the Great Qian dynasty. The current emperor of the Great Qian dynasty is a man in his 40s. To have reached this position, both talent and luck are indispensable. Imperial preceptor, how much of the rumor outside is true and how much is false? Emperor Qian summoned the imperial preceptor to the imperial study to ask. He did not change the model of the Dayu Empire, and the position of Grand Preceptor was retained. Of course, we can't change it now, we need to wait for the right time. Attaining enlightenment is real, everything else is just embellishment, the imperial preceptor replied honestly. Upon hearing this, Emperor Qian nodded, agreeing with the imperial advisor's words. Praise is not uncommon, and there are also rumors about him. It is said that the night before his birth, his mother dreamed of a real dragon, and on the day of his birth, a colorful deer brought a magical medicine to celebrate, and a real phoenix cried out in the mountains. Nonsense. Doesn't he know his own background? They're just praising him. Every new emperor has his own ministers, there needs to be a reason for a change of dynasty. Therefore, Emperor Chenlong did not stop these rumors and pretended not to know about them. Does the imperial advisor know his background? He was quite an extraordinary person. He was born into a farming family, and his father named him Lin Tion. He was healthy and free from illness from childhood until he was 6 years old. His father died in service, and his mother also passed away. He was then taken in by an old Taoist priest from Fulong Temple. It is said that he was extremely intelligent and had the ability to remember everything he saw. He then went down the mountain to travel for 2 years. After 2 years, he returned to the temple to go into seclusion and attained enlightenment at the age of 30. He was truly a descendant of an immortal. The imperial advisor had already investigated Lin Tion's background and told him everything he knew. When the emperor asked, speaking of Lin Tion, he couldn't help but exclaim that Lin Tion was an extraordinary person and must be a reincarnation of an immortal. After hearing this, Emperor Qian was also filled with emotion, wondering if there really were immortals in the world. Does the imperial preceptor also believe that there are immortals in the world? Emperor Qian asked. I do not know. The imperial advisor gave a brief reply and then fell silent. He could guess Emperor Qian's true intentions throughout history. Who hasn't wanted to live forever? But for emperors, the word immortality is ultimately a source of trouble, so it's best not to mention it. Since the imperial preceptor didn't speak, Emperor Qian didn't press the matter further. After a moment's thought, he said, Imperial Preceptor, I want you to go to Fulong Temple and invite the immortal here. I want to see him, there are some things I want to ask him personally. The imperial advisor did not answer immediately. After pondering for a moment, he looked at Emperor Qian and said, Your subject will certainly not fail in his mission. After speaking, the imperial advisor took his leave. It is a journey of 3,000 li from Kyoto to Fulong Temple, and the further south you go, the more difficult the journey becomes, so you need to make some preparations. Fulong Temple. Lin Tion summoned a young Taoist and instructed him, a wealthy person will be arriving from the capital soon. Bring him to me when he arrives. The young Taoist priest, not understanding why, still acknowledged and withdrew. And now that Lin Tion is famous throughout the world, countless people visit him every day, including many powerful and wealthy businessmen who all want to meet him or ask for a peace charm. Unfortunately, Lin Tion never showed up. Half a month later, the imperial preceptor arrived at Fulong Temple and, led by a young Taoist disciple, met Lin Tion. Imperial preceptor, we have been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Tion bowed. The imperial preceptor was stunned for a moment before he reacted and hurriedly returned the greeting, saying, Greetings, immortal master. Did you know I was coming? The imperial advisor had many questions, as if Lin Tion had known he was coming and was aware of his identity all along. Lin Tion smiled slightly, without giving a direct answer, and raised his arm in a gesture of invitation. Imperial preceptor, please come in. The imperial advisor did not refuse and walked straight ahead. Thank you, immortal master. Upon entering the inner hall, before the grand preceptor could speak, Lin Tion spoke first, saying, I already know the purpose of your visit, grand preceptor. Please rest for the night, and we will set off tomorrow. The imperial advisor was once again stunned speechless by Lin Tion's words, as if Lin Tion had seen right through him. Could the immortal master truly be an immortal? The imperial advisor blurted out a very strange question. Hearing this, Lin Tion smiled again. I am not an immortal, I am far from being one. I entered the Tao by chance, and I call this stage qi refining. Qi cultivation? The imperial preceptor was puzzled. How was this qi different from the qi they knew? Grand preceptor, do not worry. Everything will become clear once you see Emperor Qian. The imperial advisor had no choice but to give up. The following day, Lin Tion followed the imperial preceptor back to the capital. Half a month later, Lin Tion saw this newly born city, the capital of the great Qin dynasty, Shangjing. Compared to the previous dynasty, the city has changed a lot in appearance. What has never changed is that it is still as prosperous as before. Upon entering the capital, without even a moment's rest or preparation, the imperial advisor led Lin Tion into the palace to meet the emperor. Assuming that the Emperor Qian must have been impatient for a long time, they entered the palace and met the emperor. Lin Tion of Fulong Temple greets your majesty. Your majesty as well. Lin Tianqiao bowed to Emperor Qian, but did not kneel. Emperor Qian didn't care at all, abandoning all etiquette, and hurriedly came over to help Lin Tion up by the arm. Immortal master, there's no need for such formalities. Please make yourself at home here and feel at ease. In front of Lin Tion, Emperor Qian behaved with elegance and affability, without any imperial aura. I am unworthy of the title of immortal master. Your majesty may address me as Taoist master or sir. Lin Tion said. The Emperor Qian could be impolite and humble towards him, but Lin Tion could not take advantage of the emperor's favor and become arrogant. The relationship between ruler and subject must still be respected, lest he fall into the lower ranks. Then please call me sir. Please take a seat. Emperor Chenlong invited Lin Tion and the imperial preceptor to take their seats and had some refreshments served before continuing. I have some doubts in my mind, and I hope you can enlighten me. Your Majesty, please speak. Now that I have reached this position, what I worry about most is my people. From the previous dynasty to the present, disasters have continued for decades without any sign of abating. On the contrary, they have only intensified. It was said in the past that the azure heaven was dead and a yellow heaven should rise. Now that the heavens have changed, why does this still hold true? Please enlighten me, sir. Emperor Qian expressed his doubts, referring to the change of dynasties as he spoke of the heavens. Of course, the saying the blue heaven is dead, the yellow heaven shall rise also means the same thing. Even though the date has changed, why is it still the same? Could it be that they have all misunderstood? Has your majesty ever considered the possibility that your majesty and the world are wrong? In response to Emperor Qian's doubts, Lin Tion offered a counter-question. Upon hearing this, Emperor Qian frowned, and the imperial advisor showed the same question. What do you mean by that, sir? Has the weather not changed? At this point, Emperor Qian's tone became noticeably heavy. Did Lin Tion not believe that the great Qian dynasty was the legitimate dynasty? If that's the case, what does it matter if Lin Tion is an immortal? He will still kill the immortal. Lin Tion knew that the Emperor Qian had misunderstood him, and explained, Your Majesty has misunderstood. The heavens under heaven have changed, but the heavens above heavens remain. Upon hearing Lin Tion's explanation, Emperor Qian changed his tone and asked, What do you mean by that, sir? Your Majesty must have heard of the strange phenomena that occurred 100 years ago. Both the Emperor Chenlong and the imperial preceptor nodded. Of course I heard it. The rumor that the azure heaven is dead and the yellow heaven shall rise came out around that time. Actually, the sky is not dead, but asleep. Asleep? Emperor Qian and the imperial preceptor looked at each other, as if they had heard something unbelievable. Does the sky sleep? I cannot reveal the specific reasons. After that strange phenomenon 100 years ago, the secrets of heaven retreated. Decades ago, heaven fell into a deep slumber, and the earth, fire, wind, and water were left unmanaged, thus causing various disasters. Lin Tion explained the root cause of the problem to Emperor Qian. There's no such thing as the old heavens being dead and the new heavens rising. It's mostly man-made disasters. During the disaster, you increase taxes year after year, making it impossible for the people to survive. If you don't die, who will? No wonder, no wonder. The imperial advisor thought to himself, No wonder they couldn't glean any secrets of heaven after that strange phenomenon 100 years ago. It turns out that the heavenly Tao has retreated and is no longer giving them any hints. Sir, you know the reason, but do you have a solution? Emperor Qian asked. He didn't care about the way of heaven, he only cared about how to solve these disasters. The Chen dynasty had only been established for a short time and its foundation was unstable. If this problem was not addressed in time, it would surely lead to future disasters. I have come for this very reason. It is easy to say, I will awaken the heavens. To awaken the heavens? Emperor Qian and the imperial preceptor were both stunned. What kind of operation was this? How was the heavens awakened? Then he thought that since Lin Tion had brought it up, he must have a way to deal with it. Master, how can we awaken heaven? We need to establish formations in the 4 directions of east, west, south, and north to suppress the earth, fire, wind, and water. We need to establish the Zhou Tian star array at the intersection of the east and west sides. Only in this way can we awaken the heavens. Lin Tion told Emperor Qian about his ideas, but he did not tell Emperor Qian about their true purpose. Will this awaken the heavens? Emperor Qian could hardly believe that simply setting up a few formations could awaken the heavens. Were formations really that magical? Of course not. Setting up the Zhou Tian star array requires 365 generals and 14,800 people to guard it. Moreover, the 365 generals must be people with great fortune. After that, once the Zhou Tian star array is in operation, these people will no longer be able to come out. Lin Tion explained again. Upon hearing this, Emperor Qian frowned once again. He could easily gather a dozen or so people. But these 365 people with great fortune require careful consideration. What is a person with great fortune? Although Lin Tion did not explicitly point it out, Emperor Qian could guess that it meant someone of good character who would become extremely wealthy and powerful. Where could Emperor Chenlong find such a person? Moreover, he was sending him to his death. How many people would easily give up such a person? Even Emperor Chenlong himself would not want his son or grandson to die. Lin Tion noticed the emperor's predicament and continued, once the Zhou Tian star array is completed, the world will undergo a new transformation. I dare to assure your majesty that when the world changes, the descendants of these people will be the first to receive the emperor's favor and enter the qi refining realm, which is my current level. To get things done, you need to offer some incentives. Lin Tion knew this principle. Use yourselves to make them fight for their descendants. How can one make their descendants become immortals like Lin Tion? To be honest, Emperor Qian was tempted, as was the imperial advisor. At their level, they no longer cared about their own well-being, but rather how to ensure the prosperity of their descendants. Once this news gets out, it will definitely cause a stir throughout the world, and many powerful people will want to board this ship. Sir, what is a qi cultivator? Emperor Qian asked curiously when he first heard the term. Breathing in spiritual energy to cultivate can grant a lifespan of 200 to 300 years. Lin Tion's words were unremarkable, but they stirred up a huge wave in the hearts of Emperor Qian and the imperial preceptor. The average person's lifespan is no more than 60 years, and even the longest lived are no more than 80. Throughout history, how many people have lived past 100? Now, qi cultivators can live for 200 to 300 years. It would be a lie to say that they don't yearn for it. Who wouldn't want to live forever? Sir, may I also become a qi refiner? Emperor Qian asked cautiously. If one can become a qi refiner, the great Qian dynasty will surpass previous dynasties, and a 1,000-year or even 10,000-year dynasty will not be a problem. Lin Tion shook his head. Without a change in the world, no one will follow my path. If your majesty seeks out those with the right affinity, please tell them that this method cannot be accomplished in a few years. It may take 10, 100, or even longer. But I guarantee that at most 1,000 years, the world will change and enter a new era. In this way, after careful consideration, Emperor Chenlong continued, Sir, could these people be personally appointed by me? No one walks this path anymore, and Emperor Chenlong knows that forcing it is useless. Right now, he can only do what he can for his descendants. If he could guide these people, he was confident that after the world changed, the master of this world would still be his great Qian royal family. Lin Tion simply smiled and didn't say anything. He had already guessed what the Emperor Qian was thinking. Seeing that Lin Tion did not answer, Emperor Qian knew that his idea would not work. How many slots can you grant me, sir? Your Majesty can arrange the 14,800 men as you see fit, and of the 365 generals, I can give Your Majesty 50 spots. However, these men must be interviewed and approved by me before they can be selected. 50 slots were already the maximum Lin Tion could give Emperor Qian. In that case, I will trouble you, sir. I will immediately issue an edict that your status shall be equal to mine, that you shall not bow before the emperor, and that all necessary resources shall be provided to you first, so that you may save the people of the world. Emperor Qian did not haggle with Lin Tion. Compared to the whole world, 50 spots were already a lot. Prestigious families probably only had 2 or 3 spots each. In fact, he was the one who benefited. After everything was agreed upon, Lin Tion and the imperial advisor left the palace. Before long, an imperial edict was issued and spread throughout the country, seeking a person of great fortune to evolve the Zhou Tian Xingdou Grand Array can lead blessings to future generations, allowing them to enjoy longevity like Master Lin Tianxian. In an instant, a huge wave swept through the entire Tianyuan realm. In a certain aristocratic family. Patriarch, should we select suitable members of our family to send to the capital? Is the news reliable? Based on multiple sources, it is more than 80% true, and some people have verified it with the immortal master himself, who has also tacitly acknowledged it. In that case, we certainly cannot sit idly by and wait for our demise. You should select a few suitable young men to send to the capital. Also, donate 5 million taels of silver, and allocate the remaining resources as tribute. Since the Emperor Chenlong's decree spread throughout the country, the capital has become even more prosperous than before. With the support of powerful families, Lin Tion was able to get things done very smoothly. The 14 tournament, originally planned for 6 years, was completed in just 2.5 years. The Feng Shui formation for suppressing fire and water pollution has been completed, and disasters in various places are visibly decreasing. Although disasters still occur, they are much less severe than before. This made Emperor Qian even more convinced of Lin Tion's abilities. Once the Zhou Tian star array was completed and the heavenly Tao was awakened, disasters in various places would completely disappear. The Zhou Tian Xingdou Grand Array, which originally required 3 years to build, was completed in just 1 year. The Zhou Tian Xingdou Grand Array has been completed, and the personnel have already been determined. All that remains is to activate the array. All stars return to their places. Lin Tion was positioned in the center of the formation. Under his command, all 365 generals and 14,800 men went to their respective positions. Rise. Once everyone was in place, Lin Tion began activating the formation. Lin Tion slowly rose up, and when he reached midair, he suddenly disappeared. Where is he? Where is the immortal master? Those who came to witness the ceremony were all surprised, wondering where the immortal master had gone. Little did they know that Lin Tion had already transformed into his original state, which was that wisp of spiritual energy. This is Lin Tion's mission in coming into the world. After Lin Tion transformed into a wisp of spiritual energy, this wisp of energy entered the Zhou Tian star array. With a deafening roar, a beam of light shot straight into the sky. Immediately afterwards, the entire array and the people within it vanished from their original locations. Where's the formation? Where are the people? Those watching the ceremony looked at each other in bewilderment. How could such a large formation, with more than 10,000 people, have vanished all at once? Emperor Qin frowned at this moment, as Lin Tion had not told him about this situation. Just as everyone was discussing this, a crack suddenly appeared, but it quickly closed. Everyone was stunned. This strange phenomenon was the same as it had been 100 years ago, except that the ground was shaking and the sea was churning. At this moment, some people felt their minds were clear and the universe was functioning normally. The imperial advisor was one of them. He quickly started calculating with his fingers, and after a short while, his expression changed drastically. Your Majesty, the secret of heaven has been revealed. The imperial advisor hurriedly reported to Emperor Qian that the secrets of heaven, which had disappeared for 100 years, had now reappeared in the world, which could not help but shock him. Upon hearing this, Emperor Qian was equally astonished. If Lin Tion could truly awaken the heavenly Tao, he was no ordinary person. Give the order to send people to search for the whereabouts of the immortal master and others in various places. This matter must be carried out in secrecy and must not be revealed to outsiders. Anyone who violates this order will have their entire family executed. I accept the order. In the sky. He awoke. He saw an array on the horizon that was constantly drawing in chaotic energy from the universe and then refining it into spiritual energy. Although the process is slow, it will eventually yield results, and that is the best outcome, isn't it? At the same time, he also saw the wisp of spiritual energy in the center of the formation. Thanks a lot. He enveloped this wisp of spiritual energy, preventing it from dissipating. After he finished, he began to sort out the heavens and the earth. After so many years of neglect, the laws of heaven and earth are in chaos. If it is not addressed soon, in another 1,000 years, the Tianyuan realm will become unsuitable for human life. As he was sorting through the heavens and earth, a wandering swordsman ascended the mountain at the foot of Fulong Temple. When this wandering man arrived at Fulong Temple, he met the current abbot and handed over a small box, saying that it was entrusted by the immortal master before his death, asking him to take the relics back to Fulong Temple and hand them over to the abbot. Hearing the words of the martial arts practitioners, the abbot finally dared to believe that Lin Tion was truly dead, and couldn't help but sigh. The abbot then put the items away and sent someone to take the brave warrior away to rest. Then, they summoned the Taoist priests of Fulong Temple and together they opened the relics left behind by Lin Tion. The small box is a book, containing Lin Tion's lifelong insights and his way of repaying the Fulong Temple for its nurturing over the years. To put it simply, this is a beginner's guide to qi cultivation. After learning what it was, everyone present took deep breaths. If this book were to circulate among the common people, it would surely cause a bloodbath, and even the emperor in the imperial court would want it. No one present is allowed to disclose anything about what happened today. The abbot spoke in a somber tone, sternly admonishing those present. This book is extremely valuable. If it is exposed, Fulong Temple will definitely be in trouble. But they were reluctant to hand it over, so they were conflicted. Whether leaving this book at Fulong Temple is a blessing or a curse remains to be seen. Those present were aware of the pros and cons and stated that they would absolutely not reveal a single detail to outsiders. Furthermore, I would like to erect a statue of Lin Tion in the temple, with a status equal to that of the founding patriarch of my Fulong Temple. What are your thoughts? The abbot offered a suggestion. The others thought for a moment, then nodded. Lin Tion's fame is so great that no one in the world is unaware of this immortal master. Fulong Temple has also risen because of him, and its incense has been burning continuously recently, making it the #1 Taoist sect. These achievements are enough to place Lin Tion on par with the founder of Fulong Temple, which is why no one objected. The news of the statue of Lin Tion at Fulong Temple quickly reached the ears of Emperor Chenlong. Imperial Preceptor, how are the disasters in various places? Emperor Qian asked. The heavens have revealed the signs of disaster, and local officials are organizing the people to rebuild their lives. We are sure to have a good harvest next year. Emperor Chenlong nodded slightly, his expression unreadable. Did the immortal master leave any belongings to Fulong Temple? Emperor Qian asked again, feeling that the meaning of the Lin Tion statue at Fulong Temple was not what it seemed, but must have some other deeper meaning. Moreover, Lin Tion came from Fulong Temple, and he didn't believe that Lin Tion wouldn't have left Fulong Temple with a backup plan. I am unaware of this matter. I will send someone to Fulong Temple to investigate secretly. The imperial preceptor didn't know if Lin Tion had left anything for Fulong Temple. Even the matter of the formation was kept very secret by Lin Tion, so the imperial preceptor naturally couldn't guess Lin Tion's thoughts. Upon hearing this, Emperor Qian stopped speaking. Some things didn't need him to say them aloud. A good minister was one who understood his meaning and took the initiative to do them. The imperial preceptor did this very well, which is why Emperor Chenlong trusted him so much. The laws of nature awaken, and the earth regains its vitality. Time flies, and 20 years have passed in the blink of an eye. In these 20 years, the Great Chen dynasty swept away the decline of the previous dynasty, and its national strength reached its highest point. In history, for 20 years, the government and the common people were very peaceful, with few conflicts and no major incidents, so the people were able to live and work in peace and the population doubled. This is the prosperous era that the people hoped for. However, this was the eve of a storm, and some people couldn't hold back any longer. 20 years have passed, and Emperor Chenlong has reached his twilight years. When he heard from Lin Tion that qi cultivators could live for 200 to 300 years, he was tempted. He wanted to live forever and for the Great Qian dynasty to last for 10,000 years. Although Emperor Qianhuang acted naturally at the time because Lin Tion was present, he grew increasingly anxious as the years went by, especially in the last 2 years. Emperor Chenlong knew he couldn't hold on much longer, he couldn't wait any longer and needed to take action. Chapter 5: How can human strength overcome nature? Grand Preceptor, still no clues? Emperor Chenlong's brows were furrowed, and his old age had given him many wrinkles, making him look rather intimidating. Your Majesty, all those who knew about the events at Fulong Temple back then have passed away. According to my speculation, the only one who knows what happened back then is probably the current abbot of Fulong Temple, but at this point, the imperial advisor abruptly stopped speaking. Their investigation revealed that a martial arts practitioner, entrusted by Lin Tion, had entrusted an item to be handed over to Fulong Temple. They didn't know what the object was, but they guessed it was most likely a method to achieve immortality. Some had tried to find this Jang Hu person, a figure from the martial arts world, but to no avail. Those in the know at Fulong Temple, however, dared not act recklessly due to Lin Tion's reputation, fearing he might return one day to seek revenge. With fewer and fewer clues available, the decision ultimately rests with the Emperor Chenlong. After a long silence in the imperial study, Emperor Chenlong finally spoke. Spread the word that Fulong Temple has a method for achieving immortality left behind by a celestial master. The Emperor Chenlong made his decision. He had searched for so many years but couldn't find Lin Tion and the others. They must have vanished into thin air. Time was running out, and even if Lin Tion returned someday, he wasn't afraid of Lin Tion's revenge. Remember, do this discreetly, and don't let anyone know that it came from the palace, promise. Soon after, a secret was revealed in the martial arts world. Fulong Temple contains the method of achieving immortality left behind by a celestial master. Some people are observing, while others are already taking action. On Fulong Temple Mountain. Master, there are more people outside now. A young Taoist priest ran up to report that he had been saying this every day recently. The person the young Taoist was referring to was not a pilgrim who came to the mountain to burn incense, but someone with ulterior motives. There are people from the underworld, people with power, and people who share the same values. Well, the abbot sighed without speaking, and waved for the young Taoist to leave. In the end, it couldn't be hidden. Master, I don't know if your decision was right or wrong. The abbot sighed again. His master told him this secret when he took over as abbot. Now, all the previous abbots who knew the secret have passed away, and he is the only one in the entire Fulong Temple who knows it, but he knew that this secret would eventually be exposed. He just didn't expect that day to come so soon. Fulong Temple flourished for 30 years under the tutelage of Master Lin Tion, and it was time for it to decline because of him. That evening, the abbot summoned his youngest disciple, who was his most beloved and possessed great wisdom. The abbot handed the small box that his master had given him before his death to his young apprentice, and said softly, "Take this box and go down the mountain. Remember, don't let anyone know that you are from Fulong Temple." The young apprentice held the small box in his hands, stunned for a long time, before looking at his master and asking, "Master, are the rumors outside true?" He thought the rumors circulating outside were deliberately targeting Fulong Temple, but now, his master has entrusted this item to him alone and instructed him to secretly descend the mountain, without revealing his identity. He knows that the rumors outside are true. The box contains the immortal manual left behind by Master Lin Tion. The abbot remained silent. The young apprentice understood and didn't ask any more questions. The answer was already self-evident. He carefully put the box down, knelt down, and kowtowed 3 times to the abbot. "Take care, master." After saying that, he picked up the box again, turned around and left. Now was not the time for sentimentality. He had to live on with his master's hope. Or to put it another way, let's preserve this tradition. Perhaps after today, Fulong Temple will no longer exist. As more and more people gathered outside Fulong Temple, some began to lose their composure in their pursuit of immortality. Tonight, Fulong Temple is engulfed in flames. Its former glory gone. He knows everything that is happening here. He is watching that he was willing to risk the entire world for transcendence. Humans, in their pursuit of immortality and to seize even a sliver of hope, are naturally capable of anything. Then, he saw a person, the youngest disciple of the current abbot of Fulong Temple, that he was now mixed in with the crowd, having already changed his clothes, waiting for an opportunity to escape. He disguised himself well, but it was still far from enough. Once someone with a keen eye saw through it, they would definitely notice something amiss. So be it, let's settle this karmic debt today. Therefore, he temporarily concealed his divine secrets, and no one noticed him, as if he were invisible. He walked steadily down the mountain, and no one noticed him. When they reached the bottom of the mountain, the boy looked back and saw 2 lines of tears on his face. "Master, your disciple is unfilial." With a surge of joy, the boy turned and ran away, disappearing from this place of sorrow. Several days later, the entire Fulong Temple was completely reduced to ruins, and nevertheless, countless people were still walking back and forth on the ruins, or digging for something. These people searched for several days, practically digging 3 feet into the ground, but still couldn't find what they were looking for.
We've been scammed.
By this time, some people had already realized what was happening. There's some bullshit secret to immortality.
If such a thing really existed, why would it be so widely known?
Someone is deliberately using them to destroy the Fulong Temple. Then she suddenly thought of Lin Tion, and a wave of fear washed over her. What if the immortal master returns one day seeking revenge? Wouldn't that create a huge grudge? They all fled the mountain, making sure the immortal master didn't notice. On the side of the aristocratic families.
Who exactly orchestrated all of this?
Besides that person, who else could pull off such a grand gesture?
Indeed, isn't this person afraid of the immortal master returning to take revenge?
The immortal master has been missing for so many years, and it's still unknown whether he will return. Moreover, there must be some basis for this person to pull off such a big stunt. At this point, everyone fell silent, realizing the truth. Yes, if this person didn't have some basis, why would they pull such a stunt? The meaning is clear. Fulong Temple has a secret manual for achieving immortality left behind by a celestial master. The only reason they can't find it is that the manual is not in Fulong Temple.
Something has come up in the clan. I must take my leave.
See you next time. All the scions of noble families tacitly left, needing to return to their clans to devise new plans. Shangjing, the imperial palace of the great Qian dynasty.
How could it not have been found?
Emperor Chenlong lashed out at the imperial preceptor in his study. This was the first time he had ever been angry with the imperial preceptor. The imperial advisor was speechless in his defense. He had spies planted among Jianghu people, martial arts figures, and ancient families, powerful clans, and he personally supervised them from behind the scenes. He knew exactly who took what and who didn't take anything, and there was absolutely no mistake. If Fulong Temple truly possessed the immortality manual left behind by Lin Tion, he believed he could obtain it. However, since he hadn't even found a trace of it, there was only one possibility: Emperor Qian was mistaken, and Fulong Temple did not possess any so-called immortality manual, but he couldn't say it directly, because that would be slapping the Emperor Chenlong in the face. He could just accept the scolding without worrying about losing anything.
Have any suspicious people come down the mountain? Emperor Qian was still not giving up and asked again.
Your Majesty, please rest assured that I personally stayed at the foot of the mountain and no suspicious person went down the mountain. The imperial advisor dared to risk his life to guarantee this to the emperor, but what he didn't know was that human effort could never overcome fate. Chapter 6: Signs of Change. After the incident at Fulong Temple, the emperor became increasingly incompetent as time went on. People began to act arbitrarily, and those who could flatter the emperor and please him were rewarded. Conversely, those who spoke ill of him or went against his wishes were all executed. Another year passed, and the emperor heard rumors from somewhere that the crown prince was plotting a rebellion. The emperor didn't even bother to investigate. He swiftly purged the rebels, executing the entire crown prince's household and everyone connected to him. His firmness was so great that none of the ministers dared to offer any advice. They thought the matter would be over, but unexpectedly, the emperor pulled some crazy moves. The eldest son, the former crown prince, died. The new crown prince was to be the second son, but the second son and the former crown prince were from the same father and mother. The emperor was unhappy and did not intend to appoint another crown prince, so he arbitrarily granted him the title of Prince of Yend. He then infected his third son as Prince of Jin and his ninth son, the emperor's favorite, as Prince of Qin, and neither of them had to leave the capital to take up their fiefdom. Good heavens, this has truly broadened the horizons of the court officials. The titles of Prince of Jin and Prince of Qin are extremely prestigious, second only to the crown prince. Instead of establishing a crown prince, the emperor appointed two of the most powerful princes.
What was the emperor thinking?
Did he feel that the great Qin dynasty was too stable and needed some turmoil in the court? The ministers could not fathom the emperor's thoughts. Only time would tell. Two factions emerged in the court, one from the lineage of the Prince of Jin, and the other from the lineage of the Prince of Qin. Both factions share a common goal: to suppress the other and strengthen their own. If you agree, I'll disagree. If you disagree, I'll agree. Soon, the imperial court became a battleground, and state affairs were largely ignored. This phenomenon lasted for 2.5 years until the death of the first emperor of the great Qian dynasty. Emperor Chenlong ultimately failed to obtain the secret to immortality. Since the emperor had never designated a crown prince, his death intensified the conflict. Anyone who was a direct descendant of the royal family is qualified to compete for the supreme throne. Even the grand funeral rites that should have been observed were ignored. The emperor was dead, but they were still alive. The most important thing now was choosing sides. The king of Jin and the king of Qin were undoubtedly the two players with the highest chance of winning, with 80% of the officials in the court supporting them. Naturally, the two also had the biggest rivalry. However, neither of them were the victors. The ultimate winner was the Prince of Yen, the emperor's second son and the younger brother of the former crown prince. The reason why the king of Yen was able to become the victor was inseparable from the support of one person. This person was the imperial advisor, the emperor's most trusted confidant during his lifetime, which is somewhat ironic. At that time, the Prince of Yen asked the Grand Preceptor why he had been chosen. You should know that the emperor did not like him because of the crown prince. The imperial advisor told the Prince of Yen that the emperor had made many mistakes and did not want to continue making them. Therefore, he chose the Prince of Yen because the emperor's two sons were not good people either, and he was also atoning for his sins. Yes, the imperial advisor is atoning for his sins. That night, the Prince of Yen spent the entire night in his study pondering the matter, and finally accepted the Grand Preceptor's offer. Many people believe that the crown prince is plotting a rebellion, while others refuse to believe it, thinking there must be some injustice involved. The world knows that the crown prince was wronged, but they do not know the reason. Why? First, only 3 people knew: the emperor, the imperial advisor, and the crown prince himself. When the crown prince finally died, one more person learned of it: the Prince of Yen. There was no prince plotting a rebellion, all that existed was the emperor's greed for immortality. The emperor heard rumors that someone had secretly presented the crown prince with a secret manual for immortality. Because of this rumor, the emperor ignored it and directly eliminated the entire crown prince's residence on the grounds that the crown prince was plotting a rebellion. The Prince of Yen remembered that his father was not like this before. When the emperor was young, he doted on his older brother the most. What could have caused such a drastic change in the emperor's personality? Was his pursuit of immortality truly so obsessive that he wouldn't even spare his own son? The fact that the imperial advisor spoke of atonement shows that he still had a conscience. While he was loyal to the emperor, he still cared about the common people. This is why the king of Yen accepted the imperial advisor, even if the king of Jin and the king of Qin were at the height of their power and acted arrogantly. With the Grand Preceptor present, they couldn't cause any trouble. Surrounded by the imperial advisor, the Prince of Yen ascended to the throne, becoming the second emperor of the Great Qian dynasty. After ascending the throne, the first thing the Prince of Yen wanted to do was not to exonerate his elder brother, but to rebuild the Fulong Temple. The founding emperor has already been buried. If he were to criticize the late emperor, he would not only be branded as unfilial, but some people with ulterior motives might even use this to their advantage, claiming that the entire royal family is unrighteous and immoral. He still had to weigh the pros and cons. Has Your Majesty found any of the old retainers of Fulong Temple? The imperial preceptor inquired. The new emperor had ascended the throne and changed the reign title, but he had not been purged and was allowed to continue serving as imperial preceptor. No. The emperor spoke frankly, admitting that he was not involved in what happened back then, but judging from the methods of the late emperor, it was clear that the people of Fulong Temple would not be able to escape. The emperor rebuilt the Fulong Temple in an attempt to atone for his sins, because if that person were to return and learn of this, the royal family would not be able to withstand his wrath. Although the royal family did not intervene in this matter from beginning to end, a little deduction reveals that the royal family's influence was present throughout the entire process. Is that still Fulong Temple? The imperial advisor shook his head and let out a sigh. The imperial preceptor did not support this project, so the reconstruction of Fulong Temple was merely a formality. What's done is done, so let it go with the wind. It would be in accordance with tradition if a disciple of Fulong Temple came out one day and wanted to rebuild Fulong Temple. The emperor understood the imperial advisor's meaning, and the matter was dropped. With the new emperor's ascension to the throne and the change of power, the Great Qian dynasty returned to normalcy. Time flies like an arrow, and a century has passed. The Great Qian dynasty still ruled this era in the course of a century. Apart from the original Prince Yen, the Great Qian dynasty went through 4 more emperors. All 4 emperors were wise rulers, and under their efforts, the Great Qian dynasty reached unprecedented heights, with its population increasing more than 20 times compared to the beginning of the dynasty. In other words, the Great Qian dynasty now has a population of nearly 5 billion. To describe it in one idiom, it is terrifying. People attribute all these achievements to the emperor, unaware that this was a harbinger of a change in the course of History. After more than 100 years of operation, the Zhou Tian star array has brought a small amount of spiritual energy to the Tianyuan realm. This amount of spiritual energy is insufficient. At most, it can enable a few hundred people to become qi refiners. However, Reiki has another function. It can cleanse oneself, and not only in the Great Qin dynasty, but also in some barbarian tribes and small countries. The population of the areas they ruled was also increasing, just not as rapidly as in the Great Qin dynasty. The world remains completely unaware of this phenomenon, continuing to work at sunrise and rest at sunset without making any discovery. That's right. 100 years ago, there was a celestial master named Lin Tion at Fulong Temple, who has now become a mythical figure in stage plays. That's the power of time. It can wear everything down. Becoming an immortal is just a dream, unrealistic, and best left as a fantasy. Chapter 7 Cultivators. In the Great Qianmu Prefecture, there is a village called Shirlu Village. In Shirlu Village, there was a family surnamed Zhang, consisting of 3 people. The head of the household was named Zhang Hu, his wife was called San Yang, and they had a son named Jang Fulong. Jang Fulong was named by his great-grandfather. Speaking of his great-grandfather, he was the person Jang Fulong admired most. My great-grandfather was the most powerful man in Shirluo village. Everyone in the village respected him. What's more, he lived for 2 cycles of 60 years, passing away his grandfather and great-grandfather before finally passing away 3 years ago. Before his great-grandfather passed away, he gave him a small box and told him to keep it safe. He was told that if he wanted to see it, he could only open it after he turned 16.3 years ago. Zhang Fulong was 13 years old. Zhang Fulong listened to his great-grandfather and did not open the box to see what was inside during this time. Today, Zhang Fulong officially turned 16. And he can't wait to see what his great-grandfather left him. The box was opened, and inside was only one book. The book is very new, as if it had just been written, and it doesn't seem like something his great-grandfather left him 3 years ago. With a sense of doubt, Zhang Fulong picked up the book and began to read. The book's title was blank, but when Zhang Fulong opened the first page, the very first paragraph stunned him. Lin Tion, a disciple of Fulong Temple, attained enlightenment and became a qi cultivator in the 3rd year of Jianan in the Deikian era. He wrote down his own insights for future generations of Fulong Temple to learn from, in order to repay the 20 years of kindness of Fulong Temple, the 3rd year of Jianan in the Deikian era. Lin Tion of Fulong Temple, his Zhang Fulong gasped. Wasn't this the immortal master Lin Tion from 100 years ago? Legends about him still circulate among the people. It's not that becoming an immortal is fake, or that there's ever been a secret technique. Some even speculate that Lin Tion exists, and the reasoning is quite simple. First of all, the timeline is too short, only 100 years, and no one has ever seen Lin Tion. His hometown, burial place, and other details are unknown. Secondly, Fulong Temple no longer exists, and what about the Zhou Tian Xingdou Grand Array, with more than 10,000 people? How could it have vanished into thin air and no one could find it? Based on comprehensive deduction, it can be concluded that Lin Tion is not a real person at all, but a fictional character created by the creators. I have to say, the person who made this deduction is a real genius. Now, Zhang Fulong believes it. This book has been preserved for over 100 years and looks exactly like a new book. There is no other explanation but the work of an immortal. Zhang Fulong was puzzled as to how his great-grandfather had obtained the book by Master Lin Tion. Zhang Fulong couldn't help but recall what his great-grandfather had told him when he was a child, that he had fled to Shirlu village and later settled there. In other words, my great-grandfather was not originally from Shirluo village, he could not have escaped here. Zhang Fulong, Fulong, Zhang Fulong muttered to himself for a while, then suddenly realized something. His eyes filled with shock. My great-grandfather was originally a disciple of Fulong Temple. That explains everything. Just as Zhang Fulong figured all this out, something seemed to be triggered, as if something was faintly appearing in his body. Comfortable. This was Zhang Fulong's first impression. His mind suddenly became much clearer, as if he could communicate with heaven and earth. Zhang Fulong couldn't figure out what was going on. Continue reading. The following content consists of Lin Tion's personal reflections and the future trends of the world. Lin Tion mentions in the book that to become a qi cultivator, one needs to comprehend the universe and cultivate through meditation and breathing and spiritual energy. Once you cultivate to become a qi cultivator, you can easily manipulate objects from a distance, fight against hundreds of enemies single-handedly, and be impervious to swords and spears. You can even fly through the void, provided that your spiritual energy is abundant. Once your spiritual energy is depleted, you will still die if you fall from a great height. There are 9 levels of qi refining. With each level advancement, the amount of spiritual energy a person can contain increases, and consequently, their power also increases. Finally, Lin Tion emphasized that qi refining is merely the foundation, there are higher realms beyond, though he himself did not know what they were. He was only at the 7th level of qi refining, far from the 9th, and hoped that future generations would progress further on this path and create even higher realms. However, Lin Tion has a definition for this kind of person: a cultivator. Cultivators. Jang Fulong was filled with longing. He wanted to be like the immortal master Lin Tion back then, and at the same time, he wanted to fulfill his great-grandfather's last wish. Although his great-grandfather never told him what he was supposed to do, Jang Fulong understood in his heart. He could guess from his name and the books left behind by the immortal master Lin Tion. Jang Fulong has set his own goal. The boy began to try to follow the words in the book and attempt to become a cultivator. After half a month, the boy finally sensed the existence of spiritual energy. 3 months later, the boy was able to absorb spiritual energy into his body for cultivation. At this moment, his demeanor completely changed. If he met an old man, he would say, "What a fine young man." If he met a woman, her eyes would involuntarily fall on him. She felt a flutter in her heart. A year later, the young man shed his worldly impurities, returned to his original simplicity, and officially entered the 1st level of qi refining, becoming a cultivator. Following the immortal master Lin Tion 100 years ago, he is one of only 2 cultivators in the Tianyuan realm whose lifespan has increased by 100 years, but what the boy didn't know was that all his achievements depended on his favor. When the boy opened the books left by Lin Tion and guessed the cause and effect, he bestowed upon the boy spiritual roots. The boy possessed a spiritual root, which enabled him to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth and to breathe in spiritual energy. If there were no such restriction, a second cultivator would have appeared long ago. Why would we have waited for Jang Fulong? Originally, spiritual roots shouldn't have appeared in this era. The spiritual energy in the Tianyuan realm is too thin and unsuitable for cultivation. Alas, even heaven has its mercy. The books left behind by Lin Tion were reopened by later generations, and this person can be considered a descendant of Fulong Temple, and is also the only remaining person of Fulong Temple in this era. He looked at the wisp of spiritual energy in the Zhou star array and had an idea. Regardless of whether Lin Tion had any feelings for Fulong Temple, since the young man was the last person destined to be with Fulong Temple, he didn't want Lin Tion's hopes to end there, so he decided to give him another helping hand. He bestowed upon the boy spiritual roots, making him the 2nd cultivator in the Tianyuan realm. How far he can go in the future depends entirely on the boy himself. When the boy turned 18, his parents wanted to arrange a marriage for him. His Zhang family has always had only 1 son per generation. While the young man is still young, perhaps he can break this curse and have a few more children. Moreover, recently, many families have taken the initiative to come to our door to establish a relationship, including some young ladies from wealthy families. Lin Tiancheng is naturally good-looking and has an innately attractive temperament. Everyone who sees him is captivated. But the boy rejected these ideas and wanted to leave Shirluo village to see the world. The farthest place I ever went as a teenager was the county town. The world is vast, and the young man doesn't want to stay in this place for his entire life. He needs to go out and see the world, which will greatly help his cultivation. After considering it for a few days, Zhang's parents finally agreed to the boy's request. The couple remembered their grandfather's last words: "Don't stop the children from going out in the future." At the time, the couple did not understand what their grandfather meant by those words, taking it only as his affection for his grandson. The couple finally understood that their grandfather had foreseen this day. Chapter 8. I am a descendant of the Fulong Temple. The boy was leaving home alone for the first time. His bundle contained 2 changes of clothes and a handful of copper coins that his mother had given him. That evening, the boy reached the county town, found an inn to stay in for the night, ate a simple meal, and half of his money was gone. Money really doesn't last long. I can't linger in the city, or I'll run out of money in no time. The boy bought a pot and set off. From now on, if he gets hungry on the road, he can pick wild vegetables and cook them himself, as long as he can fill his stomach. The boy had already planned his route in his mind. At first, visit the 4 cardinal directions to see the formations built by the immortal master Lin Tion 100 years ago. Then, go to the central area to find traces of the Zhou star array. Next, go to the capital to see the most prosperous city in the world. Finally, go to the old site of Fulong Temple. This journey is expected to take 1 or 2 decades to complete. The first objective is to go east. The current Daiqian era is indeed the most prosperous period in history. Every few dozen miles, you can encounter a village, which is in stark contrast to when Lin Tianxie traveled through the mountains 100 years ago. Along the way, when the boy got hungry, he would gather wild vegetables to cook and eat. Occasionally, he would go into the mountains to hunt for game or go down to the river to catch fish to improve his meals. When they came across a village, they would beg for food. When it got dark, they would find a place to shelter from the rain, light a fire, and spend the night with the sky as their blanket and the ground as their bed. He was a cultivator at the first level of chi refining, and he was neither afraid of the heat nor the cold. After traveling for 2 years, the young man finally arrived in the eastern land, the place where the immortal master Lin Tion built the array altar 100 years ago. 100 years ago, this place was uninhabited. After the altar was built, the emperor sent a large number of troops to guard it to prevent anyone from destroying the formation. Because of the immortal master Lin Tion, many people came to worship and visit, and over time, some people settled here and made their homes. A century has passed, and a city has been built here, named Donglin City. Halt! This is a heavily guarded area. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to approach. Please leave immediately. The soldiers guarding the town reprimanded the boy, and nothing drastic happened. They simply told him to leave immediately. Outsiders are only allowed to observe and worship from the outer perimeter of the altar. Outsiders are not permitted to approach the inner perimeter. The young man bowed to the soldiers guarding the town and said, "I am a descendant of the Fulong Temple, and I have come here to observe the battle formation." This was the first time the boy had referred to himself as a descendant of the Fulong Temple. Over the past 2 years, the boy has gained a lot of knowledge and enjoys listening to people talk about humanities and cultural matters, especially about the immortal master Lin Tion and the Fulong Temple. During this journey, the boy broke through to the second level of chi refining, much faster than expected. Descendants of Fulong Temple? The soldiers stationed here were well aware of the meaning of the 3 characters Fulong Temple, and they stared wide-eyed at Jang Fulong. He was a very young man, handsome, and possessed the air of a youth. He was truly remarkable. This Taoist priest, please allow us to inform him. The soldier was unsure how to address the boy, so he eventually called him Taoist master. In Taoist temples, they are usually called Taoist masters. The boy nodded slightly. Before long, a general rushed over and walked up to the boy, saying, "Taoist priest, are you a descendant of the Fulong Temple?" The young man bowed to the approaching general and said, "Jang Fulong, a descendant of the Fulong Temple, greets the general?" The general dared not accept the boy's courtesy and quickly raised the boy's arm, asking suspiciously, "Does the Taoist priest have any other items from the Fulong Temple as proof?" To be honest, the general didn't quite believe it. So many years had passed, how could someone still claim to be a descendant of Fulong Temple? Seeing that the young man was extraordinary, he wanted to confirm it again and again. Items from Fulong Temple. The boy has nothing, only the books left behind by the immortal master Lin Tion, but these books cannot be revealed at the moment. Finally, the boy's gaze fell on the sword at the general's waist. "General, may I borrow your sword?" Before the general could react, the sword at his waist flew out of its sheath and rushed towards the branch. With a snap, a section of the treetop was cut off and fell down. Then the sword flew back into the general's sheath. The scene unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving the soldiers stunned and speechless. "General, I've made a fool of myself." The boy's voice drifted into his ears, and the general turned around and hurriedly knelt down before the boy, saying, "This humble general, Shi Hung, greets the immortal master." "We have met the immortal master." The soldiers beside him also knelt down, changing their address from Taoist master to immortal master, indicating that they now believed the boy's identity. Aside from the immortal master Lin Tion from 100 years ago, who else could possess such skills? "General, please rise quickly, and all soldiers, please rise as well." The young man quickly helped the general up, and also told the other soldiers to rise, as he was not worthy of such kneeling. "Does the immortal master wish to inspect the formation?" Shi Hang asked hurriedly after being helped up by the boy. "I am not worthy of the title of immortal master." "General, it would be more appropriate for you to call me Taoist master." The young man was only at the second level of chi refining. Although he had some cultivation, he wasn't that powerful and was far from being an immortal. He didn't deserve the title of immortal master. This is Taoist master. After some hesitation, the general agreed. It was a very simple conversation, but little did people know that Lin Tion had said something similar back then. "It's not an inspection, I just want to see the formation left behind by our predecessor, Master Lin." This is how the young man answered Shi Hung. Unlike the common people who addressed the immortal master Lin Tion, the young man called him Senior Master Lin. The boy's great-grandfather was a disciple of Fulong Temple and entered the Tao through the books left by Lin Tion, so he could naturally be called Master Lin, a senior. Please follow me, Taoist priest. Shi Heng personally led the boy into the inner circle of the formation. The boy walked around the altar once. A century has passed, and the altar looks much older, but it still functions as always.
Outsiders cannot see its secrets, but the young man can discern a thing or two. Has the Taoist priest finished reading?
When the boy stopped, Shi Heng couldn't help but ask a question. The boy nodded slightly.
Is there anything that needs repair? Shi Heng asked again.
Over the years, no one has been able to understand the magic array set up by the immortal master Lin Tion, so naturally no one dared to make any rash moves. Now that Fulong Temple has successors, who are as powerful as the immortal master Lin Tion back then, it's a good time to ask them. The young man shook his head, then smiled at Shi Heng and said, no repairs are needed.
Fulong thanks the general and the soldiers on behalf of the immortal master for their efforts. Taoist master, there's no need for that. It's our duty.
Shi Heng dared not accept the boy's gratitude. He truly did not deserve it. Then Shi Heng asked, how long will the Taoists stay in Donglin City? This humble general will inform His Majesty.
I have already seen the formation that Master Lin set up back then.
I have disturbed the general tonight, and I will leave tomorrow morning, the young man replied.
So soon?
Why don't you stay a few more days, Taoist master? Shi Heng urged. What a wonderful opportunity to come into contact with an immortal. He had originally intended to have the boy stay a few more days, but he hadn't expected the boy to be in such a hurry to leave tomorrow morning.
Chapter 9. What does the Imperial Advisor think?
Thank you for your kindness, General, but I have other places to go and cannot stay too long. The boy politely declined. It has already taken him 2 years to get to the east, and next he will go to the south, west, and north, almost circling the entire Great Qin dynasty. Time is not plentiful, so he would like to shorten the trip as much as possible.
I wonder where Chang is going next.
I plan to visit the south, west, and north.
The boy had no intention of hiding anything and told Shi Heng about his itinerary. Will the Taoist priest go to the capital?
At this point, Shi Heng's heart raced, fearing that the boy might say something. The young man glanced at Shi Heng and guessed what he was thinking.
He smiled slightly and said, Shangjing is the capital of the Great Qin dynasty.
I will naturally go to such a prosperous place, but I will have to visit these places first. Of course, I will go to Shangjing just to see the prosperity of the capital.
I will probably not stay for too long.
The boy's words reassured Shi Heng a lot. It was good that he wasn't seeking revenge, otherwise the world would be in turmoil. Next, Shi Heng prepared some food and wine and invited the young man to drink with him. The boy did not refuse and accepted Shi Heng's offer. After the meal, Shi Heng tidied up the accommodations for the boy to rest. Overall, this was the most comfortable time for the boy in the past 2 years, as he was able to eat and sleep well. After seeing the boy off to rest, Shi Heng hurriedly left and went to his study to write a letter. Shortly afterward, he summoned a personal guard. Shi Heng handed the letter to the guard, instructing him to set off immediately and ride at full speed to the capital to deliver the letter to the imperial preceptor or His Majesty. He emphasized that this matter was of utmost importance and warned the guard to be extremely careful. The guard understood, put the letter in his pocket, and hurriedly left. The next day, shortly after dawn, the boy woke up, opened the door, and found General Shi Heng already standing outside. The boy asked, puzzled, why didn't the general wake me up? Shi Heng quickly explained, we soldiers are used to getting up before dawn and didn't want to disturb you, Taoist. Last night, I heard you say that you would be leaving this morning, so I came to wait for you.
Please join me for breakfast. Thank you, General.
The boy went to eat with Shi Heng. After eating, the boy said goodbye to Shi Heng. Please wait, Taoist priest. Shi Heng called out to the boy. A soldier led in a horse, which was carrying a lot of things. The journey is long, and I see that you are traveling alone without a carriage or horse. I have specially provided you with a fine horse, some food, and a few clothes for your use on the road. Please do not refuse. Seeing that the boy was coming alone, carrying a bundle and a pot, Shi Heng took it upon himself to prepare these things for the boy. The boy thought about it and realized that Shi Heng was right, having a horse would make things much easier for him.
Thank you, General.
I hope we meet again someday. The boy accepted Shi Heng's feelings. Please take care, Taoist priest. 3 days later, in the capital of the Great Qin dynasty, the imperial preceptor hurriedly entered the palace. He did not react at all to the officials who bowed to him on the way, as if he had not seen or heard them, and quickened his pace.
Why is the imperial preceptor in such a hurry? Could something serious have happened, someone wondered?
The imperial preceptor had always been calm and composed, and it was rare to see him like this, as if something major had occurred.
Go back quickly and find out what happened.
Keep the people in the mansion in check during this time, so as not to anger His Majesty.
Yes, farewell. The Emperor's study. Why is the imperial preceptor so flustered? What has happened? The Emperor asked curiously upon seeing the imperial preceptor's state. Your Majesty will know at a glance.
Without wasting any words, the imperial advisor handed the letter directly to the emperor. It was written by Shi Hung and had just been delivered to him not long ago. As soon as he saw it, he rushed to the palace to meet the emperor without saying a word. The emperor took the letter with a puzzled look. After a moment, his expression changed, and his face became serious.
So many years have passed, how come a descendant of the Fulong temple suddenly appears? Imperial preceptor, what do you think?
He was the 7th emperor of the Great Qian dynasty, so he naturally knew the secrets of that year.
I know Shi Hong well. He dares to say such things because he has personally verified them. Your Majesty need not doubt this.
Furthermore, Shi Hang wrote in the letter that this person possessed the same methods as the immortal master Lin Tion. Alas, heaven shows no mercy to the mortals, but only favors Fulong Temple. 100 years ago, Lin Tion; 100 years later, Jang Fulong. The imperial preceptor sighed. Heaven is too biased towards Fulong Temple. 100 years ago, Lin Tion appeared, and 100 years later, Jang Fulong emerged, not giving the world a chance. Will this person have any impact on our Great Qian? The emperor asked again. In the emperor's mind, whether or not they were descendants of Fulong Temple was not important. What was related to the royal family was whether the descendants of Fulong Temple would seek revenge against the royal family, since the royal family was the mastermind behind the tragedy at Fulong Temple. If the descendants of Fulong Temple seek revenge, can the Great Qian dynasty withstand their wrath? The imperial advisor noticed the emperor's worry and spoke up. Your Majesty need not worry. Shi Hung has already indicated in his letter that he has tested the descendants of Fulong Temple, and they have no intention of pursuing the matter that happened back then. Upon receiving the imperial advisor's reply, the emperor's expression softened considerably, and he asked in return, if that's the case, why is the imperial advisor so flustered? What terrifies me is that the events of that year will repeat themselves. The grand preceptor meant that the descendants of Fulong Temple would not pursue the matter of what happened back then, but there was no guarantee that someone would want to repeat what happened back then. This includes people from the martial arts world, aristocratic families, and of course, even the emperor. This is the real reason why the imperial advisor was flustered. As the saying goes, who in the world doesn't want to pursue immortality, especially the current emperor? Once he can cultivate into a Qi cultivator and reach a lifespan of 200 years, the Great Qian dynasty can continue for at least another 200 years. Adding the previous 100 years, the dynasty will last for at least 400 years. 400 years. That's the longest in history. Looking back through the ages, which dynasty could break the 300-year curse? Rest assured, imperial advisor, I will never allow this tragedy to happen again. The emperor made a promise to the imperial advisor. Your Majesty is wise. Shi Hengxin said that this descendant of Fulong Temple is going to travel to the south, west, and north before coming to the capital. Judging by his pace, it will take at least 4 or 5 years. What should we do? The emperor then asked the grand preceptor for his opinion. After thinking for a moment, the grand preceptor said, Your Majesty only needs to issue an imperial edict that the soldiers on the 3 borders must not obstruct the descendants of Fulong Temple when they encounter them. If the descendants of Fulong Temple have any requests, they should obey their orders. Everything else is up to fate. Upon hearing this, the emperor nodded and then asked, Has this person's identity been investigated? It is certain from the records of the founding emperor that no one in Fulong Temple could have escaped back then, so why did this person suddenly appear? It is really unreasonable. What went wrong at some point? He needs to find out the reason. I had already instructed people to investigate this matter before I entered the palace, and the results will be available soon. The imperial advisor replied that he also couldn't fathom how that person had escaped from the heavily guarded encirclement. Chapter 10 10 years of travel within a few days. The imperial advisor had revealed all of Jang Fulong's assets. Their investigation revealed that Jang Fulong's great-grandfather settled in Shirluo village 100 years ago, 2 months after the Fulong Temple incident. Therefore, it can be confirmed that Jang Fulong's great-grandfather was one of the people who escaped from Fulong Temple back then. How he managed to escape was something the emperor truly couldn't understand, only he knew the truth. Even Jang Fulong's great-grandfather himself was unaware, only knowing that he had escaped in a daze, and no one had noticed him. Jang Fulong was completely unaware of these royal affairs. The young man led his horse southward, with the help of horses carrying the goods. The boy's pace quickened considerably, and he reached the south in less than 2 years. There's another city to the south, called Nanlin City. Its name is very similar to Donglin City to the east. The boy wondered if it was named after the direction plus Lin Tion's surname. In that case, the west side would be called Shilin City, and the north side would be called Bailin City. With this guess in mind, the boy asked around and, sure enough, it was just as he had guessed. Interesting, they then asked passers-by for directions to the altar. Unlike in Donglin City, no soldiers stopped the young man this time. On the contrary, as soon as they saw him, someone recognized him immediately, indicating that someone had given prior notice. Just as the boy had imagined, the garrison general of Nanlin City told him that he had been specifically instructed that if they encountered a boy leading a horse who claimed to be a descendant of Fulong Temple, they should not stop him and should follow the Taoists' arrangements. Just 2 days ago, the general had spoken with his soldiers again. Coincidentally, the young man arrived during those 2 days, and when the soldiers saw a young man leading a horse, they immediately recognized him. What a coincidence! The boy's face beamed with a smile. He then examined the formation, which was identical to that in Donglin City, except that the altar appeared old, while the formation itself remained intact. Judging from this, the situation in the west and north is pretty much the same, so maybe we shouldn't go. This was the first time the boy had this idea. After weighing the options again, the boy decided to go anyway. The young man went to the west or north not just to fight in battle formations, but more importantly, to experience the local customs and traditions. The young man gained a lot along the way, which greatly helped his cultivation. Some time ago, the boy broke through again, reaching the 3rd level of chi refining. After spending the night at the military camp, the boy set off on his journey again the next morning. Like Shirhan, the general also provided the boy with some food to enjoy on the journey. Compared to the previous journey, the roads to the west and north were more difficult to travel, and it took 5 years to complete them. Thus, the young man had spent 10 years traveling throughout the entire Great Qian dynasty. Now, the boy is no longer a boy, he is 28 years old, but his appearance remains unchanged from when he was a boy. He is at the 6th level of chi refining, which is his current realm. He is just 1 level away from reaching the realm that Lin Tion once reached. At 28 years old, he was at the 6th level of chi refining. Considering his talent, he was quite good. Not much worse than Lin Tion 100 years ago. Having been away for 10 years, Jang Fulong has no immediate plans to go to the central area to search for the Zhou Tian star array. He wants to go home and see how his parents are doing. 10 years may not seem like much to Jang Fulong now, but it's a long time for ordinary people. How many decades does one have in a lifetime? My dear horse, you'll have a hard journey back. Jang Fulong stroked the horse's head. Jang Fulong has never ridden a horse in the past 7 years. He has come this far step by step, and now that we're going back, we can't just walk all the way back. That would cause too much trouble. Huff. The horse understood Jang Fulong's words and shook its head with a snort. Having followed Jang Fulong for several years, this horse has developed intelligence and can understand human speech. Jang Fulong leaped onto his horse and gently patted it with his hand. Walk. The horse understood and carried Jang Fulong forward at breakneck speed. Jang Fulong hasn't ridden a horse in 7 years, but that doesn't mean he can't ride one. After a 5-day journey, the man and his horse returned to Shirlu village. This is Jang Fulong, the young master from the Zhang family? Jang Fulong is back? After all these years, how come he hasn't changed at all? Upon returning to Shirluo village, Jang Fulong was immediately recognized by his peers and elders. There's no other reason than that Jang Fulong's appearance has never changed. He looks exactly the same as he did 10 years ago. This makes people curious. If I remember correctly, Jang Fulong should be almost 30 this year. Some of his peers in the village are already grandfathers. Why does Jang Fulong still look like this? What kind of maintenance does he use to be so good? Jang Fulong looked at them and greeted them. Then, based on his memory, he walked towards his home. 10 years have passed, and Shirlu village has changed a lot. When I arrived at my home, I happened to see Mr. and Mrs. Zhang there. However, they had aged a lot compared to 10 years ago, and their hair had turned gray. With tears blurring his vision, Jang Fulong called out, "Father, mother."
As if hearing someone call their name, Zhang's parents subconsciously turned around.
When they saw Jang Fulong, they were both stunned, their eyes welling up with tears, and it took them a while to react.
"My son is back."
Zhang's mother quickly wiped away her tears and ran forward to hold Jang Fulong's hands tightly, afraid that he would leave them again. "Father, mother, your child is back." Jang Fulong said something else to the two elders.
"It's good that you're back."
Compared to Zhang's mother, Zhang's father seemed much calmer. Uttering a very simple sentence, Jang Fulong knew that his father was only putting on a brave front. In reality, he was no stronger than his mother. After the family of three sat down and talked for a while, Zhang's mother finally asked, "Are you going out again this time you're back?" Upon hearing his mother's question, Jang Fulong fell silent instantly, unsure how to answer. Jang Fulong's silence immediately conveyed to his father, who, with a gloomy face, reprimanded Zhang's mother, "The child has grown up, stop worrying about him." "Father, mother, I still have things to take care of.
I'll come and pick you up when I'm done."
Jang Fulong still spoke his heartfelt words to avoid causing his parents further worry.
"How long will you stay this time?"
Zhang's mother knew that Jang Fulong had something on his mind, and it was something important, so she didn't ask too many questions. She just asked how long Jang Fulong could stay with them this time. Jang Fulong is 28 years old, almost 30. The two of them are also in their early 50s, with only a few years left to live. It's likely that this departure of Jang Fulong will be the last chance to see them again. "I'll leave after the spring festival." Jang Fulong thought for a moment and said, "There's still more than a month until the spring festival. I've been away from home for 10 years, and I'll spend the new year with my parents before leaving again. This is a small token of my filial piety as a son." During his time at home, besides spending time with his parents, Jang Fulong did other things. He felt he should leave something for his parents after he passed away to make up for their regrets. Chapter 11. Killing the conversation. After the spring festival, Jang Fulong set off. Before leaving, he gave each of his parents a spirit essence pill. It was made by combining the medicinal herbs that Jang Fulong had found in the mountains with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and it has the effect of improving physical condition and delaying aging. Having become a cultivator, Jang Fulong also had his own selfish motives. He wanted his parents to live a few more years. Jang Fulong's actions were essentially helping people defy fate and change their destiny. He was watching, but he did not stop him. For him, wasn't he also helping Jang Fulong defy fate? In that sense, he also had selfish motives, and those motives were greater than any other. Only after his parents took the spirit elixir did Jang Fulong feel at ease enough to leave. The central location of the heavenly origin realm was easy to find, but the location where the Zhou Tian star array was built is difficult to find, since the Zhou Tian star array disappeared out of thin air. The great Qian dynasty did not send troops to guard it. Furthermore, Jang Fulong inquired with nearby villagers, who told him that this land was very strange and would change every now and then. They had lived in the area for many years, and sometimes even they couldn't find their way around. Therefore, they couldn't give specific answers to Jang Fulong's questions, and could only point him to a general location. After thanking them, Jang Fulong walked in the direction the villagers pointed. Upon arriving here, as a cultivator, Jang Fulong clearly felt that the spiritual energy here was much denser, and the further he went in, the purer the spiritual energy became. This makes it easy to identify. Just follow the route. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Jang Fulong suddenly stopped. The place beneath his feet was the area with the densest spiritual energy. It seemed that all the spiritual energy outside emanated from here. As if sensing something, Jang Fulong looked up and saw the faint outline of a huge wheel appear, leaving him completely stunned. This was the first time Jang Fulong had lost his composure like this since becoming a cultivator. Jang Fulong stared blankly for an unknown amount of time until a strong aura emanated from his body. He broke through to the 7th level of qi refining. Only then did Jang Fulong turn his gaze back. "I see." He finally understood the purpose of Master Lin Tion's actions back then, and also understood why only the two of them had been able to become cultivators over the past 100 years, because cultivation is impossible in this world. Lin Tion was born in accordance with the will of heaven and had his own mission. Jang Fulong was simply accepting a favor, as he had given him special treatment. The younger generation, Jang Fulong, is blessed by the legacy of his predecessors. Jang Fulong knelt down, kowtowed 3 times, and then got up and left. This place is rich in spiritual energy. If one cultivates here, one's cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. Before long, one can break through again, surpass Lin Tion of that time, and even take another step forward to pursue a new realm, but he can't be so greedy, he's already gotten enough. 2 months later, Jang Fulong finally arrived in Shangjing, the capital of the Great Qian dynasty, the most prosperous city in the Tianyuan realm. Jang Fulong found a restaurant and, before the waiter could come up to ask, said, "Shopkeeper, half a roast duck and a pound of Shaoxing wine, please." Before coming to the capital, Jang Fulong had heard that the roast duck in the capital was exceptional, so he naturally had to try it today. Of course, the delicacies in the capital were not limited to this, but Jang Fulong was short of money and could not afford to order the precious food.
"All right, sir, please have a seat and wait a moment."
A shop assistant immediately responded, and shortly after Jang Fulong sat down, the shop assistant brought over what Jang Fulong needed.
"Please enjoy your meal, sir.
Just let me know if you need anything else," the waiter said very politely. Jang Fulong nodded his thanks and began to savor the food. Peking duck truly lives up to its reputation as one of Beijing's delicacies.
Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, it has a very smooth texture.
Paired with a sip of Shaoxing wine, it's absolutely delicious. Not long after Jang Fulong had finished enjoying the food, a middle-aged Taoist priest walked in and sat down opposite him, his face kind and gentle, just like when Jang Fulong came in. Before the shop assistant could even ask, he said, "Shopkeeper, bring me a pot of Zweiking tea."
Zweiking is a famous wine in the world.
In the capital, a pot of it costs several tens of taels of silver. Being able to afford this amount of money shows that the Taoist priest is of extraordinary status. After ordering the drinks, the Taoist priest turned around and smiled at Jang Fulong, as if they knew each other. Before the Taoist could speak, Jang Fulong spoke first. "The imperial preceptor has quite the refined taste, coming here to drink such fine wine." Indeed, this middle-aged Taoist priest is none other than the current imperial preceptor. Jang Fulong immediately guessed his identity.
The Taoist was not surprised and said, "Fellow Taoist is truly insightful. You guessed my identity in an instant. The imperial preceptor is still superior.
I have only been in the city for a short time, and I haven't even had a chance to sit here properly before the imperial preceptor arrived. He has the ability to foresee the future, which is several times better than mine." Jang Fulong offered a compliment, but the imperial advisor seemed somewhat embarrassed upon hearing it.
"What do you mean by having the ability to foresee the future?"
Jang Fulong was joking with him. The reason he arrived so quickly was because they had spies all over the capital. As soon as Jang Fulong arrived, his spies noticed him and then notified him. Jang Fulong must have known this. Jang Fulong was deliberately mocking him, but the imperial advisor just smiled and didn't reply.
"What brings the imperial advisor here in person?"
Seeing that the conversation had died down, Jang Fulong took the initiative to change the subject and asked the Grand Preceptor what his purpose was in coming to see him. It was at this moment that the bamboo leaf green tea was served. The Imperial Preceptor poured wine for Jang Fulong before saying, "His Majesty wishes to meet you, fellow Taoist."
"I have never met your Majesty before. Why does your Majesty wish to see me?"
Jang Fulong asked in confusion. The imperial advisor fell silent again. Well, one sentence has killed the conversation again. Jang Fulong guessed that the imperial advisor was hesitant to answer his question, probably because he was still concerned about what happened back then.
"When?" Jang Fulong asked.
The emperor wanted to see him, and he also wanted to see the emperor.
"When will you be free, fellow Taoist?"
The imperial advisor spoke humbly. The fact that Jang Fulong set the time for the emperor's banquet demonstrates just how much the emperor valued Jang Fulong.
"Then let's set it for the night after tomorrow."
"I'd like to stay in the capital for a while and plan to find a place to stay tomorrow." Jang Fulong was going to stay in the capital for a while. If he stayed in the whole time, he wouldn't have enough money. It would be more cost-effective to find a cheap place to stay. When the imperial advisor heard Jang Fulong say he was looking for a house, he quickly thought of something and said, "I do have a few empty houses.
If you don't mind, you can choose anyone to stay in, and you can stay as long as you like."
He didn't have any empty houses, he had plenty of mansions that His Majesty hadn't yet bestowed upon officials. To gain Jang Fulong's favor, none of that mattered. The imperial advisor could simply requisition them and give them to Jang Fulong. If His Majesty were here, His Majesty would probably think the same as him, but he fears that Jang Fulong would not accept it. Jang Fulong picked up the bamboo leaf wine that the imperial preceptor had poured and drank it all in one gulp. Then he said, "The imperial preceptor has already invited me to taste such fine wine.
How can I be greedy and not have more?"
Jang Fulong's words were a rejection. Upon hearing this, the imperial advisor felt somewhat disappointed. He had already guessed that Jang Fulong would refuse, but he hadn't expected Jang Fulong to refuse so thoroughly. Greed, anger, and ignorance are the three great taboos of Taoism. Jang Fulong brought them up, and the imperial preceptor could no longer persuade him otherwise. Chapter 12. Living in the capital is not easy. After the wine ceremony, Jang Fulong parted ways with the imperial advisor, telling him to send someone to find him the day after tomorrow. Jang Fulong did not tell the grand preceptor where he lived because he was not sure either, but he believed that with the other party's ability and means, he would definitely know where he was, so there was no need to worry about it at all. Half a roast duck and a pound of yellow wine cost 100 coins. Prices in the capital are really expensive, 2 or 3 times higher than in other places. Fortunately, the imperial advisor ordered a pot of Zweiking tea, which cost 30 taels of silver. Since the two knew each other, the shopkeeper only charged the imperial advisor 30 taels and waived Jang Fulong's bill. In the end, Jang Fulong benefited from the imperial advisor's generosity again. Not only did he drink the imperial advisor's fine wine, but the restaurant also gave him a free meal. It was already late, so we had to find an inn to stay in and look for a house the next day. All I can say is that prices in the capital are extremely high. I looked at several inns, and a room cost at least 300 coins a night. Jang Fulong was really short of money, and he still needed to find a place to stay the next day. He simply couldn't afford such a large expense, so he finally found an inn in a more remote street that cost 100 coins a night. At this moment, inside the imperial palace, in the hall of nourishing the ultimate, the imperial advisor met with the emperor and recounted his conversation with Jang Fulong to the emperor word for word. He refused the imperial advisor's gift? The emperor's expression was not good, which made things a bit difficult. Jang Fulong's refusal to accept the imperial advisor's gifts indicated that Jang Fulong harbored resentment towards the royal family. This is not a good thing. However, there is still room for maneuver. Jang Fulong's acceptance of the invitation to the meeting indicates that the royal family, or rather, the emperor, still holds a certain position in the other party's mind. I will arrange the banquet. I will need to trouble the imperial advisor to make another trip to the banquet, so as not to offend the guests. After thinking it over, the emperor decided that it would be best for the imperial advisor to personally make the trip to invite the other party over, as he did not trust others to handle the matter. The two chatted for an entire afternoon and could be considered old friends. The grand preceptor must have grasped the other's habits, so it would be safest for the grand preceptor to intervene. I obey the order. The imperial advisor agreed without hesitation, then, as if remembering something, said to the emperor, "Your Majesty, I have observed that you enjoy roast duck." Well. The emperor gasped in surprise, glanced at the grand preceptor again, and then nodded. I understand. Your Majesty, I take my leave. The imperial advisor has stepped down. If Jang Fulong were here and heard the imperial preceptor say these words, he would surely be depressed. What do you mean he likes roast duck? He has no choice. Who doesn't like delicacies? It's just that he can't afford them. The following day, Jang Fulong rented a small courtyard on Shishing Street for 800 cash a month, which was quite cheap compared to other places in the capital. The environment was extremely poor, and so was the security situation, because the people living here were all poor, and few government officials came to patrol the area. Shishing Street can also be called a refugee slum. Jang Fulong only rented it because he had no other options. He had inquired about other places, and a small courtyard like this would cost 3 taels of silver a month, and some were even more expensive. The capital city is vast, and living there is not easy. That's not without reason. Since he was already there, Jang Fulong decided to make the best of it and began cleaning and tidying the yard. He couldn't just do a sloppy job because of the poor conditions. This morning at court, the emperor personally ordered that officials of the 3rd rank and above be invited to a banquet tomorrow evening. Apart from the imperial advisor, all the ministers present were astonished. Was tomorrow some special day? Is it the anniversary of the late emperor's death? The emperor's birthday? The birthday of a concubine or prince? A festival? Or the triumphant return of a general? No, that's not it. It's really hard to understand why the emperor would suddenly hold a banquet. Fortunately, the emperor then told them that a special person would be there the next day, and instructed the ministers not to be negligent. Upon hearing the emperor's words, the ministers immediately understood. It turned out that the emperor was hosting a banquet for someone, but who was this person who had such great influence? Thinking of this, they suddenly remembered that the servants in the mansion had reported yesterday that the Grand Preceptor had gone to see someone in the afternoon. They did not know who this person was, and they were stopped by the Grand Preceptor's men as soon as they approached. At first they didn't pay much attention, but now, looking back, they realized this was definitely unusual. They guessed that the person the Grand Preceptor met yesterday afternoon was the same person the Emperor had mentioned inviting to the banquet, and they hoped this person wouldn't cause them any trouble. Jang Fulong rented the house in the morning and started cleaning the yard in the afternoon, finishing only in the evening. People in this era like to eat noodles. That evening, Jang Fulong made himself a bowl of noodles for dinner, and then began meditating and cultivating until the next morning. After washing his face, Jang Fulong went to the East Market to buy some daily necessities. It takes about an incense stick's time to walk from Shishing Street to Dongsher, and a round trip takes an hour, so you should go early. Jang Fulong didn't return home from the East Market until noon. Because he had bought so much stuff, he couldn't carry it all by himself, so he spent some money to hire a donkey cart to bring it back. After having lunch and doing some simple tasks, it was afternoon. In the blink of an eye. At this moment, there was a knock at the door. Jang Fulong opened the gate and saw the Imperial Preceptor. There was also a carriage not far away. The carriage was extravagantly decorated and pulled by 4 horses. Only royalty could afford such a configuration when traveling. That's too extravagant. The appearance of the carriage immediately attracted the attention of many commoners, all staring at the small courtyard rented by Jang Fulong, wondering which big shot was experiencing life here. Upon seeing that the visitor was the Imperial advisor, Jang Fulong asked in confusion, "Why has the Imperial advisor come in person, and so early at that? I had a very pleasant chat with you the other day, and since I had nothing to do today, I came here by myself. Are you taking a carriage or walking? It's quite a long way from here to the capital." "The timing is just right, it's getting late," the Imperial Preceptor explained to Jang Fulong with a smile. Jang Fulong didn't believe a word of the Imperial advisor's explanation, even though they had a very pleasant chat the other day. If he remembered correctly, they almost had a dead end during their conversation. It's just a coincidence that I have nothing to do today. What a coincidence! After meeting Shi Hung in Donglin City and revealing his identity, he traveled all the way and encountered people from the Imperial Court. Everything went smoothly for him. These were all coincidences. Jang Fulong did not point out the Grand Preceptor's words. The Imperial advisor only told the truth in one sentence. The distance from West Street to the Imperial City is quite far. If we walk now, we will arrive at the Imperial City at dusk, just in time for the banquet to begin. Jang Fulong originally intended to walk, but after glancing at the onlookers outside, he sighed. "Let's take a horse-drawn carriage." If someone is surrounded by onlookers and still walks around, it's most likely a sign of showing off. He'll be staying here for a while longer. The Imperial advisor really knows how to keep him busy. The Imperial advisor and Jang Fulong boarded the carriage together. The Imperial Preceptor noticed that Jang Fulong's expression was not good and asked, "Has this humble Taoist caused you trouble, fellow Taoist?" "It's all right. I was just lost in thought." The Imperial Preceptor need not worry about it. Jang Fulong shook his head and told the Imperial advisor that the matter had nothing to do with him and that the Imperial advisor should not worry about it. Regardless of whether the Grand Preceptor intended this ostentatious act, Jang Fulong will likely face considerable hardship after today. Chapter 13. This humble Taoist shall be the last cultivator. The carriage moved slowly, as if the driver was controlling the time. By the time they arrived at the capital, the sun had just set. With the Imperial advisor leading the way, no one stopped them or came to ask who Jang Fulong was, and they traveled smoothly without any obstacles. Bringing an outsider into the palace so easily suggests that the Imperial advisor doesn't possess such great ability. Presumably, this person in the palace gave prior instructions upon entering the palace. The Imperial Preceptor did not take Jang Fulong to the Hall of Supreme Harmony, but instead led him to the Emperor's study of the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the venue for the Emperor's banquet tonight. Upon entering the Imperial study, Jang Fulong saw a man dressed in a golden dragon robe, who was none other than the Emperor of the Great Qian dynasty. The Emperor was well past 50 and already quite old, but it was easy to see from his deep eyes that this majesty was a shrewd and capable man, exuding the dignified aura befitting an emperor. "Your Majesty, the immortal master of Fulong Temple has been brought here." The Imperial Preceptor reported to the Emperor that, on this occasion, he addressed Jang Fulong as the Immortal Master of Fulong Temple, a title equivalent to that of the former Immortal Master Lin Tion, thus giving Jang Fulong considerable face. Jang Fulong simply couldn't refute. It is impolite and disrespectful for a subject to speak before the Emperor. Jang Fulong didn't want to be seen as that kind of person. It's unclear whether this whole thing was pre-planned. The immortal master has finally arrived. I have been waiting for this day for so long. The emperor was immediately familiar with her, as if they were having a casual chat. This humble subject greets your majesty. Jang Fulong did not kneel, but simply bowed to the emperor, and then said, "Your majesty flatters me, I am unworthy of the title of immortal master." The emperor thought for a moment and said, "Then let's not call him immortal master. How about I call him master like the founding emperor?" After speaking, the emperor secretly glanced at Jang Fulong, wanting to see how Jang Fulong would react. Jang Fulong's expression remained unchanged, just as before, making it difficult for the emperor to fathom his true nature. "As your majesty says." Jang Fulong echoed. The emperor nodded and continued, "Sir, you are a descendant of the Fulong Temple, which has been officially authorized by the Great Qian dynasty. From now on, in front of me, you should not refer to yourself as a commoner, but as a Taoist priest." "Thank you, your majesty. I understand." Jang Fulong understood the emperor's meaning. The emperor was telling him that although Fulong Temple was gone, the court had not removed it from the list of notary offices. With official recognition from the imperial court, if Fulong Temple were to return one day, it would still be considered legitimate. Only an emperor with superb acting skills is a qualified ruler. "Your majesty summoned me here today, surely because you have something to ask me," Jang Fulong said. "I do have some questions that I would like to ask you to answer." The emperor nodded slightly. "Your majesty, please speak." In recent decades, the population of our Great Qian dynasty has increased dramatically, reaching 300 million. Ministers all say that this is due to my benevolent rule and love for the people, and that I am a sage ruler for all ages. I know these are just my ministers flattering me. I've investigated, it's not just the Great Qian dynasty, but other small, uncivilized countries as well. Their populations are constantly rising. The emperor stopped speaking there and turned to look at Jang Fulong. Jang Fulong knew what the emperor wanted to ask, but he still gave a vague answer, "Your majesty is wise." Upon hearing Jang Fulong say "Your majesty is wise," the emperor gave a wry smile. "Does the gentleman truly not understand my meaning? What does your majesty wish to say?" But Jang Fulong continued to play dumb. "You like to only tell half the story, and I like to pretend I don't know anything. What I want to say is, how are these people supposed to survive if things continue like this? This land is only so big. The Great Qian dynasty currently has enough arable land to support 300 million people. If this continues, famine will occur." When Jang Fulong first began his travels, the emperor's question was indeed difficult to answer. Later, however, Jang Fulong came to terms with it, realizing the emperor's concerns were unfounded. Let alone the 300 million people of the Great Qian dynasty, even if the number were several times larger, as long as it's not a man-made disaster, it can be resolved. Jang Fulong had investigated and found that grain production would increase due to the influence of spiritual energy. However, the world is currently lacking in spiritual energy, so the increase is not significant and people cannot see it at all, thinking it is a year of abundant harvest. This is normal growth in the ecosystem, so there's no need to worry. I would like to reiterate my point. Your majesty is wise, Jang Fulong replied. The imperial advisor standing nearby was speechless. What kind of answer was that? What do you mean by that, sir? This humble Taoist would like to ask your majesty, has there been any famine in the past few decades? The emperor thought for a moment, then shook his head. No, that's not the case. So what is your majesty worried about? Just wait a few more years, and your majesty will understand. Yes, there hasn't been a famine in so many years. There must be some changes that they are unaware of. So what exactly is he worried about? Jang Fulong's words were like a wake-up call. The emperor seemed to have shed a heavy burden and felt relieved. Thank you for your explanation, sir. I understand now. The emperor thanked Jang Fulong, saying, as expected of a celestial master, you are indeed quite skilled. Your majesty, there's no need for you to be so polite. Jang Fulong returned the gift. May I ask you again, sir? The immortal master once predicted that the transformation of heaven and earth would be completed within 1,000 years. Has that time come yet? The emperor then asked, actually indirectly inquiring of Jang Fulong, whether the descendants of the 356 generals from that time are now able to cultivate. This was the promise that immortal master Lin Tion made to them back then. The immortal master wouldn't lie to them.
It's not the right time yet.
Jang Fulong only gave a short forward reply.
And you, sir? The emperor was surprised and disappointed. Since the time is not yet right, how can Jang Fulong cultivate?
If I hadn't traveled for the past 10 years and witnessed the Zhou Tian star array evolved by my predecessor Lin Tion, I really wouldn't have been able to answer your majesty's question. Fortunately, my path was correct. I traveled to the 4 cardinal directions to examine the 4 extremes formation and also found traces of the Zhou Tian star array, thus understanding its origins. Zhang Fulong recounted what he had seen over the years to the emperor. The emperor was horrified upon hearing this, as was the imperial advisor.
Sir, have you seen the Zhou Tian star array?
The emperor hurriedly confirmed with Jang Fulong. From the founding emperor to the present day, the imperial family has never given up searching for the Zhou Tian star array.
But no matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find it.
Now, hearing Jang Fulong say that he had seen the Zhou Tian star array, how could the emperor not be excited? Jang Fulong nodded. I saw it, which is why I dared to tell His Majesty that the time is not yet ripe. My ability to cultivate into a qi refiner is entirely due to the legacy of my ancestors, and I can frankly explain this to your Majesty. At this point, Jang Fulong looked at the emperor.
Please speak, sir. The emperor listened attentively.
Before the world changes, I will be the last cultivator. Boom. The emperor and the imperial advisor both paled in shock. Jang Fulong was far too arrogant. Could it be that heaven truly only favors Fulong Temple and has no pity for the common people?
Our ancestor Lin Tion did leave behind some books, but they weren't secret manuals for becoming an immortal. They were for comprehending qi cultivation.
Later, my great-grandfather took them down to Fulong Temple, and now they're in my hands. Jang Fulong decided to no longer hide the secret from the emperor and revealed it. Chapter 14 Essential Conditions for Cultivation. It turns out there really was a secret manual for achieving immortality left behind by the immortal master Lin Tion. The founding emperor wasn't mistaken, he just couldn't find it back then. I am this light, fate is playing tricks on us. Jang Fulong continued. To become a cultivator, one must possess one condition, which is also the only condition. Without this prerequisite, even if one obtains the qi refining insights left by the predecessor Lin Tion, it will be in vain.
May I ask what your sole condition is, fellow traveler? This question wasn't asked by the emperor, but by the imperial advisor. Of course, the emperor also wanted to know the answer. The only condition to become a cultivator is to have a spiritual root.
Only those with a spiritual root can cultivate by breathing in spiritual energy. Jang Fulong explained that this was the profound truth of heaven and earth that he comprehended after seeing the Zhou Tian star array.
Spiritual root, the emperor muttered to himself, is it really that difficult to cultivate oneself?
When the order of heaven and earth has not changed, no one will be born with spiritual roots unless they are like me and receive the blessings of their ancestors, and the heavens bestow upon them a spiritual root. Your Majesty need not overthink it, let fate decide. The promises made by your ancestors remain valid. When the world changes, their descendants will be given priority in being born with spiritual roots. Jang Fulong explained the reason why he was able to cultivate. All I wanted to say was to tell the emperor to stop pursuing immortality. Heaven forbids it, and all those efforts are meaningless and only lead to unnecessary bloodshed. The Fulong Temple back then is the best example. There was the emperor's obsession with immortality, and there was also the people of Fulong Temple who valued books too much, even more than their own lives. Books that are hidden away and cannot be passed down are like useless books, having no value in being treasured. If the emperor hadn't been so radical back then, Fulong Temple could have spread its books throughout the land, and it wouldn't have ended up like this. Furthermore, Jang Fulong would not tell the emperor that he could refine longevity pills, as the allure of longevity pills was too great and would be bad for anyone. The emperor understood the warning in Jang Fulong's words and simply said, "Sir, I have learned my lesson." Jang Fulong did not respond to the emperor's words, but instead said, "Your Majesty may make a copy of the insights left behind by our ancestor Lin Tion." Hiss! The emperor stared wide-eyed, unable to believe that these words had come from Jang Fulong's mouth. Although they lack spiritual roots and cannot cultivate, they can leave behind a foundation to prepare for the future. When the world changes and spiritual roots are born, while others are still groping their way, you have already embarked on your journey to in the path of cultivation. If you take one step faster, you will be faster at every step, and you will definitely gain more benefits than others.
What does the gentleman want me to do? The emperor asked.
The emperor knew that Jang Fulong would not give it to him for nothing, there would definitely be a price to pay. This was a transaction.
I wish to rebuild Fulong Temple in its original location.
Jang Fulong stated his request. He needed the emperor's help to rebuild Fulong Temple, as he could not accomplish it alone. When Jang Fulong made his request, the emperor immediately said, "Even if you hadn't said so, I had already planned to do so. I will personally arrange the reconstruction of Fulong Temple, so please rest assured." The emperor thought Jang Fulong would make some special request, but it was just a matter of spending more money, so he agreed without hesitation.
Thank you very much, Your Majesty.
As he spoke, Jang Fulong took out a book from his pocket, which was Lin Tion's Qi Refining Insights. The book was handed to the emperor without any hesitation.
After Your Majesty finishes copying, please send someone to return it to me.
The emperor accepted the book with both hands and carefully put it away. Rest assured, sir, I will have someone carefully return it to you in perfect condition.
The banquet is about to begin, please follow me.
The emperor personally led Jang Fulong to the Hall of Supreme Harmony. This time, all the ministers who were attending the banquet arrived. Your Majesty, we have come to pay our respects. Upon the emperor's arrival, the ministers rose and bowed to him. Then, a hint of doubt appeared in their eyes. When the ministers saw Jang Fulong beside the emperor, they wondered who he was and what his identity was.
Could he be the distinguished guest the emperor was hosting? This is just an ordinary banquet, my dear ministers, there is no need for such formalities.
Please rise. The emperor asked all his ministers to rise and introduce Jang Fulong, who was standing beside him, to them.
Let me introduce you all.
This is Jang Fulong of Fulong Temple, also known as Immortal Master Zhang. The Immortal Master of Fulong Temple. The ministers were startled. After so many years, these words, both strange and familiar, resurfaced before their eyes. Now the ministers understood why the emperor had held this banquet. They were there simply to serve as a foil. However, this Immortal Master is too young.
Is it possible that all immortals are ageless?
According to records, the Immortal Master Lin Tion was also incredibly young back then.
Greetings, Immortal Master.
Once they came to their senses, the ministers also bowed to Jang Fulong. This humble Taoist greets all of you esteemed gentlemen. Jang Fulong returned the greeting. After a brief meeting, the emperor said, "Please take a seat, sir."
"Thank you, Your Majesty."
Jang Fulong thanked him and began looking for a seat. The position of the highest authority undoubtedly belongs to the emperor. Apart from the two positions at the very front left and right, all other positions are occupied. Just as Jang Fulong was about to walk to the right, the imperial preceptor beat him to it and sat down. Jang Fulong knew that the imperial advisor was definitely doing it on purpose. Throughout history, the left has always been considered the most honorable position, and the left side should have belonged to the imperial advisor. However, the imperial advisor's outburst made him the center of attention. Oh well, he's the star of this banquet anyway, so it doesn't matter where he sits. Jang Fulong walked to the left and sat down. After Jang Fulong sat down, the emperor announced the start of the banquet, and the palace maids brought out the fine wines and delicacies one after another, including roast duck. Fine wine and food were served, and the emperor first shared a toast with everyone before turning to Jang Fulong.
"Sir, how about trying the roast duck made by the imperial chef?"
Jang Fulong didn't quite understand what the emperor meant by those words. Was he simply asking him to taste the roast duck? Peking duck was served at the emperor's banquet, which shows it is one of the specialties of the capital. Upon hearing the emperor's words, the ministers noticed and couldn't help but wonder when roast duck had become a dish served at palace banquets. Could it be that this immortal master of Fulong Temple likes to eat roast duck? That must be it. Didn't you see the emperor personally invite Jang Fulong to try the roast duck from the palace? All the ministers secretly noted down one sentence: Master Zhang of Fulong Temple liked to eat roast duck. Following the emperor's instructions, Jang Fulong picked up a slice of roast duck and took a bite. As expected of a royal chef, the taste was indeed better than that outside the palace.
Delicious. Thank you for your hospitality, Your Majesty.
Jang Fulong offered his assessment. Sir, there's no need for such formalities. Let's all drink together. I'll toast you all again.
The emperor laughed heartily, saying, "The imperial advisor's judgment of people is truly accurate. The gentleman really does enjoy roast duck."
The ministers raised their glasses and drank again.
Next came everyone's favorite part, the song and dance performance, as the royal dance troupe was truly exceptional. Chapter 15 Nominal Disciple. The banquet didn't end until midnight, which is around 11:00 am. As the protagonist of the banquet, Jang Fulong drank quite a bit of wine. Each minister took turns toasting him. If it weren't for his cultivation, Jang Fulong would have collapsed long ago. "It's getting late, sir. Why don't you stay the night in the palace?" After the banquet ended, the emperor wanted Jang Fulong to rest in the palace for the night, as the journey from the imperial city to Shishing Street was quite long. Jang Fulong decisively rejected the emperor's suggestion. It would be bad for the palace to have an outsider, especially a man, staying overnight. He also refused any offers of farewell from others. After leaving the imperial city, Jang Fulong flew towards the west side of the street and returned home in just a few minutes. After tonight, everyone of standing in the capital will know about Jang Fulong of Fulong Temple. Let's stop hiding it and get right to it. When the imperial guard saw this, they were all stunned and quickly ran into the palace to report the situation to the emperor. When the emperor learned that Jang Fulong had flown back, he was only slightly surprised and told them not to make a fuss, but he gave no other instructions. Having drunk quite a bit at yesterday's banquet and returning late, Jang Fulong took a break today. When he woke up, he sensed a large crowd gathered outside the courtyard gate. Jang Fulong got up and opened the courtyard gate. It turned out that nearby residents had gathered in front of his small courtyard to watch and chat. When Jang Fulong opened the courtyard gate, these people glanced at him, then all ran away, leaving Jang Fulong completely confused as to what these people were doing here. Only a few children didn't run away, perhaps out of courage or curiosity. "Big brother, are you a high-ranking official or a prince?" A little boy walked up to Jang Fulong and asked curiously. He called Jang Fulong big brother because Jang Fulong looked young and good-looking. Little did he know that Jang Fulong was already 30 years old, probably older than their parents. "Why do you ask that?" Jang Fulong was equally curious. How did he become a high-ranking official or a prince? "Would any high-ranking official or prince live here? I doubt it. My parents said that anyone who can sit in a carriage like yesterday is either a high-ranking official or a prince." "Big brother, are you a high-ranking official or a prince?" The little boy had an innocent look on his face. Only then did Jang Fulong realize that they all thought he was an official or a prince, which explained their fear of him. Just as I was about to answer the little boy's question, a woman rushed over, hugged the little boy, and hurriedly left. Jang Fulong shook his head helplessly. It was all the Grand Preceptor's fault. Why did he have to insist on having a carriage? And besides, even if you're going to do something, why make it so grand and extravagant that it makes it impossible for him to communicate with the people around him? This reduces a lot of the fun. 2 days later, the emperor had ordered the copying to be completed, and the imperial advisor personally delivered the book back. At the same time, the imperial advisor told Jang Fulong that the emperor had ordered the reconstruction of Fulong Temple at the court meeting yesterday, and the Ministry of Works was already making preparations. Soon, laborers would be conscripted to go to Qingzhou for repairs. Pingningshan and Qingzhou is the former site of the Fulong Temple. Jang Fulong put the books back, thanked the emperor again, chatted with the imperial advisor for a few more minutes, and then the imperial advisor left. Shortly after the Grand Preceptor left, a portly middle-aged man led a boy of 11 or 12 to see Jang Fulong. The middle-aged man was named Lu Ditsai, a wealthy businessman, and the boy was his son, named Lu. Shuat Lu Ditsai came to see Jang Fulong with the intention of getting Jang Fulong to accept Lu Shua as a subordinate. "Immortal master, if you would accept my son as your disciple, I am willing to donate 200,000 taels of silver." Lu Ditsai pleaded with Jang Fulong, which suggests he knew Jang Fulong's identity. Unexpectedly, Lu Ditsai was so generous, asking for 200,000 taels of silver right off the bat. It's clear that Lu Ditsai is no ordinary person. 200,000 taels of silver is enough to rebuild Fulong Temple. Lu Ditsai believes that as long as there is enough fate, there is nothing that cannot be accomplished. Jang Fulong did not immediately agree, but instead looked at the boy. The boy was dressed in fine clothes, had a round face, and behaved elegantly, but he was taciturn and did not seem like someone who had been rejected by his parents. But why would Lu Ditsai be willing to spend so much money to send the boy away? There must be a reason. Jang Fulong asked, "Would you mind telling me about his situation?" Lu Ditsai looked embarrassed, but still said, "To be honest, master, Lu Shua was born to a concubine." "Then what?" "My birth mother was originally a courtesan," Lu Ditsai explained, which was probably his unspeakable secret. Jang Fulong remarked that the rich just enjoy spending money. "Even so, you didn't need to go to such lengths."
Jang Fulong knew that Lu Dicai was still not telling the truth. Knowing he couldn't hide it from Jang Fulong, Lu Dicai had no choice but to tell him the truth. One point is that Lu Dicai's legal wife was infertile. Secondly, her family was quite powerful and held a high position in the court. Therefore, Lu Dicai was wary of the power of his wife's family and never dared to consider taking a concubine until one chance encounter. Lu Dicai only dared to tell his wife about this when Lu Shua's birth mother became pregnant. Lu Dicai's wife did not object, and Lu Shua was born smoothly. However, Lu Dicai's wife has always been indifferent to Lu Shua. Despite his dislike for Lu Shua, he never did anything to harm him. He still gave Lu Shua the treatment due to a son born out of wedlock and never deliberately withheld his living expenses. Lu Dicai was very happy that his wife could do this, and he often bought her nice things to make her happy. Until recently, his wife suggested that he adopt a child from a collateral branch of the family. It was from this point that Lu Dicai realized Lu Shua was no longer suitable to stay in this house and had to be sent away. During this time, Lu Dicai had been considering how to settle Lu Shua. Just yesterday, Lu Dicai learned that a celestial being had been born at Fulong Temple, and that this celestial being was currently on his way to the capital. If the immortal master of Fulong Temple could take Lu Shua in, it would be the best place for Lu Shua to settle down. So Lu Dicai brought Lu Shua to visit him. Lu Dicai was the second person, after the imperial preceptor, to come to his residence. After listening to Lu Dicai recount the whole story, Jang Fulong finally spoke up, saying, "This humble Taoist can accept him as a disciple." Just a nominal disciple? Lu Dicai frowned slightly. 200,000 taels of silver for a nominal disciple position was, to be honest, a bit of a loss. This child has no affinity with the Fulong Temple. As for the reason, it is a secret of heaven that cannot be revealed. Please forgive me for not being able to tell you. I am accepting him as a disciple today to establish a good karmic connection. I will not accept the 200,000 taels donation that Master Lu mentioned. Jang Fulong explained the situation to Lu Dicai. From Lu Shua, Jang Fulong gleaned a glimpse of heavenly secrets. The time for a change in the world was not far off. Lu Shua had his own mission to fulfill, and he was not affiliated with Fulong Temple, which is why Jang Fulong accepted Lu Shua as a disciple under a nominal name. What is a disciple who is registered in name? A disciple who is registered in name means that he or she can leave his or her master at any time. So, does this mean Lu Shua has a bright future ahead of him? Thinking of this, Lu Dicai felt relieved and asked Jang Fulong to accept Lu Shua as a disciple. Chapter 16. Leaving Beijing ahead of schedule. In the Su family mansion in the capital, the head of the family, Su Zhongji, held the official position of Vice Minister of Revenue. He handled daily affairs exceptionally well and was deeply favored by the emperor. Some people predicted that Su Zhongji would become the next Minister of Revenue, and this vice minister was Lu Dicai's father-in-law. With his father-in-law holding such a high position, do you think Lu Dicai would dare to disobey his wife? Not long after Jang Fulong accepted Lu Shua as a disciple, Su Zhongji heard the news. Is it true that the immortal master of Fulong Temple actually accepted this unfilial son as a disciple? Su Zhongji asked, finding it hard to believe. As in-laws, the Su family naturally knew of Lu Shua's existence, but they did not acknowledge him a father. The news is absolutely true. Many people have heard about it. It is said that Lu Dicai spent 200,000 taels of silver to get it. Su Zhongji's eldest son, Su Changfeng, responded. Su Changfeng was equally puzzled. What was it about Lu Shua that Jang Fulong took a liking to? Could it be that Lu Dicai's offer of 200,000 taels of silver was the reason he accepted this wayward son? If Jang Fulong is short of money, he can just ask them. Not to mention 200,000 taels of silver, the Su family can afford 500,000 taels of silver. Su Zhongji pondered for a moment before instructing, no matter what, this unfilial son is now a disciple of the immortal master of Fulong Temple. Send someone to tell your third sister not to go too far. Also, send someone to sound out the immortal master of Fulong Temple. Is the Su family willing to pay 1 million taels of silver to secure a personal disciple position? A spot as a disciple of an immortal is extremely important to the Su family. Didn't you see how His Majesty treated Jang Fulong with utmost respect at the banquet that day, even addressing him as master? And even the imperial preceptor voluntarily gave up his left seat. Father, please rest assured, I understand. I will go and do it right away. Su Changfeng understood Su Zhongji's plan. 1 million taels of silver wasn't much for the Su family, but if they could secure a spot, it would be a sure win for them. The Su family had this plan, and others had the same idea. In the capital, the Su family was only considered average. There were many people with more power and money than the Su family. Xixing Street instantly became lively, with many people bringing generous gifts, all hoping for a connection. In the end, these people were disappointed. On the very night that Jang Fulong accepted Lu Shua, he quietly left the capital with Lu Shua, as if he had expected this to happen. "Teacher, why do we have to leave Chongqing?" Outside Chongqing city, Lu Shua asked Jang Fulong with a puzzled look. He had never left Chongqing since he was a child, and he was a little reluctant to leave at this time. Jang Fulong did not intend to teach Lu Shua Taoist arts. What Lu Shua should learn right now was how to conduct himself and understand principles. Therefore, Jang Fulong did not ask Lu Shua to call him master, but simply to address him as teacher. "Beijing is not a suitable place for us to live right now," Jang Fulong told him. "I had planned to live in Beijing for a while. I had already found an apartment and bought all the necessities. Who knew I'd have to leave so soon? It's a pity, I spent so much of my own money." "Teacher, where are we going now?" "Qingzhou, Pingdingshan." The former site of Fulong Temple is in Pingdingshan, Qingzhou. I originally planned to visit it after its reconstruction was completed, but now the plan has been moved up. "Just the two of us?" Lu Shua asked again. He didn't know where Qingzhou was, but he assumed it must be very far away. "Of course not." Zhang Fulong whistled, and soon a horse appeared out of nowhere. The horse stopped beside Zhang Fulong, shook its head a few times, and snorted. Zhang Fulong gently stroked the horse's head and chuckled, "Luckily you didn't go far." When Zhang Fulong arrived in the capital, he did not bring his horse into the city. Firstly, it was inconvenient, and secondly, he did not have the money to buy fodder for the horse. He let the horse fend for itself outside Chongqing and would look for it after he left. Fortunately, the horse hadn't gone far and came as soon as it called, so we didn't have to spend any more time looking for it. Then Zhang Fulong introduced Lu Shua to Mar. "Let me introduce you. This is my newly accepted disciple, named Lu Shua. You may have a hard time on the journey." The journey from Chongqing to Qingzhou was 3,000 li, a huge challenge for 12-year-old Lu Shua, who would need the help of a horse along the way. Zhang Fulong told the horse that Lu Shua was his disciple, and thought the horse would help him. The horse seemed to understand, and after Zhang Fulong finished speaking, the horse's eyes showed the same expression as when it looked at Lu Shua. The horse's humming signifies its agreement. "Teacher, it seems like the horse can understand what you're saying." It was the first time Lu Shua had seen animals like this, and he felt both curious and excited. "Ultimately, he is still a child." The horse understood Lu Shua's meaning, turning its head back in disdain. It was intelligent enough to understand human speech, which was no simple matter. Zhang Fulong smiled and said, "Of course. The horse has been with me for 10 years and can understand human speech. You should treat the horse well from now on, understand?" Lu Shua nodded emphatically. "Disciple will remember. Disciple will definitely treat the horse well from now on." "Okay, good to remember. Let's get going." The two of them set off on their journey to Qingzhou. With Lu Shua around, the journey was slowed down considerably. On the first day, they only walked 20 li, about 10 kilometers, and Lu Shua's feet showed signs of blisters. When he woke up the next day, his heels were sore and a blister had appeared on his ankle. Fortunately, Zhang Fulong wasn't in a hurry. He personally treated Lu Shua's blisters, gathered some herbs to apply to them, and then asked Lu Shua if he wanted to ride a horse. Lu Shua wanted to ride a horse, but thinking of how his teacher had also come this far and how he had to take care of him along the way, he refused to ride and decided to walk on his own. Zhang Fulong nodded and said no more. He didn't rush on his way and rested for a day until Lu Shua recovered before continuing his journey. As time went on, Lu Shua gradually adapted, and a month later, they were able to travel 30 miles a day, which was a great improvement. The bad news is that Lu Shua has already worn out 2 pairs of shoes, and judging by the time it takes, the pair he's wearing now will be worn out soon. 2.4 months later, the two of them traveled 3,000 miles on horseback and finally arrived in Qingzhou from the capital. After 5 months of living outdoors and enduring harsh conditions, Lu Shua's once youthful face had lost much of its youthful appearance, and he now looked somewhat mature. Upon entering Qingzhou city, Zhang Fulong led Lu Shua to a noodle stall and ordered 2 bowls of noodles. While eating noodles, Zhang Fulong overheard guests at other tables discussing Fulong Temple. "Have you heard? Fulong Temple is almost finished." "That's right. Everyone knows that there used to be an immortal at Fulong Temple. It's just that this immortal disappeared afterward, otherwise Fulong Temple wouldn't have been destroyed." "You didn't see it."
The scale of this reconstruction is huge, almost as big as the palace. Thousands of people are working on it at the same time. TSK, I'm afraid not many people will ever see such a scene. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Jang Fulong's face. They had never seen the palace before, so how would they know how big it was? Then I heard them discussing it again. Once Fulong Temple is completed, I don't know if any immortals will appear. If there are immortals in the world, I will definitely send my child to Fulong Temple to cultivate with them. TCH, someone like you isn't even fit to carry someone's shoes. Would an immortal even look at your child? You can't say that. The outcome is still uncertain. Who knows if my son is a beast of burden? Chapter 17. A lie made in kind. Jang Fulong chuckled to himself, finding their conversation quite interesting. Lu Shuai naturally overheard their conversation and, seeing his teacher smiling, couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, are there really immortals at Fulong Temple?" Jang Fulong had never told him about Fulong Temple, but along the way he had heard many people talking about it, so it must be very powerful. The teacher is very capable. There are no immortals. It's just an empty title given by people. Jang Fulong explained to Lu Shua that there are no real immortals in the world, they only appear to be immortals on the surface. After finishing his noodles, Jang Fulong paid the bill and asked the shopkeeper for directions to Pingdingshan.as, a local of Qingzhou. And with the recent uproar over Fulong Temple, the shopkeeper naturally knew where Pingdingshan was, so he told Jang Fulong how to get there. Following the directions given by the shopkeeper, Jang Fulong and his group arrived at the foot of Pingdingshan Mountain 2 days later. Just as they had heard along the way, there were many laborers gathered at the foot of Pingdingshan Mountain, if not tens of thousands. There were certainly several thousand. With so many people building Fulong Temple at the same time, it's no wonder that people say Fulong Temple is not much different from the Imperial Palace, and may even be more magnificent. This statement is not without reason, as all the events can be traced back to this story. Looking from the foot of the mountain, the buildings on the mountain are basically completed and will be finished soon, at the latest by the end of this year. Meanwhile, the middle-aged official supervising the construction noticed outsiders arriving. At first, he didn't pay much attention, as everyone knew the imperial court was rebuilding the Fulong Temple, and many people came to watch every day. After a while, he stopped noticing them, as long as they didn't interfere with the progress of the project. However, when the middle-aged official saw the man's appearance clearly, he was startled and hurriedly dropped what he was doing, running straight towards Zhang Fulong. Bao Hong, Vice Minister of the Ministry of Works, greets the Immortal Master. The middle-aged official approached Zhang Fulong, bowed, and identified himself. Zhang Fulong helped the middle-aged official up and said, "Lord Bao, there's no need for such formalities. It was I who came to disturb you. Please forgive me, Lord Bao." The emperor is truly generous, personally sending a vice minister of the Ministry of Works to the front lines. This vice minister position has a very high chance of later rising to the position of minister. Immortal Master, you flatter me. Fulong Temple is indeed your sacred site. However, Fulong Temple is not yet completed, so why have you arrived ahead of schedule? Bao Hong asked, puzzled. Zhang Fulong came to supervise the work, to see if they'd cut corners. That's unlikely, Bao Hong replied. After all, he's a celestial master, he wouldn't act like that. These days he has also heard some rumors in Kyoto that Zhang Fulong disappeared after taking on a disciple, and no one knows where they went. Bao Hong glanced at the young man beside Zhang Fulong and knew the rumors were true. So the Immortal Master had left the capital and come here. No wonder no one could find him. Not long after Zhang Fulong disappeared, the former Minister of Revenue, citing his advanced age and inability to handle state affairs, submitted a memorial requesting to resign and return to his hometown to retire. The emperor granted his request and then asked his ministers to recommend someone suitable to serve as the new Minister of Revenue. In the end, the new position of Minister of Revenue fell to Su Zhongji, which is quite intriguing. The former Minister of Revenue was not yet 60 years old, which is understandable given his advanced age, but to say that he was no longer capable of holding the position is somewhat suspicious. Moreover, this was shortly after Zhang Fulong took on a disciple, and the disciple was related to Su Zhongji by marriage. The court officials all knew perfectly well that the emperor had promoted Su Zhongji in order to gain the support of the Immortal Master of Fulong Temple. Since someone wanted to promote Su Zhongji, someone else naturally had to step down. Everyone knew it, but no one said it outright. Saying it outright would be bad for everyone and would only displease the emperor. It also emphasized the extraordinary nature of the Immortal Master of Fulong Temple, who even the emperor had to curry favor with.
When I have nothing to do, I wander around to gain more insights to benefit my future cultivation. By chance, I came to Qingzhou and heard that the imperial court was rebuilding Fulong Temple, so I thought I would like to come and see. Jang Fulong explained the reason for their visit, but Lu Shua, who was standing next to him, was puzzled. Weren't they supposed to have come to Qingzhou specifically? Why was their teacher saying that they had come here by chance? Could it be that he had misunderstood? Before Lu Shua could figure it out, Zhang Fulong said again, "We're just taking a look around. Lord Bao is busy with official duties, so we won't disturb you. Please do as you please, Immortal Master. If you have any questions, please feel free to come to me at any time." Zhang Fulong and Bao Hong parted ways. "Teacher, didn't we come to Qingzhou specifically?" On the way, Lu Shua, still puzzled, asked Zhang Fulong a question. "Yes." Zhang Fulong clearly told Lu Shua the answer. "Why did the teacher lie just now?" Lu Shua asked again and Zhang Fulong replied, "That's a white lie." A white lie? Lu Shua didn't quite understand Zhang Fulong's words. Could there be a benevolent lie? Of course. Take your father as an example. Your father entrusted you to me not because he didn't love you, on the contrary, your father loved you very much, but he had to do it. This was his hidden love for you, he just didn't say it out loud, understand? After listening to Zhang Fulong's words, Lu Shua remained silent for a long time. So, the teacher was also doing this for the good of that gentleman? Lord Bao understood, so he didn't press the matter further, Zhang Fulong said. A person who can sit in the position of Vice Minister of Works is no fool. Bao Hong thought about it and realized that it wasn't true. He knew Zhang Fulong was lying, but he chose to believe him and didn't question him. That's what makes a smart person. The former Minister of Revenue who retired to his hometown was also a smart man. He knew when to advance and when to retreat. If he didn't take the initiative to be dignified, someone else would help him be dignified. Why don't you understand, disciple? Lu Shua asked again. Of course he knew his father loved him, but he had never thought of it in this way. As Zhang Fulong explained, you're still young, you haven't read many books, and you haven't seen much of the world, so you don't understand. You'll understand when you're older. I understand. I will definitely read more and listen to my teacher's teachings in the future. Zhang Fulong nodded slightly and led Lu Shua to a nearby village to find a place to stay. He planned to wait there until Fulong Temple was completed. Zhang Fulong didn't want to bother Bao Hong, so he found an abandoned, dilapidated temple in a nearby village. Zhang Fulong asked the village head if the master and apprentice could stay in the dilapidated temple for a while, since it was their territory and they should inform them in advance. The village head sized up the master and apprentice, and didn't think they were Taoists, because the two were extremely young. The older one looked no more than 20 years old, and the younger one was only 10 or so. He guessed that they must have fallen on hard times for some reason. In fact, the village head was wrong. Zhang Fulong was over 30 years old. The village head was kind-hearted and told Zhang Fulong about the origins of the dilapidated temple. Their village is called Ivory Village. In the past, Ivory Village was quite famous in Qingzhou. The reason was simple, Ivory Village was right next to Fulong Temple. Chapter 18 Peak of Qi Refining. In the past, when Fulong Temple was at its peak, the villagers of Shangya Village took advantage of its geographical location to develop some businesses, providing convenience for people who came to worship at the temple. The dilapidated temple that Zhang Fulong saw was built at that time. Inside, there was a statue of Lin Tion, the immortal master of Fulong Temple, and many guests came to burn incense every day. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. Fulong Temple was destroyed overnight, and Ivory Village lost its commercial value. Gradually, the temple fell into disrepair. Eventually, no one took care of it anymore, and now, the temple is overgrown with weeds that are taller than a person, the walls are covered in moss, and the roof tiles are mostly broken, making it unsuitable for habitation. After the village head finished telling Zhang Fulong, he told him that there were still some old houses in Ivory Village that were uninhabited. The conditions were not very good, but at least people could live in them. If he had nowhere to go, he could choose one to stay in. This showed that the village head was kind-hearted to Zhang Fulong. However, declined Li Zhang's offer. It would have been better if the village head hadn't told him. Now that he had, and knew that the temple used to house a statue of Lin Tion, the immortal master of Fulong Temple, Zhang Fulong would absolutely not back down. And Zhang Fulong planned to borrow some tools from the village head. It's impossible to completely renovate this temple, but clearing away the weeds and doing some simple repairs will make it habitable. When the village headman saw that Jang Fulong insisted on staying in the temple, he had no better idea and agreed to Jang Fulong's request. The master and apprentice spent half a day cleaning up before they finally managed to create a place that they could live in. "Teacher, why do we have to live here?" Lu Shua couldn't understand why they had to go through all this trouble when there were better places to live. For no particular reason, the teacher just wants to live here. If I had to give a reason, the teacher is a sentimental person. Xiao Shua, remember this: do things yourself that you can do yourself. Don't owe favors too much, because you'll have to repay them eventually. Zhang Fulong followed Lu Shua's words, and Lu Shua nodded vaguely, as if he understood, yet also as if he couldn't quite grasp it. Fortunately, we finally have a place to live, even though it is very dilapidated. Another year has passed in the blink of an eye. Shi Hung brings news to Zhang Fulong that Fulong Temple has been rebuilt and invites Zhang Fulong to come and inspect it. Zhang Fulong inspected the site and found that all the buildings were completed in more than 3 times the size of the original Fulong Temple, showing that the imperial court was very concerned about the reconstruction of Fulong Temple. Lord Shi has put in a lot of effort. Zhang Fulong bowed to Shi Hong to express his gratitude. Shi Hong quickly returned the greeting, saying, "You're too kind, immortal master. This is my duty. I need to trouble you with something, Lord Shi." "Please speak, immortal master." "Please trouble Lord Shi to gather all the laborers and servants together." "Summon all the laborers and servants together?" Shi Hong wondered what Zhang Fulong was up to. However, since Zhang Fulong had given the order to do so, Shi Hong had no choice but to go and carry it out. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, everyone had gathered. Several thousand people were gathered together, creating a sea of people. But none of them knew why they had been called here. Wasn't the Fulong Temple already completed? They were just packing up to go home. As everyone was filled with doubt, they heard Zhang Fulong say, "I am Zhang Fulong, a descendant of Fulong Temple. Today, thanks to you all, Fulong Temple has been able to see the light of day again. To express my gratitude, I invite you all to bathe in the sweet rain." "Rain is coming." Zhang Fulong pointed, and dark clouds immediately appeared in the pale sky, followed by a light drizzle that splashed on everyone. The raindrops fell on my body, and in an instant, I felt so comfortable. All the fatigue from my previous work disappeared. "Thank you, immortal master." "Thank you, immortal master." Everyone knelt down and kowtowed. Only immortals could perform such a ritual. Shi Hong was also greatly shocked. There truly was an immortal at Fulong Temple. Previously, he had only addressed Zhang Fulong as immortal master out of consideration for Zhang's status, but now it seemed that the title was well deserved. "There's no need for that. This is just a small gift from me. Please rise." Zhang Fulong called everyone to get up. This method was nothing special. It was simply that the rainwater contained spiritual energy, which would automatically open up to help cleanse the body when it touched it. It has the effect of relieving fatigue and treating some minor ailments, but other than that, it has no other practical use. Unbeknownst to Zhang Fulong, it was precisely this action that led thousands of laborers to return to their hometowns and spread the word about his miracles, making Fulong Temple famous throughout the world. Once again, the emperor learned of it immediately and quickly summoned Shi Hong to confirm. "I've heard that with a wave of your hand, the heavens send down sweet rain, curing everyone's illnesses?" If Zhang Fulong's flying sword slicing through the tree branch that day was beyond the reach of ordinary people, then this sudden downpour from heaven has exceeded everyone's expectations. The immortal master truly lives up to his name. His methods are truly remarkable. It's a pity the emperor couldn't be there in person. When the villagers of Ivory Village learned that a celestial master had once again descended upon Fulong Temple, they were utterly shocked. However, while shocked, I was also overjoyed. The village head of Ivory Village is leading several middle-aged villagers to Fulong Temple to verify the information. When the villagers of Ivory Village saw that this immortal master was Zhang Fulong, who had asked them for a place to stay half a year ago, their jaws nearly dropped in astonishment. It's one thing for young people to lack martial ethics, but even the immortal master lacks martial ethics, keeping it from this old man for so long. If he hadn't seen him today, he probably would never have known in his life. Fortunately, they received news from Zhang Fulong that Fulong Temple would soon reopen and would be recruiting people from all over the world who were destined to be there. The news caused an uproar, and people flocked to Fulong Temple, hoping to be the one destined to receive it before Fulong Temple reopens to the public. Zhang Fulong needs to do one thing in addition to bringing his parents to live with him at Fulong. Temple. He also moved his great-grandfather's grave to Fulong Temple for reburial. In this way, it was also a return to his roots for my great-grandfather. There are many talented people in the world, but Jang Fulong only selected 300 of them. It is worth mentioning that Lu Shua's father, Lu Ditsai, also came, bringing 200,000 taels of silver to fulfill his promise. Jang Fulong said he didn't want it, but Lu Ditsai couldn't refuse. Furthermore, powerful and wealthy businessmen, knowing that his son was a disciple of the immortal master of Fulong Temple, took the initiative to come to him for cooperation, practically feeding him. In the past year, Lu Ditsai earned more than 200,000 taels of silver. Originally, Lu Ditsai wanted to send more, but considering the reputation of Fulong Temple, sending too much would not be appropriate, so he fulfilled the original agreement. Since they had brought the money to his door, Jang Fulong didn't refuse this time and accepted it. However, Jang Fulong explained to Lu Ditsai once again that Lu Shua had no affinity with Fulong Temple and would still have to leave the mountain in the future. This time, Lu Ditsai didn't say anything more and followed Jang Fulong's instructions. Time flies, and 15 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Jang Fulong broke through to the peak of the 9th level of qi refining, which is also the highest realm of the 1st level of qi refining. Chapter 19 Tribulation. So much has happened in the past 15 years. The previous emperor of the Deity dynasty passed away 3 years ago, and the new emperor ascended the throne 3 years ago, with the reign title Guanghe. At this time, it was the 2nd year of Guanghe, perhaps because there were too many wise rulers before the Great Qian dynasty. The current emperor Guanghe showed subtle signs of decline. It's very simple. Emperor Guanghe doesn't possess his father's art of balancing power. An emperor who lacks the art of weighing power is destined to be an unqualified emperor. Also, at the end of the 2nd year of Guanghe, news that shocked the world came from Fulong Temple. Jang Fulong announced that Fulong Temple will be closed from today until it reopens after 100 years. Everyone was stunned by Jang Fulong's decision and didn't understand why he would do it. My disciple, our master-disciple relationship ends here. Let's go down the mountain. Jang Fulong found Lu Shua and told him to leave Fulong Temple starting today. Lu Shua began following Jang Fulong at the age of 12 and has been with him for 16 years. Lu Shua is now 28 years old and a grown man. Perhaps because he often followed Jang Fulong around, he developed a refined and easygoing personality, displaying an extraordinary temperament. Lu Shua had long known this day would come. He kowtowed 3 times to Jang Fulong and then went down the mountain. After Lu Shua descended the mountain, Jang Fulong used magic to hide Fulong Temple from the world, making it impossible for people to find him again. As time went by, the name Fulong Temple gradually faded from people's memories. 100 years later, the Great Qian dynasty still exists, but it is already teetering on the brink of collapse. Due to the surge in population and severe land consolidation, famine broke out across the country, and there were no fewer than 100 uprisings of varying sizes last year alone. The imperial court had no money or grain to provide disaster relief, and even if it did, the money and grain would not reach the people. They were divided up layer by layer from top to bottom, and the emperor's only means was to send troops to suppress the rebellion. However, even suppression has its limits. 2 major warlords emerged in the north, and 1 emerged in the south. The 3 major warlords together occupied 12 states of the Great Qian dynasty, with only 6 states nominally still under the control of the Great Qian. If this trend continues, the Great Qian dynasty will inevitably perish within 3 years. Only 1 year has passed. At the foot of Pingdingshan Mountain in Qingzhou, a horse-drawn carriage, escorted by a troop of cavalry, sped by. The cavalrymen's armor was stained with blood, and their faces showed exhaustion, indicating that they had been through a fierce battle. Upon arriving at the foot of Pingdingshan Mountain, a middle-aged man dressed in a dragon robe jumped out of the carriage. At this moment, the middle-aged man looked up to the sky and cried out, "Immortal Master, where are you? Save me, save the Great Qian dynasty." That's right, he is the current emperor of the Great Qian dynasty. In just 1 year, all 18 states of the empire broke away from the control of the Great Qian dynasty, and the capital city also fell into the hands of the rebels. The 3 warlords seem to have reached a consensus to avoid conflict and civil war, and to have only one goal: to go to the capital. This led to the downfall of the Great Qian dynasty in just 1 year. Protected by 3,000 personal guards, the emperor fled all the way from the capital to this place, where he was left with only a few dozen men. The reason I came here is because of my last remaining thought. If we can find a celestial master, there is still hope for the Great Qian dynasty. Unfortunately, the emperor shouted for a long time and knelt for a long time, but Pingdingshan remained as quiet as ever, and no one responded to him. Finally, he was dragged away by his guards and left Pingdingshan to continue his escape. After the emperor left, a figure appeared in the same spot. It was Jang Fulong, who had disappeared for a century. It's a man-made disaster. Watching the emperor's departing figure, Jang Fulong shook his head and sighed. 100 years ago, in the imperial palace in Shangjing, when Emperor Chenlong asked him about the people's livelihood, he had already explained it to Emperor Chenlong. Later, they were also proven that food production increased year by year and would not be a burden due to population growth. Emperor Chenlong was a wise ruler, and with over 100 years of rule since the founding of the Great Qian dynasty, land annexation was not a serious problem, and the people had some means of survival. Unlike now, where the emperor is fooled by his courtiers, powerful families are desperately seizing land and treating the common people like dirt. It would be strange if the country didn't fall into chaos. Jang Fulong does indeed have the ability to save the Great Qian dynasty, but what use is that? He can't save the people of the world. It's time for the world to be reshuffled. Zhang Fulong's sigh was not for the demise of the Great Qian dynasty, but for the impending upheaval of the world, which still could not change the 300-year rule of dynasties. He initially accepted Lu Shua as a disciple because Lu Shua possessed the potential to become a hidden dragon. In other words, someone in the Lu family will definitely become a dragon within 5 generations. If Emperor Chenlong had implemented a national policy to prevent land annexation, and the next emperor had not declined, Jang Fulong could have helped the Chenlong dynasty continue its reign. Unfortunately, things didn't go as Jang Fulong wished, which made him realize a truth: the general trend of heaven and earth cannot be changed. So, when Lu Shua was 28 years old, he was sent down the mountain, and Fulong Temple was closed to the public. With the fall of the Great Qian dynasty, the next dynasty will undoubtedly be founded by a descendant of Lu Shua, and all other warlord forces are merely pioneers in the path to becoming king. As Jang Fulong had predicted, 8 years later, Lu Shua ascended the throne in Shangjing, establishing the state of Dali. Lu Shua was the great-grandson of Lu Shua. 1 month after the founding of the Great Li Kingdom. On this day, Fulong Temple reappeared in the world. I am Jang Fulong of Fulong Temple. After a century of seclusion, I have comprehended the higher realm of qi refining. In 3 months, I will undergo my tribulation on Pingding Mountain. All people are welcome to come and witness it. Jang Fulong's voice carried for miles around, startling everyone who heard it. The Fulong Temple, which had disappeared for a century, has reappeared in the world, and there's also something called tribulation. These are all incredibly exciting news. The news spread rapidly from Qingzhou throughout the land, attracting many people who came to see what this so-called tribulation was all about. Emperor Lu Xiu of Dali also learned of this news and hurriedly set off for Pingdingshan in Qingzhou. Besides meeting the legendary immortal master, he went to Pingdingshan to fulfill his grandfather's last wish. Lu Shua's last wish was for his descendants to take one last look at Fulong Temple on his behalf. For many years, the Lu family has been searching for Fulong Temple, but has not been able to find it. Now that Fulong Temple has reappeared in the world, he, as a descendant of the Lu family, naturally has to make a pilgrimage on behalf of his grandfather. At the same time, I also want to see what realm lies beyond qi refining. Since Emperor Chenlong copied the insights of the immortal master Lin Tion on qi cultivation 100 years ago, and Jang Fulong did not deliberately conceal it, people have gained some understanding of cultivation today. One must possess spiritual roots to cultivate. The first stage of cultivation is called qi refining, which is further divided into 9 levels. Both the immortal master Lin Tion back then and Jang Fulong now are at the qi refining level. As for what realm lies beyond qi refining, no one has yet provided an answer. Over the course of 3 months, countless people gathered at the foot of Pingdingshan Mountain, and Xiangya village returned to its former prosperity. The month of March arrived, and it was nearly noon. A figure appeared in the sky above Pingdingshan. In the blink of an eye, it was Jang Fulong, the abbot of Fulong Temple. Thank you all for coming to watch me undergo my tribulation. I am Fulong, the abbot of Fulong Temple. Jang Fulong, suspended in mid-air, bowed respectfully to the crowd, his voice clearly audible. Everyone returned the greeting. We have met the immortal master and wish him success in his tribulation. Chapter 20 Foundation Building. Jang Fulong unleashed his full power, displaying his peak qi refining 9th level cultivation without reservation. In an instant, a dark cloud appeared above Jang Fulong's head. Before long, a bolt of lightning descended from the dark cloud and struck Jang Fulong, a sight that terrified everyone who witnessed it. Is this what it means to transcend tribulation? The onlookers were terrified. It turned out that undergoing tribulation meant being struck by lightning. After 9 lightning strikes, Jang Fulong was on the verge of death, his body riddled with wounds. If another lightning strike came, he might not be able to withstand it. Fortunately, after the 9 lightning tribulations, the dark clouds dispersed, and a ray of light shone on Jang Fulong, whose injuries were visibly healing. Before long, Jang Fulong recovered completely, and his aura exploded out even stronger than before. I have successfully broken through to the foundation establishment stage today.
Fulong Temple will be accepting disciples in 6 months. Anyone with the right destiny is welcome to come. Now the world knows that the next step after chi refining is foundation building. However, what does this have to do with them?
They just came because they heard about it and wanted to see the immortals in person. On the other hand, this trip was not in vain, because Fulong Temple will once again accept disciples. This is a great joyous occasion, as it has been 100 years since the last time Fulong Temple accepted so many disciples inside the Fulong Temple.
I wonder if Your Majesty has come to my Fulong Temple on some important matter.
After the tribulation ended, Jang Fulong immediately spotted Lu Xiu in the crowd and knew that he was a descendant of Lu Shua and the current emperor of the Great Li Kingdom. Upon hearing Jang Fulong's question, Lu Xiu knelt down and bowed, saying, "Lu Xiu, great-grandson of Lu Shua, pays respects to my grandmaster."
Lu Xiu paid homage as a descendant of Lu Shua, not as the emperor of Dali. Zhang Fulong accepted the bow. Although Lu Shua was only Zhang Fulong's nominal disciple, he was Zhang Fulong's only disciple, and regardless of the circumstances, that sentiment remained. Zhang Fulong helped Lu Xiu up and asked, "When did your grandfather pass away?"
Reporting to Grandmaster, "My grandfather passed away 30 years ago at the age of 99. He passed away peacefully, and his only regret was that he was unable to return to Fulong to see it one last time." Lu Xiu replied that he was only 8 years old 30 years ago, and was also an ignorant child. 99 years old is an extremely advanced age for a human being, but compared to Zhang Fulong, this advanced age was insignificant, so Lu Xiu didn't mention it. 30 years ago, Zhang Fulong thought for a moment. At that time, the Great Qin dynasty had not yet experienced a major upheaval, and Lu Xiu was enjoying his old age in peace.
I already understand.
If Your Majesty has nothing else to attend to, please descend the mountain.
Zhang Fulong issued an order to leave.
I do indeed have some questions for my grandmaster, Lu Xiu said, this time in his capacity as emperor.
Your Majesty, please speak. May I ask, Grandmaster, how long will it take for the world to change? As an emperor and a descendant of Lu Shua, Lu Xiu naturally knew about the fortunate events of that year. He had a premonition that a change in the course of history was not far off.
It won't be long, it will be in the next few years, Zhang Fulong said truthfully. His ability to break through to the foundation establishment stage indicates that the spiritual energy in the Tianyuan realm is sufficient for a small group of people to cultivate, including the descendants of the original 365 generals. Upon hearing Zhang Fulong's words, Lu Xiu frowned. He had guessed that the world was about to change, but he hadn't expected it to happen so quickly.
What would become of the newly established Dali dynasty? Please tell me, my ancestor, what path should my great Li dynasty take?
Lu Xiu asked. The Dali dynasty had just been established and still had many remnants of the previous dynasty, and the Daiqian royal family occupied a large number of positions. Once the world changes, and many cultivators emerge from the remnants of the previous dynasty, the newly stabilized world will inevitably descend into chaos again.
Does Your Majesty know what kind of person can possess spiritual roots?
To possess spiritual roots for cultivation is 1 in 10,000, one is truly a lucky person. Lu Xiu answered without hesitation. Zhang Fulong glanced at Lu Xiu again and said, "Isn't Your Majesty a lucky one?" This, reminded by Zhang Fulong, Lu Xiu immediately understood. Isn't a lucky person someone with great fortune? He himself is someone with great fortune, otherwise, how could he have reached this position?
Please explain, Grandmaster.
Lu Xiu asked again. He understood, but he didn't understand the deeper meaning or how to proceed. The immortal master Lin Tion once said that the first batch of cultivators would surely have 365 descendants. The fact that immortal master Lin Tion dared to make such a guarantee must mean that he had the approval of the heavenly Tao, and the first batch of people with spiritual roots must include their descendants. I have glimpsed the secrets of heaven, and the number of the first batch of people with spiritual roots is 9-fold. I do not know the exact number. I do not know if it is 810 or 999, excluding the 365 individuals. His Majesty still has considerable room for maneuver with the remaining individuals. As long as the Great Li royal family gathers a large amount of fortune, the probability of spiritual roots appearing will be higher. As for how to gather fortune, I need not explain that. Your Majesty knows how to do it. For Lu Xiu's sake, Zhang Fulong made things clear to Lu Xiu.
Thank you for informing me, Master.
Lu Xiu bowed, and Zhang Fulong's words were of great help to him. There is one more thing I would like to ask Your Majesty to understand. Having spiritual roots does not necessarily mean being human. Jang Fulong reminded Lu Xiu once again. Lu Xiu was immediately stunned.
Does the Grand Master mean that some animals can become spirits? This is not a good thing.
If animals become sentient, it will definitely cause a huge impact on humans.
Your Majesty, please descend the mountain.
Jang Fulong has said enough today. The future of the Great Li dynasty is entirely up to fate. After leaving Fulong Temple and returning to the capital, Lu Xiu announced the establishment of a department and a guard without informing anyone. One is the Bureau of Surveillance, the other is the Exorcist Guard. The former is for gathering intelligence, and the latter is for exorcising demons and monsters. The two complement each other. This left everyone baffled, wondering why the emperor would establish these two departments, and where the demons and monsters in the world came from. But the court officials quickly realized that the emperor had gone to Fulong Temple and returned in this state. Could it be that the emperor had received some advance notice? If that's the case, the world will inevitably descend into turmoil once again. Afterwards, Lu Xiu issued many more decrees concerning people's livelihoods, which had to be implemented in every village and township, with severe punishment for anyone who dared to neglect them. The mobilization effort in Dali this time was unprecedented, breaking the criticism that imperial power did not extend to the countryside. This is good for ordinary people, but it's a nightmare for officials. I usually slack off during my 8-hour workday, but I get paid holidays and can relax and listen to music whenever I have free time. It's so relaxing. Now, as long as they're not dead, they work themselves to the bone, without a moment's rest. Being an official in Dali is truly difficult. This is the sentiment in the hearts of all the officials. It was unclear what the emperor intended to do or why he was in such a hurry. If these decrees were implemented effectively, even an idiot successor could maintain the dynasty. The emperor is trying to accomplish in the present moment what would have been the work of several generations. The emperor was a bit harsh, but the public response was positive, and the people were all grateful to this new dynasty. Chapter 21. The first batch of cultivators are born 5 years after the establishment of the Great Li. He awoke once more. The spiritual energy contained in the Tianyuan realm is sufficient for some cultivators. It's time to enter the era of cultivation. Then, he bestowed upon him 999 spiritual roots. Of the 365 spiritual roots, each has its own affiliation, while the remaining spiritual roots are scattered throughout the Tianyuan realm, to be obtained by those with the right affinity. At that moment, Jang Fulong, who was in seclusion, suddenly woke up. He looked up at the sky and knew that the world was about to change. At the same time, Jang Fulong also noticed that a spiritual root had fallen into Ivory Village. Jang Fulong summoned the young Taoist and sent him down the mountain to Ivory Village, saying he intended to take the child as his disciple and asked the family if they were willing. If the child is willing, Jang Fulong will come down the mountain to bring the child to Fulong Temple when the child is 3 years old. If not, then forget it and let fate decide. Upon hearing that Jang Fulong wanted to take on an apprentice, the family was overjoyed and eager to send their child up the mountain immediately. When the villagers of Ivory Village heard the news, the whole village celebrated for the child. Previously, Ivory Village relied on the influence of Fulong Temple for its livelihood. Now, they finally have a legitimate reason to live, so how could they not be happy? This change of heart was initially unknown to everyone except Jang Fulong. A few years later, someone noticed a clue, and people realized that the world was about to change. More than 10 years later, these people with spiritual roots embarked on the path of cultivation. For a time, a cultivation craze swept through the Tianyuan realm, and people's respect for the Fulong Temple gradually diminished. In recent years, the old faction of the Dacian royal family has begun to stir up trouble and has started to have ideas about restoring the country. They had the largest number of cultivators, and their absolute dominance led to victory, allowing them to successfully restore their kingdom. After several clashes between the old and new forces, the Great Qian royal family realized they were wrong. The Great Li royal family had no fewer cultivators than them. This left the Great Qian royal family and the observing aristocratic families completely bewildered. What was going on? They were born with spiritual roots thanks to the blessings of their ancestors, while the Great Li royal family inexplicably possessed so many cultivators. It was illogical. Did the immortal master Lin Tion deceive them back then? Someone went to Fulong Temple to question Jang Fulong. Jang Fulong's response was that if they didn't know how to be grateful, he wouldn't mind taking action to eliminate them. This is the harshest thing Jang Fulong has ever said. These people dared not risk their lives, and no one knew Jang Fulong's true strength. The Great Li kingdom was powerful and formidable. After numerous unsuccessful attempts, many people gave up the idea of restoring their kingdom. Because cultivators have started to establish sects, they have begun to recruit disciples to expand their sects and increase their own foundation. This is a power struggle. Many new sects have emerged in the Tianyuan realm, all claiming to be immortal sects,
And all of these sects claimed to be free from the jurisdiction and restrictions of the dynasty. Lu Xiu was helpless in this regard. Firstly, he did not have enough resources and manpower to deal with these cultivation sects, and secondly, there were more troublesome matters waiting for him to handle, so he could only let these sects develop. The thing Jang Fulong warned him about has happened. It's not just humans who are born with spiritual roots, some animals have also been born with spiritual roots and are now becoming monsters that harm humans. Fortunately, Lu Xiu had made prior arrangements, establishing a surveillance bureau and a demon extermination guard, which prevented chaos when trouble occurred and ensured the safety of the people to the greatest extent possible. 20 years passed in this way. During these 20 years, the Great Li dynasty grew stronger and its position became completely stable, for no other reason than that the cultivators of the Great Li dynasty were far superior in strength to all other cultivation sections. These cultivation sects were generally at the 1st to 3rd level of qi refining, while the Great Li dynasty was at the 2nd to 5th level of qi refining, a difference of more than a little. The reason for this is that these cultivation sects all operate in seclusion, never concerning themselves with worldly affairs. On the contrary, the people of the Great Li dynasty were constantly traveling all over the country, gaining experience in the mortal world, and their strength improved rapidly. Later on, these cultivation sects seemed to understand this principle and began sending people to experience life in the mortal world, which helped alleviate a lot of pressure on Dali. Tianyuan realm has undergone another century of development. Over the course of a century, the concentration of spiritual energy in the Tianyuan realm has increased significantly, and many spiritual roots have been born. Now, the Tianyuan realm has truly entered a golden age of cultivation. On the other hand, the spiritual energy concentration in the Tianyuan realm is still scarce. Apart from Jang Fulong, the highest level of other cultivators in the Tianyuan realm is only the 9th level of qi refining, and there are no more than 10 of them. Qi refining cultivators have a lifespan of no more than 200 years. The first generation of cultivators who have lived to this day are at least 130 years old, while those with slightly lower cultivation levels have all passed away. Some people began to feel afraid, fearing that their lifespan was too short and they would soon pass away. So they turned their attention to Jang Fulong of Fulong Temple. They knew that this master had already broken through the qi refining stage and reached the foundation establishment stage, and was still alive and while it's several hundred years old. If they could learn from Jang Fulong how to break through to the foundation establishment stage, they could live for several hundred more years. Foundation establishment cultivators can live up to 500 years. May I ask what brings you fellow Taoists to my Fulong temple? The person who greeted them was Jang Fulong's disciple from Ivory Village, whose original surname was Han and whose given name was Li. Han Li is now at the peak of the 9th level of qi refining, just one step away from breaking through to foundation establishment. We wish to see the abbot, please inform him if you do so. Han Li remained silent for a long time before replying, fellow Taoists, please wait a moment. After finishing his speech, Han Li left the reception hall and headed towards Jang Fulong's location. Upon seeing Jang Fulong, Han Li immediately said, Master, just as you predicted, they have arrived. This implies that they had anticipated these people would come knocking on their door. It turns out that the master and apprentice were putting on a charade. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Jang Fulong nodded slightly and said, bring them to see me. Soon, the leaders of these major sects met Jang Fulong. May I ask what business you gentlemen have with me at Fulong Temple today? Jang Fulong was the first to ask questions. We have been stuck at the peak of the 9th level of qi refining for decades. Now that our lifespan is coming to an end, we hope that the abbot will bestow upon us the method of foundation establishment. We will repay you handsomely. These people were straightforward and stated their purpose directly. Jang Fulong remained silent for a moment before asking, can you all tell what level of cultivation my disciple has reached? Jang Fulong pointed to Han Li. Everyone looked at him and realized it was obvious. He was at the peak of the 9th level of qi refining, just like them. Why would Jang Fulong ask such a question? They didn't answer, all pondering what Jang Fulong meant. Seeing that no one spoke, Jang Fulong continued, as you all can see, my disciple is currently at the peak of the 9th level of qi refining. Like you all, he has been stuck at this level for decades and has not been able to advance any further. In other words, if you all want to break through qi refining and reach foundation establishment, this is not something that I can solve with just a few words. Otherwise, my disciple would have already reached foundation establishment. Please think about it, everyone, isn't this the right way to do it? Chapter 22 Upgrading the Zhou Tian Star Array. After listening to Jang Fulong's words, everyone thought about it and felt that Jang Fulong was right.
If guidance could make someone reach the foundation establishment stage, Hanli would have already reached the foundation establishment stage and wouldn't be like them, still stuck at the peak of the 9th level of qi refining.
May I ask, Abbot, why is this?
Back then, our ancestor Lin Tion established the Zhou Tian star array, and only then did spiritual energy come into being in the world. The reason you are all stuck at the peak of the 9th level of qi refining and unable to break through is simply that the world's spiritual energy is insufficient to support anyone breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Therefore, I am powerless to help you with your problems. Jang Fulong explained the reasons to them. Everyone's heart sank. Was there really no other way? They were unwilling to accept this fate. They had finally obtained the opportunity to become immortals and enjoyed it for over 100 years, only to wait to die like this. They were truly unwilling.
Master, is there really no other way?
Some people still want to fight for their last hope. Not entirely, Zhang Fulong replied with just those 4 words, but they lit up their eyes as if they had seen hope again.
Someone asked urgently, please explain, Abbot. Upgrade the Zhou Tian star array to accelerate the conversion of spiritual energy. This is the answer given by Zhang Fulong.
May I ask the abbot, what conditions are required to upgrade the Zhou Tian star array, and how long will it take to support our breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage? Someone asked. If the cost is high, they can grit their teeth and accept it. They couldn't afford to wait. If it took another few hundred years, they would have turned to dust by then, and the matter would be meaningless. They want to live in the present and don't want to benefit future generations. By replacing the original 365 generals with 365 qi refiners, and adding some materials to strengthen the formation, the efficiency of the Zhou Tian star formation will be greatly improved. Within 20 years, you will all be able to break through to the foundation establishment stage. When Zhang Fulong said this, everyone gasped. Currently, there are only 3,000 to 5,000 cultivators in the Tianyuan realm, and each of them is a supreme being. Who would be willing to give up 1/10 of them? No one wanted to abandon their disciples. Losing even one cultivator would greatly diminish the sect's influence. However, if they are unwilling to give it up, they will not be able to go any further, and in a few decades they will turn into a handful of yellow earth and be trampled on the ground.
Master, is there really no other way?
They wanted to try again. Perhaps Zhang Fulong had other ideas.
I have no other choice but to do so.
Zhang Fulong shook his head. This was the only method he knew. Whether they wanted to take the plunge or not was entirely up to them. The group looked at each other, and no one spoke. They didn't know if Zhang Fulong was trying to fool them. They remained silent, and Zhang Fulong was also speechless, preparing to see them off, as if to say that whether they did it or not was none of his business, since he had already broken through to the foundation establishment stage and would live longer than them no matter what. That's how confident I am. After a long while,
someone finally spoke up. Master, may we go down and discuss this matter before making a decision?
Of course. Disciple, see the guest out. Zhang Fulong told them to go back and think it over, and to come back and tell him when they had made up their minds. Compared to them, he had plenty of time after everyone had left.
Master, do you think they will believe it?
Hanli asked. Their inability to break through to the foundation establishment stage is indeed due to insufficient spiritual energy from heaven and earth, which cannot sustain them. Zhang Fulong was not lying to them about this. There was one thing Zhang Fulong didn't tell them: it was impossible to break through to the foundation establishment stage normally, but it was possible to do so with the help of external forces. For example,
alchemy. One can use some rare and precious materials to fuse
with spiritual energy and refine them into foundation establishment pills containing spiritual energy. Taking these pills will greatly increase the breakthrough rate, making it the most suitable method at present. Zhang Fulong had a way to help Hanli break through to the foundation establishment stage, and Hanli was aware of this. The reason Hanli hadn't broken through yet was all for today, waiting for these people to take the bait. What can they do if they don't believe it? They have no choice, Zhang Fulong said. The longer people live, the more they cherish their lives, especially these old fogies. If they know there's even a glimmer of hope, they'll fight tooth and nail for it. Zhang Fulong thus crushed their very lifeline. Sure enough, it wasn't long before these people responded, agreeing to upgrade the Zhou Tian star array. Everything is ready and in place. Before leaving, Zhang Fulong chatted with Hanli for a while longer. Disciple, from now on, Fulong Temple will be in your hands. Zhang Fulong instructed that after the Zhou Tian star array is upgraded, he will also become the array's core, just like Lin Tion did back then, so that the Zhou Tian star array can operate stably.
Disciple understands. Han Li nodded seriously. He knew about Jang Fulong's plan. After Jang Fulong leaves, he will become the next abbot of Fulong Temple. The Zhou Tian star array has been successfully upgraded, and the speed of spiritual energy conversion is 10 times that of before. He noticed it too, after Zhang Fulong transformed into the array's core. The wisp of spiritual energy that originally belonged to Lin Tion detached itself. He temporarily sealed away this wisp of spiritual energy, waiting for the right opportunity to reincarnate him as a human. After the Zhou Tian star array was upgraded, a cloud tribulation appeared in the sky above Pingding Mountain, exactly the same scene as when Jang Fulong underwent his tribulation. These cultivation sects knew that Han Li was about to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Now it's completely clear that they were deceived by Jang Fulong. There isn't just one way to break through to the foundation establishment stage, however. On the other hand, they could feel that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was increasing faster than before, so Zhang Fulong was not lying to them after all. It's such a contradiction. They didn't understand why Zhang Fulong did this, and in the end, he even got himself involved. After successfully surviving all the tribulations, Han Li was promoted to foundation establishment. I am Han Li of Fulong Temple. Today I have broken through to the foundation establishment stage. In 6 months, I will open an altar at Fulong Temple to preach the Tao and explain the method of foundation establishment. All living beings in the world are welcome to come and listen to the Tao. Han Li's words spread throughout the land. Upon hearing that Han Li was going to publicly explain the method of foundation building, all living beings in the world were shaken. Foundation building is the state they strive for. What puzzled everyone was what Han Li meant by all living beings under heaven. Did he perhaps include demons that had become spirits? If that's the case, things get complicated. Before they become spirits, monsters are already ferocious. After they become spirits, they become even more valiant. A monster at the first level of Qi refining requires one person at the second level of Qi refining or 3 people at the first level of Qi refining to deal with it. If the demons learn the foundation building technique, they will be even more difficult to deal with. Is Han Li doing this to put himself in opposition to the human race? The Emperor of Dali also sent an envoy to inquire about the meaning of Han Li's writings. The current Emperor of Dali is no longer Lu Xiu. Lu Xiu lacked spiritual roots and could not cultivate. He had already passed away several years ago, and his successor was his legitimate son. To be honest, this legitimate son didn't have any spiritual roots. He was just an ordinary person. Many people were puzzled by Lu Xiu's decision. Among his many princes, there were those without spiritual roots. Why did Lu Xiu choose a legitimate son without spiritual roots as his successor? Chapter 23 Real-time data of Tianyuan realm. When questioned by the Emperor of Dali, Han Li only gave one response: everything I have done conforms to the principles of the universe. Changbai Mountain. A verdant, continuous mountain range deep in the mountains, there lived a mountain king and a deer. The 2 animals are talking. Lord of the Mountain, Abbot Han Li of Fulong Temple is giving a lecture on the method of foundation establishment. Would you like to attend? Lu Rong asked. They are both beings born with spiritual roots in Changbai Mountain, and they are the only 2 in Changbai Mountain. The Mountain King is actually a white tiger. Having cultivated for so many years, Shan Jun had long since reached the peak of the 9th level of Qi refining, just 1 step away from foundation establishment. The deer antler's aptitude is somewhat inferior, only at the 7th level of Qi refining, still a long way from the 9th level. Of course I will go. If I don't return this time, I will entrust Changshan Bai to you. The Mountain Lord explained that it had been stuck at the peak of the 9th level of Qi refining for a long time and needed to find a way to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Now that such a good opportunity had come up, it could not miss it. Han Li said that all living beings in the world could go to listen to the Tao, and given the reputation and style of Fulong Temple, it should not break its promise and harm them. 6 months later, a peculiar sight appeared in Pingdingshan. Besides humans, those who came to listen to the teachings also included all sorts of monsters. These monsters could speak human language, but they could not transform into human form. I will not associate with beasts. Some people could not bear to be with these monsters and began to form factions: humans, demons, and a small number of neutrals. After they finished getting ready, Han Li appeared and began to explain the method of foundation building to everyone. It took 3 days for Han Li to finish sharing his insights. After the sermon, many people were radiant and smiling, clearly having gained a great deal. They were sure that after returning home and reflecting on their experiences in seclusion, they would make significant progress. Only the demons were dejected, their eyes lifeless. The Han calendar is useful to humans, but not very effective against them. May I ask the abbot, do you have a method suitable for my demon race to establish a foundation?
A white tiger stepped forward and asked. It was the mountain king of Changbai Mountain. Upon hearing Baitu's question, Han Li pondered for a moment and said, "Humans and demons are indeed structurally different, and I do not know of any suitable foundation building methods for your demon race. However, the methods are the same yet different, so exploring in this direction should yield results. Thank you for your guidance, Abbot." The white tiger knelt on its front legs and bowed its head 3 times to the ground, expressing its gratitude to Han Li. "Although the sermon wasn't very effective, I still gained some insights and understood some issues, which will help me avoid many detours." "It's all right. I still have to remind you to avoid killing, as it will hinder your path of cultivation." "Yes, as the Lord says." The white tiger bowed once more. Afterwards, Han Li announced the end of the sermon and asked everyone to leave. 5 years after Han Li began his sermon, an elder from the Tian Sheng sect and an elder from the Dili royal family both broke through to the foundation establishment stage. 10 years later, more people broke through to the foundation establishment stage. Qi refining is merely stepping into the threshold of cultivation. Foundation establishment is the true entry into the cultivation stage, where one can absorb spiritual energy and achieve true abstaining from grains. He roughly assessed the situation in the Tianyuan realm. The Tianyuan realm can currently only have 1 golden core cultivator, 99 foundation establishment cultivators, and 100,000 Qi refining cultivators. Any more than that and the Tianyuan realm cannot handle it. This is not due to insufficient spiritual energy, but because the Tianyuan realm has become too small and needs to be expanded. If this limit is exceeded, the Tianyuan realm may collapse. The current real-time data for Tianyuan realm is as follows. No living beings can reach the golden core stage. There are 8 foundation establishment stages, with the highest being Han Li, who is in the middle stage of foundation establishment, and the rest being in the early stage after foundation establishment. Unlike Qi refining, it is divided into 4 minor realms: early stage, middle stage, late stage, and peak, perfect. There are more than 20,000 people in the Qi refining stage. To further enhance the Tianyuan realm, we cannot rely solely on converting spiritual energy. We must also expand its area. He turned his gaze to Han Li of Fulong Temple, for he needed Han Li's help to accomplish this task. Before that, Han Li needed to break through to the golden core stage. While foundation establishment was enough to make someone a powerful figure in the Tianyuan realm, they were still considered weak in the outer realms. Only those who reach the golden core stage can defend against the void turbulence. This time, he will take control personally. He mobilized all the spiritual energy of the Tianyuan realm to flow into Fulong Temple, or more precisely, to pour it into Han Li. Sensing the unusually dense spiritual energy pulsating around him, Han Li frowned and snapped out of his reverie. What's going on? Han Li began to communicate with the heavenly way to see if it would give him any guidance. After some communication, Han Li finally understood the reason for the matter. After learning the whole story, Han Li felt immense pressure. This time, other cultivators in the Tianyuan realm could feel that the spiritual energy in the world was not active, as if it was about to be depleted, making cultivation extremely difficult and without any progress. 10 years later, Han Li broke through to the late stage of foundation establishment. 20 years later, Han Li broke through to the foundation establishment stage and achieved perfection. After another 50 years of accumulation, Han Li began his attempt to break through to the golden elixir stage. I am Han Li of Fulong Temple. I will soon be breaking through to the golden core realm. Those who are destined are welcome to come and watch. Han Li's words spread throughout the land, causing a great uproar once again. During these 80 years, cultivators throughout the world have endured extreme hardship, their cultivation making no progress whatsoever, and very few infants born with spiritual roots. They didn't understand why this was happening. Were they going to return to the Dharma ending age? If that's the case, it would be a huge blow to them. They had never risen before, and suddenly they fell to the bottom again. No one could accept that. Everyone assumed that everyone was like that, but then someone suddenly appeared and left them far behind. How could this not be surprising? Why was Han Li able to break through? And why did he cultivate so quickly? Where did the problem lie? They definitely want to see Han Li's breakthrough, and they also have questions for him. In addition, they also learned that the realm above foundation establishment is golden core. On this day, a fierce wind blew across Pingdingshan Mountain, and the rolling clouds were terrifying to behold. Is this the tribulation lightning for breaking through to the golden core stage? It's terrifyingly powerful, far stronger than the tribulation lightning for foundation establishment. Boom! After a moment of preparation, a bolt of lightning struck down from the clouds, creating a powerful impact. Han Li easily dealt with the first lightning tribulation, then the second, the third. Each lightning tribulation was more powerful than the last, until the 9th lightning tribulation.
Why hasn't the tribulation cloud dissipated after the 9 lightning tribulations? Does this mean the tribulation isn't over yet? Some people wonder, since there are only 9 tribulations during the foundation establishment stage, could the number increase for the golden core stage? But thinking about it, it makes sense. The tribulations experienced at different cultivation levels are certainly different. After the 9 lightning tribulations, Abbot Hanli was unharmed. Even if another round comes, he can easily handle it. Everyone could see that Hanli was in good condition, having only expended some spiritual energy, but had suffered no damage. Even if the tribulation lightning that followed was even more powerful than before, Hanli would still be 100% certain to successfully overcome the tribulation. Almost everyone thinks this way. Chapter 24 Achieving First Grade Golden Core. Boom. The second round of Ninefold Lightning Tribulation, the third round of Ninefold Lightning Tribulation, even up to the 8th round of the Ninefold Thunder Tribulation, the cloud of tribulation had not yet dissipated, which meant that Hanli had not yet completed his tribulation and that more thunder tribulations were yet to come. All the cultivators present were terrified. Just what kind of realm is the Golden Core stage? To undergo such a terrifying tribulation is something only Hanli could achieve. If it were any of them, they would have been cleaved in too long ago. Hanli is not in good condition right now, his hair is disheveled and his spiritual energy is nearly depleted. If another lightning tribulation strikes, Hanli will likely fail to survive and perish under the cloud tribulation. Boom. A new round of tribulation lightning, the 9th round of tribulation lightning, has begun. Lightning struck Hanli hard. In that critical moment, Hanli pulled something out of his pocket and put it in his mouth. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a pill. This is a spirit restoration pill refined by Hanli. Taking one can instantly restore the spiritual energy of a foundation establishment cultivator. For cultivators, this elixir is extremely precious. It can turn the tide of battle at critical moments, making it an essential medicine for survival. Unfortunately, the ingredients used in this pill were extremely rare, and Hanli only managed to refine one. This very same one saved Hanli's life. Although the 9th round of lightning tribulation was terrifying, Hanli managed to withstand it by replenishing his spiritual energy. 9 rounds of lightning tribulations, totaling 81. After 81 lightning tribulations, no more lightning descended from the clouds, and a radiant glow shone upon Hanli. Bathed in the glow of the sunset, Hanli's spiritual energy was replenished, and his injuries were fully healed. Immediately afterwards, a golden egg emerged from Hanli's dantian, with 9 patterns on it. A powerful aura burst forth, pressing down on the onlookers so much that they couldn't stand up. This is the strength of the Golden Core stage, and a first-grade Golden Core at that, which is many times stronger than the foundation establishment stage. In the face of a Golden Core expert, a mere foundation establishment cultivator could be annihilated with a flick of the finger. Today I have achieved the first-grade Golden Core. Cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refining or above are welcome to enter the temple for exchange. Hanli removed his oppressive aura and allowed cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refining or above to enter the Fulong temple for exchanges. There are too many cultivators below the 9th level of Qi refining, and Fulong temple certainly cannot accommodate so many people. There are too few foundation establishment cultivators, so we have to compromise. There are about several hundred people at the 9th level of Qi refining plus those at foundation establishment. Fulong temple can easily accommodate this number of people. May I ask, Abbot, what is a first-grade golden elixir? One of the foundation establishment cultivators asked. The pressure just now was too great. Hanli alone suppressed all of us to the point that we couldn't breathe. After establishing the foundation, a golden elixir can be formed in the dantian. This realm is called the golden elixir stage. Golden elixir is further divided into 9 grades, with grade 1 being the highest and grade 9 the lowest. The quality of the golden core varies, and so does the foundation it provides. The higher the quality of the golden core, the stronger the combat power, the more solid the foundation, and the further one can go on the path of cultivation. However, correspondingly, the more and more powerful the heavenly tribulations will be attracted. My attainment of the first-grade golden core was a matter of life and death. Fellow Taoists, when you reach this level, I urge you to choose carefully. Hanli explained the secrets of the golden elixir to everyone. At the golden elixir stage, one can live for 2,000 years. After Hanli explained the situation, everyone finally understood why Hanli had attracted so many lightning tribulations. The higher the quality, the better, provided one is alive to endure it. If it were any of them, they wouldn't risk their lives like that. Abbot, I have a question. Why has spiritual energy become so scarce over the past few decades?
and why have we made no progress in our cultivation?
Does the abbot know the reason?
Someone else asked. Hanli, of course, wouldn't tell them it was because of him. He simply said, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth will soon return to normal, fellow Taoists, there is no need to worry. Furthermore, I have a special opportunity that can help you fellow Taoists or your disciples to cultivate quickly and advance to a higher realm. What are your thoughts, fellow Taoists? This was the main reason Hanli called them in. When they heard that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was about to be restored, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Hanli mention a special opportunity for them.
Everyone couldn't help but feel curious. Please explain in detail, Abbot. I wish to open a passage to other worlds. Fellow Taoists, you may send people to the new worlds to seek opportunities.
Hanli spoke very cryptically. What was clearly a plunder of other worlds' resources was described as seeking opportunities. Everyone understood what Hanli meant, but no one dared to point it out. Plundering resources from other worlds for one's own cultivation will definitely lead to a faster cultivation speed.
Abbot, when will it begin?
I will have to investigate before I know, but it shouldn't take long. There is one more thing to clarify. The passage to other worlds is unstable, and the number of people traveling there cannot be too large. You all need to go back and make plans as soon as possible, and choose suitable people to go to. I will inform you of the specific time and location after I have ascertained them.
Thank you for your help, Abbot.
After everyone took their leave, Hanli prepared to explore other worlds. After flying out of the Tianyuan realm, the turbulent void outside the world was very strong, and even Hanli, who had the cultivation of the golden core stage, had difficulty resisting it. Fortunately, he bestowed upon Hanli the power of heaven, enabling Hanli to walk steadily in the void. Hanli searched in the void for years before finally finding a new world. This new world is called the Mysterious Heart Realm. Its area is similar to that of the Heavenly Origin Realm, and its strength is about the same as that of the Heavenly Origin Realm 500 years ago. A trace of spiritual energy has just been generated in the world, and no one has yet embarked on the path of cultivation. The Xuanqin realm is the most suitable target for plunder at present. The only concern right now is whether the Heavenly Tao will be born in the Xuanqin realm, or whether the Heavenly Tao in the Xuanqin realm will awaken. Since the Heavenly Tao has not been born in the Xuanqin realm, or has not yet awakened, it would be easy to annex it. If a Heavenly Tao is born and awakens in the Mysterious Heart Realm, that would be a bit troublesome. Hanli didn't want to give up. He should at least give it a try. Hanli began to organize the coordinates of the Xuanqin realm. With his help, Hanli built a tunnel leading to the Xuanqin realm in the far north of the Tianyuan realm. After 3 years, the passage was completed. Hanli also sent messages to many sections. The first batch of personnel has been finalized, totaling 99 people. 99 people is the maximum capacity the void can withstand. After the first batch passes through, it will need to be maintained again before it can be reopened. I must remind you once again that I do not yet know whether the consciousness of this world has awakened. Remember, first ascertain the situation, avoid committing atrocities, and remember that the teleportation array will reopen in a year, at which time you will be able to return. Hanli reminded everyone again that under normal circumstances, the Heavenly Tao would not interfere with the operation of the world unless an extraterrestrial visitor caused a heavy blow to the world, in which case the Heavenly Tao would intervene. Of course, to know whether the Heavenly Tao of the Mysterious Heart Realm has awakened, someone has to cause trouble. This is also what Hanli hoped to see, but he still gave this warning, firstly to place himself on the highest moral ground, and secondly because he thought the things these people did had nothing to do with him. Hanli, secondly, it would be too entangled in karma. Thirdly, it would prevent these sects from suffering heavy losses and turning their anger towards Fulong Temple. It can be said that Hanli has put himself in an invincible position. He is a complete schemer. Chapter 25 Annexation and Refining. The very thing Hanli warned about still happened. Some people were arrogant and some were insatiable. In the Tianyuan realm, these people restrained themselves somewhat. After all, it was their own world, and they couldn't go too far in their actions, leaving themselves a way out. Upon arriving in the Xuanqin realm, facing a group of people who were completely powerless, his heart was completely unrestrained. Faced with these invaders, countless people died and were left devastated in the Xuanqin realm. In the face of such a tragedy, the Heavenly Tao of the Xuanqin realm intervened, unleashing lightning punishment to annihilate some of the most heinous invaders. This incident leads to the conclusion that the Heavenly Tao of the Xuanqin realm is in an awakened state. Some were killed by the Heavenly Tao of the Xuanqin realm, and the remaining cultivators dared not act rashly. They waited for the void to open again so they could return to the Tianyuan realm to discuss and decide what to do. A year later, the void reopened, and the survivors brought the information back to the Tianyuan realm.
Master, what should we do next? Some people asked why they didn't mention a single thing about those who had already passed away. This trip has been very fruitful, more than enough to make up for the losses. So why bother with such trivial matters? Indeed, external expansion is the best way to deal with internal friction. Having tasted success, these powerful figures and reputable sects all united as one against external threats. The awakening of the heavenly Tao consciousness in the Xuanqin realm is truly a thorny issue, and I need some time to think about it. Perfect timing. You can use this time to recover your strength. Once I have some leads, I will send someone to inform you. Han Li said that the worst thing had come true, but it makes sense. The Xuanqin realm has generated spiritual energy on its own. If it is given tens of thousands of years to evolve, it will definitely produce cultivators. In a world of this scale, it's normal for the heavenly Tao to awaken. The Tianyuan realm must annex the Xuanqin realm. Only in this way can the Tianyuan realm become stronger and be able to deal with powerful enemies in the future. Han Li was pondering how to deal with the heavenly Tao of the Xuanqin realm, but he was thinking about it too. This thought process took a long time. 2.5 years have passed since the last invasion of the Xuanqin realm. In the past 2.5 years, 16 people in the Tianyuan realm have broken through to the foundation establishment stage. The reason so many people have broken through to the foundation establishment stage is entirely due to the resources obtained from the Xuanqin realm. 2.5 years have passed, and Han Li still cannot find a way to deal with the heavenly Tao of the Xuanqin realm, but he has gained a glimmer of hope. He recalled how he had initially absorbed the chaotic energy. He wanted to ignite the earth, fire, wind, and water of the Xuanqin realm to restrain the heavenly Tao, so that they would have an opportunity to take advantage of it. As a feasible method. Even if it fails, it won't matter. It will only result in the loss of some cultivators, which Tianyuan realm can afford given its current resources. He conveyed this idea to Han Li. Han Li spent 6 months perfecting the plan before finally passing it on. The second passage to the mysterious heart realm has opened again. This time, everyone who went to the Xuanqin realm kept a low profile, followed the plan, and did not cause any trouble. 3 years ago, the Xuanqin realm experienced a great storm, which was eventually quelled. I thought that was the end of it, until one day, the earth, fire, wind, and water in the Xuanqin realm simultaneously erupted, plunging the entire Xuanqin realm into turmoil. How could this be? Upon seeing this situation, the heavenly Tao of the Xuanqin realm was in a state of utter panic. It hadn't done anything, so why were the earth, fire, wind, and water elements suddenly erupting for no apparent reason? Since the cause cannot be found, the only solution is suppression. The heavenly Tao of the Xuanqin realm has made its move, mobilizing the power of the heavenly Tao of the Xuanqin realm to suppress the earth, fire, wind, and water. Coincidentally, Han Li was waiting for the heavenly Tao of the Xuanqin realm to take action to suppress the earth, fire, wind, and water. At the same time that the heavenly Tao of the Xuanqin realm made its move, Han Li received the news. Fellow Taoists, please lend me a hand, Han Li cried out. Then, led by Han Li, everyone worked together to pull the Xuanqin realm towards the Tianyuan realm. Once the Xuanqin realm gets close to the Tianyuan realm, it can take action to annex the Xuanqin realm and thus evolve into the Tianyuan realm. Seeing the Xuanqin realm being moved, the heavenly Tao of the Xuanqin realm shouted, "Despicable!" The heavenly Tao of the mysterious heart realm finally understood the opponent's tactics. The fire, wind, and water in the Xuanqin realm were caused by the other party, with the aim of getting him to suppress them. Once the heavenly Tao of the mysterious heart realm intervenes to suppress the earth, fire, wind, and water, it will have no power to stop anything else. We can only watch as the Xuanqin realm gradually moves towards the Tianyuan realm. What a despicable and shameless group of invaders. It took 5 years for the Xuanqin realm to be drawn into the Tianyuan realm's domain. At this point, Han Li and the others no longer needed to take action. He intervened. The first thing to do is to refine the heavenly Tao of the profound heart realm. As for the problem of the turmoil in the earthly fire and feng shui of the profound heart realm, we can deal with it after we have refined the heavenly Tao of the profound heart realm. Wait, I am willing to submit, willing to become your puppet and manage the world for you. Knowing that he was about to be refined, the heavenly Tao of the Xuanqin realm hurriedly begged for mercy. He could not possibly agree to that. A world does not need 2 heavenly orders, nor does it need anyone else to manage the world for it. Instead, he must refine the heavenly Tao of the mysterious heart realm. The way of heaven is governed by laws, and there is more than one of them. However, the laws possessed by beings at their level of the heavenly Tao are incomplete. If one can refine the heavenly Tao of other worlds, the incomplete laws can be supplemented. In other words, refining the other party allows one to inherit their power of laws.
the law is supreme. All living beings in the Tianyuan realm, including cultivators, live under the rules established by the laws. No matter how powerful they are, if the law wants you to die, you will die. Only when the laws are perfected, and the more complete the laws are, will the path of cultivation be smoother for people. Spiritual energy alone is not enough, it only plays a supporting role. Afterwards, it took him 10 years to completely refine the heavenly Tao of the profound heart realm, and his power of laws was replenished. Subsequently, he suppressed the earth, fire, wind, and water of the Xuanqin realm and merged the Xuanqin realm into the Tianyuan realm. The area of Tianyuan realm has doubled. Because the Xuanqin realm originally had scarce spiritual energy, and it has been severely damaged, it is not suitable for cultivation now that the Xuanqin realm has merged into the Tianyuan realm. If the Xuanqin realm takes away the spiritual energy of the Tianyuan realm, it will make the already impoverished Tianyuan realm even worse off. This is not a wise move. So he came up with a solution to separate them into two domains. Originally, the Tianyuan realm was divided into the heavenly domain, and the Xuanqin realm was divided into the earthly domain. Thus, there are now two domains within the Tianyuan realm. Then, he allocated the spiritual energy transformed from the Zhoutian star array. 90% is allocated to the heavenly realm, and 10% to the earthly realm. The heavenly realm, formerly known as the heavenly origin realm, remains the primary focus of development, while the earthly realm will be nurtured slowly and developed when needed in the future. Given the current strength of Tianyuan realm, it is not suitable for comprehensive development, so we can only temporarily abandon one aspect. This will create another phenomenon. The heavenly realm will be a great place for cultivation, and cultivators from other regions will flock to the heavenly realm in the future. After all, no one wants to fall behind and everyone wants to go to a better place, so it is inevitable. Chapter 26. Nascent soul. With the power of the laws replenished, all living beings in the Tianyuan realm suddenly felt their minds become much clearer, and their cultivation became much smoother. I finally understand. In Changbai Mountain, a white tiger suddenly roared. This white tiger is the very same mountain spirit that went to Fulong Temple to listen to Han Li's sermon. 100 years ago, Shan Jun was at the peak of the 9th level of qi refining. 100 years later, the mountain lord was still at the peak of the 9th level of qi refining. It's incredibly difficult for demons to break through to the foundation establishment stage, and it's the same for all other demons. To this day, not a single member of the demon race has broken through to the foundation establishment stage. They are all stuck at the peak of the 9th level of qi refining. Previously, the demon race had a clear advantage over the human race. After all, the demon race was powerful, and at the same level, the human race needed to outnumber the demon race several times to win. Over the years, the number of foundation establishment cultivators among the human race has increased significantly, while the number among the demon race has been non-existent, leading demon race members to avoid human cultivators whenever they encounter them. Fortunately, the lifespan of demons is longer than that of humans. Take this mountain lord for example. If it were a human, after more than 100 years of slow progress, it would have long since turned into dust. Mountain Lord, what have you realized? Upon seeing the mountain lord roar, its good companion, the deer antler, quickly asked. A century has passed, and the deer antler has reached the peak of the 9th level of qi refining, the same realm as the mountain lord. However, in a fight, deer antlers would definitely lose to tigers, not only because of the dominance in the food chain, but also because of the difference in their inherent strength. I have found the method for the demon race to establish their foundation, the mountain lord replied excitedly. Really? Upon hearing this news, Lu Rong was extremely happy. After 100 years, the Mountain King finally realized it. He had waited so long that even the flowers had withered. Of course it's true, and this foundation building method is incredibly powerful. It can be passed down to the next generation, and I call it bloodline foundation building. As long as their descendants can awaken their bloodline inheritance, they can quickly cultivate to the level their ancestors reached. The Mountain King shared the deer antlers without any hesitation. In other words, if the Mountain Lord is at the golden core stage at this time, after it gives birth to offspring, as long as the offspring awakens its bloodline inheritance, its offspring can quickly cultivate to the golden core stage. Such a method of foundation building is truly terrifying. Rapon. Hearing this, Lu Rong gasped in shock, too stunned to speak. When does the Mountain Lord plan to break through to the foundation establishment stage? It'll be done soon. I'll study it a bit more and see if there are any gaps or shortcomings in this method. 3 months later, a cloud tribulation appeared in the sky above Changbai Mountain, attracting many demons to watch. Look, it's a foundation establishment tribulation.
Is someone breaking through to the foundation establishment stage there?
Now, all living beings in the world know how to distinguish which stage of the tribulation lightning they are undergoing.
Wait, isn't this Changbai Mountain, that tiger's territory? Could it be that it's about to break through to the foundation establishment realm? Has it found a way to enable demons to reach the foundation establishment realm?
The clever and quick-witted demons discovered the source of the problem. If this is true, it will be a huge milestone for the demon race. They hope this is true, otherwise, as the human race grows stronger, the demon race will have nowhere to go. As the cloud tribulation appeared, a figure emerged in the sky. It was this white tiger.
It really is it. Upon seeing the white tiger, the surrounding demons were overjoyed.
The Mountain Lord had indeed found the foundation establishment method for the demon race, otherwise, he wouldn't have attracted the foundation establishment tribulation. They all hoped that the Mountain Lord could safely pass through the foundation establishment tribulation. Compared to humans, demons are incredibly strong. When faced with the tribulation lightning, the Mountain Lord withstood it all without any pressure and successfully broke through to the foundation establishment stage. He was also the first demon in the Tianyuan realm to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Today I have broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Fellow demon cultivators, you may come to Changbai Mountain to teach me the foundation establishment method. The mountain spirit refers to himself as I. It is qualified. Firstly, the tiger is the king of the mountains, and other animals respect it. Secondly, the Mountain Lord was the first member of the demon race to create the foundation establishment method and successfully break through to the foundation establishment stage. It calls itself I and is fully capable of taking on this role.
We, the demon race, thank our king. The demons were overjoyed.
The Mountain Lord, without holding back, was going to pass on his foundation establishment method to them. In a short time, the Mountain Lord's status among the demons rose rapidly. With the Mountain Lord's foundation establishment method, the demon race soon broke through to the peak of the 9th level of Qi refining. Now, the demon race has the means to fight against humans again. The current real-time data for Tianyuan realm is as follows. The Tianyuan realm has two domains, the heavenly domain and the earthly domain. There was one person at the golden core stage, and that was Hanli. The number of foundation establishment cultivators has reached 100, more than 10 times more than before. The number of cultivators at the Qi refining stage reached over 100,000. In less than 1,000 years, it has crossed from the mortal realm to the era of cultivation. Tianyuan realm has now taken shape and is developing steadily. Hanli did not remain idle, he continued to search for other worlds beyond the realm, and so it went, day after day, year after year. For 300 years, over 300 years, Hanli only found two minor planes. Since no heavenly Tao was born in these two minor planes, they were easily swallowed up at this time. Instead of turning the two minor planes into one domain, he integrated them into the celestial domain. The reason is simple. The spiritual energy in the heavenly realm is now abundant enough for millions of living beings to cultivate. The only problem is that with the increasing number of cultivators, the area of the heavenly domain seems a bit small. It's impossible to incorporate the region into the heavenly domain anymore.
The region has long since recovered and is now suitable for cultivation, although it's not as good as the heavenly domain.
Cultivating to the foundation establishment stage is no problem. By integrating the two smaller planes into the celestial realm, the area of the celestial realm increased by half, alleviating the current situation of the celestial realm. Hanli has no plans to continue searching for the world for the time being, firstly because it is too difficult to find, and secondly because it is too inefficient. Over the course of 300 years, with the favor of heaven, Hanli's cultivation reached the peak of the golden core stage. Now, Hanli plans to go into seclusion to comprehend a new realm. The efficiency will be greatly improved if you wait until you break through to a new level before searching. Hanli secluded himself for 99 years to comprehend the Tao, finally reaching a realm beyond the golden elixir. Above the golden core is the nascent soul. As the name suggests, only by breaking through the elixir to become an infant can one step from the golden core to the nascent soul stage. Even if the physical body is destroyed, as long as the nascent soul remains intact, one can be reborn and enjoy a lifespan of 5,000 years. Of course, there are also differences in strength among nascent soul cultivators, depending on the quality of the cultivator's golden core. The higher the quality of the golden core, the stronger the nascent soul. Similarly, the greater the power,
the more powerful it becomes during tribulation. I am Hanli of Fulong Temple. I will undergo my tribulation in the North Sea in 1 year.
Those who are foundation establishment cultivators or above are welcome to go to the North Sea to observe. Hanli's words spread throughout the heavens. This time, Hanli did not choose to undergo his tribulation on Pingding Mountain because the nascent soul lightning tribulation was too powerful, and the aftershocks would damage the surrounding things. He needed to find an open and deserted place to undergo the tribulation. Beihai is the best choice. It's a vast ocean where no living creatures other than marine life would live. At the same time, Hanli also told all living beings that only cultivators above the foundation establishment stage could watch this tribulation. The reason was simple: the aftershocks of the tribulation were too great for cultivators below the foundation establishment stage to withstand. Even foundation establishment cultivators must keep their distance. Going below the foundation establishment stage is practically suicide. Chapter 27: The Transmigrator. Changbai Mountain. When Shan Jun heard that Hanli was about to undergo another tribulation and breakthrough, he was filled with emotion. Hanli reached the Golden Core stage hundreds of years ago, and now he is about to undergo tribulation, which is undoubtedly a realm above the Golden Core stage. It is truly a blessing from heaven to Fulong Temple. Every cultivation realm has always been created by the current abbot of Fulong Temple. At the same time, heaven also favors the human race. Why is it that the human race cultivates so quickly, while the demon race has made no progress? 300 years ago, it pioneered the method of establishing the foundation of the demon race's bloodline, which enabled the demon race to revitalize and level off its combat power with that of the human race. To this day, although the demon race has dozens of foundation establishment stage demons, none of them have been able to break through to the Golden Core stage. They are all stuck at the Foundation Establishment Perfection stage. The Mountain Lord has also been stuck at the Foundation Establishment stage for 100 years. However, as I said before, the demon race has a long lifespan, and the Mountain Lord still has plenty of time to comprehend new realms. Currently, the Tianyuan realm can accommodate 9 nascent soul cultivators, 300 golden core cultivators, and cultivators at the Foundation Establishment stage and below are not restricted, given the current state of the Tianyuan realm. It is far from reaching its maximum potential. 1 year later, Beihai, even before Hanli arrived, a large number of cultivators had already gathered here. Some ignorant and arrogant chi refining cultivators also came to watch. It's just a tribulation. It's not like we've never seen anything like it before. Why can't cultivators in the chi refining stage watch it? Who do you think you are? You told me not to look, but I insisted on looking anyway. Not only did I want to look, I even went up to see. Before long, the Han people arrived and stood on the SEA. At the same time, Hanli also noticed that there were chi refining stage cultivators among the onlookers. Hanli glanced at it briefly before looking away. He didn't try to drive them away. He had already made it clear beforehand: if someone wants to die, then let them die. You can't persuade a damned devil with kind words. Does he really think that Fulong Temple is easy to talk to? With his aura fully unleashed at the peak of the Golden Core stage, a cloud of tribulation appeared above Hanli's head. The power of the cloud of tribulation was even greater than before, and just one glance was enough to make the surrounding cultivators tremble. Get back as far away as possible. Some people sensed something was wrong and had a premonition that this tribulation was unusual and might involve them, but it was too late. Boom! The tribulation lightning has descended, and its power seems capable of destroying the world. Hanli quickly took steps to defend himself. Hanli, after all, possessed the peak cultivation of the Golden Core stage, so the first lightning tribulation did not harm him. But it's different for others. The Foundation Establishment cultivator was in slightly better condition, though he suffered internal injuries from the shock. Those below the Foundation Establishment stage were directly annihilated by the aftershocks. The nascent soul tribulation was truly terrifying. The onlookers were quite frightened. Before the second lightning tribulation struck, they quickly retreated again. The nascent soul tribulation is the same as the Foundation Establishment tribulation, consisting of 9 tribulations. However, each tribulation in the nascent soul stage possesses the power to destroy the world. After enduring 9 lightning tribulations, Hanli was exhausted, but fortunately, he survived them once again. The Golden Core was broken and transformed into the nascent soul, and Hanli successfully broke through to the nascent soul realm. Looking down, one could see piles of dead fish floating on the sea. Fortunately, they survived the ordeal at sea. If they had been on land, the mountains would have been razed to the ground. I have successfully broken through to the nascent soul stage. Thank you all for your company. I will take my leave now. Hanli did not invite them to the Fulong Temple to discuss the Tao this time. After completing his tribulation, Hanli left directly. Hanli did not preach to them during this breakthrough, which caused a sense of loss in the hearts of all living beings. Fortunately, they learned that the realm above the Golden Core stage is the nascent soul stage, which can be considered a gain from this trip. In fact, Han Li did not discuss the Tao with them because none of them had the cultivation level of the golden core stage. The leap was too great, and it would not only not help them, but would also harm them. Therefore, Han Li chose to leave this time and did not invite them to Fulong Temple to listen to the Tao. The Tianyuan realm has experienced a period of stagnation, which is likely related to its rapid development. The Tianyuan realm has sufficient foundation, but its overall strength is not yet up to par, and it will need a long time to develop. Another 100 years passed, and in the Tianyuan realm, apart from Han Li, a golden core cultivator finally emerged. He was a human, but his elixir forming grade was not high, only a 7th grade golden elixir. In every respect, he is no match for Han Li. However, that's not the point of focus. The real focus is that some beings are breaking through to the golden core stage according to the world's trajectory, and in the near future, the number of golden core stage cultivators will explode. As expected, every few decades, someone would break through to the golden core stage. 200 years later, the demon race also comprehended their own golden core method, which allowed them to transform into human form. The demon race's fighting strength has once again caught up with that of the human race. At this moment, the data for the Tianyuan realm is as follows. There is only one person at the nascent soul stage, and this person is undoubtedly Han Li. There are 13 golden core cultivators, and the number of foundation establishment cultivators has increased rapidly, reaching nearly 10,000. The number of cultivators at the Qi refining stage reached over 1 million. The spiritual energy in the heavenly realm is abundant enough to sustain cultivation to its maximum extent. The spiritual energy in the region is relatively abundant, so there is no problem for me to cultivate to the golden core realm. He was very pleased with this progress. However, something interesting happened. He discovered that a visitor from beyond the realm had arrived in the Tianyuan realm. This visitor from outside the realm is neither an intruder nor a physical entity, but a soul, just like he did before, somewhat like a soul transmigration plot in a novel. He did not target this soul entity, allowing it to drift freely. Finally, this soul possessed an infant in the heavenly saint sect. If this soul were to possess a mortal body, it would allow Han Li to take it into the Fulong Temple. It's a pity that this person had no connection with Fulong Temple. So be it. The heavenly saint sect is fine. It's all under his control anyway. Actually, he wanted to see if this time traveler had any so-called system. If there is a system, what exactly is this system? 12 years later, it was the annual disciple acceptance ceremony of the Tianqing sect, and many young men and women gathered in the Mountain Gate Square. Most were secular children, and a few were disciples of the Tianqing sect. The reason these young men and women gathered here was to line up for a spiritual root test. Over the years, various schools and sects have devised a method for examining spiritual roots. All you need to do is make a spirit energy tablet, then place your hand on it. If you can move the spirit energy tablet, it proves that the person has spiritual roots and can become a cultivator. Conversely, it means there is no spiritual root and one cannot cultivate. Unlike before, when we relied on sheer luck and only realized our potential after we were able to cultivate, which was not only a waste of resources but also a waste of time. The best time to examine one's spiritual roots is at 12 years old, and this conclusion is drawn after multiple tests and sample collection. No spiritual root. Next, the elder, who was helping the children test their spiritual roots, shook his head again. The Tianyuan realm has 1 million cultivators, which is a lot of numbers. However, it depends on how many people live in the Tianyuan realm. The Tianyuan realm currently has a population of over 10 billion. In comparison, only 1 in 10,000 might possess spiritual roots, demonstrating how rare such individuals are. The Tianshang sect holds a disciple acceptance ceremony every year, testing tens of thousands of people, but only a handful are ultimately selected. Just like the scene just now, nearly 100 people were tested before, and not one of them possessed a spiritual root. To be honest, even the testing elders are exhausted, but there was no other way. This job had to be done. This also illustrates that everyone with spiritual roots is a lucky person, a superior person. Chapter 28 attributes spiritual roots. Next, Yi Xingchen, get ready. The elder continued to shout, for he knew Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen is the grandson of the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Saint sect and is usually the most favored by the Grand Elder. However, Yi Xingchen harbors a secret unknown to everyone. His soul does not belong to this world. After arriving in this world, Yi Xingchen consulted numerous documents and historical records, gaining a certain understanding of the development of the Tianyuan realm. Tianyuan realm is a cultivation world that only emerged 1,000 years ago, where the highest level of strength is only at the nascent soul stage. Qi refining, foundation building, golden elixir, nascent soul. These cultivation realms are similar to those in the cultivation novels he read in his previous life. That's right, Yi Xingchen's soul is that of a blue star person. Yi Xingchen placed his hand on the spirit energy tablet. Within a few breaths, the spirit power tablet reacted, indicating that Yi Xingchen possessed spiritual roots and could become a cultivator. The test elder's expressionless face finally showed emotion. As expected of the grand elder's grandson, he also possessed spiritual roots. The testing elder announced, Yi Xingchen possesses spiritual roots. These words drew envious and jealous glances from the surrounding crowd. How wonderful it would be if they were the ones with spiritual roots. Yi Xingchen's grandfather, Yi Changhe, the grand elder of the Tianqing sect, received the news immediately. Upon learning that his grandson possessed spiritual roots, he put aside all his affairs and rushed to see Yi Xingchen. Upon meeting Yi Xingchen, Yi Changhe showered him with praise, almost saying that his grandson had the potential to become an emperor. Yi Xingchen could understand Yi Changhe's feelings. The descendants of cultivators are not necessarily born with spiritual roots, but the chances of them developing spiritual roots are higher. Yi Xingchen's father did not possess any spiritual roots. If these kinds of people want to stay in the sect, they have to do things for the sect. Yi Changhe is the grand elder of the Tianqing sect. Yi Xingchen's father is in a much better situation and usually does light work. If Yi Changhe's descendants never produce any spiritual roots, they will be expelled from the sect after his death. This situation is not unique to the Heavenly Saint sect, it is the same for other sects and factions in the Heavenly Origin realm, cruel and ruthless. Chun'er, Grandpa will personally guide you on how to cultivate. Yi Changhe was very concerned about Yi Xingchen. His Olius On. Yi Changhe is currently at the peak of foundation establishment, and it is unknown whether he will be able to break through to the golden core stage in his lifetime. If Yi Xingchen surpasses him in the future and cultivates to the golden core stage, the Yi family will have no worries for the next 1,000 years. Thank you, Grandpa. Yi Xingchen was naturally willing to be personally instructed by Yi Changhe. Next, Yi Changhe started teaching Yi Xingchen from the basics. Yi Changhe spoke very carefully and very slowly, as if afraid of missing a single point. After listening to Yi Changhe's teachings, Yi Xingchen had some questions. Grandpa, is this how everyone cultivates? Yes, is there a problem? Yi Changhe didn't understand why Yi Xingchen asked that question. All cultivators had been cultivating in this way all along, and there had never been any problems. Yi Xingchen shook his head and said, no problem, but I have a question in my mind. Are there any rules about the survival of the fittest and the classification of attributes for spiritual roots? Yi Xingchen's words made Yi Changhe thoughtful, and he couldn't help but be a little surprised. This was the first time he had ever mentioned these issues to someone, and that person was his grandson. No monks have studied these issues. There must be a survival of the fittest, otherwise, under the same conditions, some people would cultivate quickly, some slowly, some could reach the foundation establishment stage, and some would remain at the chi refining stage for their entire lives. As for the classification of spiritual root attributes, I've never heard of it. What is Chun'er thinking? Yi Changhe couldn't answer Yi Xingchen's questions, so he just asked for his opinion since Yi Xingchen had brought them up. There are some. Yi Xingchen recalled the cultivation novels he had read in his previous life, wondering if they would be of any use. This is what I think. Heaven and earth have 5 elements, so do spiritual roots also have 5 elemental attributes? Such as metal spiritual root, wood spiritual root, water spiritual root, fire spiritual root, and earth spiritual root. Depending on the attributes of the spiritual root, does cultivating in an environment with the same attributes yield twice the results with half the effort? Of course, a spiritual root may have more than one attribute, it may have 2, 3, or even 5 attributes. When one has more spiritual root attributes, is there any incompatibility between these attributes that causes slow cultivation progress? Yi Xingchen shared his understanding and personal insights with Yi Changhe. After hearing this, Yi Changhe gasped, his eyes filled with shock. How could Yi Xingchen have come up with these ideas? Could it be that his grandson truly possesses the potential to become an emperor? In Chen'er's opinion, how can one distinguish the attributes of a spiritual root? Yi Changhe asked, as if he had become Yi Xingchen's student. Yi Xingchen thought of the function of the spirit power steel and suddenly had an insight, so he said if spiritual roots have attributes, then spiritual energy must also have attributes. As long as you observe carefully, you will definitely discover them. The spirit energy tablet can be improved by placing 5 different types of spiritual energy inside it. During the test, the spirit energy tablet will elicit several attributes, which will indicate the type of spiritual root. Good. 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 Yi Changhe exclaimed good 3 times. If this matter succeeds, Yi Xingchen may be able to catch up with that person from Fulong Temple. Speaking of Fulong Temple, Yi Changhe felt deeply moved, for people all take Fulong Temple as their goal and strive to reach it. I need to report this matter to the sect leader, Yi Changhe added. This matter is of great importance, he alone cannot handle it, and the entire sect needs to be involved.
Please go ahead, Grandpa.
Yi Xingchen did not stop him. Subsequently, Yi Changhe approached the sect leader of the Tiansheng sect and shared Yi Xingchen's conjecture with him. Meng Wutong, the sect leader of the Tiansheng sect, is one of the most powerful cultivators in the Golden Core stage, holding a 6th grade Golden Core and ranking in the middle. After hearing Yi Changhe's report, Meng Wutong was just as shocked. If this is true, the strength of the Heavenly Saints sect will be significantly enhanced. The stars are the lucky stars of our Heavenly Saints sect.
Meng Wutong showered Yi Xingchen with praise, and Yi Changhe didn't feel embarrassed at all.
On the contrary, he seemed to enjoy it, as if to say, if you're going to praise me, then praise me more. Afterwards, Meng Wutong convened a meeting of elders, and upon learning of this, all the elders unanimously agreed to this approach. The Heavenly Saints sect was busy preparing, and after several days, a simplified version of the Attribute Spirit Power Tablet was completed.
Who wants to give it a try?
Meng Wutong asked. This was suggested by my grandson, so I should go first.
Yi Changhe readily agreed.
Then let the Grand Elder go first.
No one else objected.
Anyway, the spirit tablet was right there, it was bound to happen sooner or later, there was no rush. Yi Changhe placed his hand on the spirit power tablet, and the tablet immediately reacted, drawing out 2 different types of spirit power. This means that Yi Changhe has dual attribute spiritual roots, specifically metal and wood spiritual roots. It really works. Elder, you should go to the wood attribute cultivation room and try cultivating there. The other elders urged them on. During this time, they not only created the attribute spirit power tablet, but also prepared 5 different attribute cultivation rooms for verification. Chapter 29. Never been so wonderful. Yi Changhe cultivated in the wood attribute cultivation room for a while, and he could feel that his cultivation was becoming smoother. Just as Yi Xingchen guessed, spiritual roots and spiritual power have the same attribute, which is more conducive to cultivation. When Yi Changhe came out, all the elders gathered around and asked, Elder, how did it go?
It has never been so wonderful. Yi Changhe was still not satisfied.
If they hadn't been waiting for him outside, he would have preferred to stay inside and cultivate until he reached the Golden Core stage.
It's my turn to go first this time.
I should go first.
Stop arguing, I'll go first.
Seeing Yi Changhe's great success, the elders started arguing. They hadn't won the first prize, but they were determined to try their luck in the second. After some verification, it can be basically confirmed that Yi Xingchen's conjecture is correct. Sect Master, should we keep this a secret? An elder asked. With the Attribute Spirit Power Tablet, you will know what attribute spirit root you have, and you can receive targeted guidance and cultivation, making your cultivation path much smoother. This can be described as a divine artifact. With it, the Heavenly Saints sect will produce many powerful figures. Meng Wutong was undecided whether to keep it a secret. Keep it a secret, use it secretly within our own ranks, and the strength of the Heavenly Saints sect will increase rapidly, leaving other sects far behind. For sects, secrecy is the best policy. Although Meng Wutong was the head of a sect, he was not a selfish person. Meng Wutong admired the successors of Fulong Temple the most in his life. They had sacrificed countless lives for the world. Nowadays, the secular world doesn't revere Fulong Temple as much as it used to, but in the cultivation world, no one dares to speak carelessly about the name Fulong Temple. This matter was proposed by Xingchen, so let Xingchen decide on it. Meng Wutong did not make the decision, he gave the decision-making power to Yi Xingchen. Whether Yi Xingchen keeps the secret within the Tiansheng sect or reveals the method to the world, Meng Wutong respects Yi Xingchen's choice. After pondering for a long time, Yi Xingchen decided to make this method public. He wanted to emulate those people from Fulong Temple. The moment the Holy Sect revealed the method of attribute spiritual roots to the world, the entire cultivation world was in an uproar. It was only then that they realized there were so many secrets hidden within the spiritual root, which was truly incredible. Han Li of Fulong Temple also heard about this.
Interesting, truly interesting.
Han Li was also deeply moved, marveling at the extraordinary person who had appeared in the world like his master Jang Fulong and the immortal master Lin Tion. He spent his life pursuing the transformation of heaven and earth, never thinking about it in this direction. With this method, the Tianyuan realm became powerful, and the beings in each realm would no longer have such a large disparity. Suddenly,
A heavenly Tao index entered Han Li's sea of consciousness. It was only then that Han Li realized who Yi Xingchen was. It's time to make a trip to the Heavenly Saint sect.
As soon as he finished speaking, Han Li disappeared from Fulong Temple and soon reappeared in front of the Tianqing sect's mountain gate.
I am Han Li from Fulong Temple. I have come to visit Tianqing sect today. Please inform him of my arrival.
Han Li introduced himself to the two gatekeepers of the Tiansheng sect. Tiansheng sect is a major sect, and Han Li is a person who knows proper etiquette, so naturally he cannot force his way into their mountain gate. What is the Han calendar at Fulong Temple? The two gatekeepers trembled when they heard those 5 words. Upon closer inspection of Han Li's face, it was indeed Han Li himself. They were incredibly lucky to run into this big shot while guarding the gate.
Greetings, Abbot.
The two quickly bowed to Han Li. The two dared not delay. One of them led Han Li slowly into the Tiansheng sect, while the other ran quickly to report. When Mang Wutong learned that Han Li had personally come to the Tianqing sect and had already been led into the mountain gate, Mang Wutong was excited. Mang Wutong called upon many elders to welcome Han Li together. The presence of the abbot brings great honor to our Tianqing sect.
Mang Wutong warmly welcomed Han Li's arrival. Master Mang, you are too kind. I have come uninvited and have disturbed you greatly.
It was just another set of polite words. After chatting for a while, Han Li revealed the purpose of his visit.
I wonder if young friend Yi Xingchen is in the sect? Han Li asked. He addressed Yi Xingchen as young friend, which showed how much Han Li valued Yi Xingchen. Yes, master, please wait here for a moment.
I will go and call him here, Mang Wutong replied. He had already guessed that Han Li had come for Yi Xingchen.
Sect Master Mang, there's no need for that.
It should be me who goes to see young friend Yi Xingchen.
There are some things I need to ask young friend Yi Xingchen for advice on.
In that case, Abbot, please come with me.
Mang Wutong led Han Li to Yi Xingchen.
Speaking of Yi Xingchen, his spiritual root is a single attribute of metal, and he has extremely strong talent for cultivation. In this period of time, he successfully entered the qi refining stage and reached the first level of qi refining. Yi Xingchen also met the abbot of Fulong Temple, a figure revered by many cultivators in the Tianyuan realm.
Young friend Xingchen, would you like to speak with me alone?
Han Li inquired, as some private matters were not for outsiders to know. Yi Xingchen nodded in agreement, and the two found a secluded spot to talk.
May I ask where you come from, young friend Xingchen?
Han Li asked deliberately. When Han Li asked this question, Yi Xingchen was surprised and wondered how Han Li knew his background. He never told anyone this secret. However, Yi Xingchen did not show any other expression on his face, and calmly replied as always, reporting to the abbot, I was born in the Tiansheng sect, and the Tiansheng sect is my home.
Yi Xingchen answered without any problems.
He was indeed born in the Heavenly Saint sect, and there was no way to fake that. No matter who investigated, it would be the same. Han Li smiled and said, young friend, there's no need to hide it from me, nor is there any need to be nervous.
I have no ill intentions in this matter.
I might as well tell you, young friend, that the Heavenly Tao knew of your origins the moment you arrived in the Tianyuan realm.
What?
Yi Xingchen's expression finally changed. He thought he had hidden himself very well, but he didn't expect to be discovered as soon as he arrived in this world. That makes sense.
It's the cultivation world now, so how could the Heavenly Tao be weak?
Even a transmigrator like him couldn't detect it. It seems that heaven doesn't care about him, this transmigrator. It seems that the abbot knows my origins.
I will not hide it from you any longer. I am not from the Tianyuan realm. To be precise, my soul does not belong to the Tianyuan realm.
Now that things had come to this, there was no point in hiding anything from Han Li, so Yi Xingchen openly revealed his background. I have some questions, and I hope you can answer them, young friend.
May I ask, since you know so much about spiritual roots, was your original world a golden age of cultivation?
Han Li asked, but heaven only told him about Yi Xingchen's origins. Heaven did not provide him with any other guidance. Yi Xingchen shook his head and said, the world I originally lived in was not a cultivation world, it was an era of declining dharma, almost identical to the Tianyuan realm 1,000 years ago.
Chapter 30 Improving the System. How so?
Now it was Han Li's turn to be surprised. How could this be? If Yi Xingchen's original world wasn't the cultivation world, How could Yi Xingqian know so much? Although it was hard to believe, Han Li did not doubt Yi Xingqian's words. The fact that Yi Xingqian was able to reveal the method of attribute spiritual roots to the world shows that Yi Xingqian is a person of upright character and has a heart that cares about the world. Han Li stopped dwelling on that question and moved on to the next one.
Young friend, do you know what realm is above the nascent soul stage?
Although Han Li had only recently broken through to the nascent soul stage, it did not prevent him from understanding realms above the nascent soul stage. If he has a general direction, it will greatly shorten the time it takes for him to reach the nascent soul stage and comprehend new realms. Yi Xingqian was a little unsure how to respond. Han Li noticed this as well and asked, "Young friend,
is there something you're having trouble saying?"
Yi Xingqian shook his head. No, there are two versions of the realms I am familiar with. The first complete version consists of 10 realms: Qi refining, Beigu, abstaining from grains, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, out of body, dividing spirit, body integration, tribulation crossing, and Mahayana. Later, these realms were optimized, becoming 8 realms: Qi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, deity transformation, return to emptiness, Mahayana, and tribulation transcending. This is the reason why I cannot answer the question the abbot just asked.
10 realms become 8 realms?
After hearing Yi Xingqian's words, Han Li muttered to himself, there is a fasting period between Qi refining and foundation building, which is important. Even after a cultivator breaks through to the foundation establishment stage, they can still live a normal life without eating grains. To put it more precisely, after entering the Qi refining stage, cultivators become less dependent on grains. Cultivators at the first or second level of Qi refining can go 3 days without food and remain full of energy. A cultivator at the 5th or 6th level of Qi refining can go a month without eating. A cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refining can go a year without eating. Once you reach the foundation establishment stage, you can completely abstain from grains and fill your body with spiritual energy. Otherwise, given that cultivators often spend days, months, years, or even hundreds of years in seclusion, they would either die of starvation or die of old age. Therefore, the fasting period is just a transitional phase, and it is reasonable to remove it. It is reasonable for the stages of astral projection, spiritual separation, and physical union to evolve into the 2 realms of spiritual transformation and spiritual return. The only thing Han Li didn't understand was that both versions had the concepts of tribulation transcending and Mahayana, but these 2 realms were opposite. Theoretically, this shouldn't happen. Han Li asked, "Young friend, do you know why the last 2 realms are
opposite?"
Yi Xingqian thought for a moment, then said, "I think it should be related to ascending to the immortal realm."
Ascension to the immortal realm? Han Li wondered, does a celestial realm still exist?
He had traversed the void for hundreds of years, yet he had never heard of or seen the existence of the immortal realm. I'm not entirely sure about the specifics, but one theory is that one must undergo 9 tribulations to reach the Mahayana stage. Once at the Mahayana stage, one can wait for an envoy from the upper realm to guide one to the immortal realm.
The next step, from Mahayana to tribulation, is after the Mahayana stage is completed.
Passing through 9 heavenly tribulations allows one to open the passage to the upper realm and directly ascend to the immortal realm. Why Yi Xingqian shared what he knew. Han Li grasped the key point from Yi Xingqian's words: whether one transcends tribulation to reach Mahayana or from Mahayana to transcend tribulation, the ultimate goal is to ascend to the immortal realm. And this celestial realm is the upper realm. I basically understand, Han Li, I just need to double check.
Young friend, are there any cultivators below the Mahayana stage in the immortal realm?
Of course there are.
Yi Xingqian was very certain. Is the spiritual energy in the celestial realm denser than that in the mortal realm?
That's for sure.
Han Li asked several questions in a row, and Yi Xingqian confirmed them all in the end. Now Han Li can be certain the so-called immortal realm is a place with abundant spiritual energy, which is conducive to cultivation. The upper realm and the lower realm are essentially the same world, just separated by a boundary, somewhat similar to the heavenly domain and the earthly domain in the Tianyuan realm. As for transcending tribulations and ascending to immortality, it must be subject to the rules and restrictions set by heaven and earth. Whether it's transcending tribulation to Mahayana or Mahayana to transcending tribulation, the 2 realms seem to be opposite, but in essence, they haven't changed. Han Li shared his thoughts with Yi Xingqian. After listening, Yi Xingqian felt that Han Li's words made sense and agreed with him. To be honest, young friend, there is no upper realm as you mentioned in the Tianyuan realm.
However, we can create a celestial realm. Han Li presented Yi Xingchen with a bold idea, which was also something that Fulong Temple had been doing all along. To build Tianyuan realm into a supreme existence.
I wonder if my young friend would be willing to fight alongside me. Han Li asked one last question.
That is indeed my wish, but I dare not ask you. Yi Xingchen joined Han Li's camp, and the Tiansheng sect got on board with the Fulong Temple. With Han Li and Yi Xingchen as the main figures and Tian Xingzong as the assistants, they will conduct a more detailed study of spiritual roots and reshape and organize the Qi refining to nascent soul realm. After 30 years of improvement, the cultivators of Tianyuan realm have gained a deeper understanding of the path of cultivation. The cultivators who had been trapped for a long time broke through one after another, and even the demon race found a way to break through to the golden core stage. Today, the overall strength of Tianyuan realm has been greatly enhanced. The current real-time data for Tianyuan realm is as follows. Han Li was the only one at the nascent soul stage, yet Fulong Temple still stood proudly above all others. The number of golden core stage cultivators reached 100, a tenfold increase in just 30 years. There are hundreds of thousands of people in the foundation establishment stage, which has increased several times over. Yi Xingchen was one of the foundation establishment stage cultivators. In just 30 years, Yi Xingchen went from the first level of Qi refining to the foundation establishment stage, an unprecedented speed of cultivation. Meng Wutong was already prepared to place the burden of Tiansheng sect on Yi Xingchen's shoulders. He hoped that under Yi Xingchen's leadership, Tiansheng sect could become the second Fulong Temple. The number of Qi refining stage cultivators has not increased and remains around 1 million. 50 years later, Yi Xingchen broke through to the golden core stage again, reaching the same level as his grandfather, Yi Changhe. Yes, Yi Xingchen's grandfather, Yi Changhe, also broke through to the golden core stage several decades ago. The only difference is that Yi Changhe is a 6th grade golden core cultivator, while Yi Xingchen is a 1st grade golden core cultivator. Since Han Li, Yi Xingchen is one of only 2 first-rank golden core cultivators. 100 years later, Yi Xingchen successfully overcame his tribulation and reached the nascent soul stage. After Han Li, Yi Xingchen is one of only 2 nascent soul stage experts. Seeing that Yi Xingchen had broken through to the nascent soul stage so quickly, Meng Wutong wanted to step down and give way to a more capable person. Yi Xingchen should be the sect leader of the Heavenly Saint sect. It wasn't that Meng Wutong was targeting anyone. Apart from Han Li of Fulong Temple, all the other cultivators in the Tianyuan realm were trashed. Yi Xingchen rejected Meng Wutong's idea, as he and Han Li had many things to do and really didn't have time to manage the sect. Besides, Meng Wutong still has a long lifespan, and having served as sect leader for so many years, his strength is among the best in the Tianyuan realm, and no one in the sect dares to disobey him. This kind of abdication is really wrong. Yi Xingchen and Han Li spent nearly 200 years refining spiritual roots and organizing cultivation realms, which can be said to have been completed. As for any particularly hidden aspects, only future generations can discover them. Currently, they have a new project approved. Chapter 31 Spiritual Veins and Secret Realms. At Yi Xingchen's suggestion, they plan to establish various professions such as alchemy, formation, and weapon crafting to improve the professional system of Tianyuan realm. In terms of alchemy, Han Li's master, Jang Fulong, had some experience, and Han Li also knew a little about it. The formation can be considered a reference point, as the immortal master Lin Tion constructed the Zhou Tian star array back then. Over the years, Han Li and Yi Xingchen have also improved the Zhou Tian star array, making the conversion speed of spiritual energy much faster than before. They had never been exposed to other professions such as weapon crafting, so they could only speculate wildly. After 500 years of evolution, all kinds of professions have come to a proper footing. Among them, alchemists are the most sought after. Of course, the conditions for becoming an alchemist are very strict. Only 1 in 1,000 cultivators might be able to achieve this. Over the course of 500 years, the spiritual energy in the Tianyuan realm has become increasingly dense, especially in the Tianyu region. Therefore, he modified the proportion of spiritual energy given. The heavenly realm accounts for 60%, and the remaining 40% goes to the earthly realm. Nowadays, there are also powerful cultivators at the golden core stage in the region. So many cultivators no longer go to the heavenly domain. The current real-time data for Tianyuan realm is as follows. There are 6 nascent soul stage cultivators, including Han Li and Yi Xingchen, both of whom have reached the peak of the nascent soul stage. There are 300 people at the golden core stage, which is the maximum number. This also means that the Tianyuan realm needs to be upgraded, otherwise it will not be able to accommodate more high-level cultivators. During this time, Han Li and Yi Xingchen found a planet, a newly established cultivation world where the highest cultivation level was only foundation establishment. Tianyuan realm easily took it down. If this world were integrated into the Tianyuan realm, the Tianyuan realm would be upgraded to accommodate cultivators of higher realms. At that time, Hanli and Yi Xingchen will also break through the nascent soul stage and advance to the next realm. But he didn't want to do that. He intends to refine this world into a spiritual vein or a secret realm. The foundation of the Tianyuan realm is too weak. The world's spiritual energy depends entirely on the transformation of chaotic energy. Without internal generation, this is unacceptable. The Tianyuan realm must possess its own spiritual veins, and then wait for the spiritual veins to nurture spirit stones, which will make it easier for living beings to cultivate. Secondly, the combat power of the Tianyuan realm at the same stage is too low. Only Hanli and Yi Xingchen have few rivals among their peers. As for the others, they can only be described in 4 words: unfit for important tasks. He needs to boost their fighting strength. The only way to improve strength is through competition and eliminating the weak. Over the past 1,000 years, the Tianyuan realm has seen little conflict among cultivators, resulting in harmonious development. He did not interfere. The Tianyuan realm needed more cultivators. Now that the number of cultivators in the Tianyuan realm has reached saturation, it's time for some reforms. So he divided the world he had plundered into 2 halves. And one half was refined into a spiritual vein. This spiritual vein was hidden in a mountain range called Fumeng Mountain in the Tianyuan realm. This spiritual vein has just been formed and its grade is very low, not even reaching the first grade. He divided the spiritual energy, taking one part from the heavens and one part from the earth, and used it to nurture this spiritual vein. Once this spiritual vein is fully formed, the Tianyuan realm will be able to generate spiritual energy on its own. The creatures of Floating Dream Mountain are also blessed, living in such a place with abundant spiritual energy. Their cultivation speed is soaring. The other half of the world was refined by him into a secret realm, named the Shangyuan Secret Realm. The Shangyuan Secret Realm is accessible only to beings below the foundation establishment stage, who can hone their skills and seek opportunities within its walls. To ensure the long-term operation of the Shangyuan Secret Realm, it is necessary to allow it to evolve internally and maintain all unknown possibilities of this time. He did not completely refine the heavenly Tao of this world, but preserved a part of its consciousness and turned it into the main spirit of the Shangyuan Secret Realm. The Shangyuan Secret Realm is located in the Blue Creek Valley of the Heavenly Domain. It opens once every 10 years, and the training period lasts for 3 months. Those who fail to emerge within the time limit will be forcibly sent out. There are other rules and regulations, which will be improved and perfected by the main spirit of the Shangyuan Secret Realm. They should not be completely destroyed, but a certain survival rate should be ensured. 1,000 years later, the Tianyuan realm reached its peak. The upper limit of 9 nascent soul cultivators has been reached, and cultivators at all levels have seen a significant improvement compared to 1,000 years ago. The spiritual vein of Floating Dream Mountain has also advanced. The result was satisfactory to him, but the process was cruel, and countless monks perished along the way to achieve this. They were all built with blood. Heaven and earth are ruthless, treating all things like straw dogs. That statement is absolutely correct. However, to his dismay, Hanli and Yi Xingchen had searched for 1,000 years but had not found a single-dimensional world. He began to think about this question. The final conclusion was, why make them go looking for it? Why not let them come to us? Letting prey come to you is a risky method that could attract powerful enemies. If you can't handle them, the Tianyuan realm may be destroyed. There was an element of gambling involved, but he still wanted to take the gamble, betting that no world stronger than his would come. He gave Hanli guidance. Not long after, Hanli and Yi Xingchen led the major array masters of Tianyuan realm to set up various arrays on the outer perimeter of Tianyuan realm. Among them, defensive formations and enemy trapping formations are the core. After they finished setting up the defensive formation, he cast a spell to expose the Tianyuan realm to the void. 10 years. 20 years, 80 years later, he had a premonition that 2 beings were approaching the heavenly origin realm. Hanli and Yi Xingchen also sensed it. The opponent is not very strong. Of course, their strength is not high for just the 2 of them, because both of them were at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, as if they had just broken through not long ago. Hanli and Yi Xingchen exchanged a glance, then suppressed their strength to the early stage of the nascent soul realm before flying into the void. They silently activated the formation at the same time. They really are 2 old fools. Greetings, fellow Taoists. Hanli and Yi Xingchen approached the other person and greeted them. They also saw the other party's appearance clearly. They were actually 2 spirits, fish spirits at that. It's truly amazing. This is the first time I've seen a fish cultivate to such a high level. Could it be that the other world is far superior to the Tianyuan realm, and these 2 fish spirits are merely minor minions? Thinking of this, Hanli and Yi Xingchen became extremely cautious. If that's the case, we absolutely must not let them leave alive. And at the same time, we must keep the Tianyuan realm a secret. The sudden appearance of Hanli and Yixingchen startled the two fish spirits. Fortunately, cultivators can communicate with each other. Seeing that Hanli and Yixingchen did not attack them directly at first glance, it meant that the other party had no ill intentions, and their tense hearts immediately relaxed a lot.
You two are right.
The two fish spirits returned the greeting to Hanli and Yixingchen.
Where do you two come from, and where are you going? Hanli asked first.
Nothing much, my brother and I were just wandering around and stumbled upon this place, so we're leaving now.
One of the fish spirits said that it had nothing to do with what Hanli asked and was complete nonsense. The two fish spirits also discerned Hanli and Yixingchen's cultivation levels. They were both at the early nascent soul stage, just like the two of them. In a 2-on-2 situation, they don't have much of an advantage.
Chapter 32 World Tree Seedling. Hanli just smiled awkwardly at the fish spirit's answer. Fellow Taoist, don't try to deceive me. Putting aside the fact that you can travel freely in the void with your nascent soul cultivation, the heavenly Tao power you carry alone is enough to show that your purpose in coming here is extraordinary. Hanli exposed the fish spirit's lies. Who exactly are you? The two fish spirits watched Hanli and Yixingchen warily, able to tell that they possessed the power of the heavenly Tao. Such people were no ordinary beings. Hanli smiled and said, "We mean no harm. We just want to ask where you two fellow Taoists come from." "My brother and I came from a very far place, and we have gone so far that we have forgotten the way back," the fish spirit replied, which seemed like a normal answer, but was actually rambling nonsense.
It seems that neither of you fellow Taoists understands your own predicament. Hanli was a little angry. What situation? The two fish spirits were taken aback.
Hanli and Yixingchen were the same as them, both at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. The only disadvantage for them was that this was not their home ground. They wanted to escape, and Hanli and Yixingchen alone couldn't stop them. You'll find out soon enough. Hanli revealed the activated formation, and both Hanli and Yixingchen exposed their cultivation levels. The nascent soul stage has been completed. The two fish spirits were completely stunned. The two sixth brothers, who were clearly at the peak of the nascent soul stage, insisted on hiding their cultivation levels and even
secretly activated so many formations. Now how can they escape?
Escape is out of the question. They're destined to be completely controlled by the other side. One of the fish spirits sighed and said, "Ask whatever you want. Since you're already fish on their chopping board, struggling is futile, you might as well just accept it."
First question, what are your names?
This time, Hanli started with the simplest question.
My name is Ben Boba, and I am the older brother. My name is Boboban, and I am the younger brother.
We are two brothers. The two fish spirits introduced themselves. Now it was Hanli and Yixingchen's turn to fall silent. What kind of names were these? However, as cultivators, Hanli and Yixingchen quickly recovered. Hanli then asked the next question.
Where do you come from? We come from our world.
Then Boba blurted out an answer, but after he finished speaking, he realized he had made a mistake and quickly corrected himself, saying, "The world we live in is called the illusionary realm. It's very far from here, and we searched for a long time before we found it."
Do you know what the highest level of cultivation is in the illusionary realm? I know.
Without even thinking, Ben Boba and Babwa Ben answered Hanli in unison.
What level is it?
This was beyond Hanli's expectations. These two fish spirits seemed to know quite a lot. It's just the two of us brothers, both at the early nascent soul stage. Hanli and Yixingchen were speechless for a moment. That makes sense. If they weren't top-tier experts in the illusionary realm, they wouldn't have received the blessing of the heavenly Tao. What Hanli and Yixingchen couldn't understand was why the heavenly Tao of the illusionary realm would choose these two things. It didn't seem very smart of them. How long has the illusionary realm existed? Hanli asked again. I don't know, it's been a long, long time. It's existed since the birth of my brother and me.
Ben Boba answered very seriously. This answer left Hanli speechless again. Had he not asked clearly enough? What I mean is, how many years have passed since cultivators first appeared in the illusionary realm?
Hanli asked again, and this time he explained it clearly enough.
I know. Before Ben Boba could speak, Babwa Ben answered first. How so?
Hanli and Yixingchen were quite puzzled. Judging from Bababan's demeanor, he seemed to be quite clear about the matter. My brother and I were able to cultivate into spirits only after we accidentally saw something, and that's how cultivators came to exist in the illusionary realm. Babwa Ben recounted how he and his brother had cultivated themselves into spirits, and then added another sentence. My brother and I have been cultivating for almost 3,000 years now. One thing can enable two fish to cultivate into spirits, and only then do cultivators appear in the illusionary realm. Hanli and Yixingchen were both wondering what this thing was that was so incredibly powerful. Even he was pondering this. It must be said that these two fish spirits were really lucky. Hanli quickly asked, "What exactly did you get?" "It was a seed. Before long, the seed sprouted, and my brother and I were able to cultivate. Then, when my brother and I broke through to the foundation establishment stage, someone claiming to be the heavenly Tao suddenly appeared and took away the sprouting seed. After some time, cultivators began to appear in the illusionary realm." Babwa Ben summarized the whole thing simply. Can a single seed have such a great effect? Hanli found it hard to believe, but judging from Babwa Ben's sincere words, it was true. However, he and Yixingchen seemed to have guessed something. This seed was probably a world tree seed, which later sprouted and grew into a world tree sapling. Only the world tree has such great efficacy. The world tree sapling provided these two fish with a large amount of spiritual energy, which led to the two fish cultivating into spirits. At the same time, he was guessing about something else. The heavenly Tao of the illusionary realm probably only awakened after the two fish spirits broke through to the foundation establishment stage. If the heavenly Tao of the illusionary realm had awakened earlier, how could such a precious thing have fallen into the hands of two fish spirits? No matter what, the world tree sapling must be taken from the illusionary realm. If the Tianyuan realm has a world tree sapling, the upper limit of the Tianyuan realm will be greatly increased. He gave Hanli guidance, and Hanli immediately understood. "Do you know where this sapling is?" Hanli asked. The two fish spirits have the highest cultivation in the illusionary realm. If they knew where the heavenly Tao of the illusionary realm had placed the world tree sapling, it wouldn't be difficult for them to take it down. The worst case scenario is that the two fish spirits don't know where the heavenly Tao of the illusionary realm has placed the world tree sapling, which would be quite troublesome, have no idea. Sure enough, the worst thing still happened, and both Ben Boba and Babwa Ben shook their heads. "We don't know where heaven has hidden it, but it seems there might be a twist." Hanli quickly pressed on. "But what?" Ben Boba explained. "The seedling has been with my brother and me for 1,000 years, and it must still bear our imprint. In addition, when heaven took it away, we secretly placed a mark on it. If we find its approximate location, my brother and I can use the marks we made to locate it." This even aloud, Hanli and Yixingchen were full of admiration. They were amazed that these two fish spirits, who didn't seem very bright, had the mind to do such a thing. Judging from this, the two fish spirits didn't have much affection for the heavenly Tao of the illusionary realm. Having these two in the fantasy world, I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Chapter 33. Orcs will never be slaves. If the heavenly Tao of the illusionary realm has not completely shielded the world tree sapling, it would not be difficult to find its approximate location. The place with the most abundant spiritual energy in the illusory realm should be the hidden location of the world tree sapling. Find the approximate location, then have the two fish spirits sense it. The success rate is extremely high. Hanli shared this idea with Yixingchen, and then had the two fish spirits carry out their plan. And now that the two fish spirits are in Hanli's hands, they naturally obey his orders. To ensure that Hanli and Yixingchen would not be easily discovered by the heavenly Tao of the illusionary realm, it imitated the heavenly Tao power on the two fish spirits and also added a heavenly Tao power to Hanli and Yixingchen, hiding their strength at the early stage of the golden core realm. Therefore, if the heavenly Tao of the illusionary realm doesn't examine them carefully, it won't be able to detect anything unusual about Hanli and Yixingchen. The illusionary realm and the celestial realm are indeed very far apart, and it took Hanli and his group quite a while to reach the illusionary realm. Furthermore, the illusionary realm is well hidden and difficult to find, suggesting that it was concealed by the heavenly Tao of the illusionary realm through various means. No wonder Hanli and Yixingchen had been searching for it for over 1,000 years. Without finding it, the heavenly Tao of the illusionary realm has some methods, but not many. Of the moment Hanli, Yixingchen, and the two fish spirits entered the illusionary realm, the heavenly Tao of the illusionary realm immediately locked onto them. Hanli and Yixingchen could sense this. After being locked onto by the heavenly Tao of the illusionary realm, Hanli and Yixingchen showed no signs of distress and acted as usual. However, the feeling disappeared after a short while. Hanli and Yixingchen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The fact that the heavenly Tao of the illusionary realm did not make a move meant that they had kept it hidden from the heavenly Tao and had not discovered their identities. Although we managed to cover it up this time, it doesn't mean we can do it every time.
We need to be careful during this period. For some reason, the two fish spirits then cooperated very well with Hanli and his companions' actions, and the plan proceeded quite smoothly. During this time, Hanli and Yixingchen also figured out the situation of the illusionary realm. The size of the illusionary realm is similar to that of the heavenly origin realm. He had guessed this a long time ago, otherwise the illusionary realm would not have been able to support two nascent soul stage cultivators. In the illusionary realm, there are only two fish spirits, Ben Boba and Babwa Ben, who are nascent soul stage cultivators. There are only two golden core stage cultivators. From this perspective, the illusionary realm, like the heavenly origin realm before it, has experienced a gap in its development. The reason why the heavenly Tao of the illusionary realm targeted Hanli and Yixingchen is probably because their strength was too high, and they needed to take precautions in advance. That was a bit hasty. I should have let him suppress their strength to the peak of Foundation establishment. After several years, they finally found a place to house the World Tree saplings. The heavenly Tao of the illusionary realm actually placed the World Tree sapling inside a volcano. That's quite a scheme. Hanli and Yixingchen saw the World Tree sapling. The moment you see the World Tree sapling for the first time, you can feel the immense spiritual energy surrounding it. Even a small sapling can provide a lot of spiritual energy to the illusionary realm. Once the World Tree sapling grows up, won't the illusionary realm take off? We must bring the World Tree sapling back to Tianyuan realm. Hanli and Yixingchen's eyes were filled with longing, but they did not lose their minds. They discovered the restrictions placed around the World Tree sapling, which should have been placed by the heavenly Tao of the illusionary realm to prevent any accident from happening to the World Tree sapling. It's obviously impossible to take the World Tree sapling without anyone noticing. Since the heavenly Tao of the illusionary realm has set up a restriction here, this place is naturally a key target of its attention. Once the restriction is touched, the heavenly Tao of the illusionary realm will definitely notice it immediately. E-discovery is inevitable. The best course of action is to break the restriction just before the heavenly Tao of the illusionary realm discovers it and send the World Tree sapling out of the illusionary realm as soon as possible. Once the World Tree sapling is sent out of the illusionary realm and into the void, the heavenly Tao of the illusionary realm will no longer pose a threat to them. No cultivator in the illusionary realm could make things difficult for Hanli and Yixingchen. As for the brothers Ben Boba and Babwa Ben, TSK, the two brothers have already left the illusionary realm organization and officially joined the Tianyuan realm camp. Hanli asked them, "Isn't the illusionary realm their hometown? Why did you change your mind so quickly?" The two brothers, Ben Boba and Babwa Ben, told Hanli that although they were the only ones in the illusionary realm, the heavenly Tao of the illusionary realm had been exploiting them all along. Not only did it snatch the World Tree sapling from the brothers, but from the moment the brothers broke through to the golden core stage, the heavenly Tao of the illusionary realm forced the brothers to work for it, searching everywhere in the void for small worlds for the illusionary realm to devour. Without the two brothers working so hard, would the fantasy realm be as big as it is today? Therefore, the fact that the fantasy realm is what it is today is all thanks to the two brothers. The two brothers shed blood and risked their lives for the illusionary realm, only to be met with its merciless destruction by the heavenly Tao. This is unacceptable. This explains why the two brothers didn't resist when they heard that Hanli wanted to take the World Tree sapling. Instead, they actively cooperated. After hearing this, Hanli also felt sincerely sorry for the brothers Ben Boba and Babwa Ben. No matter what you do, you must leave yourself a way out. Look, the heavenly Tao of the illusionary realm is reaping what it sowed. The retribution for its crimes has come. It's funny, but heaven got its comeuppance. Yixingchen, however, did not think so. Orcs will never be slaves unless they are provided with food and lodging. The heavenly Tao of the illusionary realm only knows how to exploit and oppress, but doesn't know how to give the brothers Ben Boba and Babwa Ben a reward after doing something. Even just making empty promises would be fine. The heavenly Tao of the illusionary realm is not a qualified heavenly Dao. So how do we break the restrictions before the heavenly Tao of the illusionary realm can react and send the World Tree sapling out of the illusionary realm? The solution they finally came up with was to disrupt the earth, fire, wind, and water of the illusionary realm, causing it to fall into chaos temporarily and diverting the attention of the illusionary realm's heavenly Tao. Then, with the help of his heavenly Tao power, he forcibly broke the restrictions left by the heavenly Tao of the illusionary realm and sent the World Tree sapling out of the illusionary realm in one fell swoop. Goodness, Hanli is getting better and better at using this trick. Initially, this move was something he came up with to deal with the Xuanxin realm when he had no other choice. It was a dirty trick, but also a surprise move. But who would have thought that Hanli seemed to have become addicted to this trick, resorting to it whenever he encountered a problem? Just as Hanli was implementing his plan, he also took action. He took action, reinforcing the earth, fire, wind, and water of the heavenly origin realm once again.
While setting up numerous restrictions, he also diverted a portion of his mind to monitor it around the clock. He was a little scared, afraid that one day he would fall for this trick too. There's a saying that goes, if you walk by the river long enough, you're bound to get your shoes wet. It's best to be cautious. He doesn't trust anyone, he only trusts him. Other beings, including Hanli and Yixingchen, are all tools for his growth, but he wouldn't be as ruthless as the heavenly Tao of the illusionary realm. Although they were tools and partners, he would still give them what they deserved. Chapter 34 Mysterious Domain. First Heaven. The task of igniting the earth fire in feng shui of the illusionary realm was entrusted to the brothers Ben Boba and Babua Ben. Hanli was responsible for destroying the restrictions set up by the heavenly Tao of the illusionary realm, and then he gave the world tree sapling to Yixingchen, who was responsible for taking the world tree sapling out of the illusionary realm. Everything is ready. The brothers Ben Boba and Babua Ben were even more ruthless than expected, directly calling upon the creatures of the sea to help them in their actions. The sea teems with life, and in an instant, the illusionary realm exploded. The two brothers are on their way to destroy the illusionary world. Seeing that the brothers Ben Boba and Babua Ben had betrayed him, the heavenly Tao of the illusionary realm was utterly enraged. While suppressing the earth, fire, wind, and water, it continuously unleashed lightning punishments to kill all these beings. In an instant, the entire illusionary realm was filled with charred corpses, and the whole realm was filled with wails of agony. It is clear that the heavenly Tao of the illusionary realm is capricious and cares nothing for the living beings within its borders. Kill if you want, annihilate if you want. Why did you betray me? The heavenly Tao of the illusionary realm transmitted a message to the brothers Ben Boba and Babua Ben, and the heavenly Tao's anger could be heard in the message. The brothers Ben Boba and Babua Ben, disregarding the heavenly Tao of the illusionary realm, directly retorted. You not only took their things, but you also treated them like animals. Why did they betray you? Don't you really have any idea? You two are nothing but beasts. The entire illusionary realm belongs to me. Is there anything I cannot take? The heavenly Tao of the illusionary realm does not acknowledge his mistakes. Everything in the illusionary realm belongs to him, and he can take whatever he wants. Why should he need to listen to the opinions of these ants? Even now, the heavenly Tao of the illusionary realm still believes it is right, and that the brothers Ben Boba and Babua Ben betrayed it. Anyone who betrays him must die. The heavenly Tao of the illusionary realm is preparing to unleash its strongest lightning punishment to kill the brothers Ben Boba and Babua Ben. Just then, a loud bang erupted from beneath the volcano where the world tree sapling was hidden. The heavenly Tao of the illusionary realm immediately sensed it, and the restrictions it had placed were destroyed. Rumble. The heavenly Tao of the illusionary realm was utterly enraged. As if it were out of its control, it unleashed a torrent of lightning, further exacerbating the already devastated illusionary realm. The number of creatures in the illusory realm is decreasing rapidly. He couldn't think about anything else anymore. He had to stop the world tree sapling. As long as he had the world tree sapling in his hands, he believed that the illusionary realm would soon return to normal. Conversely, once the world tree sapling is stolen, without spiritual energy to nourish the illusionary realm, it will never recover and will fall into a deep slumber. Unfortunately, by the time the heavenly Tao of the illusionary realm realized what was happening, it was too late. The moment the barrier was destroyed, Hanli instantly grabbed the world tree sapling and tossed it to Yixingchen. After obtaining the world tree sapling, Yixingchen flew away from the illusionary realm at the speed of light. Seeing that the world tree sapling had completely escaped his range, the heavenly Tao of the illusionary realm went into a berserk state and stopped suppressing the earth, fire, wind, and water. The heavenly Tao of the illusionary realm gradually lost consciousness, and the illusionary realm entered a self-destruction mode. If this continues, it won't be long before all living beings in the illusionary realm are wiped out. The brothers, Ben Boba and Babua Ben, exchanged a glance. Let's go too. The brothers Ben Boba and Babua Ben also escaped the illusionary world. The two brothers could only ensure their own safety. They were powerless to help the other creatures in the illusionary realm. So let them perish along with the illusionary realm. The two humans and two spirits returned to the Tianyuan realm, and entrusted the world tree sapling to him. He sent a message to the brothers Ben Boba and Babua Ben, informing them that the quota for nascent soul stage cultivators in the Tianyuan realm was full and they could not be accepted for the time being. This acceptance doesn't mean the brothers are rejected. It means they can live in Tianyuan realm for now, but they don't have local residency, meaning they are unregistered residents. When the heavenly origin realm advances again and can accommodate more people, he will then grant the two brothers local residency. The two brothers won't have to wait long for this day. Hanli, Yixingchen,
and other powerful figures from the Tianyuan realm are working together to drag the illusionary realm towards the Tianyuan realm. One problem is that this process takes a while, due to the madness of the heavenly Tao of the illusionary realm, which failed to suppress the earth fire in feng shui. The earth fire in feng shui of the illusionary realm completely erupted. At this moment, all living beings in the illusionary realm perished, leaving behind only ruins. The heavenly Tao of the illusionary realm also suffered a backlash and gradually dissipated. By the time the illusionary realm entered the Tianyuan realm, the heavenly Tao of the illusionary realm had already perished, making it impossible for it to be absorbed and for the power of its rules to be obtained. It was truly a pity, but thinking about it, it makes sense. One shouldn't be too greedy when doing the work of heaven. This trip has been very rewarding. They obtained the world tree sapling and also the world of the illusionary realm. Although the illusionary realm is now in ruins, it doesn't matter to him at all. With the blessing of the world tree sapling, the spiritual energy within the Tianyuan realm is sufficient to allow the illusionary realm to regain its vitality. It took Han Li and his team 10 years to guide the illusionary realm into the Tianyuan realm. He immediately refined the illusionary realm. After refining the illusionary realm, he divided it into two halves. Half of it will be used to add a new domain to the Tianyuan realm. But he thought that since the illusionary realm was currently barren, it wouldn't be good for it to be directly integrated into the heavenly origin realm. Moreover, the heavenly domain and the earthly domain are already large enough, so why not open up another domain? The new domain was named the mysterious domain. After emerging from the Xian domain, he readjusted the proportion of spiritual energy in the Tianyuan realm. The heavenly domain and the earthly domain each account for 20%, while the floating dream mountain spiritual vein and the mysterious domain each account for 30%. It is believed that the Xian domain will soon be able to recover its vitality and become suitable for living beings. The other half was refined by him into the first level of the heavenly origin realm. As for the first level of the Tianyuan realm, he does not want any living being to know about it, including Han Li and Yi Xingchen. He planted the world tree sapling in the first heaven, with the world tree sapling providing the first heaven with a vast amount of spiritual energy. The first heaven will definitely surpass the heavenly domain in the future. This is a plan he laid out in advance. The illusionary realm has been integrated into the celestial origin realm, which has significantly increased the upper limit of the celestial origin realm and added many more high-level slots. The maximum number of nascent soul stage cultivators has increased from 9 to 12. The number of golden core cultivators increased from 300 to 500. It's a bit of a shame that they can't break through the nascent soul stage. Han Li and Yi Xingchen will have to continue waiting. If only I could refine the heavenly Tao of the illusionary realm. 3 more slots were added for the nascent soul stage, and he immediately processed local household registration for the brothers Ben Boba and Babwa. Ben, once you've made a promise, you can't go back on it, especially since the brothers Ben Boba and Boboban had put in a lot of effort to get the world tree sapling. Otherwise, the world tree sapling wouldn't have been so easily obtained. 2 of the nascent soul stage spots were taken immediately, leaving only 1 spot. It all depends on which golden core stage cultivator can break through quickly and take that spot. Otherwise, it will be a long wait. The cultivators of Tianyuan realm did not disappoint him. In just 10 years, all the slots for the nascent soul and golden core stages were filled. Perhaps it's because the Tianyuan realm has been accumulating for so long. It has a bit of a thick-skinned fighting style. Chapter 35 Void Wormhole. Han Li and Yi Xingchen have already figured out the realm above the nascent soul stage, which is called the Deity transformation stage. The so-called transformation into a spirit is the cultivation of divine consciousness. To put it simply, this stage is about cultivating divine consciousness. The concepts of astral projection and divine separation are essentially the same. Both emphasize the cultivation of spiritual consciousness. The biggest problem right now is that he needs to enhance the power of the rules. In fact, the only way to enhance the power of the rules is not to devour other heavenly Daos. It is also possible to comprehend the power of the rules on one's own. However, his comprehension of the power of the rules was too slow. After an entire eon, he had only scratched the surface. How long is the 1 Yuan society? The one cycle is 129,600 years, nearly 130,000 years. To spend 130,000 years to grasp even the slightest bit of the rules. To be honest, if the Tianyuan realm could continue peacefully, he could easily afford to wait. Given the natural workings of the Tianyuan realm, it would take at least several hundred billion years for it to perish. 13,000 years is just a drop in the ocean compared to hundreds of billions of years. The problem is, Tianyuan realm can't afford to wait. The heavenly origin realm has already entered fishing mode. Its location has been exposed in the void, and powerful beings might come knocking on its door any day. Therefore, he must increase his strength as soon as possible. Besides,
He didn't want to be a lazy bum, quietly staying in the Tianyuan realm, otherwise, he wouldn't have done so much. However, it is extremely difficult to find other worlds in the void in other 100 years past, and Hanli, Yixingchen, and the brothers Ben Boba and Babwa Ben, among others, still hadn't found a single clue. After a century of nurturing, the Xian domain has become suitable for living beings. It's merely a matter of survival. The creation of cultivators is currently impossible and requires more time to develop. The two of you know a place, and maybe we can find a new world there. After a fruitless search, the brothers Ben Boba and Babwa Ben, after careful consideration, told Hanli and Yixingchen what they knew. Where? Hanli asked curiously, while also thinking to himself that the place the brothers Ben Boba and Babwa Ben mentioned must be extraordinary, otherwise the two brothers wouldn't have taken so long to tell him. When the two brothers were exploring the void before, they accidentally discovered a void wormhole. If they followed the void wormhole, they might be able to discover other new worlds. The two brothers used to work for the heavenly Tao of the illusionary realm, but they didn't want to risk their lives, so they dared not enter. If you want to go, you should make some preparations as soon as possible. The two brothers feel this void wormhole is unusual. The brothers Ben Boba and Babwa Ben explained the whole story to Hanli and Yixingchen. Of course, he was listening too. He couldn't help but think, void wormholes? That's quite interesting. Some preparations need to be made. Hanli and Yixingchen nodded in agreement. They were not afraid. The brothers Ben Boba and Babwa Ben had told them everything, and they felt they would be letting the brothers down if they didn't go. I suppose that's what he meant too this time. It wasn't just Hanli and Yixingchen together. They invited 3 nascent soul cultivators. One was the ancestor of the Great Li royal family. Yes, nearly 2,000 years have passed, and the Great Li dynasty has not yet perished. The immortal Cultivation dynasty is truly extraordinary, incomparable to the mortal kingdoms of the past. In that case, Lu Shua can rest in peace with a smile on his face. Who could have imagined that his descendants would be so brave? The other 2 nascent soul stage cultivators are not human, but demons. One of them is the white tiger, the mountain lord, from Changbai Mountain. There is also a fox, a female fox. Fox spirits are naturally alluring, but they dared not be presumptuous in front of Hanli and Yixingchen. Within the Tianyuan realm, everyone knows the names of Hanli and Yixingchen. With their strength, annihilating them would be as easy as playing with chickens. No one knows how strong these two are now, and no living being dares to try. The mountain tiger is a white tiger, the king of animals, so naturally it wouldn't be interested in foxes. It's already a good thing if it doesn't eat them. Needless to say, the 2 fish spirits, Ben Boba and Babwa Ben, are the 2 fish spirits who love to play around the most. As for women, they are not as fun as the gills of the 2 brothers. There are a total of 12 nascent soul stage cultivators in the Tianyuan realm, and 7 of them have been eliminated, exceeding half of the total. They were all the strongest fighters, and he would be quite heartbroken if they all perished in the void wormhole. Therefore, he prepared some means of survival for the 7. All geared up and ready to go, the 7 of them, led by the brothers Ben Boba and Babwa Ben, sped off into the void. It took several months for the 7 to arrive at the location. Just as the brothers Ben Boba and Babwa Ben said, there is a void wormhole here. The wormhole was small, only a few feet wide, but the chaotic energy contained within it was dozens or even hundreds of times greater than that in the void, making it impossible for divine sense to detect. How are we supposed to get in? They had to rely on the power of the heavenly Tao to resist the turbulence when traversing the void. The chaotic energy inside the wormhole was so powerful that if they rushed forward like this, they would definitely be torn to ASH.NO. There's not even any ASH.NO. Wonder the brothers Ben Boba and Babwa Ben never dared to tell anyone about this. It was all for their own good. However, having come all this way, Hanli was unwilling to leave without going in and investigating. The risks here are too great, as you have all seen and are well aware of. I will not force you. Those who wish to withdraw can do so now, and the heavenly Tao will not blame you. If you don't want to leave, once inside, anyone who disobeys instructions or acts recklessly will bear the consequences. Hanli said to the 6 people, it is extremely dangerous inside. One wrong move and you could lose your life. There are some things I must tell you beforehand. He has no objection to anyone wanting to leave now. He only sought them out to increase the chances of success, since there is strength in numbers. He did not force them, but who knew that this place was so dangerous that simply having more people wouldn't be enough to get through it? On the contrary, it's easier for Hanli to handle when there are fewer people. Why Yixingchen didn't speak, but his meaning was very clear. He would go wherever Hanli went, and it was impossible for him to escape alone. The patriarch of the Great Li royal family also spoke. The Great Li is where it is today thanks to the Fulong Temple. Even if I die, I will not back down. The patriarch of the Dali royal family also stated that he would not withdraw, otherwise, he would have no face to face the ancestors of the Lu family. I'm not quitting. The Mountain King was also certain, not only because it had received the grace of Han Li's teachings, but also because it was the king of animals and never feared any difficulties. Based on this alone, it's impossible for the Mountain King to withdraw. Besides, there are deer antlers guarding the Changbai Mountains, so nothing will happen, and it's at ease. Lu Rong now possesses the strength of a golden core cultivator at its peak. Aside from these nascent soul experts, Lu Rong can handle other cultivators, so there's no need to worry. This humble woman will not back down either. Seeing that Yi Xingchen and Shan Jun showed no intention of leaving, the fox demon thought for a moment and decided to stay as well. The fox demon originally wanted to withdraw, as the fox clan had a weak foundation, and she was able to achieve the nascent soul stage by pooling the strength of the entire clan. Besides her, the fox clan only has one nascent soul cultivator and one mid-stage golden core cultivator. Most of the others are at the chi refining or foundation establishment stages, which is not enough. If she were to perish, the Fox clan's situation would be dire. However, she still wanted to take a gamble, for herself and for the entire Fox clan. Chapter 36: A New World. Yi Xingchen, the patriarch of the Dali royal family, the Mountain Lord, and the Fox demon all chose not to withdraw. Now, only the brothers Ben Boba and Babwa Ben are left. Why don't you two brothers not go? Han Li suggested. It was already a great favor that the brothers Ben Boba and Babwa Ben brought them here. How could they bear to let them take any more risks? Actually, it's better if the two brothers don't go. They already have 5, so it's good to leave more resources for the Tianyuan realm. After thinking for a while, the two brothers finally decided to go with Han Li and the others. They came together, so they'll leave together. Although the two brothers are afraid of death, they won't back down. Otherwise, they wouldn't have helped Han Li kill the heavenly Tao of the illusionary realm. In that case, everyone will follow my instructions. Han Li said no more and then took out the life-saving method that he had left behind. The heavenly Tao itself possesses a powerful element, which is the origin of the heavenly Tao. The origin of heaven can be considered a panacea, capable of enabling cultivators to quickly break through realms and even bringing people back to life. Among other uses, however, the heavenly Tao will not easily give up its origin. The more origin the heavenly Tao possesses, the stronger its power once it is given. It means that the heavenly Tao is weakening its own power, because the original source of the heavenly Tao is very difficult to restore. The fact that he was able to bestow some of the essence of the heavenly way upon Han Li during this operation shows how much he valued it. At the same time, it can be seen that he also did not want to see Han Li and the others die. Everyone, come in. Han Li used the origin of the heavenly Tao to form a protective barrier, which was then used to resist the chaotic energy within the void wormhole, thus protecting them. All 6 followed Han Li's instructions and entered the barrier light circle. Then, they worked together to push the barrier light circle forward, protected by the protective aura. They were not harmed in the slightest. However, the barrier aura cannot exist forever. The chaotic energy inside the void wormhole is so powerful that it will eventually be exhausted. Han Li and his group had considered it. They would explore the void wormhole for an hour. If they found nothing, they would retreat the way they came and come back to explore when they were stronger enough. Fortunately, they were lucky to in just half an hour, they arrived at a circular mining area. Here, the chaotic energy has completely disappeared. Just to be on the safe side, Han Li did not remove the barrier aura immediately. Ahead, they saw a door. Could this door lead to another world? Yi Xingchen was the first to ask a question. Possibly. The brothers Ben Boba and Babwa Ben responded that they had made this guess before. The Mountain King asked, "Shall we go in?" "Enter." Han Li answered immediately, "Since we're already here, we should go in and see what's inside this door, no matter what it is." However, before going in, they need to mark the coordinates to avoid getting lost and not being able to find their way back. After marking the entrance, the 7 of them stepped through the door together. After an unknown amount of time, the 7 suddenly felt a bright light before their eyes and sensed the presence of spiritual energy. It's a new world. The fox demon was overjoyed. After walking for an unknown amount of time, she finally discovered a new world where she no longer had to live in fear. Honestly, the journey has been nerve-wracking. I was terrified that I might accidentally kick the bucket. The concentration of spiritual energy is similar to that of the heavenly realm, so this world must be quite extraordinary. Everyone must be careful and not let the heavenly Tao of this world notice us. Hanli examined the spiritual energy concentration of this world and found it to be similar to that of the heavenly domain. From this perspective, there must be a natural order in this world, and one must be extremely careful in everything one does. The others nodded in agreement. Soon, the 7 of them stepped into this new world. For some time afterward, Hanli and the others did not notice anything unusual, which made Hanli feel strange. Something's not right with this world. Hanli noticed something was wrong, and Yixingchen did the same. Something wrong. The 3 members of the Dali royal family, the Patriarch, the Mountain Lord, and the Fox Demon, did not understand what Hanli was trying to express. There's nothing wrong with them, they all seem normal, Hanli explained. The heavenly Tao of this world has not locked onto us, which means that the heavenly Tao of this world has not detected our arrival. What's the problem? Perhaps we've hidden ourselves well, and the natural order of this world hasn't detected our arrival. The patriarch of the greatly royal family felt that what he said made a lot of sense, and it was not impossible. No, it won't. Yixingchen shook his head and immediately refuted the words of the greatly royal family's ancestor. Don't underestimate the heavenly Tao. Back then, the illusionary realm was much weaker than the heavenly origin realm. As soon as we entered the illusionary realm, the heavenly Tao of the illusionary realm locked onto us. Judging from the concentration of spiritual energy alone, this world is clearly stronger than the illusionary realm, and perhaps even stronger than the heavenly origin realm. And there's something else you don't know: your strength has not reached the nascent soul stage, nor have you studied the realms above nascent soul, so you do not know that the rules of this world are even more complete than those of the heavenly origin realm. Just now, I had a feeling of wanting to break through, but I forcibly suppressed it. You can ask the abbot if you don't believe me. After Yixingchen finished speaking, the other 5 people all turned their attention to Hanli, wanting to ask him if that was true. Hanli nodded slightly. Xingchen is right. There was indeed a loosening of the breakthrough just now, but I suppressed it. Why is that? The patriarch of the greatly royal family, the Mountain Lord, and the Fox Demon still did not understand. I guess that the heavenly Tao of this world is either asleep or does not exist at all, otherwise it would be impossible for it not to discover us. Hanli gave a reason that no one dared to believe. The explanation that heaven's way is asleep is more acceptable and believable to everyone. As for the claim that the way of heaven does not exist in this world, they simply cannot believe it. How could that be? The spiritual energy is so abundant, and the power of the rules is so complete. How could there be no heavenly Tao? As for why we don't break through, it's not because breaking through would attract lightning tribulations and thus draw the attention of the world's powerful figures. On the contrary, there is no tribulation of lightning between the nascent soul stage and the deity stage. As long as you can break through, you can do so with confidence. The main reason we haven't broken through to the nascent soul stage is that the Tianyuan realm currently cannot accommodate cultivators above the nascent soul stage. In other words, once we break through to the deity transformation stage, he will refuse us entry into the Tianyuan realm after we return. Hanli explained to them the realms beyond the nascent soul stage and the reasons for suppressing their cultivation and preventing them from breaking through. Only after Hanli explained it to them did they realize that this was the case. At the same time, I breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that breaking through from the nascent soul stage to the deity transformation stage did not require going through the cloud tribulation. The transition from chi refining to foundation establishment requires undergoing a tribulation. The path from foundation establishment to golden core requires undergoing a tribulation. The transition from golden core to nascent soul requires undergoing a tribulation. Moreover, the tribulation lightning of each realm is stronger than the tribulation lightning of the previous realm. To be honest, they were already afraid of undergoing the tribulation. They had absolutely no confidence that they would need to undergo another tribulation to progress from nascent soul to deity transformation. Fortunately, this breakthrough avoided the tribulation, which is a happy thing. Chapter 37 Transformation into God. Hanli and his companions explored this world for several years and finally figured out its situation. This world is called the desolate realm. Ultimately, Hanli and the others were too narrow-minded. The desolate realm was far from simple. In terms of size, the desolate realm is more than 10 times the size of the Tianyuan realm. Goodness, it's huge. At first, Hanli and the others couldn't believe it, but it was true. Secondly, the desolate realm possesses the complete system of the cultivation world. It was here that Hanli and Yixingchen verified the 8 realms of cultivation. Chi refining, foundation building, golden elixir, nascent soul, spirit transformation, returning to emptiness, Mahayana, tribulation crossing. Based on the above conditions, this means that the wilderness is a medium world. In the previous era, there were countless powerful figures in the desolate realm, and an unknown number of cultivators who had transcended tribulation, but at some point, the tribulation transcending experts began to disappear without a trace, and all the Mahayana stage experts were stuck in place, unable to advance any further. Gradually, even experts at the returning void realm could no longer break through to the Mahayana stage. To date, the strongest cultivator in the desolate realm is at the peak of the nascent soul stage, unable to advance any further. This is good news. The strongest cultivator in the desolate realm is only a nascent soul cultivator at the peak of their cultivation, which greatly reduces the threat to Hanli and his group. Some people speculate that the desolate realm is an abandoned world that is gradually heading towards extinction. This conjecture is similar to Hanli's conjecture at the time. The heavenly Tao does not exist in the desolate realm. The exact reason remains unknown to Hanli. The power of the desolate realm far surpasses theirs. They cannot handle it. They need to return and report to him to see what to do next. Hanli went back alone, while the other 6 stayed behind to continue monitoring the movements in the desolate realm. After hearing Hanli's account, he was very satisfied with the operation. Although he had lost some of his essence, he could make up for it if he could acquire the wilderness. It doesn't matter if the desolate realm doesn't have the heavenly Tao, as long as the desolate realm has rules, it can still devour and refine them, breaking through the upper limit of the heavenly origin realm. Later, he asked if Hanli could record the full coordinates. Hanli naturally memorized all the coordinates, and this time he returned along the coordinates. After that, he divided 7 celestial origins into 7 streams for Hanli, and this time, he went all out. Each of the 7 heavenly Tao origins was granted 1, and the 7 could use the heavenly Tao origins to forcibly use spatial jumps in the desolate realm. As long as the desolate realm can be brought into the territory of the celestial origin realm, these 7 sources will not have been wasted. Hanli did as he instructed. Upon returning to the desolate realm, Hanli distributed the heavenly Tao origin to 6 individuals and explained the implementation plan to them. The 7 were ready and began using spatial jump to reach the desolate realm. The desolate realm is devoid of the heavenly Tao and is free from interference from external factors and things. The plan was executed smoothly this time, and the desolate realm was drawn into the territory of the celestial origin realm. Of course, during the spatial jump, the nascent soul stage experts within the desolate realm sensed something amiss. However, they lacked the power of the heavenly Tao bestowed upon them and could not break through the void. There was something unusual about the desolate realm, but they had no idea what it was and could only wait helplessly. At the moment the desolate realm entered the territory of the celestial origin realm, he immediately took action. First, they reclaimed the remaining heavenly Tao origin. The essence of the heavenly Tao is too precious to be wasted. Not a single drop can be wasted. Secondly, instead of rushing to refine the desolate realm, it began to devour the rules within it. The desolate realm is too vast and governed by rules, making it extremely time-consuming to refine. It would be better to first devour the rules within the desolate realm to enhance its strength, and then refine the desolate realm. This would shorten the time required. After he began to devour, the nascent soul stage powerhouse in the desolate realm felt a pang of fear. They felt that their communication with heaven and earth was becoming increasingly confused, and there were even signs of them falling into a lower realm. Could it be that a new era has arrived, and the desolate realm no longer allows new nascent soul stage cultivators to appear? This is their guess. Several years later, even nascent soul stage cultivators in the desolate realm had this feeling. Several years later, the golden core cultivators in the desolate realm also had this feeling. No, this is not the arrival of a new era. The arrival of a new era is definitely not like this. Only then did the nascent soul stage experts in the desolate realm dare to be certain. The wilderness has not entered a new era, rather, something has gone wrong. The top powers in the desolate realm began to cooperate in an attempt to find the source of the problem. If this continues, the desolate realm will become the age of Dharma decline, no longer suitable for cultivation. However, their efforts were destined to be in vain. Several years later, the Foundation establishment cultivators in the desolate realm also felt this sensation. In the years that followed, no more beings with spiritual roots were born in the desolate realm. It took him 30 years to completely devour all the rules of the desolate realm. Now, he has become stronger, and the Tianyuan realm can now accommodate cultivators at the nascent soul stage. At the same time, Hanli and Yixingchen stopped suppressing their cultivation levels and broke through to the nascent soul stage. From this moment forward, the Tianyuan realm has its own nascent soul stage cultivator. This is a good thing. However, the number of nascent soul stage cultivators that the Tianyuan realm can accommodate is still pitifully small, only 9. Excluding Hanli and Yixingchen, there are only 7 spots left for the nascent soul stage. The number of slots for nascent soul stage cultivators has increased considerably, reaching as many as 500, which is enough for a period of time. There are no longer any restrictions on realms below the nascent soul stage. In other words, theoretically speaking, every being in the Tianyuan realm can cultivate to the point of perfect golden core. Of course, this is only a theoretical possibility and is unlikely to happen. Lifespan is the greatest limitation and obstacle for living beings. Having devoured all the rules of the desolate realm, he now prepares to refine the entire desolate realm. Before that, he needed to consider how to settle these monks in the wasteland. There's no need to consider cultivators below the nascent soul stage, they're just a bunch of ants, and the Tianyuan realm can easily accommodate them. Aren't cultivators above the nascent soul stage the same? He has investigated cultivators above the nascent soul stage in the desolate realm. The desolate realm has a truly profound foundation, with 3,000 nascent soul stage cultivators and 67 deity transformation stage cultivators. The heavenly origin realm cannot accommodate so many people. If all cultivators above the nascent soul stage were killed, he would feel a little heartache. Leaving these people behind will not only enhance the strength of the Tianyuan realm, but their personal insights, combined with the legacy left by their predecessors, will greatly promote the development of the Tianyuan realm system. That's why he made that choice. It wouldn't be necessary if it were just because his realm was high. If the Tianyuan realm were given some time, it could also reach that level. Finally, he still sent Han Li to the desolate realm to talk with the top sex and nascent soul stage cultivators there. If they cooperate, he can spare their lives, and the heavenly origin realm will be their home from now on. If these people remain obstinate and fail to grasp the situation, they shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. At worst, it'll just be like the fantasy world, reduced to ruins, and we can start over. With so much spiritual energy in the Tianyuan realm, and a world tree sapling in hand, how could we possibly fail to nurture it? Chapter 38. Not taking a single needle or thread. Following his instructions, Han Li went alone to the desolate realm to speak with these powerful beings. Han Li is now also at the nascent soul stage, and with the desolate realm currently devoid of rules, these nascent soul stage experts cannot unleash their peak strength. Therefore, Han Li was not afraid at all and went without hesitation. Han Li successfully arranged meetings with several top sects in the desolate realm, as well as many nascent soul stage experts. Upon Han Li's arrival, they all asked him with suspicion, "Who exactly are you? What brings you here?" They could also tell that Han Li's cultivation level was at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. In the desolate realm, the number of cultivators at the nascent soul stage is neither particularly large nor small. Within the desolate realm, all nascent soul stage cultivators know each other. As for Han Li, they had never seen or heard of him before, and he didn't seem to be from the desolate realm. Han Li was not embarrassed by this, and said with a sheepish smile, "I am Han Li, from Fulong Temple." Fulong Temple, Han Li. Upon hearing these two names, everyone shook their heads, having never heard of them before. It seemed they were truly not from the desolate realm. "You are all right. I am not a cultivator from the desolate realm, but from the Tianyuan realm." Han Li stopped playing games with them and revealed his origins directly. Did Han Li originate from outside the region? All the powerful figures frowned, their expressions were not good, and they became wary of Han Li. "You from beyond this realm, tell me your purpose?" Some people couldn't hold back any longer. "I have come here to inform you all that those who join the Tianyuan realm with peace of mind will live, otherwise." At this point, Han Li stopped speaking. They were all intelligent people, how could they not understand what he meant? It was said that Han Li was sent to communicate with them, but in reality, it was just to issue a notification. There's nothing to discuss, they have no choice but to accept it. If you don't accept it, you'll only face death. Arrogant. No sooner had Han Li finished speaking than a nascent soul stage expert stood up and berated him. Han Li was only at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, and everyone present was his senior. Where did Han Li get the courage to speak to them like that? Soon, they understood where Han Li got his courage. Just as this nascent soul stage expert finished berating Han Li, a lightning tribulation struck down from the sky above the desolate realm. Its power was so great that it shattered the nascent soul stage cultivator into dust. A powerful cultivator at the nascent soul stage has fallen. At this moment, none of the powerful figures present dared to breathe. That's so domineering. They resort to violence at the slightest disagreement, leaving absolutely no room for negotiation. Fellow Daoist, what is the Tianyuan realm? Why are we being asked to join it? What is the reason? You must explain this to us, so that we can die with a clear understanding. Even in the desolate realm, there were still courageous people who stepped forward to ask questions. He couldn't believe that asking questions like this would lead to his death. If he really does suffer a calamity, it means that Han Li is a difficult person to get along with, and he won't have a good time in the Tianyuan realm either. It would be better for him to just die and be done with it. Han Li nodded. Of course, I need to explain it to you. The root cause has to start from your desolate realm. Let's start with our desolate realm. What problems does the desolate realm have? These people were puzzled. How did the desolate realm suddenly get involved? Wasn't it because Han Li, this person from outside the realm, was utterly shameless, demanding their submission the moment he arrived and getting struck by lightning for every word he uttered? Your desolate realm is very large, more than 10 times larger than our Tianyuan realm. The cultivators of your desolate realm are very strong. In ancient times, there were countless experts who had transcended tribulations. In contrast, our Tianyuan realm has only been cultivating for a few thousand years, and the highest cultivation level is that of this humble Taoist, who has just broken through to the nascent soul stage. Compared to your desolate realm, the desolate realm is far, far inferior. Han Li briefly explained the situation in Tianyuan realm to them. Upon hearing this, everyone thought, is the Tianyuan realm really that weak? At first glance, it seemed like Han Li was praising them, but the more you listened, the more something seemed off. Suddenly, they understood that the Tianyuan realm is so weak, and the desolate realm is so strong, yet their lives are in Han Li's hands. Is Han Li intentionally mocking them? If Han Li knew what they were thinking, he could only say that they were overthinking things. Han Li was not mocking them, he was stating a fact to them, the reason why the desolate realm declined. But Han Li's life took a turn for the better. After that, the desolate realm lost its glory and gradually declined. In this era, not a single spiritual being in the desolate realm has broken through to the void returning stage. The highest cultivation level is still at the peak of the nascent soul stage. In our Tianyuan realm, in just a few thousand years, we have progressed from Qi refining to foundation establishment, then to golden core, nascent soul, and finally to the current deity transformation. Gentlemen, do you know why, when Han Li asked the question, no one present spoke up, nor did anyone refute Han Li's words? They all knew in their hearts that Han Li was telling the truth. Seeing that no one spoke, Han Li continued, some of you know the reason, but you just don't want to believe it. Is the desolate realm truly an abandoned world? Finally, someone spoke up again. As Han Li said, they knew some things, but they had no evidence to prove it, so they were unwilling to believe it. I don't know whether the desolate realm has been abandoned, but I can tell you that there is no heavenly Tao in the desolate realm, which is why the desolate realm is now in the hands of the Tianyuan realm. Gentlemen, even without our Tianyuan realm, the desolate realm would still decline, it would just linger on for a little longer. Han Li also wanted to know why there was no heavenly Tao in the desolate realm. He is the same. There are many questions surrounding this, such as why the void wormhole leads to the desolate realm. Is it a coincidence? If it's a coincidence, then it's too much of a coincidence. It can't be that simple. What are the benefits of us joining the Tianyuan realm? Someone asked. They realized that Han Li had said so much just to get them to join the Tianyuan realm. Of course there are. First of all, the Tianyuan realm has considerable potential. If you join the Tianyuan realm, you will achieve better development and break through to a higher realm. Secondly, Han Li then began to use his talents, dangling a big promise in front of them. In short, joining Tianyuan realm guarantees they won't regret it. Of course, they are all top-tier experts in the desolate realm, having lived for thousands of years. How could they possibly be brainwashed by Han Li? If they can accept it, it means that the benefits Han Li offers are enough to entice them. They're all a bunch of old foxes. Their weakness, aside from being afraid of death, is that they're all incredibly shrewd. How can we cooperate with you? These nascent soul stage experts asked again. Their ideas are not so deeply ingrained. Perhaps because of the influence of tradition. In ancient times, cultivators would ascend to another world after undergoing tribulation, seeking a higher realm. Therefore, when Han Li said that the Tianyuan realm could help them break through to the void returning realm, they were already tempted. They asked Han Li this question to find out what his requirements were. As long as they weren't excessive and didn't require emptying their savings, they were willing to agree. The Tianyuan realm will not take a single needle or thread from you. These powerful figures were all taken aback, wondering whether Han Li had used a positive or negative term. Not taking a single needle or thread means not taking anything from them, or taking everything except a single needle or thread. If it's the former, they will definitely accept it gladly. If it's the latter, a fierce battle is definitely unavoidable. Chapter 39 Returning to Emptiness. But Han Li's story took a turn. This turning point made everyone tense, fearing that Han Li would reveal that he wanted everything except a needle and thread.
Once we arrive at the Tianyuan realm, we will need to separate you all. Han Li's words finally calmed everyone down. It just about separating them, but this condition doesn't seem unacceptable. Could you elaborate? Sure. Next, Han Li explained the specific arrangements to everyone in the desolate realm. In summary, there are 2 points. The desolate realm is too large. Incorporating it entirely into the celestial realm would be detrimental to the development of the celestial realm. Therefore, the desolate realm needs to be divided into several domains. These sects in the desolate realm need to be dispersed and distributed to various domains. To ensure fairness, a lottery system can be used, leaving everything to fate. Who is lucky and who is unlucky depends entirely on luck. After explaining the situation to them, the people from the desolate realm all agreed. After their conversation ended, he began to refine the desolate realm. He divided a portion of the desolate realm into 5 domains, named Yellow Domain, Universe Domain, Cosmic Domain, Flood Domain, and Desolate Domain. Thus, there are now 8 major domains within the Tianyuan realm: heaven, earth, dark, yellow, universe, cosmos, flood, wilderness. Then, he refined another part of the desolate realm into 7 spiritual veins. These 7 spiritual veins were placed in the 7 domains of earth, profound, yellow, universe, eternity, flood, and wilderness. Now, each of the 8 domains has a spiritual vein. Another part of the desolate realm was refined by him into a secret realm, named the Spirit Platform Secret Realm, which can only be entered by foundation establishment cultivators. The main spirit in the Lingtai secret realm this time was formed from a portion of the heavenly Tao's origin. From now on, the Spirit Platform secret realm will be managed entirely by the Lord Spirit, and he will not interfere. As I said before, don't kill them all, just keep a certain survival rate. Finally, the remaining bit of the desolate realm was merged into the first heaven. It took him 100 years to complete the entire process. It took a long time, but the rewards were plentiful. The desolate realm was completely swallowed up by the Tianyuan realm, and now the Tianyuan realm is a medium world. Currently, the maximum capacity that the Tianyuan realm can withstand is as follows. There are 3 cultivators at the returning to void realm. However, he does not intend to open this realm for the time being. Han Li and Yi Xingchen have only recently reached the nascent soul stage, and are still far from reaching the void returning stage. If the void return realm is opened up, it will most likely be snatched up by the powerful beings of the desolate realm. He cannot trust these people for the time being. The maximum number of slots for nascent soul stage cultivators has increased dramatically, reaching 999. Because of the large number of slots, he changed the household registration of all the cultivators from the original desolate realm to local ones. From now on, they will all be locals of the Tianyuan realm. As for the powerful nascent soul cultivators who had reached the peak of their nascent soul realm in the original desolate realm, he chose the fishing mode. He made these nascent soul stage experts feel that they were facing a bottleneck to break through, but he just wouldn't let them succeed. In this way, Han Li wouldn't be considered to be lying to them. The heavenly origin realm can break through to the void returning realm. It's you who can't break through. Who can you blame? What despicable locals! The maximum number of nascent soul stage cultivators has reached over 100,000, which is sufficient for the development and use of the Tianyuan realm. There are no restrictions on cultivators below the nascent soul stage. While the Tianyuan realm appears to be thriving, in reality, after a period of rapid growth, its spiritual energy is about to run out. Ultimately, it's because the desolate realm is too vast, bringing a 1000% expansion rate to the Tianyuan realm. The Tianyuan realm, which was originally rich in spiritual energy, has become much less dense due to this expansion. It requires supplies to 8 domains, 8 spiritual veins, and 2 secret realms. In the end, the allocation ratio of the Zhou Tian star array is completely insufficient. Fortunately, the world tree sapling in the first heaven served as a backup energy source, relieving some of the pressure on him. Otherwise, I really don't know what to do. We must not do this again next time. We must act within our capabilities. This also reveals a problem. The Zhou Tian Xingdou Grand Array needs to be upgraded again, otherwise the conversion speed of spiritual energy cannot keep up with the supply. Secondly, after Tianyuan realm becomes a middle world, another Zhou Tian star array can be built. In this way, one Zhou Tian star array can supply 4 domains, for spiritual veins, and 1 secret realm, which is more than enough. This matter still needs to be handled by Han Li and Yi Xingchen. He doesn't trust anyone else to do it. Before that, he needs to improve the strength of Han Li and Yi Xingchen. After more than 100 years of cultivation, Han Li and Yi Xingchen had only reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Mid-stage nascent soul wasn't enough. He wanted Han Li and Yi Xingchen to become the first batch of void return realm cultivators. He bestowed upon Han Li and Yi Xingchen the essence of the heavenly Tao, helping them to break through quickly after.
Han Li and Yi Xingqian refined the heavenly Tao origin. Their cultivation progressed as if they had a cheat code. He broke through to the late stage of the nascent soul realm in just 20 years. It took him another 30 years to break through to the peak of the nascent soul stage. Afterwards, he secretly opened the void returning realm, and Han Li and Yi Xingqian successfully broke through to the void returning realm in 50 years. 2 of the spots for the returning to void realm in the heavenly origin realm were taken, leaving one spot. He decided to give it to a nascent soul stage expert from the original desolate realm. After dragging this out for so long, we should at least offer them some incentive so they can focus on developing their careers in the Tianyuan realm. In fact, what he did was right. It turns out that these nascent soul stage experts from the desolate realm had been unable to break through to the heavenly origin realm for a long time, and many of them had guessed that Han Li was deceiving them. However, due to the circumstances, they did not say it openly. When they saw Han Li and Yi Xingqian making great strides and even breaking through to the void returning stage. At this moment, they were furious, guessing that Han Li must have used all of them to achieve his goal. Otherwise, how could Han Li have broken through so quickly? They have already secretly colluded to form an alliance to denounce Han Li and demand an explanation from him. As a result, before the alliance could even take off, one of them broke through and successfully reached the void returning realm. The sudden breakthrough left them completely bewildered, and everyone wondered if they had made a mistake. It's not that they can't break through, but that the opportunity hasn't arrived yet. All the nascent soul stage cultivators who had not yet reached the pinnacle of their cultivation began seclusion to attempt to break through to the void return stage. The alliance thus collapsed on its own. He died before achieving his goal. With these people settled down, Han Li and Yi Xingqian finally had time to work on the Zhou-Tian Xingdou Grand Array. It took 3 years to upgrade the original Zhou-Tian Xingdou Grand Array, and the speed of converting spiritual energy is several times faster than before. The newly built Zhou-Tian Xingdou Grand Array was also completed. He readjusted the proportions again, and a Zhou-Tian Star Array supplied 4 domains, 4 spiritual veins, and 1 secret realm. The supply of world tree saplings was withdrawn by him, and he continued to nourish the first heaven. The heavenly origin realm has returned to its former form. After some time, the spiritual energy of the heavenly origin realm will become rich again, which will be beneficial for the cultivation of living beings. However, that's a story for another time. But he has an important thing to do right now. It's difficult to find any other worlds around the void where Tianyuan realm is located. Letting Han Li and Yi Xingqian continue their search would be futile and a waste of the power of heaven, which would not be worthwhile for him. Based on this consideration, he made a bold decision. He will use a void transfer on the Tianyuan realm. Void transfer and spatial jump are similar. The difference is that spatial jumps can be used for positioning and movement with low energy consumption and can be used multiple times, while void transfers cannot. Void teleportation occurs randomly, involves long distances, and consumes a lot of resources. Each time it is used, it requires a long period of rest before it can be used again. His concern was that after using the void transfer, the Tianyuan realm might happen to appear in front of other advanced worlds. When that time comes, and he has no strength left to escape, what will he do? Chapter 40. The world building plan. He used a void transfer to the Tianyuan realm. This time, he gambled correctly again. The Tianyuan realm did not encounter any other worlds. However, he saw 2 abandoned planets in the void surrounding the Tianyuan realm. These 2 planets are not large, less than 1/10 the size of the celestial realm. Even so, it still filled him with joy. This was something he had never seen before in that void. If these 2 abandoned planets were integrated into the Tianyuan realm, the upper limit of the number of people in the returning to the void realm could be increased. He came up with a solution. It's time to get these people from the wasteland to work. They can't just lie around doing nothing. We can't let Han Li and Yi Xingqian do everything themselves. Someone needs to share the burden. He conveyed the plan to Han Li. Soon after, Han Li issued a notice to the top forces and powerful figures in the Tianyuan realm. Fulong Temple can help cultivators at the nascent soul stage break through to the void returning stage. Those interested can come to Fulong Temple to discuss it. The announcement was concise, but the response was enormous. Upon hearing this news, all the top forces in the Tianyuan realm, as well as cultivators who were in seclusion preparing to break through to the returning void realm, rushed to Fulong Temple. In less than 3 days, all the powerful cultivators had gathered at Fulong Temple. The allure of the returning to the void realm is simply too great. Unable to break through on his own, he could only come to Fulong Temple to find a way out. Although they didn't have a good impression of Han Li, there was one thing they could believe: Han Li had kept his promises. Or rather, since the time of immortal master Lin Tion, all the promises made by the successive abbots of Fulong Temple have been fulfilled. Fulong Temple has become a benchmark in the Tianyuan realm. Welcome, fellow Taoists, to Fulong Temple. I will not waste your time with unnecessary words.
Let's get straight to today's topic. Han Li first made some small talk with everyone, and then got straight to the point, without making empty promises. Han Li usually goes this far. The reason for gathering you all here today is actually for the development of the Tianyuan realm, and also to give you all an opportunity for advancement. I have 100 sets of Heavenly Dao battle armor. Wearing the Heavenly Dao battle armor can resist the turbulent void and allow one to travel through the void. The effective time is 1 year. Of course, there are restrictions for cultivators here, only those at the nascent soul stage or above are allowed to participate. The task assigned to you is to search for abandoned planets or other new worlds in the void. 5 abandoned planets can be exchanged for 1 spot in the void return realm. 1 small world can be exchanged for 2 spots in the returning to the void realm. 1 middle world can be exchanged for 5 void return realm slots. Han Li explained the mission requirements to everyone. The Heavenly Dao battle armor was created by him, and it is covered with the power of the Heavenly Dao. The validity period is 1 year. After 1 year, the power of the Heavenly Dao will disappear, and he will need to cover it up again with the power of the Heavenly Dao. Originally, only 2 abandoned planets were needed to upgrade 1 void return realm spot, but for Han Li, it takes 5. I don't know if it was his price or if it was changed later in the Korean calendar. With a profit margin of 150%, this deal is worthwhile. I have a few questions I would like to ask the abbot. After Han Li finished speaking, people started asking questions. Please speak. The first question is, now that we've found the world, how do we take it back? They don't yet have the ability to reclaim a world, and even if they did, it would be of no use. In response to this question, Han Li replied, if you fellow Taoists find an abandoned planet, you can leave your mark on it and then inform us so we can verify it. If the situation is true, we will record it for you. You don't need to bring it to me, I'll get it myself later. As for the small world and the middle world, they cannot be marked. They can only be owned by whoever registers first. Of course, doing so might be unfair, but as fellow Taoists know, it is impossible to achieve absolute fairness in anything. Fellow Taoists, do you have any objections? Everyone present shook their heads, having no objection. Han Li's words made sense. Besides, any objection should be kept to oneself. The final interpretation right belongs to Han Li. The second problem is, what if we don't have enough to exchange for the required amount? For example, if there are 5 abandoned planets and we are 1 short, what should we do? This person asked a rather sharp question. If we can't gather enough money, wouldn't we just be working for Han Li? Han Li also answered this question, saying, I have also made some solutions to this problem, so that you fellow Taoists will not have worked in vain. Fellow Taoists, you may cooperate with each other or engage in transactions. I approve of all such exchanges. The premise is that both parties are acting voluntarily. If any forced buying or selling, murder or robbery occurs, I have the right to punish such behavior. Please remember this, fellow Taoists. Han Li warned everyone that he approved of cooperation in trade, but feared it might turn into something dirty. This is something Han Li does not want to see. We need to say the unpleasant things up front, so that no one will deny it later. Or the others nodded in agreement, indicating that they would follow the rules. Following that, Han Li added, as long as your offer matches your needs, we can exchange with Fulong Temple. Is there anything else? May I ask the abbot, how should these 100 sets of Heavenly Dao battle armor be distributed? Someone asked again. This is the key point. Without this, the previous 2 are completely useless, and asking them is pointless. Their numbers were so great that 100 sets of Heavenly Dao battle armor were simply not enough. In your opinion, fellow Taoists, how should these 100 sets of Heavenly Dao battle armor be distributed? Han Li pondered for a moment, then passed the question back to them. Han Li had his own ideas about how to distribute the 100 sets of Heavenly Dao battle armor. However, it's useless for Han Li to have his own ideas. In the end, he has to rely on these people to act, so it's better for them to take the lead. In the end, whoever didn't get the qualification couldn't be blamed on Han Li. It was their own decision, and had nothing to do with Han Li. Of course, it goes to whoever is stronger. This powerful being at the returning void realm stepped forward to speak. He was the only returning void realm expert in the Tianyuan realm besides Han Li and Yi Xingchen, and he had the authority to speak with Han Li. I agree. A powerful being who had reached the peak of the nascent soul stage also stepped forward to speak. I agree. Another nascent soul stage expert joined in the commotion. The world is a dog-eat-dog world. Whoever is strong should rightfully belong to whomever is strong. Subsequently, the other nascent soul stage experts all expressed their agreement. It would be strange if they disagreed. If the quotas were allocated according to merit, everyone would have a share. Currently, the Tianyuan realm has 3 cultivators at the returning void realm. Hanli, Yixingchen, and the old man who just spoke. There are 84 nascent soul stage cultivators. A few of them are natives of the Tianyuan realm, while the rest are cultivators who transferred from the original desolate realm. If we do things their way, these relocated people have a huge advantage in this mission. Chapter 41 Dao Yuan Assembly. I have no objection to allocating the quotas according to strength. There are 87 people in total, including myself and others at the Void Returning Realm and the Divine Transformation Realm. How about this allocation? 3 slots for each person in the Returning to Void Realm and 1 slot for each person in the Nascent Soul Realm. In addition, I have another idea. 1 year is 1 cycle, and every 10 years is 1 period, so there are a total of 1,000 places. After deducting the spots we've been allocated, there are still 907 spots left. These spots will still be filled through competition based on merit. 3 months from now, I will be holding the Dao Yuan Conference in Ivory Village. All cultivators at the nascent soul stage and above are welcome to register. The top 1,000 participants will be selected, and the number of places will be allocated according to their ranking. If the player ranked higher withdraws, the player ranked lower will take their place. What do you all think? Hanli then shared his thoughts. Even when they eat meat, they leave some soup for those below them. Hanli did not want to see a few powerful factions dominate the Tianyuan realm, and he wanted independent cultivators to have their day. Hanli's 3 spots were reserved for Fulong Temple, and Yixingchen's 3 spots were reserved for Tianqing sect. I have no objection. This Void Returning Realm expert was the first to agree. If they didn't understand by now, they would be fools. Hanli was clearly trying to trick them into falling into the trap of the Dao Yuan Assembly. All of this was planned in advance by Hanli, otherwise, how could the plan be so detailed? However, thinking about it, he didn't lose out. He had 3 spots, and he was in the first batch. You can't be too greedy, or you'll incur people's resentment. We have no objection. Seeing that the Void Returning Realm expert had agreed, the others followed suit. Then it's settled. Before that, I have something to make clear to you all, so as to avoid any disputes later. Please speak, Abbot. Hanli said, the materials used to forge the Heavenly Dao battle armor are extremely expensive. If anyone loses the Heavenly Dao battle armor, they will need to compensate for the relevant costs. Those who refuse to pay compensation may be expelled from the competition or their organization, and will be barred from participating in similar competitions in the future. Actually, Hanli was just trying to scare them. The materials used to forge the Heavenly Dao battle armor are quite ordinary. The most important element within the Heavenly Dao battle armor is the power of the Heavenly Dao. That being said, it didn't stop Hanli from intimidating them, since they didn't know how the Heavenly Dao battle armor was actually made. That's how it should be. Everyone expressed their approval. After the meeting, news that Hanli would hold the Dao Yuan conference in Ivory Village spread throughout the land, and the reasons for it were also made public. Upon hearing this news, not only nascent soul stage experts, but also Golden Core and Foundation establishment stage cultivators rushed to Ivory Village. While cultivators at the Golden Core and Foundation establishment stages cannot participate in the Dao Yuan conference, that doesn't stop them from joining in the fun and witnessing the prowess of the big shots. When they break through to the nascent soul stage, they will also participate in the Dao Yuan conference, which will serve as a way to familiarize themselves with the process beforehand. Hanli had ulterior motives in choosing Ivory Village as the venue for the Dao Yuan conference. Hanli was born in Ivory Village after all, so he should always do something for his hometown, even though so many years have passed. 3 months later, the Dao Yuan conference officially opened, and countless cultivators came to attend. Because this was the first time the Dao Yuan conference was being held, and time was limited, it was organized in a very simple manner. In just 1 month, the top 1,000 participants of the Dao Yuan assembly were determined. After the number of spots was determined, the first group of people set off to try their luck in the void. Perhaps there are many abandoned planets in this void, or perhaps they were just lucky. The first group went out and searched for a year, discovering a total of 28 abandoned planets. As for the small world and the middle world, no one has discovered them yet. This is already a very good result. Back then, it took Hanli over 100 years to discover a small world. Compared to them, they are incredibly lucky to have achieved so much in just 1 year. However, none of them or any of their forces could suddenly gather 5 abandoned planets, nor did they intend to trade or cooperate. This is only the first batch. It's quite early. There will be more of their people in later batches. We should wait until this period is over before discussing any transactions or collaborations. No one came to Hanli to exchange his money, and Hanli was happy to be left alone. He distributed the 28 abandoned planets he found to 8 domains, and the area of the 8 domains increased somewhat.
There are 14 more slots available for those at the returning to the void realm, but he has no intention of releasing them. There are also hundreds more slots available for the nascent soul stage. He did not hide the quota for the nascent soul stage, he released them all. 9 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and the first phase of exploring the void has come to an end. Apart from the first group returning with a full load, the subsequent groups relied purely on luck, and it took 9 groups combined to find only 5 abandoned planets. In the end, some groups didn't even get to drink soup, they were just there to keep them company. Among them, Hanli discovered the problem. Not only Hanli, but other powerful beings also discovered it. Ultimately, it's because the time frame is too short, only 1 year, which severely restricts their freedom of movement. In other words, the original plan had problems and needed to be modified. Hanli then summoned all the great masters to discuss how to make the revisions. The final decision was that the Daoyuan conference would be held once every 30 years, and would no longer be divided into multiple batches, but would be held in one batch with 100 slots. These 100 spots have also been redistributed. 20 slots were allocated to the void returning realm. If there are not enough people, the slots will be allocated to the next higher realm, namely the nascent soul stage. 50 slots were allocated to those at the nascent soul stage. 20 slots were allocated to those at the nascent soul stage. The allocation of these spots will be determined by the rankings achieved in the Daoyuan conference. The duration of the Heavenly Dao power within the Heavenly Dao battle armor has also been extended from 1 year to 30 years. In other words, a quota is valid for 30 years, which greatly increases the margin for error. Just after everyone finished their discussion, 3 forces approached Hanli, demanding a spot to break through to the void returning realm, because all 3 factions have gathered the required number of 5 abandoned planets. It's unclear what promises they made in private that led others to transfer their supplies to them. Hanli did not pursue the matter further. He had already stated that as long as it was a legitimate transaction and both parties were willing, he would not investigate. Hanli asked them to leave their information about the person who was about to break through, and then told them to go back and wait, assuring them that this person would definitely break through to the void returning realm soon. After they returned, Hanli relayed the message to him. Hanli couldn't make someone break through, only he could. In fact, he already knew even when Hanli was talking. Without Hanli saying anything, he secretly created a backstage system for these 3 people. Before long, 3 people from the Tianyuan realm will break through to the returning to the void realm. A month later, one of them successfully broke through to the void returning realm. A few days later, another person also successfully broke through to the void returning realm. About 10 days later, the last one also successfully broke through. All 3 succeeded, just as he predicted. It wouldn't take long. At the same time, the breakthroughs of the 3 also greatly shocked all the cultivators in the Tianyuan realm. Chapter 42, Discovering the Middle World. Hanli is only at the void returning realm. How could he possibly let anyone break through just because he says so? Do you really think he is the son of heaven, or the father of heaven? Originally, they were just trying it out, since they wouldn't lose anything anyway. Who knew it would actually be true? If Hanli can make anyone break through their limits, could it be that Hanli is truly the son of heaven? Some began to regret trading away the quantities they had. If only we could keep them, when they find other abandoned planets and gather enough, we would have another powerful cultivator at the void returning realm, and the sect's strength would increase dramatically. I am so regretful. The Daoyuan assembly was held once again, but this time the number of participants was cut in half to 100, which naturally brought joy to some and sorrow to others. Time flies, and after 300 years of hard work by cultivators, the Tianyuan realm has made tremendous progress. First, the area of Tianyuan realm is half again as large as before. Currently, the maximum number of void return realm cultivators in the Tianyuan realm has reached 300, which is much more than before. However, he did not release the quotas, which was detrimental to the development of the Tianyuan realm. But he wanted to make these monks compete inwards. If you want a spot in the returning to the void realm, you need to contribute, otherwise, stay at the perfected nascent soul stage. Over the past 300 years, 89 cultivators at the returning to emptiness realm have emerged in the Tianyuan realm. In truth, it's not that difficult. Some living beings are capable of doing it, although luck plays a significant role. The same applies to cultivating immortality. Without luck, who can cultivate to become an immortal? Compared to ordinary people, becoming a cultivator is the greatest blessing in their lives. There is no longer a limit on the number of people below the returning to the void realm. Even if it exists, it won't reach the limit. At this moment, the data for the Tianyuan realm is as follows: there are 89 people in the returning to the void realm. Except for Hanli and Yixingchen, who who are in the late stage of the returning to the void realm, the rest are in the early stage of the returning to the void realm. There are over 2,000 cultivators at the nascent soul stage, and the number has increased considerably. There are over 100,000 nascent soul stage cultivators and nearly 1 million golden core stage cultivators. The combined total for foundation establishment and Qi refining is around 200 million. While the sheer number is indeed large, it is pitifully small when considered within the entire Tianyuan realm. The human race in the heavenly domain alone has reached a population of 70 billion, not to mention the other 7 domains. On the other hand, it doesn't matter that there are few cultivators in the Tianyuan realm, since the Tianyuan realm has only been developing for a few years. The most important thing is that Tianyuan realm has development potential, and that's the key. After so many years of recuperation, the spiritual energy in Tianyuan realm is extremely rich. The spiritual veins of Tianyufumeng Mountain have already reached the level of second-tier top-grade spiritual veins, and will soon reach the third-tier quality. Furthermore, due to the long-term nourishment from the spiritual veins, some of the stones beneath floating Dream Mountain are on the verge of transforming into spiritual stones. In other words, spirit stones will appear in the Tianyuan realm soon, even though they are just ordinary low-grade spirit stones. It's good to have them, but it's also bad to not have them. The spiritual veins in the other 7 domains are of slightly lower quality, but they have still reached the second-tier lower grade. After years of improvement and repair by the main spirit, the 2 secret realms of Shangyuan and Lingtai are no worse than the heavenly realm, and may even be superior to it. There is also the first heaven, because it contains world tree saplings and the spiritual energy concentration in the first heaven has reached a mist-like state. Ordinary people who come here and take a breath of this air can extend their lifespan by several years. It sounds exaggerated, but it's not an exaggeration at all. That the first heaven has such abundant spiritual energy, but he still has no intention of revealing it. He continues to let the first heaven accumulate spiritual energy, and perhaps one day this spiritual energy will be compressed into spiritual water. Not long after, a nascent soul cultivator approached Hanli. He told Hanli that he had found a new world. Having been in this void for almost 400 years, someone has finally found a new world. Moreover, this person is at the nascent soul stage, which can be said to be the destiny of heaven. Without saying a word, Hanli immediately set off to check with him. If what this person said is true, after the heavenly Tao absorbs the other party, the Tianyuan realm will definitely be upgraded and unlock the Mahayana stage. The two walked through the void for several years, and finally, Hanli saw its existence. It is indeed a new world, and this new world seems quite large, even larger than the Tianyuan realm. Its strength should also be greater than that of the Tianyuan realm. It belongs to the middle world and has not yet reached the level of a great world. Hanli tried to approach it, but was immediately shaken away. Fortunately, Hanli was protected by the power of the heavenly Tao given to him, thus avoiding accidental injury. If it were a cultivator of the same level, they would be severely injured or killed. This world doesn't want Hanli to enter, which also indirectly illustrates that the heavenly way exists in this world. This is not a good thing. The heavenly Tao of this world does not allow outsiders to enter, and Hanli cannot force his way in. Master, how is it? At the same time, the nascent soul cultivator inquired about Hanli. These are 2 spots for the void returning realm. It would be strange if he didn't care. If we miss this opportunity, we may never have another chance in our lives. It can only be said that his vision was too narrow. This is not a small world, but a large world, with a full 5 spots for the void return realm. No problem, you now have 5 spots for the returning to the void realm. Hanli had no reason to lie to him. Giving him 5 spots in the void returning realm in exchange for a future Mahayana realm was a deal that was absolutely worthwhile and incredibly appealing. 5 spots for the void returning realm? The nascent soul cultivator was incredulous, and his voice trembled as he spoke. He realized that what he had discovered was not a small world, but a medium world. However, his happiness only lasted a few seconds before he looked embarrassed. Hanli noticed his expression and asked, puzzled, "What's wrong? Is something on your mind? Why can't I be happy about discovering a medieval world? Shouldn't it be like winning the lottery, or I go to karaoke for a month first? To be honest, Abbot, I am a rogue cultivator." The nascent soul stage cultivator revealed his identity. A rogue cultivator at the nascent soul stage. Upon hearing this, Hanli was filled with disbelief at the fact that a rogue cultivator could cultivate to the nascent soul stage in the Tianyuan realm and even win a place in the Daoyuan tournament. Shows that this person has extremely strong talent. At the same time, Hanli understood why his joy had turned to sorrow. As a rogue cultivator, it's useless for him to have so many void returning realm slots. He's only at the nascent soul stage, and there's a whole realm separating him from the void returning realm. For example, an ordinary person has 100 million in their bank account, but the account is frozen and cannot be used. They can only look at the account but not use it, which is extremely distressing. Seeing his condition, Han Li pondered for a moment and then said, "I'll give you a choice, see if you'll accept it or not." Well, he was taken aback at first, not understanding why Han Li would say that to him, but he quickly realized what was happening and replied, "Please speak, Abbot. I will personally grant you an exchange benefit. I will use 5 void returning realm slots to help you break through to the void returning realm. Please consider it." Chapter 43 Reincarnation. He used 5 spots in the void returning realm to break through to the void returning realm. Trading 5 for 1 might seem like a huge loss, but it's actually a huge bargain for him. Han Li is helping him. "Thank you, Abbot." The opportunity was too good to pass up, so he agreed without hesitation. Afterwards, Han Li told him to go back and cultivate diligently, and that he would definitely be able to break through to the void returning realm within 100 years. He agreed and did as Han Li instructed. 100 years is a long time, but it also depends on the level of cultivation. From nascent soul to deity transformation, and then to returning to emptiness, frankly speaking, 100 years is not long at all. Of course, Han Li has an even faster way to have the heavenly Tao directly infuse him with spiritual energy. It wouldn't take a year or two, but only 10 days or half a month to complete. However, such forced indoctrination can lead to an unstable foundation, making it difficult to make progress in subsequent cultivation. Seeing that he was also a person with exceptional talent, Han Li did not want to harm him. After returning to the Tianyuan realm, Han Li explained to him the matter of finding the middle world. The way of heaven in this world is very cautious, not allowing outsiders to enter. In that case, the tricks we used before can no longer be used to deal with this world, and we need to think of other methods. Things are a bit difficult, but it's not impossible. He handed a wisp of spiritual energy to Han Li, which left Han Li somewhat bewildered. Why would heaven give him a ball of spiritual energy when he doesn't lack it? Seeing Han Li holding the ball of spiritual energy in a daze, he transmitted a message to Han Li. "This is Lin Tion, whose origin is a ball of spiritual energy." "What? This is the immortal master Lin Tion?" Han Li was also greatly surprised when he learned the identity of this spiritual energy. So, this is Lin Tion's true identity. If he hadn't told him, Han Li would never have known in his life. Although Lin Tianxing's cultivation level was not high before his birth, only at the 7th level of qi refining, most cultivators in the Tianyuan realm had higher cultivation levels than him. However, Lin Tion is a symbol of an era. He ushered in the era of cultivation in the Tianyuan realm, and no cultivator in the Tianyuan realm can forget him. Furthermore, Lin Tion was once a successor of the Fulong Temple and Han Li's grandmaster, so calling him immortal master Lin Tion is not an exaggeration. If you place him into this world, I believe the heavenly Tao of this world will not refuse him. This was his plan. Lin Tion's origin is a ball of spiritual energy, and the cultivation world needs spiritual energy. The heavenly Tao of this world would never refuse it and would definitely absorb this ball of spiritual energy into the world. In this way, once Lin Tion arrives in this world, he can find an opportunity to be reborn. Or originally, he did not intend to use this trump card so quickly. There's no way around it. The other side's heavenly Tao refuses entry to outsiders, so we have to use it whether we want to or not. Yes. Han Li accepted the order and carefully held the ball of spiritual energy, afraid that he would dissipate it, which would make him a sinner in the Tianyuan realm. Returning to this middle world, Han Li threw the ball of spiritual energy into it. Just as he said, the heavenly Tao of this world did not refuse this spiritual energy from entering. On the contrary, it actively absorbed it into the world. Let's leave the rest to fate. Watching the wisp of spiritual energy enter this middle world, Han Li didn't linger and returned directly to the Tianyuan realm. Whether Lin Tion can survive in this middle world and whether he can help them conquer it is all up to fate. The middle star is the name of this middle world. After being absorbed into the central star, this wisp of spiritual energy drifted and eventually settled into the belly of a woman. It's quite a coincidence that the village where the woman married was called Linjia Village, and her husband's surname was Lin. She thought the Lin family had given birth to 2 sons and 1 daughter. But unfortunately none of them were born with spiritual roots, so they could only be ordinary mortals. A little over a month later, the woman discovered she was pregnant again. She definitely has to have the baby. She's only had 3 children so far, and with the one in her belly, that makes 4. Their goal is to have 6 children. If any of their offspring possess spiritual roots, they can choose not to have any more. If none of the 6 children are born, they can decide to have 1 or 2 more.
depending on the circumstances. In the world of cultivation, is it strange to have several children?
Not at all. This is the norm for most families, and it has an advantage. If a family produces a cultivator, the whole family can live a good life, which is many times better than farming. 9 months later, Lin Tion was born, and coincidentally, Lin Tion's father also gave him a single character name in this life. His given name is Tion, Lin Tion. His name is the same as in his previous life. However, Lin Tion is unaware that he has not yet awakened his memories of his past life. When Lin Tion was 3 years old, his mother became pregnant again. When he was almost 4 years old, his mother gave birth to a girl. In other words, Lin Tion had 2 older brothers, 1 older sister, and 1 younger sister. At this time, neither of her 2 older brothers nor her older sister possessed spiritual roots. It's unknown whether this younger sister might. When Lin Tion turned 6, the village chief took him to the Wanling sect to test his spiritual roots. Not only him, but every 6-year-old child in Linjia village went. Unlike the Tianyuan realm, where spiritual roots are tested at age 12. Annexing is 6 years old, a full 6 years ahead of schedule.
Why is that?
Does Annexing have the best method to check spiritual roots? The village chief had told them about the Wanling sect on the way. They said that the Wanling sect was the most powerful sect in their Shuanyan county, and that the current sect leader, Lu Xiaohua, had the cultivation of a nascent soul cultivator at its peak, just 1 step away from entering the divine transformation realm. Once Lu Xiaohua reaches the nascent soul stage, the myriad spirit sect will be listed among the top tier forces. Lin Tion had some understanding of the division of cultivation realms, which, from lowest to highest, consisted of 8 realms: Qi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, deity transformation, return to emptiness, Mahayana, and tribulation crossing. To become a cultivator, one must possess spiritual roots. The better the quality of one's spiritual root, the faster one can cultivate and the higher the realm one can break through. As everyone knows, the higher the realm, the harder it is to break through. Not to mention anything else, just the transition from Qi refining to foundation establishment alone has blocked countless cultivators. This knowledge wasn't something Lin Tion specifically researched. These basic cultivation common sense facts are known to almost every household. Lin Tion's parents had nagged him countless times, he couldn't help but remember. Lin Tion's parents had high hopes for him when they brought him here to test his spiritual roots. It's been so many years since the Lin family has produced a cultivator. Hopefully, they'll produce one soon. Wanling sect and Lin family village both belong to Shuanyan County and are not far apart. Lin Tion and his group arrived in just 3 months. Don't be fooled by the fact that 3 months is a long time. For other places that are a bit further away, if you don't have a flight aid and have the same walking speed as Lin Tion and his group, you probably won't be able to get there without at least a year and a half's notice. When Lin Tion and his group arrived at the Wanling sect, the Wanling sect square was already packed with people, and the spiritual root testing had begun. The village chief told them to hurry up and line up so they could finish early and go home. The village chief had no hope for Lin Tion and his group. In fact, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Or rather, after bringing the children to the Wanling sect for spiritual root testing over the years, the village chief had long since acquired a magic resistance cloak, so the attack could not harm him. Chapter 44: Heavenly Spiritual Root. No spiritual root. Next. No spiritual root. Next. It was the children's turn to have their spiritual roots tested. As the village chief had predicted, none of the first few children tested positive for spiritual roots. The village chief remained calm. We've gotten through all these years, so one more time won't make a difference. Soon, it was Lin Tion's turn in the line. Similar to the detection method used in Tianyuan realm, Zhongyu Star also uses the spirit power steel to detect spiritual roots. Unlike other planets, the structure of the central star is much more ingenious, which may explain why spiritual roots can be detected at the age of 6. Lin Tion placed his hand on the spirit power tablet, and red energy immediately surged from it. The sudden scene left the Wanling sect's inspector so shocked that his jaw almost dislocated. This is a fire-type celestial spiritual root. The so-called heavenly spiritual root is the same as the single spiritual root in the heavenly origin realm. It has only one attribute: spiritual root. The central star calls it the heavenly spiritual root, but that's just to make it sound nicer. The heavenly spiritual root has the fastest cultivation speed. As long as you don't do anything reckless, you won't encounter any bottlenecks when you reach the nascent soul stage. So, Lin Tion is capable of becoming a nascent soul expert, a sect elder, and someone on par with the sect leader. That's why the inspector lost his composure. His ability to detect a person's innate spiritual root is also due to the auspicious signs emanating from their ancestral graves. What, a heavenly spiritual root? At this moment, The village chief also realized what was happening and was extremely shocked. While I was shocked, I was also overjoyed. A dragon has emerged from Linjia village.
Finally, someone from the Lin family has become a dragon.
May our ancestors bless us. The village chief made a decision. When he got back, he would have all the villagers of Linjia village hold a 3-day feast. Just as everyone was stunned and shocked, an old man appeared in front of Lin Tion, his face kind and his tone gentle as he said to Lin Tion, "Child, would you like to become my disciple?" Upon seeing the old man, the inspector immediately bowed and said, "Greetings, fifth elder." It turned out that the old man was the fifth elder of the Wanling sect. I heard that the Wanling sect has 9 elders, each of whom has the cultivation level of the nascent soul stage. Lin Tion has gained the favor of the fifth elder, who has personally come out to accept him as a disciple. The eyes of those around them were filled with envy. They wished they could also gain the elder's favor. The village chief's smile grew even brighter.
Even an elder from the Myriad Spirits sect had come out personally to take on a disciple.
Lin Tion was on the verge of soaring to great heights. Just as Lin Tion was about to agree, another voice came from behind him.
"You scoundrel, you think you can teach people with your appearance? Don't you know your own limitations? You want to mislead the younger generation?" As soon as he finished speaking, a figure landed on the ground. It was also an old man. Upon seeing the old man, the inspector immediately knelt down and said, "Greetings, third elder." "It's another elder, and one of higher rank than the fifth elder. Could it be that the third elder also came for Lin Tion?" Those present couldn't help but speculate. The third elder ignored the inspector and looked at Lin Tion, saying, "Child, would you like to become my disciple? If you are willing, I will do my best to train you." Hiss. Upon hearing the third elder's words, everyone present gasped. As expected, they've come for Lin Tion again. Moreover, the third elder's offer is far too generous. What merit or ability does Lin Tion possess that makes 2 elders vie for him as their disciple? On the fifth elder's side, seeing that the third elder not only humiliated him but also tried to compete with him for the disciple, how could he tolerate this? "Yang Duzi, who are you talking about? No matter what, I am still better than you." The third elder immediately started cursing. Then the fifth elder retorted, and what should have been a proper testing square instantly turned into a place for the 2 of them to argue. These 2 old fogies are behaving so disrespectfully in front of the younger generation. Have they lost all sense of shame because of their age? Not long after the third elder and the fifth elder started their discussion, another voice came, this time a woman's voice. Upon hearing this sound, the 2 stopped arguing and gave each other a cold shoulder. Lin Tion looked in the direction of the sound and saw a gorgeous and indulgent woman. Her skin is amazing, so smooth and radiant. She also looks incredibly young, like a woman in her early 20s. Despite her appearance, Lin Tion knew in his heart that she was probably older than his great-great-grandmother. "Greetings, sixth elder." Upon seeing the woman approach, the inspector quickly bowed to her. This woman is Chen Yuyan, the 6th elder of the Wanling sect, and the only female among the 9 elders. Their status is extraordinary. Didn't you see that the third elder and the fifth elder were scolded so badly that they didn't dare to speak? Seeing that the third elder and the fifth elder had stopped arguing, Chen Yuyan was too lazy to pay any more attention to them and finally turned her gaze to Lin Tion. "Little brother, what's your name? Would you like to become my apprentice? Let me tell you, there are many beautiful ladies in my Lingxiang pavilion. When you grow up, you can choose any of them." Good heavens, Chen Yuyan actually used this method to seduce Lin Tion. What cultivator could resist such temptation? She's many times older than Lin Tion, yet she calls herself older sister. How shameless! However, Lin Tion remained unmoved by Chen Yuyan's words and did not respond. This made the other disciples of the Myriad Spirits sect extremely anxious. The Wanling sect has 11 peaks. 9 elders each have 1 peak. 1 peak belongs to the sect leader, and the remaining peak belongs to the supreme elder. Chen Yuyan named this peak Lingxiang Pavilion, and it has always only recruited female cultivators, so the peak is full of women. In the eyes of the male members of the Wanling sect, Lingxiang Pavilion is a place they have always longed for. This time, Chen Yuyan actually broke the rules and wanted to take in a male disciple. This makes one wonder if Lin Tion's talent is really that strong, so much so that Chen Yuyan was willing to use the entire Lingxiang pavilion as a wedding dress. When the third elder and fifth elder heard that Chen Yuyan also intended to take Lin Tion as her disciple, they quickly said, "Junior sister, no, we were the ones who took a liking to him first." Faced with the prospect of mutual benefit, the third elder and the fifth elder chose to cooperate, eliminating the external enemy before engaging in internal strife. TCH, who says it has to be first come, first served? My brother didn't agree to become your apprentices, so why can't I take him as my disciple?
Chen Yuyan countered that she had an advantage and believed Lin Tion would definitely choose her. The third elder and the fifth elder were getting anxious. They were right, but if Chen Yuyan joined in, they would have no chance of winning. Junior sister, your Lingxiang pavilion is full of female disciples, it's not appropriate to recruit a male disciple there.
Who stipulated that Lingxiang pavilion cannot recruit male disciples if all disciples are female? Was it the sect leader or the past peak masters of Lingxiang pavilion who said such a thing? Chen Yuyan then retorted, which sounded like she was being unreasonable, but the logic was sound.
Without civilized rules, it's hard to say whether she was right or wrong. At most, it's just a matter of morality. On the other hand, when it comes to taking on disciples and passing on the torch, it's essential to choose a good disciple. If fighting for a disciple doesn't seem to have anything to do with morality.
Alright, let's call it a day.
Just as the three were about to continue their argument, a voice interrupted their spellcasting. Chapter 45 East Continent Youth Conference. This time, it wasn't just one person, but 7 people. It was the sect leader of the Wanling sect and 6 other elders. So, it seems that all the high-ranking members of the Myriad Spirit sect have gathered here. Are they all here for Lin Tion Metropolitan? The third elder, the fifth elder, and Shen Yuyan each called out once. Guanji Chou nodded without answering, and looked at Lin Tion. Guanji Chou is the name of the sect leader of the Wanling sect. Guanji said, "The Supreme Elder has accepted this child, you should all stop arguing."
What?
The third elder, the fifth elder, and Shen Yuyan were all shocked after hearing Guanji's words. The Supreme Elder is a special figure in the Myriad Spirit sect, holding a status equal to that of the sect master. This Supreme Elder of the Myriad Spirit sect is named Li Puqi. He has been cultivating for over 4,000 years and has reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, making him as powerful as Guanji. The people of Xuanyang County only knew that Guanji was at the nascent soul stage and was just one step away from reaching the divine transformation stage. In fact, the most promising and strongest member of the Myriad Spirit sect is this Supreme Elder. Moreover, this Supreme Elder had a habit of not meddling in worldly affairs and was a person who buried himself in ascetic cultivation. Unless something major happens to the Wanling sect, Li Puqi will not interfere at all, and all sect affairs will be handled by Guanji. Even if someone is an apprentice, Li Puqi doesn't want to teach them. Over the years, Li Puqi has never taken on a single apprentice. That's why the third elder, fifth elder, and Chen Yuyan were shocked and incredulous when they heard that the Supreme Elder wanted to take Lin Tion and the Supreme Elder wants to take on a disciple, and this is a one-time event. Moreover, Guanji has personally spoken on the matter, so there is no way they can compete with the Supreme Elder for it. Perhaps the Supreme Elder was nearing the end of his life and wanted to find a disciple to inherit his mantle. It's probably pretty close to the truth. We will do as the sect leader says. The third elder, the fifth elder, and Chen Yuyan all agreed and withdrew from the competition to take Lin Tion as their disciple. Lin Tion has a fire-type celestial spiritual root, so having the Supreme Elder teach him is more suitable than any of them. Seeing that they had all agreed, Guanji disregarded Lin Tianton's disagreement with becoming the Grand Elder's disciple and asked, "Child, do you want to become a disciple now, or do you want to go back and come back later?" The general rule in sects is that those who pass the assessment can go home to say goodbye to their parents or handle other matters. Once you arrive at the sect, you are not allowed to leave unless there is a reason, otherwise, your cultivation will be abolished and you will be expelled. Of course, some people were unwilling to go back and instead joined a sect directly. As for Lin Tion, that depends on his choice.
Thank you, sect.
I would like to go back and say goodbye to my parents before returning to the sect.
Lin Tion answered almost immediately, without any hesitation, following up on Guanji's words. Good.
Guanji didn't say much, only saying okay. However, when Lin Tion and the others returned home, Guanji sent a disciple at the 8th level of Qi refining to escort them back to the village back in Linjia village. When Lin Tion's parents learned that Lin Tion possessed spiritual roots and had been accepted as a disciple by the Supreme Elder of the Wanling sect, they were overjoyed and beamed with happiness. Lin Tion had never seen them so happy before. The villagers of Linjia village were quite shocked when they heard the news. No one doubted that it was true, because they didn't know that Lin Tion had a cultivator with him to protect him. They knew that Lin Tion's family was about to become rich, and they were filled with envy. After staying at home for several days, Lin Tion said goodbye to his parents and set off with this Qi refining level 8 disciple leading the way. The journey was much faster, and Lin Tion returned to the Myriad Spirits sect in less than a month. Upon arriving at the Wanling sect, after Lin Tion completed his registration, someone led him to see the Supreme Elder. Lin Tion met Li Puqi, who looked like an elderly man in his twilight years. Unlike ordinary elderly people, Li Puqi has a vibrant and energetic spirit. After all, he is at the peak of the nascent soul stage, and even though his lifespan is nearing its end, he is still far beyond what ordinary people can compare to. Upon meeting Lin Tion, Li Puqi asked Lin Tion to serve him a bowl of tea, which was considered the formal apprenticeship ceremony. There was no need for any other fancy formalities. After Lin Tion finished serving tea and formally becoming his disciple, Li Puqi began to teach him. Under Li Puqi's tutelage, Lin Tion broke through to the first level of qi refining in just 1 month, successfully entering the ranks of cultivators. After Lin Tion stepped into the first level of qi refining, his memories of his past life awakened to In that instant, Lin Tion knew the purpose of his trip to Zhongyu Star. After learning about his background, Lin Tion thought to himself, if Li Puqi finds out in the end, I wonder if he will regret teaching me. With the awakening of his past life memories, Lin Tion made rapid progress in his cultivation. In just 3 years, Lin Tion reached the peak of the 9th level of qi refining like a rocket, just 1 step away from foundation establishment. When the people of the Myriad Spirits sect learned that Lin Tion had reached the peak of the 9th level of qi refining in just 3 years, their faces were filled with disbelief. 3 floors a year on average, that's outrageous. It's ridiculously outrageous. Is this the talent and strength of a heavenly spiritual root? The 9 elders began to regret their actions, regretting why they had done this favor in the first place, especially Chen Yuyan. If she had known this would happen, why didn't she be more ruthless and arrange a marriage between Lin Tion and his childhood friends, and just tie Lin Tion to Lingxiang Pavilion? Guan Jiqiu was also amazed, thinking to himself that this kid was truly terrifying. Fortunately, such a genius belongs to the Myriad Spirits sect, and not to any other sect. It seems that the goal of the Myriad Spirits sect becoming a first-class power is not far off. Even if he and the Supreme Elder cannot break through to the nascent soul stage, Lin Tion will definitely be able to break through in the future. Elsewhere, Li Puqi was smiling. He's been laughing for more than just a day or two. Ever since he accepted Lin Tion as his disciple, Li Puqi has been laughing almost every day. Upon closer inspection, Li Puqi appeared to have become much younger. Of course, this is an illusion. For nascent soul stage experts, changing their appearance is not difficult. They can age or stay young as they please. After Li Puqi finished laughing, he got up and went to find Guan Jiqi. Li Puqi has something to discuss with Guan Jiqi. Elder, have you thought this through? Are you sure you want Lin Tion to participate in this year's Eastern Continent Youth Conference? Upon learning of Li Puqi's purpose, Guan Jiqi frowned and repeatedly confirmed with Li Puqi. Li Puqi nodded heavily and said, I've thought it through. As long as you agree, I'll explain it to Lin Tion when we get back. He can go if he wants, or he can leave if he doesn't. As long as Lin Tion agrees to go, I have no problem, Guan Jiqi replied. Seeing Li Puqi's expression, he figured he was probably determined to go. It seems that Li Puqi still hasn't let go of what happened back then. As for Lin Tion, Guan Jiqiu didn't even need to think about it. Lin Tion would definitely not refuse Li Puqi. After all, Li Puqi was Lin Tion's master, and he would agree both morally and logically. But Guan Jiqiu's feelings were complicated. He hoped that such a promising talent would not turn out like the previous one, otherwise, it would be difficult for the Wanling sect to break into the ranks of first-class forces. Chapter 46 The Secret Realm of Qingshan. After returning from Guan Jiqi's place, Li Puqi approached Lin Tion and explained the East Continent Youth Conference to him in detail. The distribution of the Central Star region is the same as that of the Heavenly Origin Realm. The Heavenly Origin Realm is divided into 8 regions, while the Central Star region is divided into 5 continents: the Eastern Continent, the Western Continent, the Southern Continent, the Northern Continent, and the Central Continent. Xuanyang County is located in Dongzhou. The Eastern Continent Youth Conference is held every 10 years and is open to young people from all over the Eastern Continent. Applicants must be under the age of 25 and have a minimum cultivation level of qi refining level 7 and a maximum of qi refining level 9, peak, but cannot exceed foundation establishment. Those who can reach the 7th level of qi refining or above before the age of 25 are all outstanding cultivators. Therefore, everyone who can participate in the East Continent Youth Conference is a genius. Don't think that geniuses are rare. The number of applicants for the last Eastern Continent Youth Conference exceeded 100,000, and every single one of them had the cultivation level of the 9th level of qi refining. Almost no one signed up for the qi refining 9th level unless they had the ability to fight beyond their level, otherwise, they would just be easy experience points. The fundamental reason for holding this youth conference was not to promote cultural exchange in Dongzhou, nor was there any reward involved. It was to compete for a spot in the Qingshan secret realm. Similar to the Shang Yuan secret realm, the Qingshan secret realm has cultivation restrictions, and only cultivators below the foundation establishment level can enter. It contains various opportunities. Once the Qingshan secret realm opens, it can accommodate up to 5,000 cultivators. The East Continent Youth Conference is where these 5,000 places are determined. Out of 100,000 peak Qi refining stage 9 cultivators, only 5,000 will ultimately emerge victorious. The elimination rate is extremely high. To be honest, Li Puqi wasn't sure if Lin Tion could actually win the spot. He could only say he'd give it a try. There are too many geniuses in the Eastern Continent. Lin Tion is not the only one with a heavenly spiritual root. There are still many cultivators with celestial spiritual roots in the entire Eastern Continent. After learning about the East Continent Youth Conference, Lin Tion immediately agreed and expressed his willingness to participate in this year's East Continent Youth Conference. Xiao Tian, you should think this through. There is no risk in participating in the Dongzhou Youth Conference. You can focus on the competition without worry. The most terrifying place was the Qingshan secret realm, where less than 1 in 10 survived. The casualty rate was simply too high. Li Puqi was conflicted. He wanted Lin Tion to participate in the Eastern Continent Youth Conference, but he didn't want Lin Tion to go to the Qingshan secret realm. There was something Li Puqi didn't tell Lin Tion. Many years ago, the Wanling sect also accepted a disciple with a heavenly spirit root. This disciple with the heavenly spiritual root wasn't as monstrous as Lin Tion, who reached the peak of the 9th level of Qi refining in 3 years, but he was still quite good, reaching the peak of the 9th level of Qi refining in just 8 years. It took 8 years to reach the peak of the 9th level of Qi refining, almost 1 level per year. Back then, the entire sect was just as happy as it is now. The entire sect believes that this disciple with the heavenly spiritual root is the most promising candidate to break through to the nascent soul stage, making the Myriad Spirits sect a first-rate force. From that moment on, the Myriad Spirits sect began to expand its influence and designated this disciple with the heavenly spirit root as its next sect leader. The Wanling sect also registered for the Dongzhou Youth Conference that year. And this disciple with the heavenly spirit root eventually got a spot and obtained an admission ticket to the Qingshan secret realm. That's where things went wrong. This disciple with the heavenly spiritual root never came out after entering the Qingshan secret realm. Later, the Wanling sect learned by chance that this disciple with the heavenly spirit root had died in the Qingshan secret realm. The Wanling sect did not investigate who killed him, because the other party was too powerful and the Wanling sect could not afford to offend them. They simply pretended not to know and acted as if the Wanling sect did not have such a person. From then on, the Wanling sect began to operate discreetly and develop quietly. They hoped that the Myriad Spirits sect could recruit a disciple with a heavenly spirit root in the future. If they could recruit another disciple with a heavenly spiritual root, they would definitely not participate in any more of those damn secret realms. Wouldn't it be better to just stay put and develop their skills? If they had been able to survive back then, the Myriad Spirits sect would definitely have a nascent soul stage expert by now. What a pity, I regret it now. Fortunately, the heavens favored the Myriad Spirits sect, and many years later, they sent another disciple with a heavenly spirit root to the sect. However, they probably can't keep this one either. Master, I have made up my mind. I will definitely participate in the Eastern Continent Youth Conference, and I will definitely win a spot to enter the Qingshan secret realm. I will not bring shame to the sect. Please rest assured, Master, your disciple will definitely return safely. Lin Tion solemnly promised Li Puqi that he would guarantee his own safety, otherwise, Li Puqi might change his mind and prevent him from going. It's good that you have this confidence. Li Puqi stopped trying to stop it. In reality, Li Puqi had a deep-seated, insurmountable problem in his mind. Li Puqi was the master of this disciple with the heavenly spiritual root back then, and could also be considered Lin Tion's senior brother. This senior brother died in the Qingshan secret realm. The Wanling sect did not investigate because of the enemy's great power, but that does not mean they knew nothing. Rumors have it that Lin Tion's senior brother died at the hands of the Holy Son of the Floating Light Holy Land. It is also said that Lin Tion, the senior brother, could not last more than 10 rounds against the Holy Son of the Floating Light Holy Land. This Holy Son of the Floating Light Holy Land also possessed a heavenly spiritual root and cultivated to the peak of the 9th level of Qi refining in just 5 years. An 8-year veteran can't last 10 rounds against a 5-year veteran. As soon as the news spread, the Wanling sect became the target of ridicule from all the major sections. They kept boasting about how strong and fast their disciples were, and this is what they've come up with. For a long time afterward, the Wanling sect was unable to hold its head high. Later, the Wanling sect secretly investigated the source of the news and found that it was actually Spread by the Fuguang Holy Land itself, the Holy Land of Floating Light is not afraid of the myriad spirits sect at all.
So what if you find out? Do you still dare to retaliate? Therefore, this became a source of anxiety for Li Puqi. Now that Li Puqi has finally encountered the prodigy Lin Tion, he wants to let Lin Tion clash with the holy sons of the various holy lands to see who is stronger. If Li Puqi can get rid of this mental block, he might be able to go further. After speaking with Lin Tion, Li Puqi left without disturbing him, leaving Lin Tion with the space. After Li Puqi left, Lin Tion's eyes gleamed at the sky, piercing. Secret realm, alright, let's start with you. Lin Tion sat down and entered a meditative state, but he wasn't actually cultivating. Instead, he was trying to communicate with him to see if he could establish a connection with the Tianyuan realm. He originally planned to try this when he reached the foundation establishment stage, since it would be too much of a stretch for someone at the 9th level of qi refining. There was nothing he could do. Li Puqi had told him about it. Let's start our conquest of Zheng Yustar from the Qingshan secret realm. After several attempts, Lin Tion was still unable to establish contact with the Tianyuan realm. In the end, Lin Tion could only give up and sighed, alas, it seems I was too hasty. The Tianyuan realm and the central star are far apart, and my cultivation is too low to make it work. I can only go in and scout out the situation first. Once I break through to the foundation establishment stage, I'll try to communicate with the Tianyuan realm, and then we'll make further plans. Lin Tion gave up on establishing further contact with the Tianyuan realm, but what he didn't know was that at this moment, the Tianyuan realm had already sensed a subtle connection. Chapter 47 Battle between the main spirits. He guessed that Lin Tion must have something to ask him, but probably because his cultivation level was not high enough, he was unable to establish contact with him. He summoned Hanli and asked him to go to the outer region of the central star and try to establish contact with Lin Tion again. Hanli did as he wished. Upon arriving in the outer region of the central star, Hanli used the method he had given him to establish contact with Lin Tion. Lin Tion suddenly realized, was it him contacting him? Lin Tion quickly joined the group chat. Hello, Grandmaster, my name is Hanli, the current abbot of Fulong Temple. Upon entering the call, Hanli first identified himself to avoid any misunderstanding from Lin Tion. Fulong Temple? Lin Tion hadn't heard this name in a long time. Fulong Temple was his beginning and his end. I never imagined that after so many years, Fulong Temple would still exist in the world. Lin Tion sighed, thinking that Fulong Temple would not be preserved for long after he disappeared unexpectedly. After so many years, Fulong Temple still exists in the world. Moreover, the fact that he sent the descendants of Fulong Temple to communicate with him this time also illustrates a point. Hanli has received his favor, otherwise Hanli would not have come here. Yes, Grandmaster, Fulong Temple still exists. We are hoping that Grandmaster can return to his hometown someday. Afterwards, Hanli informed Lin Tion about the current situation at Fulong Temple. Fulong Temple keeps a low profile in the Tianyuan realm, neither vying for world domination nor declaring itself the best in the world. However, discerning people dare not underestimate Fulong Temple. It is wrong to assume that Fulong Temple is weak just because it is inconspicuous and unassuming. When Lin Tion learned that Fulong Temple had been destroyed once after his disappearance, but had been rebuilt later, he knew that the outcome was as he had expected. He left his insights on qi cultivation at Fulong Temple with the intention of spreading the books throughout the world and gaining a large amount of fortune through teaching. When the world changed, Fulong Temple could also benefit from it. However, the current abbot misunderstood his meaning and regarded his insights on qi cultivation as a closely guarded secret, refusing to hand them over even after the Fulong Temple was destroyed. It's also his fault for not explaining things clearly at the time. On the other hand, how can one let someone speak out about the struggle for destiny? If that's the case, then Lin Tion isn't acting in accordance with fate, but rather defying it and changing his destiny. Fortunately, Fulong Temple had a successor. Jang Fulong understood the matter and re-established the Fulong Temple lineage. Later in the story, when Lin Tion heard Hanli say that Jang Fulong was his master, he was somewhat taken aback. What is your current cultivation level? If he remembered correctly, the Tianyuan realm had been around for a very, very long time, maybe 5,000 or 6,000 years, if not 10,000. So how come Jang Fulong was still his master in Hanli's time? According to this calculation, only 2 generations of abbots have passed since Fulong Temple was rebuilt. Hanli didn't know why Lin Tion would ask such a question, so he answered truthfully, Grandmaster, I am currently in the mid-stage of the returning to the Void Realm. Mid-stage returning to Void Realm?
Lin Tion was stunned for a long time after hearing Han Li's answer. Having spent several years in the Myriad Spirit sect, Lin Tion also learned about the cultivation realms, which, from lowest to highest, are the 8 major realms: Qi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, deity transformation, returning to emptiness, Mahayana, and tribulation crossing. The highest level in the Wanling sect is now the nascent soul stage, while Han Li, a junior, has already reached the returning void stage. Goodness, what changes have occurred in the Tianyuan realm during his absence to enable him to advance so quickly? No wonder he dared to set his sights on the central region star. His vision is too narrow. The fact that the central domain star is a medium-sized world, and that the Tianyuan realm can covet it, indicates that the Tianyuan realm is quite powerful, roughly on par with the central domain star. Lin Tion regretted asking the question. Han Li's answer was a huge blow to him. It must have been incredibly difficult to be Han Li's grandmaster. How many years of cultivation would it take for him to reach Han Li's current level? Honestly, if it weren't for the need to participate in the Eastern Continent Youth Conference and obtain a spot to enter the Qingshan secret realm, Lin Tion wouldn't want to stay at the peak of the 9th level of Qi refining for even a moment longer.
How many Void Return Realm experts are there in the Tianyuan realm now?
Lin Tion asked again, and it seemed that there weren't many Void Returning Realm experts in the Eastern Continent. The holy masters of these holy lands are at or around the Void Returning Realm cultivation level. There are nearly 100 Void Return Realm experts in the Tianyuan realm.
Han Li answered truthfully.
Lin Tion was speechless again.
Why did he ask this question? What did it have to do with him?
He was only at the peak of the 9th level of Qi refining. There were still 4 major realms in between when he reached the Void Returning realm.
Did you come here with any instructions from him?
Lin Tion simply skipped the previous questions and got straight to the point. Han Li replied, "Heaven sensed that you were in contact with him, but had not received any news. Therefore, it sent me to communicate with my master."
I wonder what message my master wants to convey.
This is what happened. Lin Tion told Han Li about the Qingshan secret realm and asked Han Li to go back and ask him if there was any way to get his hands on the secret realm. The central region star is too large and protected by the heavenly Tao. It is impossible for the Tianyuan realm to take it all at once. Even if they attack, it is uncertain who will win in the end. The highest cultivation level in the Tianyuan realm is only the returning to emptiness realm. In the central region star, there are definitely Mahayana stage cultivators. As for whether there are tribulation transcending stage cultivators, Lin Tion doesn't know. Although Lin Tion was in the Wanling sect, the Wanling sect was not a major sect, and it didn't even reach the level of a first-class power. Therefore, Lin Tion didn't know much about these secrets of the central region star. After Lin Tion finished explaining the matter, he also told Han Li about the general distribution of the central region star.
Rest assured, Master, I will deliver the message. I will return to report now. If there are any plans, I will come back to inform you.
After receiving the news from Lin Tion, Han Li bid farewell to Lin Tion. Han Li needs to inform him of the news as soon as possible, and then discuss and formulate a plan. Time is of the essence, otherwise it will be too late. After returning to the Tianyuan realm, Han Li conveyed the message to him. Upon hearing the news, he guessed what Lin Tion was thinking.
Is Lin Tion trying to dismantle the foundation of the central region star one by one?
That's roughly the idea. Han Li nodded. The heavenly Tao of the central domain star does not allow outsiders to enter, and the heavenly origin realm is too far away to be directly attacked. If they attack directly, they'll definitely have a tough time. The only way to weaken the central region star is to deplete it from within, which was also the purpose he originally sent it to Lin Tion. Now, the first thing to do is to weaken the central star. What needs to be done to turn the Qingshan secret realm into an item of the Tianyuan realm? The most crucial point is that the heavenly Tao of the central region star must not know about this. Once the heavenly Tao of the central region star finds out, it will be difficult for them to make any further moves. After some thought, he gave Han Li an item. Rather than calling them objects, it's more accurate to call them the spirit. Yes, he took out the main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm and handed it to Han Li. Asking Han Li to deliver it to Lin Tion, he was certain that a main spirit existed within the Qingshan secret realm. This round is a battle between the two worlds' main spirits. Chapter 48. What kind of young person is someone who isn't impetuous and hot-blooded? Han Li handed over the main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm to Lin Tion. Since it was the first time the main spirit had left the Shangyuan secret realm and come to the New World, it was filled with curiosity about the central region star.
The spiritual energy concentration of Zhongyu star is much lower than that of Tianyuan realm.
The main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm told Lin Tion that it had been muttering to itself all this time. Fortunately, Lin Tion was patient and willing to listen to it and chat with it. After a few exchanges, the two became good friends.
Is the spiritual energy concentration in the Tianyuan realm higher than that in the central region star?
Lin Tion was very surprised. He had built the Zhou Tian star array and knew very well how effective it was.
How could it have a higher concentration of spiritual energy than the central region star? Someone must have tampered with it.
Absolutely. I'll tell you another secret, but don't tell anyone else.
The main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm looked arrogant, as if it disdained the spiritual energy of the central region star.
What secret?
Lin Tion was also curious. For a main spirit to personally say that something was a secret, this secret must be extraordinary.
The secret is that there is another world hidden in the Tianyuan realm, but none of you know about it.
The spiritual energy in this world is almost liquefied.
The secret spoken of by the main spirit is the first level of the heavenly origin realm. The spiritual energy about to reach a liquefaction level. Upon hearing this secret, Lin Tion was extremely shocked and almost gasped for breath. At the same time, he instructed the main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm, never mention this secret to anyone again. Since this is a secret, it means that he doesn't want anyone to know about it. Fortunately, the spirit was telling him that if it were someone else, they would have inevitably caused a huge uproar, and the spirit would probably have been punished by him.
I understand. The spirit didn't care at all, gave a perfunctory reply, and the conversation ended there. Next, the Eastern Continent Youth Conference will be held soon, and Lin Tion will also be preparing to set off for it. This time, Lin Tion was not accompanied by his master Li Puqi, but by the sect leader Guan Jiqi. On the way, Guan Jiqiu asked Lin Tion, "Xiao Tian, do you know why your master wants you to participate in the Eastern Continent Youth Conference?"
Lin Tion was somewhat taken aback, wondering why Guan Jiqiu asked such a question. Was there some hidden story he didn't know about? Lin Tion answered truthfully, "I don't know, my master never told me."
"Your master didn't tell you because it's for your own good."
Guan Jiqi nodded, seemingly indicating that Li Puqi didn't want to tell Lin Tion, and neither did he. However, now that Lin Tion had heard it, how could he easily give up asking questions? Lin Tion looked at Guan Jiqiu with a sincere expression and asked, "Please tell me, sect master."
"Why?"
Guan Jiqiu sighed, thinking to himself, why did I have to say something like that?
"Xiao Tian, do you really want to know?"
Guan Jiqiu confirmed it again, and Lin Tion nodded vigorously. "Since you want to know, I won't hide it from you anymore.
Here's what happened." Guan Jiqi recounted the events of that year to Lin Tion in detail. After Guan Jiqi finished speaking, Lin Tion understood the reason and also realized the source of Li Puqi's heartache. No wonder Li Puqi's eyes held a complex expression when he told him about the Qingshan secret realm. That he was torn. He wanted Lin Tion to go, but he also didn't want Lin Tion to go. It can also be understood that Li Puqi did not want Lin Tion to lose his life, but also wanted Lin Tion to help him avenge the hatred. From back then, at a shrine to the floating light, Lin Tion remembered the name. It was at this moment that the spirit spoke to him. "Do you want to kill them?"
Upon hearing this, Lin Tion immediately replied, "I want to know, how?" He was only at the 9th level of Qi refining, and he alone could not kill the floating light Holy Land. Even the myriad spirits sect did not dare to provoke the floating light Holy Land and swallowed this bitter lotus on its own.
It's very simple.
You just need to tell Benling who the people from the floating light Holy Land are, or you can say who you want to kill. The spirit cannot act outside, lest it be detected by the heavenly Tao of this world. But I can leave marks on them, and once we reach the secret realm, after I conceal the heavenly secrets, we will work together to kill them.
The main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm informed Lin Tion of its thoughts. Don't let its amiable appearance fool you, it's no pushover.
Countless cultivators have lost their lives at its hands in the Shangyuan secret realm. The lives of living beings are insignificant in its presence.
That's a good idea, I agree.
Lin Tion strongly agreed with the Lord Spirit's suggestion to kill them and vent Li Puqi's anger. Although Lin Tion is only 9 years old, he is more mature than most adults. The cultivation world is not about human relationships. For cultivators, fighting and killing a few opponents is a very common thing. Lilua Valley is the venue for the Eastern Continent Youth Conference and the starting point for the Qingshan secret realm.
Hey, isn't this that one something sect guy? What's up?
Haven't shown up for so many years, are you here to give us another one? Ha! Lin Tion and his group encountered their mortal enemy as soon as they arrived at Lilua Valley. It was the people from the Floating Light Holy Land. When the people from the Floating Light Holy Land saw that Lin Tion and his group were from the Myriad Spirit sect, they couldn't help but recall past events and immediately began to mock them. The people of Floating Light Holy Land were blatantly mocking and provoking them, completely disregarding them. Upon hearing this, the people from the Myriad Spirit sect were filled with anger and wanted to rush up and fight the people from the Floating Light Holy Land. In reality, it's just wishful thinking. How could they possibly defeat the people of the Floating Light Holy Land? On the contrary, Guan Jiqiu had to politely greet the middle-aged man leading the Floating Light Holy Land, saying, "Greetings, Holy Lord." That's right, this time the Holy Land of Floating Light was led by their Holy Lord personally. Come to think of it, only if their Holy Lord personally led the team would they dare to be so arrogant and domineering at the Eastern Continent Youth Conference. Seeing that Guan Jiqiu was not angry and instead took the initiative to appease him, the Holy Master of the Floating Light Holy Land could not afford to embarrass the Myriad Spirit sect any further, lest others say that the Floating Light Holy Land only bullied the weak. The Holy Lord of the Floating Light Holy Land smiled and said, "Sect Master Guan, there's no need to be so polite. It was just that I was being ignorant. Please don't take it to heart." The Holy Lord of the Floating Light Holy Land knew that they were in the wrong first, but they didn't even offer an apology and didn't take Guan Jiqiu seriously at all. Guan Jiqiu understood this principle well, and dared not ask the people of Fu Guang Holy Land to apologize to him. He was simply two-faced, saying one thing to one person and another to another. Guan Jiqiu replied, "It's all right. Young people are naturally more energetic. How can you be called a young person if you're not energetic?" The Holy Master of the Floating Light Holy Land didn't quite understand Guan Jiqiu's words. Was Guan Jiqiu saying that they were arrogant? If so, he acknowledged it. The Floating Light Holy Land had the right to be arrogant. The Myriad Spirit sect is ultimately a small sect, not even reaching the level of a first-rate power, let alone a top-tier power like the Floating Light Holy Land. Staying with the people of the Myriad Spirit sect will only lower one's status. The Holy Lord of Floating Light Holy Land was unwilling to say any more to Guan Jiqiu and left with the people of Floating Light Holy Land. Chapter 49, A Mahayana Stage Trash. As the group from the Floating Light Holy Land departed, the main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm quietly left a mark on them. Once the people from the Floating Light Holy Land entered the Qingshan secret realm, Lin Tion showed them what true youthful arrogance really meant. At the same time, Lin Tion asked the main spirit, "Can you tell the cultivation level of this Holy Lord of the Floating Light Holy Land?" The main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm replied disdainfully, "Just a beginner stage Mahayana cultivator, utter trash." Lin Tion was speechless. What did he mean by a mere trash in the early stage of Mahayana? It seemed that there were no Mahayana experts in the Tianyuan realm. Moreover, it is merely the main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm. Like the Qingshan secret realm, the Shangyuan secret realm is a training base for qi refining cultivators. So what makes it dare to say that early stage Mahayana cultivation is trash? Who gave it the courage? Lin Tion couldn't stand the arrogant spirit any longer and retorted, "As far as I know, your status isn't much higher either, cut." The main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm understood the meaning behind Lin Tion's words, but still expressed disdain. "Don't underestimate me just because I'm only the main spirit of a small qi refining secret realm. Think about it carefully. If I only had this much strength, wouldn't I have been forcibly opened by a powerful being long ago? Take the Qingshan secret realm as an example. Why do the quotas for entering the secret realm still need to be selected? Why don't these holy lands forcibly open the Qingshan secret realm? Are they too kind and unwilling to do it? No, it's not that they lack the power. If they had the power to forcibly open the Qingshan secret realm, it wouldn't have survived to this day, and you wouldn't be here." The main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm explained things to Lin Tion. The main spirit of the qi refining secret realm very weak. What a joke. It doesn't even consider cultivators below the tribulation transcending level a threat. Therefore, within this world, apart from the heavenly Tao, the main spirit is not afraid of any cultivators. After hearing what the main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm said, Lin Tion realized that it made sense. Before the Lord Spirit, this Holy Lord of the Floating Light Holy Land, who was only at the early stage of Mahayana, was truly trash. Lin Tion then asked, "Can we kill him?" The main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm replied, "No, killing him here would easily be discovered by the heavenly Tao.
Then let's wait until the time is right before killing him. Alright, then we'll wipe out the entire floating light Holy Land. And so, the person and the object reached a consensus as if they were telepathically connected. A few days later, the East Continent Youth Conference officially began. When Lin Tion took the stage, everyone except the people from the Wanling sect was shocked. Is he only 9 years old? They were shocked by Lin Tion's age and cultivation level. At the age of 9, he had already reached the peak of the 9th level of qi refining. His cultivation was truly defying the heavens. Generally speaking, the average age of participants in the East Asia Youth Congress is around 14 years old. Lin Tion is 5 years younger than the average age. Lin Tion's talent is truly monstrous. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he is likely to achieve great things in the future. In other words, the Wanling sect may become one of the Holy Lands in the future? The Holy Lord of the Floating Light Holy Land frowned, having made a decision in his heart. If Lin Tion were allowed to grow up, it would not be a good thing for the Floating Light Holy Land. This child cannot be kept. Of course, it wasn't just the Holy Lord of the Floating Light Holy Land present. People from other Holy Lands also harbored murderous intent towards Lin Tion. The resources of the entire Eastern continent are limited. Once a new Holy Land emerges, it will definitely take away the resources they have, which they are unwilling to accept. To prevent the Myriad Spirit sect from becoming a new Holy Land, we must find an opportunity to eliminate Lin Tion. Driven by self-interest, the major holy sites of the Eastern continent reached a consensus at this moment. Kid, you're overdoing it, you're going to be in big trouble. At the same time, the main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm noticed the anomaly between the various Holy Lands and gave Lin Tion a warning. Lin Tion was confused. How was he being pretentious? He had always been very low-key. Lin Tion frowned and asked, "What happened? How come I'm in big trouble?" They are wary of your talent. Once you become a weakling in the Mahayana stage, their good days will be over. So, in order to prevent you from growing stronger, they are preparing to deal with you together. The main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm told Lin Tion the reason. Upon hearing this, Lin Tion realized that this whole situation was indeed his fault. What is this called? This is called an invisible cup, the most deadly. My lord, you will protect me, won't you? Lin Tion countered by questioning the main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm. This left the main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm completely bewildered by Lin Tion's question. You caused this mess, so why should I be the one to protect you? Don't worry, they won't dare to lay a hand on you here, but who knows what will happen when we get to the Qingshan secret realm. However, once we reach the Qingshan secret realm, it won't be them attacking you, but rather we will be attacking them. My spirit has already left its mark on them all. None of them will be able to escape. The main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm said to Lin Tion, actually, it was sent here for another purpose, to protect Lin Tion's safety. If Lin Tion's life is in danger, it will immediately take action to get Lin Tion away. However, if we do that, the heavenly Tao of the Central Region Star will definitely notice, and then the heavenly origin realm will be unable to make any moves against the Central Region Star. This also illustrates that Lin Tion held a very high position in his eyes, surpassing that of a middle world. That's why it told Lin Tion about the existence of the first heaven. Otherwise, people would really think it was stupid enough to say anything. If it had a big mouth, it would have been cut off by him long ago. Lin Tion nodded. Okay, write them all down for me. We'll settle the score with them when we get to the secret realm. The East Asian Youth Conference continues. Lin Tion won the first round easily. The same was true in the second and third rounds. Although the opponents were also very strong, the intensity was far from enough for Lin Tion. Perhaps only the Holy Sons of the Holy Land would put him under some pressure. However, as the competition progressed, Lin Tion sensed something was amiss. It's not that the match was deliberately targeted at him, on the contrary, his opponents were deliberately throwing the game. Lin Tion could understand this feeling. Lin Tion could tell from his previous opponents that they had really tried their best, but Lin Tion was simply too strong. The opponents behind him were clearly holding back. Before Lin Tion even made a move, they had already defeated themselves. To paraphrase Zhang, why is your son's acting so exaggerated? Lin Tion knew that someone had deliberately given him a spot so that he could enter the Qingshan secret realm, probably with the intention of doing something. Lin Tion thought to himself, what a coincidence, we're thinking the same thing. You have your purpose, and I have mine. It's a matter of who has the better one. Since you dare to offer it, I dare to accept it. Only a fool wouldn't take a free spot. Lin Tion didn't point it out,
and the East Continent Youth Tournament continued half a month later. All 5,000 places for the East Continent Youth Conference were announced. Lin Tion naturally got his wish among the 5,000 available spots, just as they had wished. 3 days later, the Qingshan Secret Realm officially opened. Chapter 50 Scavenging Resources. Shao Tian, why don't we skip the Qingshan Secret Realm and go back to our sect? After the Dongzhou Youth Conference concluded, Guan Jiqi approached Lin Tion. Guan Jiqiu received information that the major holy lands of the eastern continent were letting Lin Tion go easy on him, with the aim of allowing him to enter the Qingshan Secret Realm, where the people from the various holy lands would work together to eliminate him. Having learned the news, Guan Jiqiu did not want Lin Tion to take any risks and wanted Lin Tion to give up entering the Qingshan Secret Realm and return to the sect with him. However, Lin Tion rejected Guan Jiqiu's suggestion. All the Holy Lands are waiting for him to enter the Qingshan Secret Realm, and he is also waiting for people from all the Holy Lands to enter the Qingshan Secret Realm. How could Lin Tion miss such a good opportunity? Moreover, Lin Tion also knew that he would be safe if he didn't go to the Qingshan Secret Realm and return to his sect. No, the major holy sites will absolutely not give up. Guan Jiqiu must be aware of this as well. It Lin Tion's insistence, Guan Jiqiu had no choice but to agree to let him go. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the Qingshan Secret Realm had been opened, with 5,000 talented cultivators from the eastern continent entering the secret realm in search of opportunities. Lin Tion followed closely behind, but once inside the secret realm, he discovered that he had become separated from everyone else. These are the rules of the secret realm. Any creature that enters will be randomly teleported to any location within the realm. The main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm told Lin Tion this. Lin Tion asked, "Can you sense their location?" "Of course we can. However, we should put these little karami aside for now and deal with the main spirit of the Qingshan secret realm first." The main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm reminded them that their purpose in coming in was not to deal with these people, but to seize the Qingshan secret realm. These people are like ants in the eyes of the Lord Spirit, and it doesn't matter when you deal with them. Lin Tion nodded, indicating that there was no rush to find these people. Besides, they were the ones who should be anxious. They were the ones who came to Lin Tion on their own initiative. This spirit is about to conceal the secrets of heaven. You must be careful. The main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm reminded Lin Tion of something else. After a while, the celestial secrets were completely concealed, and the heavenly Tao of the central region star could not detect the anomaly of the Qingshan secret realm. Being in the midst of it, Lin Tion also felt that, in the darkness, his connection with the heavenly Tao had been completely severed. Not only Lin Tion, but all the creatures in the Qingshan secret realm felt the same way, feeling a sense of desolation, as if they had lost something, but they couldn't quite put their finger on why. After concealing the secrets of heaven, the main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm began to explore the resources within the Qingshan secret realm. The main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm said to Lin Tion, "There is a Lingli fruit tree 300 miles ahead of you. It is a good thing. I want to bring it back to the Shangyuan secret realm." The Lingli fruit grown by the Lingli fruit tree is very important for cultivators in the qi refining stage, as it can solidify their foundation and enhance their combat power among cultivators of the same level. How could the main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm let such a good thing go? It must be brought back to the Shangyuan secret realm, and so, one person and one thing began to act like humans, intending to empty the entire Qingshan secret realm. 6 months later, Lin Tion and his companion looted all the important resources in the Qingshan secret realm, making a fortune. This further enhanced the foundation of the Tianyuan realm. It was only then that Lin Tion realized why the Tianyuan realm had risen so quickly. It turned out they were using other people's things as their own. No wonder their advancement was so rapid. However, in the past 6 months, the main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm has not been able to find the main spirit of the Qingshan secret realm. It must be that the main spirit of the Qingshan secret realm is hiding, preventing Lin Tion and his companion from discovering it. "You coward. The Qingshan secret realm is your main battlefield. Why don't you dare to come out and fight?" The above paragraph is the evaluation of the main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm by the main spirit of the Qingshan secret realm. The main spirit of the Qingshan secret realm has not revealed itself, so we can only continue our search. Suddenly, the main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm exclaimed, "There is a spiritual vein beneath the mountains ahead." The heavenly Tao of the central star is truly generous, actually placing a spiritual vein in a secret realm. The main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm carefully sensed the grade of this spiritual vein and found that it had actually reached the 3rd grade, which was even higher than the spiritual vein of Fumeng Mountain in the Tianyuan realm. If they can successfully transfer this spiritual vein to the Tianyuan realm, they'll make a fortune on this trip. Suddenly, the main spirit of the Shang Yuan's secret realm exclaimed in surprise again. Lin Tion was surprised and quickly asked, "What's wrong?
Did you find something again?" The main spirit of the Shang Yuan's secret realm said, "I was wondering why I couldn't find its whereabouts."
It turns out it was hiding here."
Lin Tion understood what the spirit was trying to convey. "You mean, the main spirit of the Qingshan secret realm is hidden beneath the spiritual veins?"
"That's right.
What should we do next?"
He was already prepared, all he had to do was set up this formation. The main spirit of the Shang Yuan's secret realm handed over a complete array to Lin Tion. This was prepared by him beforehand. You must understand, this is the Qingshan secret realm, their home turf. Without any trump cards in hand, would the main spirit of the Shang Yuan's secret realm dare to be so arrogant? To the utter surprise of the main spirit of the Shang Yuan's secret realm, the opponent was so cowardly that he dared not even come out to fight head-on on his own territory. Lin Tion took the formation and then set it up on the mountain. After Lin Tion finished setting up the formation, the main spirit of the Shang Yuan's secret realm continued to guide him, saying, "Next, you will activate the
formation." Good.
Lin Tion did as instructed, and then activated the formation, covering the entire mountain range.
"I have some here." The main spirit of the Shang Yuan's secret realm continued to guide them.
This time, before it could finish speaking, a group of people took the initiative to come forward.
"Kid, I've been looking for you for ages. I never expected to find you here."
That's right, this group of people are disciples from the various holy lands of the eastern continent. For the past 6 months, Lin Tion and the main spirit have been busy scavenging resources and haven't had time to deal with them. They never expected that they would come knocking on their door at this crucial moment. That's fine, let's take care of it all at once. Having amassed so many resources during this period, Lin Tion naturally used some of them, greatly enhancing his strength. If it weren't for the fact that he was in the Qingshan secret realm, where the rules were suppressing him, Lin Tion would have already broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Lin Tion glanced at the group of people and mentally communicated with the main spirit of the Shang Yuan's secret realm. "Help me see if those people are among them." A few were missing, but it's not a big problem. All the people with status and position are here. The main spirit of the Shang Yuan's secret realm told Lin Tion, and Lin Tion nodded silently. Then Lin Tion took a step forward, his eyes sweeping over them.
"Which of you is the holy son of the floating light Holy Land? Do you dare to come out and fight me?"
Lin Tion was the first to issue a challenge. The Wanling sect and the Fuguang Holy Land had the deepest grudges, so dealing with the people of the Fuguang Holy Land first was the right thing to do. As for the people from the other Holy Lands, Lin Tion can deal with them slowly after he makes his move. None of them will escape. As soon as Lin Tion said this, a burst of laughter rang out from the crowd.
"Brother Gu, this kid wants to fight you one-on-one. Do you dare to accept the challenge?"
Chapter 51. The advantage lies with me. This group of people were not afraid of making things worse, and all eyes were on a boy in the crowd. This boy, aged 11 or 12, is the contemporary Holy Son and the ancient Holy Son of the Floating Light Holy Land. The person is as their name suggests. In fact, these people were stirring up trouble with a purpose. At the East Continent Youth Conference, because they had to make way for Lin Tion, they didn't get to test Lin Tion's true strength at all. Therefore, they did not know Lin Tion's exact strength. The moment is perfect. Lin Tion's request to fight the ancient saint is exactly what they want. The ancient sage is extremely arrogant and will definitely accept the challenge. In this way, they can use the ancient saint to test Lin Tion's strength. If the ancient saint's son can kill Lin Tion, then they
won't need to take action.
In any case, the final result is to kill Lin Tion, so it doesn't matter who does it. If the ancient saint's son is no match for Lin Tion, they can assess Lin Tion's strength and make the best adjustments to minimize their losses. These young people are all geniuses from various holy lands, and they are not stupid at all. The ancient saint was not stupid, he was well aware of these people's intentions. The ancient sage accepted the challenge because he told them he was very strong. Previously, the Holy Son of the Floating Light Holy Land was able to kill the genius disciple of the Myriad Spirits sect in the Qingshan secret realm. Now, he can do it just like the ancient saint, and he's even stronger than that generation of saints. That generation of holy sons killed geniuses who had reached the peak of the 9th level of Qi refining in 8 years, and now, he is several times stronger, and he wants to kill Lin Tion, who has reached the peak of the 9th level of Qi refining in just 3 years. If the ancient saint's son can win this battle, without a doubt, he will be the strongest among his generation, and he will definitely be the next Holy Lord of the Floating Light Holy Land. It should be understood that although the ancient Holy Son is the Holy Son of the Floating Light Holy Land, who says that the Holy Son must be the next Holy Lord of the Holy Land. No one has ever stipulated this. Everything depends on ability. The ancient saint agreed to fight Lin Tion alone, partly to gain fame for himself. It remains to be seen whether the ancient sage can seize this opportunity. Lin Tion squinted at the ancient saint, surprised that this guy was so brave, and agreed immediately. Alright, let's start with him. I'll give you a chance to make the first move. Finally, Lin Tion couldn't resist mocking the ancient saint. Arrogant. As expected, the ancient saint was enraged by Lin Tion and unleashed his full power at the peak of the 9th level of Qi refining. The ancient saint child unleashed his ultimate move right from the start. Back then, that holy son killed the genius disciple of the myriad spirit sect in less than 10 rounds. The ancient holy son also wanted to achieve the same result and kill Lin Tion within 10 rounds. With a loud bang, the two exchanged a blow. Lin Tion did not move at all, but the ancient saint's son took several steps back. Is this all the strength a holy son of a holy land possesses? Is this all? Lin Tion continued his mockery, seemingly carrying a body odor. Die. At this moment, the ancient saint could no longer bear it, and his Tao heart gradually collapsed. Not only was he no match for Lin Tion, but he was also deliberately mocked by Lin Tion, who spoke in a sarcastic manner. Anyone would find that unbearable. The ancient saint went berserk, making moves without any rhyme or reason, with only one thing on his mind: to suppress Lin Tion. The ancient sage was fighting with his life on the line, injuring 800 enemies while losing 1,000 of his own. Lin Tion did not confront the ancient saint directly, choosing instead to avoid direct confrontation. That's it? You can't hit me at all, kid. Are you even capable? Lin Tion dodged while making sarcastic remarks. It wasn't that Lin Tion couldn't withstand the ancient saint's attack, it was completely unnecessary. Lin Tion was fully confident he could kill the ancient saint with a single blow, but that would take away the fun. Lin Tion not only wanted to kill the ancient saint, but also to destroy his heart. Aren't these holy sons of holy lands usually so aloof and superior? Today, Lin Tion will show them that in his presence, they are nothing but ants. This is not good. Let's take him down together. Seeing that the situation was not going well, someone suggested that they take action together. In just 2 rounds of combat, they could see the difference between the ancient saint and Lin Tion. Lin Tion had the upper hand completely, and it was only a matter of time before the ancient saint was defeated. And now, they must join forces to deal with Lin Tion, because their strength is comparable to that of the ancient saint. If they fight Lin Tion one-on-one, they will have no chance at all. In addition, Lin Tion's mouth was too sharp. He mocked them while fighting, and although the target of his mockery was not them, they couldn't stand it anymore. That's it. If you can't speak properly, then don't speak at all. Why are you being sarcastic? Everyone joined forces to deal with Lin Tion. This is a situation where dozens are fighting one, so the advantage lies with them. Boy, do you need my help? Seeing so many people attacking Lin Tion together, the main spirit of the Shang Yuan secret realm asked with some concern that if it makes a move, all these people will be reduced to ashes in less than 15 minutes. No need, I can handle it myself. You just need to keep an eye on everyone, and no one will be able to escape. Lin Tion was not afraid at all. So what if so many people attacked at the same time? He was invincible among his peers, and no matter how many people came, it would be useless. His only worry was that someone might escape, which would be bad. Lin Tion didn't care, but it was a big problem for the Wanling sect. Once someone spread the word about what happened here, the Wanling sect would be attacked by all the major holy lands in the eastern continent. Of course, since all the holy sons and genius disciples of these holy lands have perished here, the holy lands will suspect that Lin Tion was responsible and will also hold a grudge against the myriad spirits sect. However, unlike before, the Holy Land dared not easily take action against the myriad spirits sect without concrete evidence, otherwise it would be ridiculed by cultivators all over the world. They said that even the combined geniuses of all the major holy lands couldn't defeat a small sect, yet they still had the nerve to seek revenge. Even the Holy Land has its pride. Without concrete evidence, they will only suppress the myriad spirit sect in secret, and will not actually destroy it. So no matter what, everyone here is going to die, not one of them will escape alive. Understood. Go ahead and do it with confidence. Leave everything else to me. I guarantee that no one will escape. The main spirit of the Shang Yuan secret realm confidently assured Lin Tion that if it couldn't handle this matter, What kind of main spirit of the secret realm would it be? Apart from the ancient holy son of the floating light Holy Land, Lin Tion showed no mercy to these people from other holy lands, killing them directly. Soon, several more corpses appeared on the ground and now, the survivors were all panicked, looking at Lin Tion with fear and unease. To be honest, they were just teenagers. Although their courage was commendable, they were also afraid when faced with death. Run! Run! Some people realized that they didn't want to lose their lives here. As long as they could get out alive, they would report to the Holy Land and have its experts deal with Lin Tion. Trying to run? Have you asked the spirit master yet? The main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm looked disdainful. What cultivation level did these people have? Did they even get its permission to run away under its nose? Chapter 52. The main spirit of the Qingshan secret realm appears. The main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm solved the problem in a simple and brutal way, by killing all the escapees. Most of the people were killed by the main spirit, which immediately displeased Lin Tion. Lin Tion complained, "Why did you have to kill them all?" He hadn't had enough fun yet and wanted to keep these people around for him to practice on, but he never expected that they would all be killed by the main spirit. What a terrible thing, the main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm countered. "Didn't you ask me to help you keep them here?" Lin Tion said, "Yes, but I didn't ask you to kill them. You didn't explain that clearly. I just left the person behind as you instructed. Whether he lives or dies is not my fault." The main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm stated that it would not take the blame for this. It was caused by Lin Tion's failure to explain things clearly. Hearing the spirit's explanation, Lin Tion was speechless. Did he really need to explain it to him? The main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm did it on purpose. "Forget it, if I kill him, so be it. It doesn't matter. Please, don't kill me." At this point, the survivors began to beg for mercy. They were scared, truly scared, terrified that Lin Tion would pull a trick on them. Lin Tion is a ruthless killer, decisive and merciless. "Ha! You deliberately let me in, just so I could die in the secret realm? In that case, I'll use the same method to grant your wish. Besides, you're all family, and family should be together. I wouldn't feel at ease if I didn't send you off to see them." Lin Tion showed no mercy. In order to prevent the main spirit from stealing the kills, Lin Tion immediately took action and eliminated them all. Now, only the ancient saint's son remains. "Tell me, what should I do with you?" Lin Tion looked at the ancient saint, a smile appearing on his face. But in the ancient saint's eyes, Lin Tion was like a murderous demon. "Just kill me." At this point, the ancient saint still had some backbone. "Let me think about it." Lin Tion considered it. He changed his mind and didn't want to kill the ancient saint's son this way. "Master Spirit, do you have a way to control the ancient holy son, or turn him into a puppet? Also, you must not let others notice the abnormality in him." Lin Tion asked the main spirit if it had a way to turn the ancient saint into their puppet, which would make things much easier. Lin Tion did not kill the ancient saint's son because the ancient saint's son was of great value. The first thing is to use the ancient saint's son to draw the attention of the floating light Holy Land to the myriad spirits sect. Think about it, among the disciples of the various Holy Lands, if only the ancient saint's son survives, what will the other Holy Lands think? Will the ancient saint's son kill their disciple? Although this was just speculation, Lin Tion wanted them to amplify this idea infinitely, making the floating light Holy Land and the ancient holy son the focus of attention for all the Holy Lands, and causing internal strife among them. In this way, the major Holy Lands would have less energy to focus on the myriad spirits sect, making the myriad spirits sect relatively safer. The second thing is to have the ancient saint's son gather intelligence for him in the floating light Holy Land, and when the time is right, wipe out the floating light Holy Land in one fell swoop. In the long run, keeping the ancient saint alive is definitely better than killing him. He's just a mere chi refining level 9 cultivator, no problem at all. The main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm spoke very sarcastically this time. Subsequently, the main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm began to use its techniques to refine the ancient holy son into a puppet. About half an incense stick later, the puppet was completed. The ancient saint knelt before Lin Tion and said, "Master." Lin Tion looked around the ancient saint and then began to praise the main spirit. "Truly excellent, there's not a single flaw to be found." Upon hearing Lin Tion's praise, the main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm displayed its proud and arrogant side. "Absolutely. Don't you even know who made the move? My spirit personally took action. These scum wouldn't be able to tell even if they cultivated for tens of thousands of years. The main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm began to boast, but Lin Tion ignored it and instead addressed the ancient saint to find a place to hide first. Once the secret realm opens its exit, go out. When they ask, just say this. Understand? Lin Tion spoke at length to the ancient saint, explaining his reasons for sowing discord among the various holy lands. It has flaws, but it can still be used. The ancient sage nodded and then withdrew. Having dealt with the people from the Holy Land, Lin Tion and the main spirit resumed their efforts to deal with the main spirit of the Qingshan secret realm. I have the heavenly Tao origin left behind by him. Place this heavenly Tao origin in the center of the formation, and the heavenly Tao origin will automatically operate and devour the rules in the secret realm, thereby refining the main spirit of the Qingshan secret realm. The main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm entrusted the origin of the heavenly Tao to Lin Tion and told him how to proceed. Lin Tion did as instructed by the Lord. As soon as Lin Tion placed the heavenly Tao origin in the center of the formation, the heavenly Tao origin seemed to be activated, opening its mouth wide to continuously absorb the rules of the Qingshan secret realm. At this moment, the Qingshan secret realm trembled slightly. Fortunately, the main spirit concealed the secrets of heaven beforehand, otherwise, this change would certainly have attracted the attention of the central region star heavenly Dao. At that very moment, the main spirit of the Qingshan secret realm finally appeared. Who are you? Why are you destroying this secret realm? Aren't you afraid of being punished by heaven? The moment Lin Tion uprooted the Lingli fruit tree, the main spirit of the Qingshan secret realm discovered their presence. At that time, the Qingshan secret realm wanted to stop Lin Tion. The Lingli fruit tree was one of the few and very precious things in the secret realm. If Lin Tion were to uproot it, it would be heartbreaking for them. Just as it was about to make its move, the main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm appeared on its own initiative and shared the spoils with Lin Tion. At this moment, the main spirit of the Qingshan secret realm realized something was wrong. How could there be another main spirit in the secret realm, and why was it with a cultivator at the 9th level of qi refining? The matter is definitely not simple. The main spirit of the Qingshan secret realm tried to contact the heavenly Tao of the central region star, but failed. The entire secret realm was shrouded in heavenly secrets, and the message could not be transmitted. This made it realize that the opposing spirit was more powerful than it, and could even conceal the secrets of heaven. Therefore, the main spirit of the Qingshan secret realm went into hiding and secretly observed Lin Tion's movements. When the main spirit of the Qingshan secret realm saw Lin Tion sweep away all the precious resources in the secret realm, his heart bled, but he was helpless. They could only remain hidden, waiting for an opportunity to try and make contact with the heavenly Tao of the central star. As long as we can connect with the heavenly Tao, these losses can be recovered. The Qingshan secret realm began to bide its time, which is why the main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm has been unable to find it. Now, its hiding place has been found by the enemy. Not only is it trapped in the formation, but the enemy has also taken out the heavenly Tao origin, devouring secret realm rules. If it doesn't come out soon, it will only be waiting to die. Upon seeing that the other party possessed the heavenly Tao origin, the main spirit of the Qingshan secret realm immediately realized that the other party was not from the central region star. What puzzled the main spirit of the Qingshan secret realm was that the heavenly Tao had isolated the central region star. So why would it allow people from outside the region to enter, especially since the other party was a cultivator at the 9th level of qi refining? What's going on here? When did it become possible to traverse the void at the 9th level of qi refining? Does the heavenly Tao on the other side really have such great abilities? The main spirit of the Qingshan secret realm felt confused. It couldn't guess, it simply couldn't guess. Chapter 53, Taking Control of the Qingshan Secret Realm. The spirit of the Qingshan Secret Realm guessed correctly about Lin Tion's identity, but not entirely. Lin Tion's body is from the central region star, but his soul belongs to the Tianyuan realm. This wave represents those who are physically in Cao Cao's camp but mentally in Han's. Lin Tion did not answer the main spirit of the Qingshan secret realm. No matter how much it roared, Lin Tion ignored it. Villains die from talking too much, something Lin Tion knows all too well. Their current goal is to refine the main spirit of the Qingshan secret realm and take control of it. Time passed slowly, and the main spirit of the Qingshan secret realm gradually dissipated until it finally perished completely. What should we do next with this spiritual vein? Lin Tion inquired about the main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm. With the Qingshan secret realm completely under our control, the next step is to consider how to properly handle this third-tier spiritual vein. This third-tier spiritual vein is too tempting. We need to find a way to get rid of it. The main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm replied, it cannot be touched for the time being.
Lin Tion asked in confusion, why? The main spirit of the Shang Yuan's secret realm explained, I just checked it again. There are several array eyes below this spiritual vein, which are used to unblock spiritual energy. The main spirit surmises that this third-tier spiritual vein is the source of spiritual energy for the entire Eastern continent. If we disturb it, the spiritual energy of the entire Eastern continent will inevitably decline, and the heavenly Tao of the central star will surely realize that something is wrong with the Qingshan secret realm. Are we just going to give up like this? Lin Tion found it hard to let go. The entire Qingshan secret realm is now under our control. What's the rush? Let me go back and report the situation to him, and see what he decides. Furthermore, the Qingshan secret realm is about to end. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, all surviving cultivators must be sent out. Have you considered your plans for the future? The main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm told Lin Tion that its mission was complete and it was time to return to report to him and see how he would handle the situation. I can't show myself in front of them, I have to hide for a while. Lin Tion frowned and told the spirit about his plans. Aside from the ancient saint's son, all the genius disciples of the major Holy Lands are dead. His exposure is inappropriate, as it would turn the Holy Land's attention to him and would also be detrimental to the ancient saint's son's plans. Let's just pretend that Lin Tion also died in the Qingshan secret realm. It would be a good thing for the Wanling sect, as it would save them from disaster. The matter was thus decided. When the time was up, Lin Tion opened the exit of the Qingshan secret realm for them, while Lin Tion himself left from the other side of the secret realm. Li Luo Valley, which is outside the Qingshan secret realm. Today is the day the exit of the Qingshan secret realm opens, and people from all the major sects are already waiting outside the secret realm. A short while later, the first person emerged from the exit passage of the Qingshan secret realm. Upon closer inspection, everyone realized that they were not disciples from the various Holy Lands. This is surprising. In the past, the first to emerge were always disciples from the major Holy Lands. Could it be that someone has made a comeback this year? The people from the various Holy Lands of the Eastern continent didn't look too pleased when they saw that the people who weren't their disciples came out. This was a matter of face. Hopefully, the second person to emerge is one of those from their sacred site. The result was the second, the third, 100 or so people came out one after another, but none of them were from the Holy Land. At this moment, people from all the holy sites frowned, as they had a bad feeling. Could it be that everyone from the Holy Land has met with misfortune in the secret realm? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Their disciples from several holy sites numbered over 100, each one a prodigy. How could they possibly be completely wiped out? Was it that brat from the Myriad Spirit sect who did it? That's the only possibility. Only Lin Tion has the ability. But then I thought about it again, and realized that wasn't very realistic. Lin Tion is just one person. How could he possibly take care of them all? Despite the suspicions, the attention of the various Holy Lands still shifted to the Myriad Spirit sect. Seeing that all the Holy Lands of Dongzhou were focusing their attention on him, Guan Jiqiu's body trembled. What merit or ability does a mere Wanling sect possess to gain the favor of all the Holy Lands in the Eastern continent? Guan Jiqi felt helpless and worried. Lin Tion hasn't come out yet. Could something have happened to him? 2. It's highly likely that these holy sites, even if they join forces, have only a slim chance of survival. Guan Jiqiu was filled with regret. What a promising talent he was. She shouldn't have let Lin Tion participate in the Dongzhou Youth Conference in the first place. Well, now who knows when the Myriad Spirit sect will be able to rise again. They already knew the outcome, but they didn't leave immediately. They waited outside the secret realm. The exit passage of the Qingshan secret realm will be open for 3 days. After 3 days, the exit passage will be completely closed, and the Qingshan secret realm will disappear again. Waiting to reappear at the next Dongzhou Youth Conference, they still clung to their last hope that the disciples had merely delayed their journey. The first day has passed, and no disciples from the major holy sites have emerged. The same thing happened the next day. On the third day, a disciple from the holy site finally emerged. That's right, it was the ancient saint. At this moment, the ancient saint's clothes were tattered, and his face showed exhaustion. Upon seeing the ancient holy son emerge, all the holy masters and elders of the Holy Lands surrounded him, especially the holy lord of the floating light Holy Land, whose brows were furrowed and whose face was quite unpleasant. Ancient holy son, why are you the only one who came out? Where are the others? Ignoring the injuries on the ancient saint's son's body, the holy lord of the floating light Holy Land took the lead in asking the ancient saint's son a question. Of the hundreds of disciples from the various Holy Lands, only the ancient holy son has come out. This is bad news. The floating light Holy Land is very likely to become the target of hatred in the eyes of the other Holy Lands. The situation is very bad for the Holy Land of Floating Light, and the Holy Lord of the Holy Land of Floating Light must know the whole story. The same applies to the Holy Masters and Elders of other Holy Lands. The ancient Holy Sun needs to tell them what exactly happened in the secret realm and why none of their Holy Land's disciples have come out. Holy Lord, everyone else is dead. The ancient saint cried out loudly, his emotions so genuine, as if it were real. Well, it's true. The ancient Holy Sun didn't lie to them. Apart from him, all the other disciples of the Holy Lands are dead. Furthermore, the ancient saint's son's master is not the Holy Lord of the Floating Light Holy Land, but the Grand Elder Deity in the Holy Land. The Grand Elder holds the same status as the Holy Lord, only their powers differ. Therefore, only the ancient Holy Sun could become the Holy Sun of the Holy Land of Floating Light. Tell us clearly how they died. Before the Holy Lord of Floating Light could ask another question, the Holy Lords and Elders of the other Holy Lands pressed him for answers. It wasn't that they didn't want to believe it was just that things were too strange. How come all their disciples are dead, leaving only the ancient saint's son? This is what happened. Faced with everyone's questioning, the ancient saint revealed all of Lin Tion's prepared explanation. After the ancient sage finished recounting what had happened, everyone's faces turned awkward. To be honest, they didn't believe a word the ancient saint said. However, the words of the ancient sage are worth considering. Chapter 54 Foundation Building Fruit. The ancient sage recounted the events in this way. The group from the Holy Land went to search for Lin Tion's whereabouts and found him in a mountain range. Seeing that there were so many of them, Lin Tion knew he had no chance of escaping, so he challenged them to a one-on-one fight. Moreover, Lin Tion specifically designated the ancient saint's son. Everyone knew this, as the Myriad Spirit sect and the Floating Light Holy Land had a grudge against each other. Therefore, there's nothing wrong with Lin Tion choosing the ancient saint's son as his opponent for a one-on-one duel. The ancient saint naturally agreed to Lin Tion's request. Just as the two were fighting, something strange appeared in the mountains, indicating that a wondrous object was about to be born. They rushed to the site of the vision, where they discovered the foundation. Fruit. When the Holy Masters and Elders of the various Holy Lands heard that there were foundation establishment fruits in the Qingshan secret realm, everyone's eyes widened. The foundation establishment fruit can help cultivators at the peak of the 9th level of Qi refining to perfectly establish their foundation. In other words, a cultivator who has perfectly established their foundation will have a significantly increased combat power compared to others of the same level. Furthermore, consuming the foundation building fruit can compensate for and repair the unstable foundation established during the Qi refining stage, which is of great benefit to cultivation today. In other words, those who use the foundation establishment fruit to achieve perfect foundation building will at least reach the nascent soul stage in the future. This demonstrates the preciousness and importance of the foundation building fruit. Then the ancient sage continued, saying that when faced with the foundation establishment fruit, none of them could resist the temptation and began to kill each other and fight amongst themselves. The Holy Masters and Elders of the various holy sites have temporarily expressed their agreement with the view of the ancient Holy Child. If they had such a great opportunity, they would have done the same. Isn't this what entering a secret realm is all about? Then, the ancient saint continued, saying that Lin Tion was not like them and seemed uninterested in the foundation establishment fruit. Lin Tion didn't compete for it, but he also prevented the ancient saint from competing for it. Because he had his eyes on the ancient saint, Lin Tion was extremely powerful, and the ancient saint's son was unable to handle him. Naturally, he was tied up by Lin Tion and could not free up his hands to compete for the foundation establishment fruit. That is why the ancient saint was spared his life. Just as someone was about to succeed, something suddenly appeared and killed them all in a short time, leaving only the ancient saint and Lin Tion alive. Seeing this, Lin Tion stopped bothering the ancient saint, and the two quickly separated and ran away. At this point, the ancient saint casually asked if Lin Tion had come out. Yet, the Holy Lord of the Floating Light Holy Land told him that he had not seen Lin Tion come out. Upon receiving the answer, the ancient saint couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Feeling as if he had escaped a calamity, the ancient saint told everyone that perhaps this thing didn't chase him, but instead chose to chase Lin Tion, which allowed him to escape this calamity. Such a logical structure, while seemingly without any problems, is riddled with flaws. After the ancient saint had explained the situation, he didn't give anyone a chance to ask further questions and said, fellow Taoists, the ancient saint has already made things very clear. The whole thing started because of the struggle for the secret treasure. Furthermore, once you enter the secret realm, whether you live or die depends entirely on your luck, and has nothing to do with my Floating Light Holy Land. Apart from the ancient Holy Sun, all the other disciples of my Floating Light Holy Land perished here. I won't stay any longer today. Farewell. Before anyone could react,
The Holy Lord of the Floating Light Holy Land pulled the ancient Holy Sun away from the Li Luo Valley. He also knew in his heart that the ancient saint might be lying, but now that things have come to this, what's the point of investigating further? Would dealing with the ancient Holy Sun on the spot really calm the people of these holy places down and prevent them from shifting the blame to the Floating Light Holy Land? No, unless the ancient Holy Sun never appears in the first place, in which case no one among the major Holy Lands will hold it against him. That's where things went wrong. Of all the major Holy Lands, only the ancient Holy Sun came out. If the other Holy Lands didn't bother with the Floating Light Holy Land, who else would they bother with? Should we let them go and argue with the Myriad Spirits sect? It's possible, but the Myriad Spirits sect isn't their primary target. Compared to Lin Tion, they're more inclined to believe that all of this was done by the ancient saint's son. Therefore, after the ancient Holy Sun finished explaining what had happened, the Holy Lord of the Floating Light Holy Land immediately pulled him away. If something doesn't stand up to scrutiny, just give a general explanation and a reasonable one, don't delve too deeply into it. If we investigate further, the outcome will definitely be bad for the Holy Land of Floating Light. The Holy Masters and elders of the various Holy Lands wanted to inquire about the details, but when they saw that the Holy Master of the Floating Light Holy Land had already taken the ancient Holy Sun away, they had no choice but to give up. However, this also sowed the seeds of potential problems between the major holy sites and the Floating Light Holy Site. Guan Jiqiu also heard what the ancient saint said from afar. When he heard that Lin Tion had also perished in the Qingshan secret realm, a sense of sorrow welled up in his heart. He still held onto a sliver of hope, but now it's all gone. Guan Jiqiu didn't want to stay in this place any longer and would never come here again. The Wanling sect's two opportunities to rise again were both thwarted here. After returning, Guan Jiqiu established the sect's ancestral precept, prohibiting future disciples from participating in the Eastern Continent Youth Conference. After returning to the Wanling sect, Guan Jiqiu told the Supreme Elder the news. The matter cannot be kept secret. The Supreme Elder will find out sooner or later. It will hurt sooner or later. A short pain is worse than a long one. Sure enough, when Li Puqi learned that Lin Tion had perished in the Qingshan secret realm, Li Puqi changed completely. He became taciturn again, just like before, even more so than before. Li Puqi regretted it. He shouldn't have let Lin Tion lose his life because of his own inner conflict. That was really wrong. Li Puqi chose to go into seclusion and refused to see anyone of Floating Light Holy Land. After bringing the ancient Holy Sun back to the Holy Land, the Holy Lord of Floating Light secretly interrogated him. Ancient Holy Sun, tell me the truth, is what you just said true or false? Your Majesty, everything I just said is true, but there is one thing I didn't say. The ancient sage knew they wouldn't come easily and would interrogate him again upon their return. Lin Tion had also considered this point and prepared a backup plan for the ancient saint. Later, I secretly went back again. This time, I didn't see the foundation establishment fruit, but I found this. The ancient saint took out 3 lingli fruits from his storage bag. When the Holy Lord of the Floating Light Holy Land saw these 3 lingli fruits, his eyes immediately lit up. Although lingli fruit is far inferior to zhuji fruit, it is equally precious. The fact that the ancient saint could produce 3 items shows that he has a deep affection for the Floating Light Holy Land. Perhaps what the ancient sage said was true, but they were too suspicious to believe it. You're so thoughtful. The Holy Lord of Floating Light Holy Land accepted all 3 lingli fruits without hesitation. Then, the Holy Lord of the Floating Light Holy Land instructed the ancient Holy Sun, from now on, whenever anyone asks you, just say this. Don't worry about the Holy Land here, you are still the Holy Son of the Floating Light Holy Land. Disciple understands. This was the backup plan Lin Tion left for the ancient saint. Whether other Holy Lands believe it or not is unimportant, and Lin Tion doesn't care either. All he needs to do is shut up the Floating Light Holy Land. 3 pieces of lingli fruit are quite valuable, but it doesn't matter. Only by investing heavily can we earn back double the money from the Holy Land of Floating Light in the future. This was a good deal. Chapter 55 Fusion of Spiritual Veins. That being said, after Lin Tion left the Qingshan secret realm, he found a place to undergo his tribulation. Although Lin Tion had no experience in undergoing tribulation, the minor foundation establishment tribulation was no match for him, especially since he had a main spirit by his side. Once Lin Tion successfully overcomes his tribulation and breaks through to the early stage of foundation establishment, the main spirit of the Shan Yuan secret realm will bid farewell. This spirit is leaving now. As soon as he finished speaking, the main spirit of the Shang Yuan secret realm vanished. When Lin Tion finally realized what was happening, 3 black lines appeared on his forehead. No wonder it ran so fast. This thing is really not human. It took all the resources it plundered from the Qingshan's secret realm, leaving not a single bit for Lin Tion. Lin Tion will definitely treat it well next time they meet. Lin Tion has now broken through to the Foundation establishment stage, and since he cannot return to his sect, he can only travel around the eastern continent for the time being. Traveling allows one to experience the myriad aspects of life, which is beneficial for spiritual practice. In his previous life, Lin Tion had already gained profound insights. To be honest, Li Puqi's inner conflict is nothing at all. For a cultivator to not even see through birth, aging, sickness, and death is to presume to be a true cultivator. Li Puqi should go out more and see more of the world. This ailment in his heart will soon disappear. Once Li Puqi gets rid of his mental affliction, he will soon be able to break through to the nascent soul stage. With a nascent soul stage expert, the myriad spirits sect can squeeze into the ranks of first-class forces. Therefore, it's not that others don't help the myriad spirits sect, it's that they've dragged themselves into a dead end. Of course, Lin Tion's journey was not just about traveling. He never forgot his mission. While traveling, Lin Tion needed to find out the specific situation in the eastern continent so that he could make a better move. Some of the things I heard at the myriad spirits sect were from too long ago to be easily matched up. Speaking of the main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm, it had already been taken to the Tianyuan realm by Hanli, and he had met it. Upon seeing it, the main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm acted like a well-behaved child, voluntarily handing over the origin of the heavenly Tao to him. The heavenly Tao origin contains the rules of the central region star-supporting mountain secret realm, as well as the main spirit that was refined. If they were all integrated into the Tianyuan realm, the upper limit of the Tianyuan realm would increase significantly. After accepting the origin of the heavenly Tao, he then stared at the main spirit of the Upper Yuan secret realm. His gaze sent chills down the spine of the Lord of the Upper Realm. Although the main spirit of the Shang Yuan secret realm is not a living being, it still has this feeling. He inquired about the main spirit of the Shang Yuan secret realm. I heard you revealed my secret? Upon hearing these words, the main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm trembled all over and silently recited them in his mind. It's over, it's over. He finally found out. The main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm thought that since he had been so good to Lin Tion, it wanted to show off in front of Lin Tion, thinking that nothing would happen, but it didn't expect that he would still remember it. Please spare my life, I promise I'll never do it again. The main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm hurriedly begged for mercy. It was like an ant in front of him, and he could crush it if he wanted to. He neither punished nor investigated further, but instead asked, I heard you brought back all the resources from the Qingshan secret realm? Hearing this, the main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm felt a little embarrassed and relaxed. It knew that it would not pursue the matter it had told Lin Tion. The resources are all here, please accept them. The Shangyuan secret realm wasn't stupid, it proactively handed over all the resources it had plundered. Who wants your resources? He doesn't care at all whether he gives it to him or not, it's all the same. The entire Tianyuan realm belongs to him. If he wants to take it, who would dare to stop him? Having said that, the main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm chuckled and accepted all the resources. Then he asked, there is a third-tier spiritual vein in the Qingshan secret realm. What do you plan to do with it? There's really no way to get around this, only he can handle it. As soon as the Lord of the Shangyuan secret realm finished speaking, he handed a round ball to Hanli. The sphere looks like a small world. He relayed a message to Hanli. You can exchange this with Lin Tion to retrieve the Qingshan secret realm. And make it clear to Lin Tion that this item can replace the operation of the Qingshan secret realm and can maintain the spiritual energy of the eastern continent for 100 years. Remember this. Within 100 years, you must find a way to weaken the heavenly Tao of the central region star. Otherwise, when the spiritual energy of the eastern continent dissipates 100 years later, it will surely attract the attention of the heavenly Tao of the central region, the spherical miniature world was created by him from a desolate planet to replace the Qingshan secret realm. The small world contains a large amount of spiritual energy, which he drew from the first heaven. In the beginning, he left a heaven for a great purpose. Now, in order to obtain a third-tier spiritual vein, he has no choice but to use the spiritual energy within the first heaven. Thinking about it, it's not a bad deal. With the world tree around, we can repair it sooner or later. It just takes a little more time. The Tianyuan realm is in good condition. It can afford to wait this long. This is why he spared the main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm. Otherwise, the main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm would have been severely punished for daring to reveal the secrets of the heavenly Tao. Following his instructions, Hanli went to the central star to speak with Lin Tion and retrieve the Qingshan secret realm. After reclaiming the Qingshan secret realm,
he chose to integrate it into the heavenly realm. The same applies to this third-order spiritual vein. It chose to merge with the spiritual vein of floating Dream Mountain. The two spiritual veins merged into one, and its grade reached the upper grade third rank. Don't be fooled by the fact that it's only a third-tier high-grade item. Compared to the original, there's not much improvement. However, the higher the grade of a spiritual vein, the more difficult it becomes to improve. Take the third-order spiritual vein in the Qingshan secret realm as an example. To reach its current level, it would have required the entire Zhou Tian star array to nurture it for thousands of years. If we're talking about the number of cultivators, supporting dozens of Mahayana stage cultivators is no problem. In other words, it's not a lie that this pair of pants can support half of the eastern continent. It's true. If the heavenly Tao of the central star knew that it had lost such a spiritual vein, wouldn't it be heartbroken after he had finished dealing with everything? The main spirit of the spirit platform secret realm jumped out. Next time you need something done, could you let me go? The main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm asked him. This made him a little curious as to why the main spirit of the spirit platform secret realm suddenly brought up this matter. He asked, why? It's all because of that shameless brat, the main spirit of the Shang Yuan secret realm. He got a lot of things and kept showing them off in front of me. He even dragged me into his secret realm so I could admire his spoils. The more the main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm spoke, the angrier it became, as the main spirit of the Shang Yuan secret realm was blatantly showing off in front of it. The main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm has decided that next time it goes on a mission, it will bring back a lot of resources and items from other worlds to display in the secret realm, and then invite the Shang Yuan secret realm to come and admire them. Let's invite them over with drums and gongs, so we can avenge today's humiliation. At this moment, even the heavenly Tao was speechless. How could it have nurtured such a thing? In the short time he was dealing with the Qingshan secret realm, the main spirit of the Shang Yuan secret realm had already caused so many troubles. So next time, we must give the main spirit of the Shang Yuan secret realm a good talking to and make it behave itself. I'll definitely do it next time. Chapter 56 The Chosen One. He absorbed the rules of the Qingshan secret realm and also integrated the Qingshan secret realm into the heavenly domain. As a result, the upper limit of the Tianyuan realm has increased slightly. The number of places for the returning to the void realm has increased by 50. He plans to release some spots for cultivators in the returning to void realm to break through, as it is not good for the development of the Tianyuan realm to keep holding on to these spots. Even so, he still manipulated the quota. The original inhabitants of the Tianyuan realm make up a higher percentage of the population. The cultivators from the original desolate realm make up a relatively lower percentage. The cultivators of the desolate realm have enough influence in the heavenly origin realm. He needs to mediate and bring the two forces to a balance. Central Star. Lin Tion felt a lot of pressure after Hanli brought him the news. It should be noted that Lin Tion Kai is only at the early stage of foundation establishment, and it will be extremely difficult for him to take over the central region star within 100 years. Fortunately, Lin Tion met someone. This person is named Mu Fei. Just hearing the name tells you he's the main character. Indeed, Lin Tion sensed that Mu Fei possessed a great deal of luck, making him the chosen one of the central region star. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Mu Fei is destined to be the strongest of this era. However, Mu Fei was unaware of this matter, as were his family members. Only the heavenly Tao of the central region star knows Mu Fei's future. Originally, Mu Fei's family was considered quite good. It was a small cultivation family with an ancestor who had once produced a nascent soul expert, and had enjoyed a period of glory. Although the family has declined, it still has a golden core ancestor in charge, and its strength should not be underestimated. Moreover, Mu Fei's father is the patriarch of the Mu family, who has the cultivation level of foundation establishment perfection. Mu Fei is his only son. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Mu Fei will be the next patriarch of the Mu family. Therefore, Mu Fei's father arranged a marriage between him and another equally powerful cultivation family. As it turned out, an unexpected incident still occurred, even though it was expected. When Mu Fei was 6 years old, an accident happened during the examination of his spiritual roots. It's not that Mu Fei doesn't have a spiritual root, but rather that its attribute cannot be detected. The spirit tablet was drawn by Mu Fei, but it did not reveal any attribute, which puzzled the entire Mu family. Later, Mu Fei's father took him to other sects for testing, and the final result was the same. Mu Fei has a spiritual root, but it is not an attribute-based spiritual root. This is very strange. However, having spiritual roots is better than not having them.
Having spiritual roots means you can cultivate and become a cultivator, regardless of whether they are attribute spiritual roots or not. Thinking of this, Mu Fei's father felt relieved and did not ask anyone to check Mu Fei's spiritual root attributes. That's where the problem lies. Mu Fei's attributes could not be determined. Although he possessed spiritual roots, his cultivation progress was extremely slow. It took Mu Fei 3 years to reach the first level of qi refining, and now at the age of 13, he is only at the second level of qi refining. In contrast, Mu Fei's childhood sweetheart was found to have a water-type celestial spiritual root and was accepted as a personal disciple by the Holy Lord of the Immortal Frost Holy Land. 7 years have passed, and the girl has now broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Just recently, the girl came to the Mu family, specifically to annul the engagement. Mu Fei is not good enough for her now. For a man to be jilted by a woman who came to his door to break off their engagement, with the threat attached, was an immense humiliation for Mu Fei. Mu Fei agreed to the other party's request, but not to annul the engagement. Instead, he asked her to divorce him. Finally, Mu Fei said to the other party, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, never underestimate a young man's potential, and then left the Mu family to seek opportunities outside. Mu Fei knew that if he stayed in the Mu family, he would never catch up with the other party. In the end, he would not be poor in his youth, but poor in his old age. Therefore, Mu Fei chose to leave the Mu family and venture out on his own. Sure enough, Mu Fei ran into Lin Tion not long after he came out. Lin Tion was the only one who didn't understand Mu Fei's plight. If Yixingchen were there, he would definitely sigh and say that Mu Fei was indeed a chosen one, knowing how to rise from a nobody to the pinnacle of life. Upon discovering such a chosen one, how could Lin Tion miss the opportunity? He proposed to travel with Mu Fei. Mu Fei glanced at Lin Tion and found that he didn't seem like a bad person, and that he was about the same age as him, so he agreed. Mu Fei truly lives up to his reputation as the chosen one of the central stars. Since his birth, he has encountered countless extraordinary events. For example, jumping off a cliff will inevitably result in the death of a powerful being in a cave, and killing an enemy will always drop a mysterious item. Lin Tion followed Mu Fei, and the two made a fortune. Mu Fei's level was also rising rapidly. In just 3 years, he went from the second level of qi refining to the peak of the 9th level of qi refining. Moreover, his foundation is extremely solid, and his combat strength is consistently at the top of his class, no weaker than Lin Tion's at that time. Of course, Mu Fei wasn't the only one who improved rapidly over the past 3 years. Lin Tion's cultivation level was also rising at a rapid pace. Lin Tion has now reached the peak of foundation establishment and has reached the threshold of golden core. He is waiting for the right time to undergo tribulation and advance to golden core. Seeing Lin Tion's rapid cultivation, Mu Fei was secretly amazed. He thought he had cultivated fast enough in the past 3 years, and if given a few more years, he would definitely be able to catch up with the woman. Little did he know, he had such a pervert by his side. What water-based celestial spiritual root, what Holy Land's Holy Master's personal disciple, are all trash in front of Lin Tion. Brother Lin, where do we go next? Mu Fei asked Lin Tion, and after 3 years of getting along, he had come to regard Lin Tion as a confidant. Lin Tion touched his chin and began to think. Over the past 3 years, he and Mu Fei have traveled to most parts of Dongzhou and found many opportunities. Lin Tion also secretly marked the important places for easy access. Later, Lin Tion said to Mu Fei, "Do you want to pull off something big?" "What's big?" Mu Fei wondered. Were the things they had done before not considered a big deal? But these are all life or death situations. Go and cause trouble for the major holy sites, and incite infighting among them. Lin Tion shared his thoughts with Mu Fei. Lin Tion had already laid out his plan long ago, and after so much time, it was time to use the ancient holy sun as a hidden tool. Let's go all out. With Mu Fei, the chosen one, around, as long as we don't engage in direct combat, we can stay behind the scenes as the sixth man and not worry about our lives. In addition, Lin Tion wanted to find out one thing: whether there were any tribulation transcending stage cultivators in the eastern continent. Or rather, are there any tribulation transcending cultivators in the central region star? If there are cultivators at the tribulation transcending stage in the central region star, it means that the Central Region Star's foundation is deeper than they imagined, and it is infinitely close to that of the Great World. In that case, it would be impossible to conquer the Central Star in 100 years. At most, they would steal some resources from Zhengyu Star, then abandon Zhengyu Star and come back when they have another chance. Are you trying to cause trouble for the Holy Land? When Mu Fei first heard this, he was indeed startled by Lin Tion. One of them was at the 9th level of qi refining, and the other was at the peak of foundation establishment. In front of the Holy Land, they were like little karamis. With this level of strength, they still dare to provoke the Holy Land. They're really courting death. However, when he thought of the fact that his former fiancée was a disciple of a Holy Land, and even a disciple personally taught by the Holy Land's master, Mu Fei gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Dry. Chapter 57 Special Spiritual Roots. Han Li and Lin Tion have always been in contact, and he, who is far away in the Tianyuan realm, already knows the details of Mu Fei's personal situation. Why did he create a first level of heaven, place the world tree sapling inside, and prevent its spiritual energy from leaking out? To put it bluntly, he wanted to use the first level of heaven to evolve a special spiritual root. What are special spiritual roots? They are spiritual roots that have undergone mutations in addition to the 5 elemental attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, such as ice spiritual roots, lightning spiritual roots, and so on. Special spiritual roots, if used properly, are more powerful than heavenly spiritual roots. Mu Fei possesses a special spiritual root, and moreover, he has a lightning spiritual root among special spiritual roots. He guessed that Mu Fei was probably the first person with a special spiritual root in the central region star since ancient times. Otherwise, how could so much good fortune be bestowed upon Mu Fei? To put it bluntly, Mu Fei is like the son of the central region star Heaven Dao. The Mu family and other sects could not detect Mu Fei's spiritual root attribute because they had never encountered it before, and there was no precedent recorded in ancient books, so they were unaware of it. He saw the power of the central region star in Mu Fei. If he could completely annex the central region star, he would have a chance to advance to the great world level. Their days is shifted to Lin Tion and Mu Fei. The two have decided to destroy all the holy lands of the eastern continent, but before that, they need to improve their cultivation levels. One is at Qi Refining and the other at Foundation Establishment, which is indeed a bit embarrassing. Just 1 month later, Mu Fei successfully broke through to the Foundation Establishment stage. This scene evoked a sense of emotion in Mu Fei. He had cultivated for nearly 10 years but only managed to reach the second level of Qi Refining, making him practically useless. His fiancée even came to his door to break off the engagement. Now, in just 3 years, Mu Fei has made great strides and reached the early stage of Foundation Establishment. 3 years ago, his fiancée had just broken through to the early stage of Foundation Establishment. He had no idea what level his fiancée had reached 3 years later. Mu Fei glanced at Lin Tion beside him. Just don't be like this freak, otherwise he won't be able to catch up even if he's willing to die. 2 months later, a cloud tribulation appeared in the sky above a certain place in Dongzhou. Its power was no weaker than Jang Fulong's first-grade golden core tribulation at that time. That's right, Lin Tion is about to undergo the first-grade golden core tribulation. Mu Fei watched the battle from the sidelines, and when he sensed the power of the cloud tribulation, he clicked his tongue inwardly. Lin Tion's cultivation was not only abnormal, but his tribulation was also crazy. He chose the first-grade golden core tribulation without hesitation. If Mu Fei were to choose, he would hesitate for a moment. After undergoing 81 tribulations of lightning, Lin Tion successfully passed through the tribulations and achieved the first-grade golden core. Those who can achieve the first-grade golden core are extremely rare in the eastern continent. Only the holy lords of a few major holy lands have accomplished this, with one Foundation Establishment cultivator and the other Golden Core cultivator. Their strength is barely enough to be considered impressive. Next, Lin Tion took Mu Fei to the Floating Light Holy Land and secretly met with the ancient saint. After meeting Lin Tion, the ancient saint's son told him about the events that had occurred in the Holy Land in recent years. Just as Lin Tion had predicted, in recent years, the Floating Light Holy Land has been suspected by several other holy lands and has also been secretly suppressed by them. In other words, the Floating Light Holy Land has been having a tough time lately. Therefore, the Holy Land of Floating Light reduced the resources and stipends of its disciples by 1/3. There's a saying that goes, cutting someone's money is like killing their parents. Under these circumstances, some suggested abolishing the position of the ancient Holy Son and handing him over to several other holy sites in order to ease tensions between them. This suggestion was unanimously agreed upon by the majority of people in the Holy Land of Floating Light. They believe the culprit is the ancient Holy Son. They think that by handing the ancient Holy Son over to the other holy lands, the Floating Light Holy Land can reconcile with them. Once the Floating Light Holy Land returns to its former state, their resources and stipends will be restored. The idea was good, but the suggestion was rejected by the Holy Lord and the Grand Elder of the Floating Light Holy Land. This advice might be helpful at the beginning. Now, even handing over the ancient Holy Son would be of no use. The major holy lands have already taken control of the Floating Light Holy Land. It's not something that a single ancient Holy Son can make them change their minds. It must be understood that the loss of hundreds of talented disciples in the Qingshan secret realm was immeasurable. Even if they divide the Floating Light Holy Land equally, they cannot make up for all the losses. Unfortunately, Lin Tion didn't give them that chance. He came here to get there first. Lin Tion asked,
Over the years, have you figured out where the treasure vaults of the floating light Holy Land are located? The ancient saint nodded and said, "We have figured it out. There are 3 treasure troves in total in the floating light Holy Land. One is used for the daily expenses of the Holy Land and the distribution of salaries, etc. One is an armory used to store weapons, while the other is more mysterious, inaccessible without the Holy Lord's decree. It presumably stores valuable items from the holy site." The ancient saint explained the situation to Lin Tion. Then, he revealed the exact location of the treasure vault to Lin Tion. After learning the exact location of the floating light Holy Land's treasure vault, Lin Tion smiled and said, "Let's make our move tonight and empty the floating light Holy Land's treasure vault." Clearly, Mu Fei was startled by Lin Tion's actions. Mu Fei asked in disbelief, "Brother Lin, you're not joking with us, are you?" Mu Fei knew that Lin Tion had some abilities, but he would never think that the treasure trove of the floating light Holy Land was his own backyard, where he could enter whenever he wanted. If it were that simple, the floating light Holy Land would have been looted long ago, and they wouldn't have had a chance. Of course not. Just watch and see when the time comes, you won't need to lift a finger. Lin Tion knew Mu Fei didn't believe him, but it didn't matter. Mu Fei didn't need to do anything, he just needed to act as a mascot to keep things under control. Mu Fei was very puzzled by this, not understanding what Lin Tion meant. That same night, Lin Tion received the main spirit of the spirit platform Secret Realm from Hanli. That's right, tonight's main character is none other than the main spirit of the spirit platform Secret Realm. Ever since being dragged away by the main spirit of the Shang Yuan Secret Realm to show off, the main spirit of the Lingtai Secret Realm has been waiting for the opportunity to retaliate. This time, when the main spirit of the Lingtai Secret Realm learned from him that Lin Tion was going to attack the treasure vault of the floating light Holy Land, the Lingtai Secret Realm volunteered to come to the Central Region Star to help Lin Tion. "Where is the treasure trove? Where is it? Tell me quickly." The main spirit of the Lingtai Secret Realm was somewhat impatient. The floating light Holy Land was one of the top powers in the Eastern continent, and the items in its treasure vault should be of high quality. Seeing the main spirit of the spirit platform Secret Realm in this state, Lin Tion's forehead creased with annoyance. It seems like the main spirit of the Lingtai Secret Realm is the same as the main spirit of the Shangyuan Secret Realm. I wonder if they didn't leave him anything after looting everything. Lin Tion felt like he had encountered robbers. No, they are even more hateful than robbers. At least robbers leave some reward for their hard work. Although he felt quite helpless, Lin Tion still told the main spirit of the Lingtai Secret Realm the locations of the 3 treasure vaults of the floating light Holy Land. Since they've already come all this way, we can't just let them leave without doing anything. That would be a bad way to explain things back to him. Chapter 58. Wouldn't that make us beg on our knees? After receiving the news from Lin Tion, the main spirit of the Lingtai Secret Realm was ready and could begin its operation immediately. However, before we begin, Lingtai Secret Realm must give us one more reminder. Lingtai Secret Realm stared at Mu Fei and said to Lin Tion, "Remember, don't let this kid get too far away from me, or something terrible will happen." Lin Tion nodded and said, "Don't worry, I understand." Seeing that Lin Tion's expression was solemn and he wasn't joking, the main spirit of the spirit platform Secret Realm felt relieved and went inside. Mu Fei, standing beside him, looked puzzled. Why couldn't he stay too far away? What did it have to do with him? Mu Fei really wanted to ask Lin Tion, but in the end he held back. About half an hour later, the main spirit of the Lingtai Secret Realm returned. From its expression, it was clear that it had gained a great deal this time. The main spirit of the Lingtai Secret Realm threw a bag to Lin Tion and Mu Fei respectively. As for the ancient saint child, he was completely ignored by the main spirit of the spirit platform Secret Realm. He was just a puppet and didn't need any resources. When Mu Fei opened it, he was immediately shocked by the supplies inside. There are so many cultivation resources, enough to support him in cultivating to the nascent soul stage. As a seasoned veteran of the martial arts world, Lin Tion remained completely unmoved when he saw these resources. On the contrary, Lin Tion looked down on the main spirit of the spirit platform Secret Realm. The floating light Holy Land is one of the top powers in the Eastern continent, and its existence is of unknown length. Although it has not been doing well in recent years, as the saying goes, even a starved camel is bigger than a horse, the supplies that the main spirit of the Lingtai Secret Realm gave them were just a drop in the ocean. The real bulk of the supplies were kept by the main spirit of the Lingtai Secret Realm. Lin Tion guessed correctly. It was the same as the main spirit of the Shang Yuan Secret Realm. I don't know what the main spirit of a secret realm needs so many resources for. They can only keep them in the secret realm, they can't be eaten, and in the end they will benefit the destined person. Is it simply for showing off? Does pouring something into a cup really bring pleasure? Suddenly, the main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm spoke to Lin Tion, saying, by the way, since you've done quite well, I'll tell you some news. The main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm has also adopted the same approach as the main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm, referring to itself as this main spirit. Lin Tion could hardly believe that these words could come from the mouth of the main spirit of the spirit platform secret realm. Judging from its greedy nature, this news was not good. Since the main spirit of the spirit platform secret realm has spoken, it would be very impolite of him not to ask. Lin Tion asked, what news? The main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm said, just now, when I entered the interior of the floating light Holy Land, I discovered that there is a second-tier low-grade spiritual vein beneath the floating light Holy Land. I've explained everything to you, you can think it over yourself. Besides, are you really not going to consider letting me handle this? In the end, the main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm showed a hint of reluctance. There are 5 Holy Lands in the central Star East continent. In addition to the floating light Holy Land and the immortal Frost Holy Land, the other 3 Holy Lands are Flying Star Valley, Heavenly Martial Holy Land, and Listening Rain Pavilion. While the floating light Holy Land possesses abundant resources, it still falls far short of the Qingshan secret realm. In that case, it wouldn't be appropriate for the main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm to show off in front of the main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm after returning. If we acquire resources from 2 more Holy Lands, that should be enough. We can then bring in the main spirit of the primordial secret realm to show off. If it can take over all the Holy Lands, it will not only drag the main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm into its arrogance, but also put a ton of bricks on its head to see if the main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm will dare to act arrogantly in front of it again. Lin Tion's expression changed immediately after hearing the words of the main spirit of the spirit platform secret realm. No wonder the Holy Land of Floating Light has survived in the eastern continent for so long without being destroyed. This is the reason. Think about it. With a second-tier low-grade spiritual vein continuously supplying spiritual energy beneath the sect, it would be strange if cultivation wasn't progressing quickly. Presumably the other 4 holy sites are the same. It's no wonder that each of the 5 Holy Lands' holy masters has been able to cultivate to the Mahayana stage, taking full advantage of favorable timing and location. Thinking about this, Lin Tion had even bigger guesses in his mind. Is it possible that the 3rd-tier low-grade spiritual vein in the Qingshan secret realm sustains the cultivation of ordinary beings in the eastern continent, while the 5 Holy Lands each have a 2nd-tier low-grade spiritual vein for supply? That's the only possibility. Over the years, Dongzhou has produced many geniuses and prodigies. They are not disciples of the Holy Land, and some of them have even cultivated to the Mahayana stage. Some of them founded their own schools and enjoyed a period of great success, but despite their minor fame, they never made it into the ranks of the holy sites. Later, these sects, like the Myriad Spirits sect, gradually declined and were eventually thrown into the dustbin of history. The news about the main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm seemed to be of some use to Lin Tion, but in reality, it was of no use at all. Lin Tion cannot seize the spiritual vein, as this would be discovered by the heavenly Tao of the central region star. He also couldn't destroy or seize these holy lands, because Lin Tion could only stay in the central region star for 100 years at most. After 100 years, regardless of whether he succeeded or not, Lin Tion would have to return to the Tianyuan realm. Lin Tion rejected the question raised by the main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm without hesitation. Cooperating with the main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm wouldn't even be enough for them to get a share of the spoils, so why bother? Mu Fei was puzzled as to why Lin Tion refused to cooperate with the other party, since they had already shared a lot of resources on this trip. For Mu Fei, who was new to society and had simple ideals, this matter was really a headache. Lin Tion refused to continue cooperating with it, but the main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm did not give up. Deity had finally managed to get this spot from him, so how could it go back without trying to make more money, and how could it show off in front of the main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm? The main spirit of the spirit platform secret realm proposed, how about we split the profits? 20/80ths, with me taking a small loss? Lin Tion asked, am I 8? As soon as Lin Tion said this, the main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm stared at him with wide eyes. How could you even say that? The main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm felt that it had met its match. Lin Tion was just like Han Li, he never suffered a loss, and if he did, he would try to outmaneuver you. No wonder they both come from the Fulong temple, their personalities are so similar. Moreover, both Han Li and Lin Tion are favored by heaven and have powerful backgrounds, so they should not be easily provoked. How dare you say that? This time, Lin Tion questioned the main spirit of the spirit platform's secret realm. Since the main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm was shameless first, Lin Tion didn't care anymore. He just wanted to see who had the thicker skin. Not if the main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm wants to continue cooperating with him, Lin Tion would be doing himself a disservice if he didn't make it suffer greatly. Lin Tion's question put the main spirit of the spirit platform's secret realm in an awkward position. Yes, how could it have the nerve to say that? How about a 30/70th split? The main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm then tested Lin Tion. Lin Tion looked disdainful. Me, 7? The main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm was speechless. Lin Tion was just pretending to be stupid. Of course it's me, number 7. Lin Tion waved his hand and said, then wouldn't I be begging on my knees? The main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm patiently explained, you can't say that. Others want to kneel but don't even have the means. 30% is already quite a lot. I don't want to kneel, can I take 70%? Cannot. Chapter 59 Profit Distribution. Hearing the two talking, Mu Fei's eyes went blank. What kind of communication is this? I can't understand it at all. Finally, the main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm gritted its teeth, as if it had made up its mind. How about we split it 40/60ths? You get 40% and I get 60%. The main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm didn't want to continue arguing with Lin Tion. After all, Lin Tion held the initiative, and if they continued arguing, it would definitely be the one who suffered. After thinking it over for a while, Lin Tion finally agreed. A 40/60 split is probably the bottom line that the main spirit of the spirit platform's secret realm can accept. Continuing to delay will not be good for either party. Seeing that Lin Tion had agreed, the main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If you're willing to offer more discounts, then at least you'll make a profit. Just as the main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm was thinking of this, Lin Tianxia's words made it vomit blood. All that could be heard was Lin Tion saying to Mu Fei, this guy gave me 40%, how much do you want in a share? Upon hearing Lin Tion's words, Mu Fei shouted. Mu Fei never expected that he was involved in this. The main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm had a dark expression on its face, secretly cursing Lin Tianjin for being shameless. He's already given you 40%, and you still want to bring in an outsider to cheat him? You're really not human. If it weren't for Lin Tion being favored by him, the main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm would have slapped him long ago. No, I can't give him my share. If anyone's going to share, it's you. The main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm refused to give Mu Fei a share. It has already given so much to Lin Tion, if it gives more to Mu Fei, wouldn't it be begging on its knees? They cannot be separated. Seeing that the main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm was unwilling to give way, Lin Tion also said, it's fine if we don't split it, just don't bring him along. We'll handle it ourselves. If you're confident, I have no objection. I and it, percent. The main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm cursed Lin Tion in his heart. This really wouldn't have happened without Mu Fei. It's not like being in the Qingshan secret realm in Dongzhou. The secret realm can be considered an independent world. Within the secret realm, the secrets of heaven can be concealed, making it difficult for the heavenly Tao to detect them. The situation is different outside. It requires a suitable time to conceal the secrets of heaven, and the time is very short. Once there is any movement, it will immediately attract the attention of the heavenly Dao. It would be different if Mu Fei had helped. Mu Fei possesses great fortune and is the favored son of heaven, with the ability to automatically shield himself from heavenly secrets. If we can find Mu Fei's help and obtain the cover of luck, and then the main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm can use some tricks, we can completely deceive the heavenly Dao. That's why the main spirit of the spirit platform secret realm just said not to let Mu Fei stray too far from him. Furthermore, in the end, all these consequences will be attributed to Mu Fei, and his luck will be diminished. Therefore, Mu Fei is the scapegoat for Lin Tion and the main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm. Only Mu Fei himself didn't understand. After receiving a small share of resources, he became complacent, unaware that he had been sold out and was even helping the other party count the money. They had been friends for 3 years, and Lin Tion was indeed using Mu Fei. Moreover, the main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm is no saint either, so it's alright to trick it for Mu Fei's sake. After all, in the current timeline, Lin Tion and Mu Fei are on the same side. Okay, how much do you want? After cursing Lin Tion in his heart, the main spirit of the spirit platform's secret realm finally gave in. This matter really couldn't have been accomplished without Mu Fei. The main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm was really angry. Why was the initiative in the hands of those two brats, Lin Tion and Mu Fei? It looked like it was just a hired hand. Lin Tion, in particular, doesn't need to contribute anything, he can get 40% just by talking. Mu Fei didn't know what percentage to ask for. He was about to say that he would let the main spirit decide, but as soon as he opened his mouth, Lin Tion transmitted his voice to him. At least 20% is required, don't agree to anything less than 20%. This is a message Lin Tion relayed to Mu Fei. Despite Mu Fei being older than Lin Tion handled all the interpersonal and social issues that Mu Fei had encountered during their 3 years of friendship. Therefore, Mu Fei was a complete novice when it came to bargaining. Lin Tion knew this, which is why he sent a telepathic message to Mu Fei. Upon receiving Lin Tion's telepathic message, Mu Fei immediately changed his mind and said, "I want 20%. As soon as Mu Fei uttered those words, Lin Tion immediately slapped his forehead, indicating his embarrassment. What an honest kid. I said the lowest price was 20%, and you just said 20% right away. How am I supposed to negotiate the price after that?" The main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm noticed Lin Tion's expression and guessed that Mu Fei must have received guidance from Lin Tion. However, the fact that only 20% was required left the main spirit of the spirit platform secret realm somewhat confused. Is this Lin Tianxin's new tactic? Good. Fearing that he had fallen into Lin Tion's trap, the main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm agreed without hesitation. Let's take another 20%. There are still 4 layers left. Although it's a small loss, it's acceptable. Lin Tion was surprised that the main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm readily agreed. When did the main spirit of the spirit platform secret realm become so easy to talk to? Is he really a master of the Fool's Cup technique? Or perhaps it's more accurate to say that Mu Fei's domineering aura caused the main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm to willingly submit, and so, the distribution of profits was determined. Lin Tion and the main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm each received 40%, while Mu Fei received 20% alone. Now, hand over all the resources you obtained in the Holy Land of Floating Light. Lin Tion spoke to the main spirit of the spirit platform secret realm, which immediately displeased the main spirit. You still want to divide this? They were just discussing the division of the other 4 holy sites, excluding the holy site of Floating Light. Lin Tion gave it a disdainful look and said, "I won't give it to you, but you have to use it for fishing." What kind of fish are you fishing for? The main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm was very puzzled. What kind of fisherman would be willing to use so many resources to fish? Wasn't he afraid that he would never return and that all of it would be wasted in the water? Do you know the locations where the treasure vaults of the major holy sites are hidden? Or can you silently search for them within these holy sites? Lin Tion's question immediately rendered the main spirit of the spirit platform secret realm speechless. The reason we succeeded so quickly tonight without being discovered was entirely due to the intelligence from the ancient saint. Although it is the main spirit, it is not afraid of any living beings in the world. Just as the main spirit of the Shine Yuan secret realm said, a minor Mahayana cultivator is trash, easily wiped out. However, on the other hand, the Mahayana stage cultivation level is a top-tier existence in the eastern continent, and in the middle world, it is also an absolute powerhouse, only one step away from the tribulation transcending stage cultivator. If the main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm speaks haphazardly and without any method in front of them, do you think they will be able to sense the presence of the main spirit? Are you trying to recruit someone from the Holy Land as an undercover agent? The main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm inquired again, still unwilling to hand over the resources it had obtained. These resources are its capital for showing off. Stop talking nonsense. Are you going to pay or not? If you don't pay, all the agreements are null and void. Lin Tion pretended to get angry, saying, "What do you care what he's used for?" Lin Tion had previously said that if he didn't make the spirit platform secret realm's master spirit suffer a great loss, he would truly be letting himself down after being given a second chance at life. I'll pay. But can we pay somewhere else? This is still the territory of the Floating Light Holy Land, after all. We should give them some face and not let them find out. Only then did they realize that they were still on the territory of the Holy Land of Floating Light. Stealing someone else's resources and then sharing the spoils on their territory is truly immoral. Mu Fei spoke first. I know a hidden place, come with me. Chapter 60 The Simp of the Immortal Frost Holy Land. Mu Fei led Lin Tion and the main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm to a spacious cave. Mu Fei discovered this cave by chance, and it was perfect for temporarily storing supplies. Mu Fei was very satisfied with this place, while Lin Tion and the main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm remained silent. The main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm began to regret it. Mu Fei was clearly a simpleton. It regretted giving Mu Fei 20% of the profits, thinking it could have lowered the amount a bit. What can I say about Mu Fei?
Is he stupid? No, Mu Fei isn't stupid. He just doesn't know enough. Like a poor person trying to guess how much wealth a rich person has, a poor people might guess 100,000 or 1 million. This amount represents the pinnacle of what the poor can achieve. Even a lifetime of hard work wouldn't earn them a fraction of what the rich earn. The Holy Land of Floating Light has stood in the eastern continent for so many years, accumulating immeasurable wealth. The cave does look very large, but it is clearly not enough to contain the wealth accumulated by the Floating Light Holy Land over the years. It's fair to say that Mu Fei had absolutely no idea how deep the foundation of the Floating Light Holy Land was. In the end, Lin Tion spoke up to defuse the situation, suggesting that they find another place. Later, they came to a remote, large plain. The main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm thought this place was acceptable, and with a wave of his hand, placed all the resources he had taken from the Floating Light Holy Land on the ground. In an instant, the vast plain was filled with supplies, leaving Mu Fei stunned. At this moment, Mu Fei finally understood why Lin Tion and the main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm had remained silent when he took them to the cave. It wasn't that Mu Fei chose a bad location, it was simply unsuitable. He also understood why Lin Tion's face was dark when the main spirit of the spirit platform secret realm distributed resources to the two of them. You scoundrel! Mu Fei couldn't stand it any longer and drew his sword, pointing it at the main spirit of the spirit platform secret realm. The main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm took so many resources, yet only gave them this little bit. It's incredibly stingy. No wonder Lin Tion didn't want to continue cooperating with it. Mu Fei now understands that if he were in that situation, he wouldn't want to continue cooperating with the main spirit of the spirit platform secret realm either. Seeing that Mu Fei had seen through its true nature, the main spirit of the spirit platform secret realm was somewhat embarrassed and said apologetically, No, look, haven't I already taken out all the resources? Snort. Mu Fei snorted coldly, then put away his knife and turned to ask Lin Tion, what should we do next? From now on, Mu Fei will not believe a word of the spirit master of the spirit platform secret realm, except for Lin Tion, whom he can trust. Who do you want to deal with first? Mu Fei answered without hesitation. Immortal Frost Holy Land. Lin Tion understood. Mu Fei was still hung up on the matter of annulling the engagement. It seems that if Mu Fei wants to grow, he needs to resolve this matter. Completely, Lin Tion's mind raced, and he finally came up with a solution. Lin Tion said to Mu Fei, I have a way to help you get revenge, but you'll have to suffer a little. I'm not afraid. Mu Fei didn't even need to think, he just blurted it out. As long as there's a way to get revenge for him, what does it matter if I suffer a little grievance, even if it meant taking his life? Mu Fei would agree. Since that's the case, I'll tell you my method. First, do this, then do this, and finally do this. Lin Tion told Mu Fei his method. Upon hearing Lin Tion's suggestion, Mu Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. Mu Fei never expected that a gentleman like Lin Tion would come up with such a method, let alone doing it. Mu Fei felt embarrassed just listening to it. On the contrary, the main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm clapped excitedly after hearing Lin Tion's solution. Okay, let's do it that way. It couldn't wait to see how Mu Fei would perform next. Seeing the main spirit of the spirit platform secret realm stirring things up, Lin Tion and Mu Fei glanced at it simultaneously. This guy isn't human, why does he love to join in the fun so much? However, to use this method, the help of the main spirit of the spirit platform secret realm is required. No problem, leave it to me. The main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm readily agreed. The next step is to finalize the specific procedures. Immortal Frost Holy Land. Zhao Yunyan accepted a sec mission to go to Hushi Town to exorcise demons. Zhao Yunyan is 16 years old this year. She is a graceful young woman with a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivation level. She possessed the strength of the mid-foundation establishment stage at the age of 16, which shows that she is a genius. That's right. Zhao Yunyan is Mu Fei's fiancé and the personal disciple of the Holy Lord of the Immortal Frost Holy Land. Don't assume that just because you're a direct disciple of the Holy Lord, you don't have to do tasks. Every disciple of a sect must complete at least 2 sect missions each year. Unlike other disciples, Zhao Yunyan always had 2 sycophants by her side who often helped her complete tasks. Sure enough, as soon as Zhao Yunyan accepted the task, 2 sycophants came running. However, on the other hand, both of them were quite powerful and hold a high position in the Immortal Frost Holy Land. One was the second elder's personal disciple, and the other was the third elder's grandson. Both of them were 3 years older than Zhao Yunyan and were at the mid-foundation establishment stage. The 2 sycophants each ran to either side of Zhao Yunyan and shouted in their warm, comforting voices, Yenner. After saying that, the two glanced at each other and let out a cold snort. Judging from this situation, it seems that both sides have experienced this scenario many times. Zhao Yunyan looked at the two of them as if they were invisible, said nothing, and left alone. Seeing this, the two quickly followed and became her protectors. Before long, Zhao Yunyan left the immortal Frost Holy Land with two sycophants and headed to Hushi Town. Not long after Zhao Yunyan left, Lin Tion and his group appeared. Outside the immortal Frost Holy Land, after a while, an old man emerged from the immortal Frost Holy Land and joined Lin Tion and the others. Zhao Yunyan just accepted a sect mission to exorcise demons in Hushi Town. The old man revealed the information to Lin Tion and the others. After speaking, the old man fixed his gaze on Lin Tion. Lin Tion understood the meaning and tossed a bag of supplies to the old man. The old man took it with one hand and began to examine the supplies inside. A few breaths later, a smile appeared on the old man's face. It was a pleasure working with you. You can come to me again for similar things in the future, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Lin Tion had given so much, this one piece of news was worth half a year's salary for him. If I could do this a few more times, I would have enough cultivation resources for the next few years, and I might be able to reach the nascent soul stage in this lifetime. To be honest, the old man's position in the immortal Frost Holy Land was rather awkward. He was just an outer sect steward. An outer gate steward is a minor official, but while he may seem powerful, most people wouldn't dare to offend him. While it's true that he has no real power, he manages a lot of outer disciples and servants, which allows him to make a lot of money off them. It really proves the saying, don't underestimate the importance of village chiefs. Thank you. I'll definitely do it next time. Having obtained the information, Lin Tion said a few polite words and then turned and left. The old man was the one Lin Tion had found a few days ago. At first, the old man refused, but when Lin Tion offered resources, the old man immediately changed his mind and agreed. Lin Tion knew that if you couldn't move someone like the old man, it meant you hadn't given him enough. Resources were irrelevant to Lin Tion, since they weren't his anyway. They were all obtained from the Floating Light Holy Land. Chapter 61. The plan to destroy the mind. When discussing the Floating Light Holy Land, we must mention its current situation. When the Holy Lord and elders of the Floating Light Holy Land learned that all the resources in the treasure vault had disappeared, their first reaction was disbelief. After they went to the site to investigate, their second reaction was that it was impossible. The resources in the three treasure troves were countless. Even if we tried to move them, it would take at least 10 days to half a month to move them all. Unlike now, they have vanished into thin air overnight. That's why the Holy Lord and elders of the Floating Light Holy Land didn't suspect who stole it, because that guess was unrealistic. This raises the question, if no one stole it, how did the resources in the treasure vault disappear? Did the resources grow legs and burrow underground to run away? That's impossible. I can't figure it out. I really can't figure it out. Fortunately, the spiritual vein beneath the sacred site is still there. Otherwise, the Floating Light sacred site would truly be doomed. Subsequently, the Holy Lord of the Floating Light Holy Land made corresponding adjustments. The fact that the treasure trove of resources in the Holy Land of Floating Light has been lost must not be revealed to outsiders. Only they should know about it. Otherwise, once the news gets out, it will cause a great upheaval throughout the Holy Land. Next, the Holy Lord of the Floating Light Holy Land dispatched 4 elders to personally retrieve a batch of supplies from the affiliated forces and the Merchant Guild to maintain the operation of the Holy Land. Immediately afterwards, the entire Floating Light Holy Land launched a thorough investigation to find out who was a suspect and who was an undercover agent. In short, life at Floating Light Holy Land is not peaceful. Lin Tion and the others had heard about it, but they didn't take it to heart at all. At this moment, the three of them quietly followed Zhao Yunyan and the others to Hushi Town. In Hushi Town, it is said that a wolf demon appeared that devoured people, and in one village, thousands of people were all killed. The wolf demon's cultivation level was probably at the mid-foundation establishment stage, similar to Zhao Yunyan's. Therefore, Zhao Yunyan dared to accept this task, and she was full of confidence. See those two sycophants next to her? With them around, Zhao Yunyan will absolutely not get into any trouble. Master Spirit, have you found this wolf demon yet? While Zhao Yunyan and her group were searching for the wolf demon's location, Lin Tion and his group were also busy searching for it. They need to find the wolf demon before Zhao Yunyan. Compared to Zhao Yunyan and the other two, the wolf demon's cultivation level was rather low. The wolf demons must achieve an overwhelming victory for their plan to succeed. After a short while, the main spirit of the spirit platform's secret realm replied. Found it, come with me. The three of them disappeared from their original spot and reappeared in a cave entrance in the mountains. As soon as they landed, Lin Tion and Mufei smelled blood and saw the white bones on the ground. These bones all belong to humans. At the same time, they also saw a grey wolf in the cave. At the mid-foundation establishment stage, he was the wolf demon that Jia Yunyan was looking for. What a beast! Mu Fei wanted to kill the wolf demon to avenge the victims. Lin Tion tugged at Mu Fei and shook his head at him. The wolf demon will be killed sooner or later, but not now. The wolf demon is still useful now. With Lin Tion holding him back, Mu Fei's impulsiveness subsided considerably. At this moment, the wolf demon also discovered Lin Tion and his group. Since the foundation establishment stage prevents them from taking human form, the wolf demon wagged its tail and stared fiercely at Lin Tion and the others. The wolf demon was very cautious and did not make a direct move. It knew that anyone who would come here on their own initiative was a force to be reckoned with. The wolf demon asked, "Who are you?" Lin Tion did not answer the wolf demon's question, but directly released the power of his golden core onto the wolf demon. The wolf demon was only at the mid-foundation establishment stage, so how could it withstand the pressure of Lin Tion's first-grade golden core? It instantly collapsed to the ground. The wolf demon's pupils shrank, and it hurriedly begged for mercy. "Immortal, spare my life. Immortal, spare my life." The wolf demon was truly surprised that the small town of Hashi could actually invite a golden core stage expert to take action, and a first-grade golden core expert at that. He was truly flattered. Hearing the wolf demon beg for mercy, Lin Tion shook his head and said, "Your cultivation is too low, you won't be of any use. Immortal, spare my life. Immortal, spare my life." The wolf demon continued to beg for mercy, and upon hearing Lin Tion's words, it assumed that Lin Tion was going to kill it. "I will grant you this opportunity." After saying that, Lin Tion used a little trick to forcibly raise the wolf demon's cultivation level to the peak of foundation establishment, a full 2 minor realms higher. This puzzled the wolf demon greatly. Weren't Lin Tion and the others here to kill it? Why were they helping it improve its cultivation? In any case, this is a good thing for the wolf demon. Thank you, Immortal Master. Thank you, Immortal Master. The wolf demon quickly thanked Lin Tion and even wanted to kowtow to him. "No need for that, please stand up." Lin Tion removed the oppressive aura emanating from the wolf demon and then said to it, "There's something I need you to do." "Please speak, Immortal Master, this humble demon will certainly accomplish it." The wolf demon quickly agreed, knowing that this was the reason Lin Tion spared its life. "2 men and 1 woman will be coming to find you soon, intending to kill you. Your mission is to eliminate the 2 men, leave the woman alive, and then," Lin Tion pointed to Mu Fei beside him. Mu Fei's appearance has completely changed. He is now a handsome young man. The reason for changing Mu Fei's appearance was twofold. Firstly, to prevent Jia Yunyan from recognizing him, and secondly, to make him more attractive. I understand. Before Lin Tion could continue, the wolf demon had already learned to answer first. The wolf demon had lived in the human world for a long time, so how could it not know about love between men and women? This is what it was thinking. Mu Fei likes this woman, and there are 2 men following her. These 2 men are probably Mu Fei's rivals in love. Therefore, Lin Tion and his friends devised a plan to use it to kill Mu Fei's love rival, and then Mu Fei would make a grand entrance, creating a story of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. That's what the wolf demon was thinking. In fact, the wolf demon's guess was correct. This was the idea Lin Tion came up with for Mu Fei. Lin Tion wanted to make Jia Yunyan fall in love with Mu Fei, to make her love Mu Fei to the point of obsession. After Jia Yunyan became completely dependent on Mu Fei then kicked Jia Yunyan away and told her his true identity. In this way, we can avenge Jia Yunyan's annulment of the engagement. Sometimes, some things don't necessarily need to be solved by killing. Striking at the heart is the best way. Frankly speaking, this approach is indeed a bit unethical and unkind. Of course, it sounds simple, but it's very difficult to do. The first test is Mu Fei's acting skills. He needs to be able to immerse himself in the situation, but he cannot become completely absorbed in it, otherwise, it wouldn't be acting, but rather turning a fake relationship into a real one. Secondly, Jia Yunyan is a woman who is not easy to win over, as can be seen from the 2 sycophants around her. A series of plot developments need to be designed to win Jia Yunyan's heart. It's good that you understand. Perform well, and I'll help you break through to the golden core stage after this is done. Lin Tion nodded. He could tell that the wolf demon truly understood. It seems the wolf demon has good comprehension, but unfortunately it has gone astray. It will still have to be killed after the matter is finished. However, to reassure the wolf demon, Lin Tion offered it a rosy promise. Sure enough, upon hearing the words golden core stage, the wolf demon was overjoyed and couldn't wait to approach Jia Yunyan and the other 2 to complete the task Lin Tion had assigned them.
Chapter 62 The death of a simp. Jia Yunyan and her two companions found out the approximate range of the wolf demon's activities. Without lingering, they went up to find it. Whether it was good luck or not, the three of them encountered a wolf demon on the road without having to search much. As soon as the wolf demon appeared, the two sycophants immediately shielded Jia Yunyan behind them. "Don't be afraid, Yenner. Watch me subdue this wicked beast." One of the sycophants drew his sword and charged out first. If he could take down this wolf demon on his own, his standing in Jia Yunyan's eyes would surely soar. This also illustrates a point: he is better than the other sycophant. In this way, his competitive advantage is greater than that of his opponent. Not to be outdone, another sycophant also charged out with a knife, determined to settle the score. When the wolf demon saw the two charging towards it, it raised its head and let out a howl. The next moment, the wolf demon pounced on one of the two. The wolf demon was so fast that before the man could react, it bit through his throat, spitting out blood and killing him instantly. Foundation building complete. The surviving one, along with Jia Yunyan, finally saw through the wolf demon's true cultivation level. Are you kidding me? The intelligence clearly stated that this wolf demon was only at the early stage of foundation establishment, with a maximum cultivation level of mid-foundation establishment. How did a foundation establishment perfection cultivator suddenly appear? How are we supposed to fight him? It's clearly suicide. Don't be fooled by the fact that Jia Yunyan and the others are all at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. They are only two minor realms away from the peak of foundation establishment. It was just the difference between these two minor realms that made it as easy for the wolf demon to kill them as crushing a chicken. Furthermore, animals that have become spirits are generally stronger in combat than cultivators of the same level. One of the sycophants died on the spot, and the other sycophants only thought was to run away, no longer caring about Jia Yunyan's safety. What a load of crap, woman. Screw her, living is the most important thing. With his power and status, he could have any woman he wanted in the future, so why should he suffer here, in the face of life and death? He finally realized the truth. Unfortunately, he realized it a little too late. The wolf demon remembered the task Lin Tion had given him: leave no male survivors. Seeing someone trying to run away, the wolf demon immediately turned around and chased after them, biting down on one of its heads. After only a few rounds of fighting, the man was a corpse. In just a short while, only Jia Yunyan remained alive. At this moment, Jia Yunyan was completely terrified and at a loss. She didn't even have the will to resist and was just waiting to die. All they can do is wait to die. With her strength, there was no way she could escape from the wolf demon unless a miracle happens. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a pretty little girl. I'm tired of eating people lately, so I'll spare you for now. Alright. You will come back with me. If you serve me well, I will spare your life. How about it? The wolf demon saw that Mu Fei had not yet appeared after he had dealt with the two sycophants. So, the wolf demon started to add more drama to his story. That's right. Everyone says it's a hero saving a damsel in distress. If he showed up right after killing two people, it would seem a bit low class. We need to add more color to make Jia Yunyan despair and reach the brink of collapse. Then Mu Fei will step in and rescue Jia Yunyan from its clutches. In that case, Jia Yunyan will definitely develop feelings for Mu Fei. A beautiful woman throws herself into your arms. It's a piece of cake. Hearing that the wolf demon wanted to kidnap her and take her back to serve it, Jia Yunyan got goosebumps all over just thinking about that scene. Pa! You beast, you're delusional. Jia Yunyan spat and directly rejected the wolf demon. Who is she? She was a chosen one of heaven, born with a heavenly spiritual root, and was chosen by the Holy Lord of the immortal Frost Holy Land to be his personal disciple. He broke through to the foundation establishment stage at the age of 13, and now, at just over 16, he is already in the mid-stage of foundation establishment. How could someone like her be so easily taken advantage of by a beast? Mu Fei is even better than the wolf demon. Indeed, comparing Mu Fei to the wolf demon is somewhat insulting to Mu Fei. With a loud slap, the wolf demon slapped Jia Yunyan across the face. They don't know how to be polite. Upon hearing Jia Yunyan call it a beast, the wolf demon was enraged and slapped Jia Yunyan in the face. The slap was quite loud, reflecting the wolf demon's true strength. Without any hint of being faked, the wolf demon regretted it the very next second after the fight. Why did I get so worked up? Jia Yunyan was right to scold me. It really is a beast. If this slap provokes Lin Tion's anger, then it would be a loss. I hope not, the wolf demon thought to himself. If things have come to this point, there's no turning back, the show must go on. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being ruthless. I'll show you what happens when you refuse me.
After saying that, the wolf demon walked step by step toward Zhao Yunyan, his eyes filled with colorful glints.
You beast, what are you doing?
Zhao Yunyan looked at the wolf demon, seemingly guessing what the wolf demon was going to do to her next. Zhao Yunyan panicked. With each step the wolf demon took closer, Zhao Yunyan grew increasingly panicked. What should we do? What should we do? Someone please save her, Zhao Yunyan was screaming in her heart, hoping that someone would come out to save her at this moment. Hee hee, the wolf demon would chuckle as it approached Zhao Yunyan. Such laughter and chatter made Zhao Yunyan even more uneasy as Zhao Yunyan made up her mind, even if she died, she would not let the wolf demon defile her. You beast, cease your insolence. Just as the wolf demon approached Zhao Yunyan, preparing to attack her, a man's voice suddenly rang out. A man in white repelled the wolf demon and landed in front of Zhao Yunyan. Someone really came to rescue me. When Zhao Yunyan looked up and saw Mu Fei's face, her cold heart melted instantly. What a handsome young man. And he appeared to save her at this crucial moment as Zhao Yunyan's mind was racing. Could this young man be her destined other half? If that's the case, then Zhao Yunyan was right. Unfortunately, she tore off that half of her destiny 3 years ago. He's here, he's finally here. When the wolf demon saw Mu Fei, he was also excited. The story has progressed to this point, and if Mu Fei doesn't appear soon, the wolf demon doesn't know whether to continue. Fortunately, Mu Fei appeared in time, which relieved the wolf demon. Who are you? Boy, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. While I'm not angry enough to kill you now, hurry up and leave. The wolf demon said to Mu Fei. If it were anyone else, the wolf demon wouldn't waste any words and would just rush up and bite them to death. Now it's different. We need to put on a good show and make Zhao Yunyan feel that Mu Fei is willing to give up everything to save her. Oomph, you beast, stop your arrogance. Take this. The wolf demon's words did not move Mu Fei. Without saying a word, Mu Fei charged at the wolf demon with his sword. At the same time, Mu Fei gave the wolf demon a look. The wolf demon understood immediately. This was all rehearsed beforehand, so they naturally knew what to do next. Kid, you're asking for it. Chapter 63's script is simply perfect. The wolf demon was not weak, but it held back half of its attacks. At first glance, Mu Fei and the wolf demon were locked in a fierce battle, their strengths evenly matched. Only Zhao Yunyan, a complete novice, couldn't tell that the two of them were acting. If it were a cultivator with higher cultivation, they would have noticed something was wrong at first glance. After fighting for dozens of rounds, the man and the wolf, boy, I admit you are very strong. With your mid-foundation establishment level strength, you have managed to withstand so many moves from me. Before I get angry, get out of here right now, immediately, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The wolf demon threatened Mu Fei. This tactic was called feigning indifference to lure him in. The wolf demon wanted Zhao Yunyan to know that the man in front of her was very strong and could stand up to her. However, Mu Fei was ultimately only at the mid-foundation establishment stage. No matter what Mu Fei did, he couldn't save Zhao Yunyan from the wolf demon and would likely lose his own life. Next, if Mu Fei refuses, he will fight to the bitter end to rescue Zhao Yunyan. As a result, Zhao Yunyan felt even more favorably toward Mu Fei. There's a saying that goes, I can never repay a life-saving grace, so I can only offer myself in gratitude. The script is absolutely perfect. Yunyan thanks you, young master, for saving her life. Yunyan knew that the young master was no match for this beast, and begged him to leave now, lest he lose his life for her sake. Before Mu Fei could speak, Zhao Yunyan behind him spoke first. She could also tell that Mu Fei's cultivation level was the same as hers. At the mid-foundation establishment stage, both were at the mid-foundation establishment stage, but Mu Fei was slightly stronger than her. Judging from Mu Fei's appearance, he should be around the same age as her. He is so young to have reached the mid-foundation establishment stage, and his strength is so great that he can kill enemies across 2 minor realms. It's clear that this young man is also a genius, and even stronger than her. It is estimated that there is only one person in the world who can be compared with the young man in front of him. This person is Lin Tion. Speaking of Lin Tion, this prodigy who came from a farming family, eventually joined the Wanling sect, and cultivated to the peak of the 9th level of Qi refining in just 3 years, was worshipped by all the disciples of the Holy Land. Unfortunately, Lin Tion died in the Qingshan secret realm 3 years ago. If Lin Tion were still alive, he would surely achieve Mahayana enlightenment and reach the same level as the Holy Lord. Unfortunately, Lin Tion died in the Qingshan secret realm 3 years ago. It's truly heartbreaking. Zhao Yunyan didn't want Mu Fei to lose his life for her, so she tried to persuade him. Mu Fei shook his head and said, now that I have met you, how can I abandon you and leave alone? I know this beast is no ordinary creature,
but I am not one it can easily manipulate. If this beast wants to harm the girl, it'll have to step over me first." Mu Fei declared that he would not back down and was determined to save Zhao Yunyan. The wolf demon could only harm her by stepping over Mu Fei's corpse. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yunyan was so moved that tears streamed down her face. No one had ever treated her like this before. When she was a child, her family arranged a marriage between her and the Mu family for the sake of their future development. When she was 6 years old, she was found to have a water-based celestial spiritual root and was personally accepted as a disciple by the Holy Lord of the Immortal Frost Holy Land. Her master treated her very well, but that was all. Her current achievements in the Immortal Frost Holy Land are all thanks to her hard work and cultivation. As for those two die-hard sycophants, despite their unwavering devotion, it was clear just now that when it came to a real life or death situation, they'd run away faster than anyone else. However, the two of them couldn't escape and became vengeful spirits. The young man before her was the only person she had ever met, someone she didn't know, yet was willing to give her life for. Ha! The wolf demon also felt strange. They hadn't rehearsed this line beforehand. Was it Mu Fei's quick thinking and improvisation? That's really good. This would be very effective against a young girl like Zhao Yunyan. That's right, the wolf demon felt that Mu Fei's words were somewhat insulting to it. They're on the same side, and they've gotten addicted to calling it a beast, showing it absolutely no mercy. In that case, you should go down and wait for her. Without further ado, the wolf demon made the first move. If the plot continues as it is, the next step will be that Mu Fei is no match for the wolf demon and suffers serious injuries. The superficial injury does not damage the internal organs, only the skin and flesh. For cultivators, as long as the fundamental health is not damaged, minor cuts can be easily treated with some medicine and they will recover. However, the act had to be convincing enough to impress Zhao Yunyan. As the wolf demons gradually reduced their hold on the water, Mu Fei began to get injured. He was defeated by the wolf demons time and time again, coughing up blood again and again, but Mu Fei got up again and again. Seeing Mu Fei's pitiful state, where he refused to give up, Zhao Yunyan shed countless tears and kept wailing. "Please, stop. You'll die if you do that." Zhao Yunyan's words carry two meanings. The first interpretation is that she begged Mu Fei to stop fighting so desperately, because if things continued like this, Mu Fei would really die. The second interpretation is that she was begging the wolf demon to stop attacking. Mu Fei was already badly injured, and if it continued to attack, he would die anyway. However, no matter how much Zhao Yunyan called out, Mu Fei and the wolf demon seemed not to hear her, and continued as before, one willing to hit and the other willing to be hit. Not far away, Lin Tion and the main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm were enjoying the performance. TSK, if I hadn't known beforehand, I would have been moved to tears. I really don't know how you came up with this underhanded trick. Even though he knew it was fake, the main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm was still drawn into the scene and felt as if he were actually there. I really wanted to rush up and kill the wolf demon to save Mu Fei and Zhao Yunyan, the young couple. Let me give you two examples. Just like an old person watching a war movie, even though they know it's fake on TV, they still can't help but clench their fists and want to rush into the TV and give the enemy a couple of punches, landing them on both sides. Another thing is that when older women watch dramas about domineering CEOs, even when it's clearly the CEO's fault, they always take their anger out on others. I really want to go up and slap the CEO twice. Lin Tion was speechless upon hearing the words of the main spirit of the spirit platform secret realm. You were the first to agree, even saying, "Okay, please be sure to do it." How can you say he's cunning now? Where's your face? Oh, Lin Tion almost forgot that the main spirit of the spirit platform secret realm has no face. No wonder this guy is so shameless. The same applies to the main spirit of the Xianyuan secret realm. Lin Tion cursed the two main spirits of the only two secret realms in the Tianyuan realm. What do you think will happen when Zhao Yunyan finds out the final result? TSK. After Mu Fei and Zhao Yunyan were deeply in love, Zhao Yunyan eventually found out that Mu Fei had been lying to her. It's unknown what Zhao Yunyan will do. It's possible that she'll kill Mu Fei, commit suicide, or that Zhao Yunyan simply doesn't care. Thinking of this, the main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm was delighted, knowing that the scene would be even more beautiful than it was now. Chapter 64. The farce ends when Mu Fei was covered in wounds and barely clinging to life. The wolf demon finally released him. "Kid, your cultivation is lacking, yet you try to play the hero and save the damsel in distress." The wolf demon's words were full of contempt, as if he were mocking Mu Fei for overestimating his abilities. "Today I will show you how I can ravage her in front of you, so you can die knowing why." The wolf demon did not rush to kill Mu Fei, but strode straight toward Zhao Yun. This was also part of their pre-planned strategy.
allowing Mu Fei to unleash his full potential in a desperate situation. The wolf demon approached Jia Yunyan, who was no longer so afraid. However, Jia Yunyan's eyes remained fixed on the young man, tears streaming down her face. "You are not allowed to touch her." Just as the wolf demon approached Jia Yunyan, Mu Fei unleashed his full power, gripping his knife and delivering his final blow to the wolf demon. Seeing Mu Fei erupt, the wolf demon grinned. Here he comes, here he comes. Mu Fei has finally arrived. After acting for so long, the wolf demon is tired, and this farce should come to an end. The wolf demon deliberately feigned defeat and took Mu Fei's attack, then fled while pretending to be seriously injured. But the next second, a sense of unease rose in the wolf demon's heart, and this unease grew stronger and stronger. It felt an invisible force tightly binding it, making even the most basic movements extremely difficult. The wolf demon stared wide-eyed at Mu Fei, who held a long sword in his hand, his face showing no hesitation or pity, only determination and resolve. The power of Mu Fei's strike far exceeded expectations and far surpassed their previous agreement. If this blade were to fall on the wolf demon, it would definitely cleave it in. At this critical moment, the wolf demon realized that Mu Fei was not joking with it, he really wanted to take its life. It turns out that Lin Tion and his group had been using it all along, but it was the only one who truly took it as an act. The wolf demon tried to hide, but was unable to move. The wolf demon wanted to curse Mu Fei and his group for being shameless. Before it could finish speaking, the wolf demon was cleaved in two by Mu Fei's falling blade, its bright red blood splattering all over Mu Fei. The wolf demon was dead, and Mu Fei's gaze turned to Jia Yunyan, who was not far away. In just 2 breaths, Mu Fei closed his eyes, his body relaxed, and he was about to fall to the ground. It was at this moment that Jia Yunyan finally reacted and rushed over to hug Mu Fei, preventing him from falling to the ground. Jia Yunyan gazed at the young man before her, cried for a while, and then got up and carried Mu Fei away. This is not a place to stay for long. It's best to leave as soon as possible. If we stay any longer, who knows what might happen. After Jia Yunyan left with Mu Fei, Lin Tion and the main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm appeared, looking at the wolf demon whose corpse had been split in two. The main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm couldn't help but mourn for it. Animals are so simple-minded, they don't even realize they've been sold out. The main spirit of the spirit platform secret realm asked, "There shouldn't be any problems now, right? A handsome young man, a genius, and someone who risks his life. No matter how cold Jia Yunyan's heart was, she would be moved by Mu Fei. It's basically done." Lin Tion nodded slightly. Jia Yunyan shed tears for Mu Fei and even carried him away, which shows that Mu Fei holds a certain place in Jia Yunyan's heart. As long as the subsequent actions are handled properly, it won't be a problem for Mu Fei to win over Jia Yunyan, and it won't take too long. Of course, we really have to thank the wolf demon for making things go so smoothly. It was its selfless cooperation, even at the cost of its own life, that made the touching scene we just witnessed possible. Then, Lin Tion continued, "These two people are not simple. If they die here like this, the immortal Frost Holy Land will definitely send people to investigate. The crime scene needs to be cleaned up. Perhaps we can even take this opportunity to rip off the Floating Light Holy Land. One is the personal disciple of the second elder of the immortal Frost Holy Land, and the other is the grandson of the third elder. Furthermore, both of them are outstanding disciples of the current generation of the immortal Frost Holy Land. No matter what the reason, the immortal Frost Holy Land will definitely send someone to investigate. Moreover, the person sent to investigate must be quite capable, otherwise they wouldn't be able to deliver a satisfactory result. Therefore, in order to prevent visitors from discovering anything amiss, some preparations and arrangements need to be made. If we could also trick the Floating Light Holy Land, that would be perfect." Lin Tion's words caused a glint of light to flash in the eyes of the main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm. It nodded, indicating its agreement with Lin Tion's idea. "Leave this matter to me, and I guarantee I will handle it perfectly." The main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm solemnly made a promise to Lin Tion. "Who is it?" "It is the main spirit of the secret realm, and it is most skilled at setting up plans to confuse and deceive the enemy. This little thing is nothing to it." But the main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm felt a pang of sympathy for the Floating Light Holy Land. "I don't know what grudge or resentment Lin Tion has against the Floating Light Holy Land, but he stole all of their resources and is still trying to cheat them. This is to bring the immortal Frost Holy Land and the Floating Light Holy Land to a point of no return. However, it likes it. What does the life or death of the Floating Light Holy Land have to do with it? It would be best if the Floating Light Holy Land and the immortal Frost Holy Land fought to the point of mutual destruction. In this way, they can reap the benefits without lifting a finger." The main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm has begun to work on perfecting the site. Meanwhile, Jia Yunyan had already brought Mu Fei back to Hushi Town and settled him in. After treating Mu Fei's injuries, Zhao Yunyan finally had time to send a message to the Immortal Frost Holy Land when the Holy Lord of the Immortal Frost Holy Land received Zhao Yunyan's message. A line appeared on his forehead. The situation is a bit tricky and difficult to handle. One of them is the second elder's personal disciple, and is also the second elder's favorite. If that's the case, the Holy Lord of the Immortal Frost Holy Land can mediate and compensate the second elder with more resources. It's just a disciple, after all. I'm sure the second elder will agree. The most difficult situation was for the third elder, as this was his own grandson, and his only grandson with any talent. You should know how difficult it is for cultivators to have offspring. Therefore, the third elder will absolutely not let this matter rest. Although Zhao Yunyan did not kill the person, he died because of her, and his death is inextricably linked to her. If the Holy Lord of the Immortal Frost Holy Land doesn't handle the situation properly, the second elder and third elder's anger will definitely be directed at Zhao Yunyan. This is not the situation he wanted to see. After careful consideration, the Holy Lord of the Immortal Frost Holy Land convened a meeting of all the elders. The second and third elders will find out about this sooner or later, so we might as well gather everyone together to discuss how to handle it. Before long, all the elders of the Immortal Frost Holy Land arrived. Once everyone had arrived, the Holy Lord of the Immortal Frost Holy Land didn't waste any words and directly explained the matter. Just as the Holy Lord of the Immortal Frost Holy Land had anticipated, the second elder and the third elder's expressions changed upon hearing the news. The third elder, in particular, turned grim upon learning of his grandson's death. Before the Holy Lord could continue speaking, the third elder stood up on the spot. Chapter 65. Just a minor. Returning to the Void Realm. Where is Zhao Yunyan right now? The third elder pressed the Holy Lord for an answer, but since his grandson had died, he no longer cared about the Holy Lord or anything like that. Is the face of the Holy Lord more important than the life of his grandson? Suddenly, a voice rang out and rebuked the third elder. Third elder, be mindful of your status. The speaker was not the Holy Lord of the Immortal Frost Holy Land, but the Grand Elder. The Holy Lord of the Immortal Frost Holy Land could completely understand the third elder's feelings at this moment. After all, his grandson had died, so it was normal for him to be rude to him after hearing the news. The first elder is different. The Holy Lord needs to consider personal relationships and cannot speak ill of the third elder, so the first elder is the only one who can play the villain. So what if your third elder lost a grandson? This is still the Immortal Frost Holy Land, one of the 5 great holy lands of the Eastern continent. If the Holy Lord doesn't give face, it will become a laughingstock. As expected, after hearing the first elder's reprimand, the third elder regained his composure and did not apologize to the Holy Lord, but remained silent. It's clear that the third elder is afraid of the first elder. Seeing that the third elder had stopped fooling around, the first elder then revealed his thoughts. It's pointless for us to argue about who died and who didn't. We should investigate the cause and course of events instead. Who reported this information? Why is there such a big discrepancy? This shouldn't happen. Investigate whether this person has any problems. At the same time, an elder was sent to Hushi Town to find Zhao Yunyan and ask her for details. Then we'll go back to the scene of the incident and investigate further to see if there's anything suspicious. The other elders nodded in agreement with the Grand Elder's statement. That's how it should be. I'll go. After everyone had finished expressing their opinions, the second elder and the third elder jumped out at the same time, both wanting to take on the task to send the second elder and the third elder to Hushi Town to find Zhao Yunyan and inquire about the whole incident. Without a doubt, if either of these two goes, Zhao Yunyan's situation will definitely be difficult. However, Zhao Yunyan is a disciple of the Holy Lord of the Immortal Frost Holy Land, and since it concerns Zhao Yunyan, he, as the Holy Lord, cannot refuse. Knowing that the Holy Lord was in a difficult position, the first elder spoke up again, reprimanding the second and third elders. Neither of you are allowed to participate in this matter. Stay in the Holy Land and do not interfere. If I find out that you have acted on your own, I will personally break your legs. Fifth brother, you've always been reliable and steady, so I'm entrusting this matter to you. Make sure you investigate the matter thoroughly. The first elder entrusted the matter to the fifth elder. The fifth elder was calm and composed, and the first elder felt at ease entrusting it to him. The fifth elder did not refuse and readily agreed, leading a group of people from the enforcement hall to Hushi Town. When the disciples of the Immortal Frost Holy Land saw that the fifth elder was personally leading the team to Hushi Town, they couldn't help but wonder if something had happened in Hushi Town. The news could not be kept secret forever. Not long after the fifth elder left, everyone in the Immortal Frost Holy Land knew what had happened. It turned out that the second elder's personal disciple and the third elder's grandson had accompanied Zhao Yunyan to Hushi Town to exorcise the demon, and both of these sycophants were killed. Good riddance. Many disciples who had been bullied by these two, or those who disliked them, secretly cursed in their hearts, and their mood improved considerably. Of course, it wasn't just some people who were cursing the two of them. Some female disciples were also secretly cursing Zhao Yunyan. They say Zhao Yunyan is a treacherous person and a jinx. Anyone who stays by her side is doomed sooner or later. And sure enough, these two sycophants got into trouble. The old steward from the outer sect was the one who sold the information to Lin Tion. When the old man heard the news, his heart skipped a beat. Fortunately, he was a cultivator and didn't have a heart condition, otherwise he would have been scared to death. He had just informed Zhao Yunyan of the whereabouts of the three of them when the other two got into trouble. Regardless of whether this matter is related to Lin Tion and his group, once the Immortal Frost Holy Land finds out, the old man will definitely be in trouble. No, we must keep a very low profile during this period and wait until the storm has passed before making any decisions, the old man muttered to himself. From that moment on, the old man became much more restrained, stopped skimming off the top, and distributed his disciples' salary truthfully. He no longer harshly punishes these disciples, he turns a blind eye whenever possible. The old man's sudden change of nature surprised his disciples who had once suffered humiliation at his hands, and they were somewhat unaccustomed to it. Zhao Yunyan's place in Hushi Town. Thanks to Zhao Yunyan's careful care over the past 2 days, Mu Fei's injuries have improved somewhat, but he is still unconscious. In fact, Mu Fei had been awake for a long time, but was just pretending to be asleep. After all, he suffered such a serious injury, he really needs to stay in bed for a few days to avoid arousing suspicion. Zhao Yunyan knew that Mu Fei's injuries were serious, and she was originally very worried. Seeing that Mu Fei's injuries were gradually healing, Zhao Yunyan's worries lessened considerably. After Mu Fei rests for a few more days, he should be able to wake up. Lin Tion and the main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm had not strayed far from them and had been keeping an eye on them. At that moment, the main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm suddenly transmitted a message to Lin Tion. Someone is coming, probably from the Immortal Frost Holy Land. Upon hearing the message from the main spirit of the spirit platform secret realm, Lin Tion immediately perked up and quickly asked, "How many people are there, and what are their cultivation levels?" "There are 7 or 8 people. The highest cultivation level is mid-stage void returning realm, there is 1 nascent soul realm cultivator, and the rest are around golden core realm." The main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm explained the specific situation to Lin Tion. "1 is at the returning to emptiness realm, 1 is at the nascent soul realm, and the rest are at the golden core realm." Lin Tion had to admire the Holy Land's resources. Even a casually sent person could overwhelm the myriad spirits sect in strength. Lin Tion guessed that this void returning realm cultivator was an elder from the Immortal Frost Holy Land, but he didn't know which elder it was. Lin Tion originally thought that the Immortal Frost Holy Land would send at most 1 nascent soul stage expert. It seems that Lin Tion underestimated this matter and seriously underestimated the power of the Holy Land. This also shows how much importance the Immortal Frost Holy Land attaches to this matter. "How confident are you that you won't expose Mu Fei?" Lin Tion was a little worried about Mu Fei, fearing that the elder from the Immortal Frost Holy Land might have noticed something amiss with Mu Fei. If Mu Fei is exposed, all their previous plans will have been in vain. "You can rest assured that I can handle things properly. It's just a minor void returning realm cultivator. Even if their holy lord came in person, he wouldn't be able to find anything amiss." The main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm is very confident. These words from the main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm reminded Lin Tion of something similar that the main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm had said: "Those who are merely dregs of the Mahayana stage can be wiped out with a snap of the fingers." It seems he was overthinking it. However, just to be on the safe side, Lin Tion sent a telepathic message to Mu Fei, informing him in advance of the matter so that Mu Fei could feel at ease. In the past 2 days, Lin Tion has also been communicating with Mu Fei via telepathy from time to time, but Zhao Yunyan's cultivation level is too low to know it. Returning to the void realm? When Mu Fei heard that the visitor was a void returning realm expert, he was immediately startled. He is currently only at the foundation establishment stage and needs to go through the golden core, nascent soul, and spirit transformation stages before he can reach the return to emptiness stage. You think it's a little embarrassing to let a foundation establishment stage kid fool a void returning realm expert? What should I do? I need help urgently. I'm waiting online. Chapter 66 Exploring Clues. Don't worry, as long as you stay calm and don't reveal anything,
He won't be able to find anything wrong with you, and everything will be fine. Lin Tion knew what Mu Fei was worried about, and continued to comfort him through telepathy. Both the main spirits of the Shang Yuan secret realm and the Lingtai secret realm share a common characteristic. They are greedy and shameless, however, they also have their advantages. They are completely worry-free to do things, have an excellent success rate, and have never made a mistake so far. Lin Tion trusted them completely when it came to getting things done. I'll do my best. Mu Fei took a deep breath. Playing hide-and-seek under the nose of a void-returning realm expert sounds exciting. Not long after, Mu Fei heard several footsteps approaching his house. Mu Fei knew that people from the immortal Frost Holy Land had arrived. Yunyan greets the fifth elder. Zhao Yunyan did not expect that the leader of this team would be the fifth elder. Come to think of it, with such a major incident, it would be difficult to explain without sending an elder. The fifth elder did not respond to Zhao Yunyan immediately. His gaze fell on Mu Fei, who was lying on the bed. The fifth elder asked, "Is this the boy who rescued you from the wolf demon?" On the way here, the fifth elder had already learned the general outline of what had happened. The reason for asking again is to hear what Zhao Yunyan has to say, since speaking and writing are two different things, and to see if we can extract some of the missing issues from her. It's him. Zhao Yunyan didn't hide anything, nor was there any need to. She knew that the young man in front of her was definitely not a problem, otherwise, why would he risk his life to save her from the wolf demon? If, Zhao Yunyan was saying if, meaning that even if Mu Fei had a problem, she would accept it. Having received Zhao Yunyan's approval, the fifth elder walked straight toward Mu Fei, and Zhao Yunyan followed closely behind. Arriving at Mu Fei's bedside, the fifth elder raised his hand without saying a word, preparing to test Mu Fei. Seeing the fifth elder's action, Zhao Yunyan was startled, thinking that the fifth elder was going to harm Mu Fei, and quickly called out, "Fifth elder." "Don't worry, I'm checking his injuries," the fifth elder explained, calming Zhao Yunyan down. "That's the old fox, he leaves no room for error in his work." The so-called injury check is simply to see if Mu Fei is alright, and whether his injury is real or fake. If it were the second elder or the third elder, there would probably be another argument. When Zhao Yunyan heard that the fifth elder was checking Mu Fei's injuries, she breathed a sigh of relief and stopped trying to stop him, letting the fifth elder continue. The fifth elder channeled his spiritual energy throughout Mu Fei's body and finally concluded that Mu Fei was indeed injured. In other words, Mu Fei has been temporarily ruled out as a suspect. Seeing that the fifth elder had stopped, Zhao Yunyan quickly asked, "Fifth elder, how is he? Is he alright? Is it serious?" Zhao Yunyan asked several questions in a row. The fifth elder glanced at Zhao Yunyan and could tell from her eyes that she cared a lot about the young man in front of her. The fifth elder shook his head slightly and said in a gentle tone, "It's all right. The injuries on his body are slowly healing and recovering. The reason he hasn't woken up yet is because his primordial spirit was too exhausted. He must have used some kind of secret technique, right?" Finally, the fifth elder asked Zhao Yunyan a question. A secret technique. Zhao Yunyan thought of Mu Fei's last move, a sudden burst of energy that split the wolf demon in two with a single strike. This must be the secret technique the fifth elder was talking about. Zhao Yunyan nodded and then recounted the events of that day to the fifth elder in detail. After hearing this, the fifth elder had no further questions and was ready to go to the site to investigate. "You can stay here and take care of him. He should wake up in 3 to 5 days at most." The fifth elder spoke to Zhao Yunyan again, then led his men away, presumably to the crime scene. Speaking of which, we haven't even collected the bodies of the second elder's disciple and the third elder's grandson yet. The fifth elder's mission to the scene this time was not only to investigate, but also to collect the bodies of the two men and bring them back to the sacred site. Fortunately, the corpses of cultivators do not decompose easily and can be left for 10 days or half a month without any problems. Yes. Zhao Yunyan agreed and watched the fifth elder and the others leave. After the fifth elder and the others disappeared from her sight, Zhao Yunyan turned to look at Mu Fei lying on the bed, her mind wandering. The fifth elder said he would wake up in a few days at most. When he wakes up, will he leave us? At this moment, Zhao Yunyan's feelings were complicated. One moment she wanted Mu Fei to wake up sooner, and the next she wanted him to wake up later. Suddenly, Zhao Yunyan touched Mu Fei's palm. "Eek, is it hot today? Why are you sweating?" Zhao Yunyan was a little puzzled. The temperature was fine today, not hot at all, so why was Mu Fei sweating? I don't quite understand. Zhao Yunyan didn't pay any attention to it, taking it as a natural reaction, and wiped Mu Fei's sweat. In reality, Mu Fei was sweating profusely because he was frightened by the fifth elder. When the fifth elder used his spiritual power to examine his body, Mu Fei's heart was in his throat, afraid that the fifth elder would find something wrong with him. Fortunately, the fifth elder did not discover
anything amiss, which relieved Mu Fei and put his mind at ease. However, the feeling of impending doom still made Mu Fei's heart pound, so when he relaxed, a cold sweat broke out on his body. At this moment, the fifth elder and his group arrived at the scene of the incident. The scene hasn't been completely destroyed, which is a good thing for them. After investigation and repeated comparisons by a group of people, it was confirmed that this wolf demon had the cultivation level of foundation establishment perfection before its death, rather than foundation establishment mid-stage. The two did indeed die at the hands of the wolf demon. There were no other unexpected circumstances, there was nothing suspicious in the surroundings, so it can be concluded that Mu Fei's appearance was accidental, not inevitable. In other words, the possibility that Mu Fei is a suspect has been ruled out. In addition to all of the above, they also had an unexpected gain. They found items from the floating Light Holy Land in the Wolf Demon Cave. This makes one wonder if this matter is related to the Holy Land of Floating Light. Take the body back to the holy site first. Remember, don't make a sound. I'll be there soon. The fifth elder instructed them that the matter involved the Floating Light Holy Land, indicating its great importance, and that they should not reveal any information to the outside world without sufficient evidence. I will obey the elder's command. The officers of the enforcement hall were ordered to collect the two bodies and take them back. After everyone from the enforcement hall had left, the fifth elder also left without lingering. Just as they were leaving, Lin Tion and the main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm appeared at the scene. How is the scheme set up by the main spirit? The main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm looked at Lin Tion with a smug expression, which was no different from showing off. It was almost as if it wanted to say to Lin Tion, "Praise me, praise me." Lin Tion merely glanced at the main spirit of the spirit platform secret realm, showing no intention of praising it. Instead, he mocked it. If you can betray a mere void returning realm cultivator, the main spirit of the upper spirit secret realm will probably laugh you to death when it finds out. Chapter 67 Floating Light Holy Land takes the blame. The main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm felt that Lin Tion had become arrogant, daring to mimic its speech. They don't even look at their own cultivation level and strength, yet they dare to call themselves mere void returning realm cultivators. They're utterly shameless. It just wants to make a quick buck. Is Lin Tion really that hard to cooperate with? In Hashi Town, at Zhao Yunyan's place, the fifth elder came here again. Once he wakes up, we will immediately return to the Holy Land. The fifth elder came here specifically to tell Zhao Yunyan this. He originally wanted Zhao Yunyan to go back with him, but then he remembered that Mu Fei was still lying unconscious in bed. After all, he had saved Zhao Yunyan's life, so it would be somewhat immoral to leave like this. Moreover, the fifth elder has already realized that Zhao Yunyan probably has feelings for this young man, and she would likely not agree to let him leave rashly. As soon as the fifth elder finished speaking, Zhao Yunyan asked, "Fifth elder, may I take him back to the Holy Land with me?" Zhao Yunyan knew that this matter was probably not as simple as she had imagined, otherwise the fifth elder would not have come to urge her to return. Zhao Yunyan couldn't bear to leave as soon as Mu Fei woke up. She wanted to take Mu Fei back to the Immortal Frost Holy Land with her, firstly to make it easier for her to take care of Mu Fei, and secondly, Zhao Yunyan had some ulterior motives. The fifth elder frowned slightly. He could see that Zhao Yunyan's concern for the young man went beyond ordinary gratitude, but he also knew that the rules of the Immortal Frost Holy Land were strict and not just anyone could enter at will. You can write a letter to your master explaining this matter. If he agrees, you can take him there. The fifth elder cannot make this decision, it should be decided by the Holy Lord. Upon hearing the fifth elder's words, Zhao Yunyan's face revealed a complex expression. Thank you, fifth elder. Yunyan understands. The fifth elder nodded slightly and left Hashi Town without lingering any longer, returning to the Immortal Frost Holy Land. After the fifth elder left, Zhao Yunyan stared at Mu Fei for a long time before finally making a decision. Zhao Yunyan decided to write a letter to her master, expressing her desire to take Mu Fei back to the Immortal Frost Holy Land and hoping for her master's permission. Outside, Lin Tion and the two main spirits of the Spirit Platform's secret realm, who were secretly observing, were both speechless. Alright, once the Holy Lord of the Immortal Frost Holy Land agrees, Mu Fei will return to the Holy Land with Zhao Yunyan. In this way, the two developed feelings for each other over time, and Mu Fei was able to win Zhao Yunyan over on his own without Lin Tion creating opportunities for them. Do you think this is developing too fast? The main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm asked Lin Tion. It was a little confused and couldn't quite believe it was true. Two sycophants tried their hardest to win over Zhao Yunyan, but failed. Yet Mu Fei won her over with just one move. It's really fantastic. It is a bit fast. Lin Tion nodded, completely agreeing with the words of the spirit platform Secret Realm Master. Is Zhao Yunyan love obsessed? Is Mu Fei really that attractive? Lin Tion suddenly spoke up again. Perhaps we have all overlooked a problem.
What's the problem?
Mu Fei is the chosen one of Central Star, so anything becomes easy for him.
He wants to win over Zhao Yunyan and make her fall in love with him. Isn't that a simple matter?
Lin Tion explained his conjecture to the main spirit of the spirit platform Secret Realm. Upon hearing this, the main spirit of the Lingtai Secret Realm felt that Lin Tion was right, and that this seemed to make sense.
So what should we do now?
The main spirit of the spirit platform Secret Realm asked again.
Things had changed, and the previous routine was no longer effective. The plan needed to be readjusted. Just do nothing and watch Mu Fei act.
The fact that Mu Fei can return to the Holy Land with Zhao Yunyan is the best outcome of the plan. Once Mu Fei has thoroughly investigated the Immortal Frost Holy Land, he will have the main spirit of the spirit platform Secret Realm take action and plunder all the resources of the Immortal Frost Holy Land. This combination not only caused the Immortal Frost Holy Land to lose money, but also to lose its prestige. To be honest, Lin Tion and his group were being rather inhumane in their actions. Immortal Frost Holy Land. The fifth elder has returned and is reporting the situation to the Holy Lord and the other elders. When they learned from the fifth elder that this matter might be related to the floating light Holy Land, everyone's expressions became strange, as if they had known beforehand, which puzzled the fifth elder. What's wrong with you all? The fifth elder was very puzzled. Did he not believe what he said? That makes sense, considering it involves two sacred sites and is a matter of great importance. It's not something that can be easily believed with just a few words. Furthermore, due to the incident at Qingshan Secret Realm, the four Holy Lands in Fuguang Holy Land have been at odds in recent years. If this is true, the Immortal Frost Holy Land will likely have to go to war with the Floating Light Holy Land, a war that will last until the very end.
Seventh Elder, you are the one who investigated this matter.
Now, please clear up the doubts for Fifth Elder. The Holy Lord of Immortal Frost Holy Land sent the seventh elder to explain to the fifth elder. The seventh elder understood, and then said to the fifth elder, "This is what happened. I investigated the disciple who reported this news, and guess what happened?"
"What's wrong?"
The fifth elder responded in response to the seventh elder's words, and the two seemed to be performing a comedy routine. This disciple disappeared, and later we found something in his residence.
What is that?
Identity badge of the Holy Land of Floating Light. This, after listening to what the seventh elder said, the fifth elder finally understood why everyone had such expressions when he mentioned the Floating Light Holy Land. It's not that they don't trust him, but rather that they had already suspected it, and once he said it, things matched up. This was done by the Floating Light Holy Land, whose aim was to kill their young generation of prodigies.
So what should we do next? The fifth elder asked. Of course we need to demand an explanation from the Holy Land of Floating Light. My grandson cannot die in vain.
The third elder spoke first, saying that he was not afraid of the Floating Light Holy Land and that he wanted to avenge his grandson. We're all sacred sites. If we don't clash, who knows who's superior? After the third elder finished speaking, the second elder immediately followed up with his own words. Like the third elder, my disciple cannot die in vain.
The Floating Light Holy Land must give an explanation.
At this point, two elders had already expressed their intention to take action against the Floating Light Holy Land. The other elders remained silent, mostly observing the situation. The war between the two holy sites is of great importance and must be handled with utmost care. They wouldn't make a decision on a whim like the second elder and third elder. Of course, they could understand the decision made by the second elder and the third elder. After all, one had lost a disciple and the other had lost a grandson. It would indeed be unreasonable not to seek revenge or an explanation, seeing that only the second elder and the third elder spoke, while the other elders remained silent. It was finally the Holy Lord of the Immortal Frost Holy Land who made the decision. The Holy Lord of the Immortal Frost Holy Land said, "This matter cannot be left unresolved. The Floating Light Holy Land must provide an explanation. However, we cannot act rashly before we have a complete understanding of the situation." Two elders then led a group of disciples to the Floating Light Holy Land to inquire with Yu Shaoxian whether he intended to instigate a war between the Holy Lands. Chapter 68. I am Li Feiyu. Furthermore, Yenner sent me a message saying that she wants to bring this young man into the Holy Land.
I wonder what the elders think.
The Holy Lord consulted the elders, and his personal opinion was to agree to Zhao Yunyan's request. The main reason is that Mu Fei's talent is no less than Zhao Yunyan's. The addition of such a genius to the Immortal Frost Holy Land is a good thing for the Immortal Frost Holy Land. On the other hand, although he is the Holy Lord of the immortal Frost Holy Land, there are some things that he cannot decide alone. Whether Zhao Yunyan can bring Mu Fei into the immortal Frost Holy Land depends on the approval of the elders. I disagree. The second elder and the third elder stepped forward at the same time to refute the statement. It would be a miracle if they agreed to let Mu Fei join the immortal Frost Holy Land. Since Mu Fei only appeared after the dead, you either need to show up sooner, or you need to save them all. Either they appear later, after Zhao Yunyan has died, but by sheer coincidence, Mu Fei managed to save Zhao Yunyan. What does this mean? Does it mean Zhao Yunyan was lucky and her life wasn't meant to end, or that the second elder's disciple and the third elder's grandson deserved to die? Although Mu Fei did not kill the person, in the eyes of the second elder and the third elder, Mu Fei was a criminal. The second and third elders refused simultaneously, and all the other elders who wanted to express their opinions remained silent. It's not worth it to jump out and slap the faces of the two elders for the sake of Mu Fei. Moreover, they were well aware that even if Mu Fei came, he could not become one of their disciples, and in the end, he would only benefit the Holy Lord. Don't do things that harm your own interests. Just as the elders were silent, the first elder spoke. Alright, you two are both grown up, stop fooling around. Have Yunyan bring him back. Later, send someone to investigate his background. If there are no problems, try to recruit him into the Holy Land. The first elder saw through what the second and third elders were thinking several years ago, before the Qingshan secret realm opened. At that time, there were many talented disciples in the immortal Frost Holy Land, and the Grand Elder might have done a favor and refused Mu Fei's entry into the immortal Frost Holy Land, but now, things are different from the past. The immortal Frost Holy Land urgently needs a group of outstanding disciples to cultivate as its foundation. The first elder did this without any emotional involvement. He wasn't helping the Holy Lord, nor was he targeting the second and third elders. It was entirely based on the Holy Land's considerations. Since the first elder had spoken, the second and third elders, though unwilling, obediently shut their mouths. The remaining elders also expressed their agreement, agreeing that Zhao Yunyan should bring Mu Fei into the immortal Frost Holy Land. 3 days later, in Hushi Town, seeing that the time was right, Lin Tion sent a telepathic message to Mu Fei, telling him it was time to wake up. Mu Fei ignored her and took advantage of the moment when Zhao Yunyan left to prepare to wake up. When Zhao Yunyan returned, Mu Fei was already waiting for her in the room. You're awake? When Zhao Yunyan saw that Mu Fei had woken up and was standing there waiting for her, she was filled with excitement. After several days, Mu Fei finally woke up. Moreover, judging from Mu Fei's appearance, there shouldn't be any major problems. He should be fine now. Thank you for taking care of me these past few days, young lady. I am very grateful. Mu Fei bowed to Zhao Yunyan, putting aside the past. Zhao Yunyan has taken meticulous care of him these past few days. Even if it's just acting, he should still bow to her to express his gratitude. It's good that you're awake. I should be the one thanking you for saving my life. Zhao Yunyan dared not accept such a gesture and quickly helped Mu Fei up. You flatter me, young lady. In the world of martial arts, we should help each other. I just happened to run into you that day. Since I've witnessed it, I naturally can't just stand by and watch someone die. Mu Fei spoke with a spirited tone, his heart filled with chivalry and loyalty. Seeing Mu Fei's extraordinary demeanor once again, Zhao Yunyan felt even more favorably disposed towards him. It's so kind of you. Suddenly, Zhao Yunyan blurted out these words. Zhao Yunyan's voice was very soft, but Mu Fei heard it very clearly and was taken aback. What does this mean? Could it be that Zhao Yunyan has developed feelings for him? If that's the case, isn't the progress a bit too fast? Mu Fei is having trouble keeping up. He planned a whole bunch of scenes about his encounters with Zhao Yunyan, but are they all going to be left out? Mu Fei shut his mouth, afraid that he might say the wrong thing. Seeing that Mu Fei was silent, Zhao Yunyan realized what she had just said. Her cheeks flushed instantly, and she didn't say anything either. The two remained silent for a long time. Finally, Zhao Yunyan broke the ice by introducing herself to Mu Fei. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhao Yunyan, I am 16 years old, I have a water-type heavenly spirit root, I am a disciple of the immortal Frost Holy Land, and I am at the mid-foundation establishment stage. And you? Mu Fei couldn't answer for a moment, he hadn't figured out his identity yet. What's wrong? Can't you tell me? Seeing that Mu Fei was hesitant to speak, as if he had something difficult to say, Zhao Yunyan was slightly disappointed. If that's the case, even if Master agrees to let Mu Fei go to the Holy Land, Mu Fei won't be able to stay for long. The immortal Frost Holy Land will not allow someone who dares not reveal his identity to stay for long. No, my situation is a bit special.
Mu Fei quickly explained, afraid that Zhao Yunyan would misunderstand, and then revealed his identity to Zhao Yunyan. My name is Li Feiyu. I was born into a family in Shuinyang County. My spiritual root is a bit special. It is a lightning-typed spiritual root. I am also 16 years old this year. I am a rogue cultivator with a mid-foundation establishment cultivation level. This was what Lin Tion had just told Mu Fei via telepathy. Mu Fei wrote it down and then told Zhao Yunyan. It was at this moment that Mu Fei finally learned what kind of spiritual root he had. A lightning attribute spiritual root? Zhao Yunyan was also filled with doubt after hearing the words lightning-type spiritual root. As is well known, there are only 5 attributes of spiritual roots: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. She had never heard of spiritual roots other than the 5 elements spiritual roots. Not only her, but also her master and the elders of the Holy Land had never heard of the concept of a lightning attribute spiritual root. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Yunyan's doubts about Mu Fei were immediately dispelled. It turns out that Mu Fei really had something he couldn't say. But Zhao Yunyan seemed to have thought of something, and her heart began to brighten. If Mu Fei truly possesses a lightning attribute spiritual root, this would be groundbreaking. If Mu Fei is willing to return to the immortal Frost Holy Land with her, the Holy Land will definitely try its best to keep him. Moreover, as Mu Fei just mentioned, he is a rogue cultivator, so the chances of Mu Fei refusing the immortal Frost Holy Land are slim. You must know, this is a sacred place, a sect that countless cultivators dream of joining. At that time, Mu Fei and she will be fellow disciples and will be able to see each other often. How could I not make her happy? Would you like to come back to the immortal Frost Holy Land with me? Zhao Yunyan inquired about Mu Fei. After that, Zhao Yunyan's breathing became noticeably heavier. She was terrified that Mu Fei would reject her. At this moment, Mu Fei was speechless as Zhao Yunyan is still as direct as ever in her actions, just like when she went to break off the engagement. The person is still the same, only the attitude is different. Chapter 69. The Holy Land War begins. After deliberately pondering for a while, Mu Fei agreed and returned to the immortal Frost Holy Land with Zhao Yunyan, and so, Mu Fei entered the immortal Frost Holy Land with a legitimate reason. After Zhao Yunyan and Mu Fei left, Lin Tion and the main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm reappeared. The main spirit of the spirit platform secret realm looked at Lin Tion and asked in confusion, "Why did you make Mu Fei reveal his spiritual root attributes?" Lin Tion explained, "Mu Fei hesitated just now. He wanted to dispel Zhao Yunyan's suspicions about him, so this was the only way. According to my opinion, Zhao Yunyan didn't suspect Mu Fei. Aren't you overthinking it?" The main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm was completely unaware that Zhao Yunyan harbored any suspicion towards Mu Fei. On the contrary, she had ulterior motives. Zhao Yunyan may not be here now, but who knows what she might be in the future. Besides, there's a group of old guys in the immortal Frost Holy Land, so it's always good to be cautious. Furthermore, Mu Fei's lightning-type spiritual root can't be hidden much longer. Whether it's revealed or not makes little difference. As Lin Tion spoke, the main spirit of the spirit platform secret realm nodded slightly, feeling that what Lin Tion said made some sense. It acknowledged it, however. "I thought you were going to name Mu Fei something like Lin Fei or Lin Xiaotian." "Li Feiyu, does this name have any meaning?" The main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm asked in bewilderment. When did Lin Tion become so well educated? Lin Tion glanced at the main spirit of the spirit platform secret realm. How could it come up with such a thing as Lin Fei and Lin Xiaotian? Lin Tion almost vomited from the main spirit of the spirit platform secret realm. Not wanting to argue with the main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm, Lin Tion explained why he named Mu Fei Li Feiyu. Lin Tion told the main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm that he heard this from Han Li. What kind of savior is Han Tianzuan, who saves people from suffering and calamity, while Li Feiyu is a murderer and arsonist? Does this statement have any hidden meaning? Lin Tion asked Han Li, who said he didn't know either. He had only heard it from Yi Xingqian, but Yi Xingqian hadn't told him the reason. Mu Fei and Zhao Yunyan returned to the immortal Frost Holy Land. When they learned that Mu Fei's spiritual root was a special attribute spiritual root, no one could believe it. It turns out that in addition to the 5 spiritual roots of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, there are other special spiritual roots. Their vision is too narrow. No wonder Mu Fei's cultivation speed is so fast and his strength is also stronger. So that's how it is. Such a promising talent, such a prodigy, who wouldn't like him? To be honest, the Holy Lord of the immortal Frost Holy Land was extremely envious of Mu Fei. Of course, what she was lusting after wasn't Mu Fei's body, but Mu Fei himself. It just so happens that Zhao Yunyan is interested in Mu Fei,
so we can have Zhao Yunyan persuade Mu Fei to join the Immortal Frost Holy Land.
Under Zhao Yunyan's persistent advances, Mu Fei finally agreed to join the Immortal Frost Holy Land. On the other side is the entrance to the Floating Light Holy Land. The third elder and the fifth elder brought a group of disciples from the Holy Land to demand an explanation. The sudden arrival of people from the Immortal Frost Holy Land seeking revenge caught the Floating Light Holy Land completely off guard. Why did the Immortal Frost Holy Land suddenly come knocking on our door? It's true that there are some minor frictions between the various holy sites, but it shouldn't have escalated to this point. War between holy sites is no small matter. The Floating Light Holy Land inquired about the reason from the Immortal Frost Holy Land. When they learned that the Floating Light Holy Land had framed the disciple of the second elder and the grandson of the third elder, the higher-ups of the Floating Light Holy Land were puzzled. When have they ever framed a disciple of the Immortal Frost Holy Land? The Holy Land of Floating Light was just looted a few days ago, and it can't even handle its own mess, so how could it possibly engage in such petty tricks? Furthermore, why would they want to harm two disciples of the Immortal Frost Holy Land? Their aptitude is only average, above average. Was it really necessary? Someone must be framing Floating Light Holy Land for this, and this person is very likely related to the loss of resources from Floating Light Holy Land. Although the matter was clear, the Floating Light Holy Land did not want to explain it to the Immortal Frost Holy Land. What did they say to the Immortal Frost Holy Land? Did they say that the resources of the Floating Light Holy Land had been stolen? That's impossible if faced with the Immortal Frost Holy Land's challenge. The Floating Light Holy Land stood firm this time. The Floating Light Holy Land told the Immortal Frost Holy Land that this matter had nothing to do with them, and that if the Immortal Frost Holy Land wanted to start a war, the Floating Light Holy Land would be ready to fight at any time. The Holy Land of Floating Light took a hard line, and the third elder, with his fiery temper, couldn't hold back any longer and charged forward to start a battle. However, this was ultimately the territory of the Floating Light Holy Land, and the third elder was quickly defeated in the face of the elders of the Floating Light Holy Land. This situation was completely beyond their expectations. The fifth elder knew that they could not linger in the Floating Light Holy Land any longer. If something went wrong, they would all probably perish there. They needed to return to the Holy Land to reconsider their plans. The fifth elder dragged the second elder back to the Immortal Frost Holy Land. When the Holy Lord of the Immortal Frost Holy Land learned of the attitude of the Floating Light Holy Land, a black line appeared on his forehead. To be honest, the Holy Lord of the Immortal Frost Holy Land never intended to go to war with the Floating Light Holy Land. Presumably, the Holy Land of Floating Light also meant the same thing. They just wanted to extort more resources from us, and then let the matter drop. I never expected things to turn out this way. Is it possible that the Holy Land of Floating Light is unwilling to compensate for such a small amount of resources and insists on starting a war? The Holy Lord of the Immortal Frost Holy Land had a good idea, but what he didn't know was that the Floating Light Holy Land's resources had just been stolen, so there were no extra resources to compensate them. Without resources to compensate, and since they weren't the ones who did it, the Floating Light Holy Land had no choice but to go to war. Therefore, the Holy Lord of the Immortal Frost Holy Land summoned the elders again to ask for their opinions on whether to go to war with the Floating Light Holy Land. Does the Floating Light Holy Land think that my Immortal Frost Holy Land has no one to rely on? Upon hearing this, the elders of the Immortal Frost Holy Land were filled with righteous indignation. The Holy Land of Floating Light showed them absolutely no respect. It was a matter of face. How could they tolerate this? The elders unanimously decided to wage war against the Holy Land of Floating Light. Thus, the two Holy Lands, one unwilling to yield and the other unable to tolerate, eventually clashed in arms. Seeing the great battle between the two Holy Lands, Lin Tion couldn't help but sigh. I had considered many ways to force the two sides to go to war, but I never expected that just an accidental arrangement would lead them to fight. Honestly, Lin Tion never imagined things would go so smoothly. The same applies to the matter between Mu Fei and Zhao Yunyan. Could it be that this is truly the effect brought about by Mu Fei, the chosen one? That's the only explanation. The chosen one of destiny is indeed terrifying. Once the two sides start fighting, it will be impossible for the war to stop. Now it remains to be seen who will emerge victorious between the Floating Light Holy Land and the Immortal Frost Holy Land. It was at this moment that the main spirit of the Spirit Platform's secret realm asked Lin Tion, should we take advantage of the fact that the Immortal Frost Holy Land is preoccupied with other matters and sees all its resources? During his time in the Immortal Frost Holy Land, Mu Fei had thoroughly investigated all the resource treasure troves within it. In truth, all of this is thanks to Zhao Yunyan. If it weren't for Zhao Yunyan's careful guidance and introduction, Mu Fei wouldn't have been able to figure out the details of the Immortal Frost Holy Land so quickly.
Chapter 70 Li Feiyu was here. Lin Tion rejected the request from the main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm. If the Immortal Frost Holy Land and the Floating Light Holy Land had not gone to war, Lin Tion would have agreed to the main spirit's request and emptied the treasure vault of the Immortal Frost Holy Land. Now that the Immortal Frost Holy Land and the Floating Light Holy Land are at war, it would be unwise to attack the Immortal Frost Holy Land at this time. Once the Immortal Frost Holy Land discovers that its resources have been stolen, it will definitely try every means to stop the war with the Floating Light Holy Land, which would be a losing proposition. Lin Tion not only wants the resources of the Holy Land, but also wants the Holy Land to fight to the death. Only then can he achieve his goal. In addition, Lin Tion also wanted to stir things up, diverting the war to the other three Holy Lands and throwing the entire Eastern continent into chaos. Besides, with Mu Fei, the Chosen One, as the scapegoat, the heavenly Tao of the Central Region Star cannot trace him back to him. Under Lin Tion's planning, the other three Holy Lands soon joined the battlefield, each fighting their own battles. He hit him again, he hit him once more. The entire Eastern continent was in complete chaos. Taking advantage of the emptiness of the major Holy Lands, the main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm made its move, seizing all the resources of the major Holy Lands and leaving not a single particle behind. When the main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm received so many resources, it was overjoyed. Now it could show off in front of the main spirit of the Xinyuan secret realm. Pity, the main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm felt a pang of heartache when he thought about having to give 40% to Lin Tion and 20% to Mu Fei. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Tion had some connection with him, the main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm would have already absconded. There was nothing they could do. Lin Tion had powerful connections, so they had no choice but to distribute the supplies as agreed. When Mu Fei received the mountain of resources, he was momentarily stunned. It's true that robbery and looting bring quick results. These resources will last the family for many years to come. Having achieved all its objectives, it's time to leave Dongzhou and explore other continents. If we don't leave now, we might end up in trouble ourselves. The other four Holy Lands have all discovered that their treasure troves have been completely lost, and some people have started to act unpredictably, causing the war to escalate. They can't stay any longer, especially Mu Fei. The Immortal Frost Holy Land already considers Mu Fei a suspect, and something could happen to him at any time. Lin Tion inquired about Mu Fei's plans. This means that Mu Fei should confront Zhao Yunyan directly this time. Mu Fei shook his head. He didn't want to confront Zhao Yunyan. Mu Fei's departure without saying goodbye is obvious. The Immortal Frost Holy Land is certain that Mu Fei was responsible. As Mu Fei's introducer, and given their close relationship during this time, Zhao Yunyan will inevitably be implicated. It's enough that the Immortal Frost Holy Land is here to punish Zhao Yunyan, cause in effect will be repaid, and from now on, they will owe each other nothing. There is no right or wrong in this world, only the strong and the weak. This is a lesson that Mu Fei has come to understand over this period of time. Before leaving, Mu Fei couldn't resist taking a jab at the Immortal Frost Holy Land, carving a sentence on the stone tablet in the plaza. Li Feiyu was here. This is a blatant provocation against the Immortal Frost Holy Land. Once the Immortal Frost Holy Land finds out, they will be furious and want to skin Mu Fei alive to vent their anger. Of course, that's a story for another time, but Mu Fei didn't care about any of that. It was Li Feiyu who did it. What does it have to do with me? Mu Fei, having figured all this out, the benefits of being the chosen one instantly stacked up, and Mu Fei skipped 2 minor realms, directly reaching the peak of Foundation establishment. His next step was to break through to the Golden Core stage, Shuinyang County, Wanling sect. Before leaving Dongzhou, Lin Tion secretly returned to the Wanling sect. Regardless, the Myriad Spirit sect has done Lin Tion a favor, so he should go and meet them. When Guan Jiqi and Li Puqi met Lin Tion, both of them were incredulous. Everyone thought Lin Tion had died in the Qingshan secret realm, but unexpectedly, Lin Tion was alive and well. Not only is he alive and well, but he has also reached the Golden Core stage in Cultivation. That's wonderful. Li Puqi's face regained its radiance, dispelling the previous gloom. His disciple did not disappoint him, however. When Li Puqi learned that Lin Tion had come to say goodbye, he looked somewhat reluctant, but he also knew that the Myriad Spirit sect could not retain a genius like Lin Tion. Before parting, Lin Tion left the Wanling sect with a sum of cultivation resources, enough to allow the Wanling sect to reach a new level. At the same time, Lin Tion also told Guan Jiqi and Li Puqi not to spread the news that he was still alive, otherwise it would cause endless trouble. Guan Jiqi and Li Puqi understood that the 5 Holy Lands were fighting outside, and countless innocent people were being affected. If the Myriad Spirit sect were to spread the news that Lin Tion was still alive at this time, it would be courting its own destruction. Not long after Lin Tion left, Guan Jiqiu and Li Puqi both broke through to the nascent soul Stage. From then on, the Wanling sect became a prestigious sect in the eastern continent. As for the chaotic battle among the five Holy Lands, the heavenly Tao of the central region star merely glanced at it and then ignored it. He saw it all. It was all the work of Muefiide. It turns out it was his own son who caused this trouble.
Oh well, it's alright now.
After all, Mu Fei is a lucky one in this era that if Mu Fei wanted to, he could destroy several holy sites without any problem, as long as his foundation wasn't touched. This foundation is the spiritual veins hidden beneath the five sacred sites. As long as he doesn't touch the spiritual veins, Mu Fei can do whatever he wants. In that sense, Mu Fei is practically a professional scapegoat. Without Mu Fei, the chosen one, covering for Lin Tion, things would never have gone so smoothly. Sometimes Lin Tion thought that giving Mu Fei 20% was too little. He should at least give him 30%. Lin Tion and his group left Dongzhou and embarked on their journey to Zhongzhou. The central region of the central star. The spiritual energy of the central continent is even greater than that of the eastern continent. Lin Tion and his group had only three purposes for coming to Zhongzhou. The first
objective is to find out whether there are any tribulation transcending stage experts in the central continent.
If we can find out this, we can basically determine the upper limit of the central star. As I said before, if there are tribulation transcending stage experts in the central region star, the Tianyuan realm definitely won't be able to take it down. Lin Tion should return to the Tianyuan realm as soon as possible and continue searching for other worlds. The second objective was to investigate the distribution of spiritual veins in central continent. The spiritual energy in the central continent is denser than that in the eastern continent, which means that the central continent has more spiritual veins than the eastern continent, or that the quality of the spiritual veins in the central continent is higher than that in the eastern continent. If possible, Lin Tion wanted to move all these spiritual veins back to the Tianyuan realm. The third purpose is also what the main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm likes to do the most, that is to move resources from the Central Asian continent. The main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm not only needs to empty the coffers of all the major powers, but also needs to exchange blows with the main spirits of other secret realms. The main spirit of the Shangyuan secret realm was so frightened that the main spirit of the Qingshan secret realm dared not come out. Naturally, it could not fall behind, otherwise it would have no reason to boast. With a clear objective and Mu Fei as a scapegoat, the main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm acted like a madman, leaving nothing but desolation in its wake. Once it targets a sect, its resources disappear the next day. Therefore, Lin Tion had to remind the main spirit of the spirit platform secret realm to take it easy. Making Mu Fei take the blame might be easy to do, but it also diminishes Mu Fei's luck. Once Mu Fei's luck is completely squandered, their good days will come to an end. Chapter 71. The final plan. After lying low for 30 years, Lin Tion had finally figured out the ins and outs of Zhongzhou. There are no tribulation transcending stage experts in the central continent. The highest level is the Great Ascension stage. In other words, there are no cultivators at the tribulation transcending stage in the central region star. This reflects that the central domain star is at the pinnacle of the middle world realm and has the potential to be upgraded to a great world. From this perspective, it's not impossible for the Tianyuan realm to take over the central region star. Ultimately, the key lies with Mu Fei. This chosen one is extremely important. With Mu Fei as a professional scapegoat, the main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm has done all sorts of bad things over the past 30 years. Not only did they steal all the resources from the major sects, they also destroyed the only two secret realms in the central continent. Like the Qingshan secret realm, the two secret realms in the central continent each contain a third-grade low-level spiritual vein. It's clear that Zhangyu Xingxiando uses the same pattern throughout. This would make it much easier for Lin Tion and his group to move around. Whether it's the western continent, the southern continent, or the northern continent, all you need to do is inquire whether there are any secret realms, and you'll know for sure. If so, there must be a spiritual vein within it. We've explored the central continent. Now it's time to explore the other three continents. It is worth mentioning that in the past 30 years, Lin Tion and Mu Fei have both broken through to the nascent soul stage, making them the fastest cultivators to break through in the history of the central region star, a feat worthy of being recorded in history. Well, whether it will be recorded in the annals of Zhangyu Star is another matter. Having a clear goal makes things much easier. It took another 60 years for Lin Tion and his group to complete their exploration of the other three continents. At this point, the distribution of stars in the central region was fully understood, and now, with only a few years left until the centenary, time is still very tight. At this point, Lin Tion should also confront Mu Fei and tell him the truth. So, all along, you've been using me? After learning the truth, Mu Fei couldn't accept or believe it. Their friendship spans nearly a century, putting everything else aside, just consider how Lin Tion has always taken good care of him, providing him with cultivation guidance and resources without fail. Now, Lin Tion is telling him that everything they've done is to obtain the Central Region Star. At first I had this idea, but later I changed it. I want to invite you to join Tianyuan Realm, which is why I'm telling you the answer. Lin Tion did not hide anything from Mu Fei and explained the matter to him. Mu Fei is a genius, and his joining Tianyuan Realm is a good thing for Tianyuan Realm. Just like the brothers Ben Boba and Babwa Ben, it's estimated that the Tianyuan Realm will need their help in the future. Should we let him join the Tianyuan Realm? Mu Fei hesitated. If he were alone, Mu Fei would have agreed to go to Tianyuan Realm with Lin Tion, but there was still someone Mu Fei couldn't let go of, and that person wasn't Zhao Yunyan. But the Mu family, seeing that Mu Fei was hesitant, Lin Tion said again, "There's one thing you're probably already aware of. The highest level in the Central Region Star is not the Great Ascension Stage perfection, and no one can break through to the Tribulation Transcendence Stage." Mu Fei agreed with Lin Tion's point of view. Over the years, they have never seen a Transcendent Tribulation Stage expert, nor have they ever heard of any Transcendent Tribulation Stage expert appearing anywhere. By the way, both Lin Tion and Mu Fei have reached the Void Returning Realm. The Returning to the Void Realm. He is among the top experts in the entire Central Region Star. Don't think that the Mahayana stage is as common as cabbage, readily available everywhere. In reality, there aren't many Mahayana stage cultivators in the Central Region Star. Lin Tion asked again, "Do you know why?" Hearing Lin Tion ask this question, Mu Fei was puzzled. He thought to himself, "If I can't break through, it must be because I don't have enough talent. If I had enough talent, how could I not break through?" It's such a simple thing. Everyone knows that. It was precisely because of this well-known phrase that Mu Fei realized that Lin Tion's question was definitely not about this, and there must be another reason. Mu Fei shook his head, waiting for Lin Tion to continue. Lin Tion didn't keep them in suspense and explained, "Because the Great Ascension Stage is the upper limit of the Heavenly Tao rules in the Central Region Star, and the Heavenly Tao rules stop progressing. All living beings cannot break through to the next level." I see. After listening to Lin Tion's explanation, Mu Fei seemed to suddenly understand. Then, Mu Fei asked, "Could we go to another world to break through to the Tribulation Transcending Stage first and then come back?" Faced with Mu Fei's question, Lin Tion was speechless. "You're such a clever little devil, so good at exploiting bugs. It is possible to address this issue. However, there are many limitations. First, you must obtain the permission of heaven to exist in this world. Secondly, one cannot use cultivation levels exceeding the world's upper limit, otherwise the order of heaven will be disrupted. If such a possibility were to occur, heaven would not hesitate to cleave it in two and kill it." Lin Tion answered Mu Fei's question again, and Mu Fei fell silent after hearing the answer. If their original strength cannot be fully utilized, what else can they be but empty shells? What use are they? Can the Heavenly Origin Realm break through to the Tribulation Transcending Stage, or even a higher realm? Mu Fei asked another question. Lin Tion was speechless again after Mu Fei's question. "Why do you keep asking these questions? How am I supposed to answer them? Am I supposed to say that the current upper limit of the Tianyuan realm is the perfect returning void realm, and there aren't even any Mahayana cultivators? Our Tianyuan realm has a rich foundation. In less than 10,000 years, it has reached this level, just like the Central Region Star. You're saying that if Tianyuan realm were given another 100 years to develop, wouldn't it eventually produce a Tribulation Transcending Stage expert?" Lin Tion painted a rosy picture for Mu Fei. Mu Fei realized that there were no Tribulation Transcending Stage experts in the Tianyuan realm. Mu Fei didn't doubt the rapid advancement of the Heavenly Origin realm. He could tell just by looking at the main spirit of the Spirit Platform Secret Realm. By plundering resources from other worlds to feed the Tianyuan realm, how could the Tianyuan realm not improve rapidly? There's one more thing you don't need to worry about. You can settle the Mu family completely in the Tianyuan realm? Seeing that Mu Fei remained silent for a long time, Lin Tion seemed to have guessed what Mu Fei was thinking, so he also spoke up. "Really?" Upon hearing Lin Tion say that the Mu family could be settled in the Tianyuan realm, Mu Fei's resolve wavered. Mu Fei knew that Lin Tion would not give up Zhengyu Star because of him, and that Zhengyu Star would be swallowed up by Tianyuan realm sooner or later. When the Mu family ceases to exist, Mu Fei will have nowhere to use the resources he was allocated. If the Mu family could be settled in the Tianyuan realm, the situation would be completely different. Mu Fei is investing all his resources into the Mu family, and the Mu family will surely rise to prominence in the Tianyuan realm. Lin Tion nodded slightly. "That's natural.
I've agreed. What's next? Mu Fei immediately defected to the enemy. On the other hand, Mu Fei wasn't actually a defector. He was on Lin Tion's side from the beginning, so how could he have defected to the enemy? We still need your cooperation on this matter. Next, Lin Tion explained the detailed plan to Mu Fei. Lin Tion and his group intend to pack up and take away all the spiritual veins and secret realms within the central region star. Doing so would definitely cause a great commotion and would provoke the obstruction and anger of the central region star heavenly Dao. Mu Fei's last remaining value was to use his remaining luck to hold back the central region star heaven Dao. As long as Mu Fei can hold off the central region star heavenly Dao for a few breaths, their plan will succeed. Chapter 72 Mahayana. One day, the central star experienced a violent tremor, and several spiritual veins, including the secret realm, were forcibly separated and all fled into the void. Upon witnessing this scene, the heavenly Tao of the central region star was enraged. At the same time, what he didn't expect was that even though he had sealed off the entire central region star, how could there still be outsiders on the central region star? This was something he couldn't understand. The heavenly Tao of the central region star has made its move. It intends to annihilate all these outsiders. Just as the attack from the central region star heavenly Tao landed on Lin Tion and the others, Mu Fei made his move. He used the last bit of his luck to help Lin Tion withstand the attack from the central region star heavenly Tao. How dare you betray me? The heavenly Tao of the central region star was furious. Mu Fei was like its own son, and it took care of Mu Fei in every way. Unexpectedly, Mu Fei betrayed him in the end. Mu Fei is the chosen one of this era, and he will reach the pinnacle sooner or later. With such a bright future ahead of him, how could Mu Fei betray him? It was something he simply couldn't understand. Walk. Mu Fei did not answer the heavenly Tao of the central region star, for this bit of luck could not withstand him for long. Taking advantage of the fact that the heavenly Tao of the central region star was tied up, Mu Fei and Lin Tion quickly escaped from the central region star. All cultivators at the Mahayana stage or above, pursue and kill them. We must intercept them. Since the heavenly Tao of the central region star could not leave the central region star, it issued an order to all the Mahayana cultivators in the central region star, instructing them to take action and bring Lin Tion and the others back to the central region star. After receiving the heavenly Tao's instructions, the Mahayana cultivators of the central domain star flew one by one into the void. Lin Tion and his group were all at the returning void realm. Facing dozens of Mahayana realm experts, they knew without a doubt that they would lose. You guys go first, I'll hold them off. At this moment, the main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm stepped forward. It couldn't handle so many people, but it could hold them off without any problem. Hearing the words of the main spirit of the spirit platform secret realm, Lin Tion and the others nodded and took their leave first. Seeing Lin Tion and his group seize all the resources of Zhengye Star, the heavenly Tao of Zhengye Star was furious. It took him countless years to cultivate the central region star into what it is today. Now, however, everything has been stolen by thieves from beyond the realm. How can he accept this? He was unwilling to accept it. The spiritual veins and secret realms of the central star have all been stolen, and the spiritual energy within the central star has decreased significantly. If this continues, the spiritual energy will eventually be depleted. Furthermore, the heavenly Tao of the central star also sensed that its power of rules was gradually weakening. From this moment forward, cultivation is prohibited for all living beings on the central star. The heavenly Tao of the central region star has sealed off the cultivation methods. The spiritual energy of the central star must not be depleted. He must preserve the last bit of spiritual energy so that he can turn the tide. Tianyuan realm. Lin Tion and his group have successfully brought all the resources back and handed them over to him. More than a dozen spiritual veins and several secret realms, even for him. This was a great treasure. Afterwards, he distributed all these spiritual veins to the 8 regions, without merging them together again, allowing them to slowly nurture and nourish each other. After dealing with the spiritual veins, he began to refine the power of the rules within the secret realm. 50 years later, he had completely refined the power of the rules of these secret realms. It was at this time that the Tianyuan realm broke through its upper limit, and the beings of the Tianyuan realm could cultivate to the Mahayana stage. However, the number of places is still limited, with a maximum capacity of 9 Mahayana stage cultivators. Lin Tion, Hanli, and Yi Xingchen were naturally among the 3 selected. He also reserved a spot for Mu Fei. Without Mu Fei, the chosen one, their journey to the central star would not have yielded so many things. As a result, 4 of the 9 spots were taken, leaving only 5 for the beings of the Tianyuan realm. Not enough to go around. not even a little bit. He then set his sights on the central star, intending to completely annex it. If the central region star could be completely annexed, perhaps the Tianyuan realm could reach the world level. So he then instructed Lin Tion and Mu Fei to go to the central region star to find out the current situation there and whether they could take action against it. Lin Tion and Mu Fei did as instructed. They secretly investigated the central region star and brought back the current situation of the central region star to him. Upon learning that cultivation was no longer permitted on the central domain star, he immediately guessed the central domain star's Heavenly Dao's intentions. The central region star Heavenly Dao intends to make a comeback. At this moment, Han Li stepped forward again. He once again proposed to destroy the earth, fire, feng shui of the central region star, so that the Heavenly Dao of the central region star would have no chance of turning the tide. Mu Fei rejected Han Li's suggestion, arguing that Han Li's approach was too extreme and would cost countless lives. Zhongyu Star was, after all, his hometown, and Mu Fei still felt somewhat reluctant to leave it behind. It's no use for Mu Fei to refuse alone. Until a better solution is found, this is the only method that can be used. Heaven and earth are ruthless, treating all things like straw dogs. Mu Fei has now seen it all for the first time. The plan to activate the feng shui of the central region star earth fire has begun. With this group of old sixes, and the weakening of the central region star Heavenly Dao, the situation has become even more dire. Soon, the Heavenly Dao of the central region star could no longer withstand the pressure, and the middle world of the central region star was also drawn into the Tianyuan realm by Lin Tion and the others. Having learned from the previous experience with the desolate realm, he was wiser this time and did not integrate the entire central region star into the heavenly origin realm at once, lest the expansion be too great and bring negative effects to the heavenly origin realm. While devouring the Heavenly Dao of the central region star, he also separated the central region star and gradually integrated it into the Tianyuan realm. It took 300 years to complete this process. Having devoured the entire central star, the Tianyuan realm doubled in size, and the number of Mahayana stage cultivators also surged, with a maximum of 99. The current real-time data for Tianyuan realm is as follows. There are 4 Mahayana stage cultivators, Lin Tion, Han Li, Yixingchen, and Mu Fei. There was an interesting side story. When the people of Tianyuan realm learned that the immortal master Lin Tion had returned, it caused quite a stir on the continent. Now, no one dared to provoke Fulong Temple and risk death. Everyone understood that even if they didn't want to give face to Fulong Temple, they had to give face to Lin Tion. Their success today is entirely due to Lin Tion's contributions back then. No matter what, this kindness should never be forgotten. The maximum number of places available for the returning to the void realm has reached 100,000, an increase of many times compared to before, and now, he no longer needs to cling to the quota for the returning to the void realm. The quota for the returning to the void realm is no longer useful. Putting aside everything else, there are only a few thousand returning to the void realm cultivators in the Tianyuan realm right now, which is far from the 100,000 mark. There is no upper limit below the returning to emptiness realm. Even so, there aren't many cultivators below the returning void realm in the Tianyuan realm. There are only tens of thousands of nascent soul stage cultivators. The combined number of nascent soul and golden core cultivators is slightly better, having broken through the million mark and is now heading towards 10 million. The number of beings in the foundation establishment and chi refining stages has also improved significantly, and the number of beings in these 2 stages is about to approach 1 billion, which is several times higher than before. Overall, Tianyuan realm is making continuous progress. One regrettable thing is that even after devouring the entire central star, the Tianyuan realm still failed to reach the level of a great world. Perhaps, by absorbing another world, Tianyuan realm can advance to the level of a great world. Chapter 73. Liangchen. Centuries later, another middle world was discovered in the Tianyuan realm. Although it is called a middle world, it is actually not much larger than a small world, barely reaching the level of a middle world. Later, he gained a full understanding of the world's situation. This world does not have a Heavenly Dao, but it is guarded by the will of the Heavenly Dao. Moreover, this world is very interesting. It is not the cultivation world that everyone is familiar with, but a Confucian and Taoist world. The so-called Confucian and Taoist world relies on talent to support cultivation. In the world of Confucianism and Taoism, even the strongest Confucian sage is not weak. He can communicate with heaven and earth and reach them with a single thought, and is no weaker than a void returning realm expert. The only drawback is its short lifespan. Even the Confucian sage's lifespan did not exceed 1,000 years, which is not as long as that of a golden core cultivator. He tried to forcibly take over the Confucian and Taoist world, but ultimately found it wouldn't work. The will of heaven in the Confucian and Taoist world has been given in order. Once the Confucian and Taoist world is damaged by external factors, the will of heaven will activate a self-destruct mode. Furthermore,
Outsiders who wish to enter the Confucian and Taoist world must pass the test of the heavenly will of the Confucian and Taoist world before they can enter. Deity seemed difficult, but he saw something interesting in it. The will of heaven in the Confucian and Taoist worlds also contains an instruction, that is, whoever gains the approval of the will of heaven will become the ruler of the Confucian and Taoist world. That's actually quite interesting. At this moment, he thought of Yixingchen. Sending Yixingchen would be best. Lin Tion and Han Li are both unsuitable. He told Yixingchen about it, and Yixingchen agreed without hesitation. He also gave up his physical body, soul, or primordial spirit, and was cast into the Confucian and Taoist world. The moment Yixingchen's soul came into contact with the Confucian and Taoist world, the will of the heavenly Tao of the Confucian and Taoist world was immediately activated, stopping Yixingchen's soul and asking him a question. If you were to come into this world, what would you do? This is to inquire about Yixingchen's ideals. If Yixingchen's answer satisfies it, it will agree to let Yixingchen enter the world of Confucianism and Taoism. If Lin Tion or Han Li were to ask this question, it might be a bit difficult. They are experts when it comes to discussing ideals, and their 9 years of compulsory education in their previous life were not for nothing. This is why he chose Yixingchen to come here. Why Yixingchen replied, "To the best of my ability, I will ensure that the elderly have support, the young are cared for, the poor are helped, and the sick receive medical treatment." Yixingchen instantly stunned the will of heaven in the Confucian and Taoist world. "I know you're bragging, but please don't exaggerate so much. The way you're blowing it makes me look silly." After a long while, the will of heaven continued to ask questions. "How do you plan to achieve this?" Without a second thought, Yixingchen replied directly, "Everyone should strive to be like a dragon." The will of heaven fell silent once more. "All right, it's tired. Let it be destroyed." Why Yixingchen was putting on too much of a show, and it couldn't bear it. Not wanting to talk to Yixingchen, it directly slapped Yixingchen's soul into the Confucian and Taoist world. In Baishir town, the Yi family's daughter-in-law is about to give birth today, and soon after, she will give birth to a big, healthy baby boy. Lord Yi was very happy and hosted a 3-day banquet. Speaking of the Yi family, they were not from a scholarly family. They simply rose to prominence by chance and became wealthy in Baishir town. After the Yi family amassed wealth, they decided to change their profession and become a scholarly family. Everyone knows that money is only temporary and ultimately base. Only Confucian scholars can squeeze into the upper class. Lord Yi lacked the talent to study and could not learn from books, so he had no choice but to inherit the family property. Lord Ye's son was quite learned. It's only a little bit, however. He also made the common mistake of most Confucian scholars. He liked to listen to music in brothels and show off his literary talent to make himself appear very talented. In reality, he's almost 30 years old. But he's only a scholar who has passed the county-level imperial examination. Moreover, this scholar title was largely fabricated. A lot of money was spent to obtain it. 2 years ago, Lord Yi saw that his son was becoming increasingly disappointing and knew that the current system was no longer viable and that a new system needed to be established. Lord Yi no longer had the strength or ability, so he forced his son to get married. This is what Lord Yi told his son: "Whether you mess around outside or do other things, the premise is that you must start a family, give him a big, fat grandson, and complete the Yi family line. Once this requirement is met, Lord Yi will no longer concern himself with him." Lord Ye's son did as he was told. It must be said that he was very capable. Less than 3 months after the marriage, his wife became pregnant, and now she has given birth to a son. After the 3-day banquet concluded, Lord Yi personally brought generous gifts to visit the only scholar in Baishir town, hoping that this gentleman could name his grandson Dai. In this Confucian and Taoist world, Confucian scholars are roughly divided into 3 levels: scholar, academician, great Confucian scholar. It seems simple, but it's not. The 3 levels are just a general overview. Each level has specific subdivisions. The ranks of scholars are divided into 3 grades. The 9th grade is the enlightened one, the 8th grade is the established one, and the 7th grade is the benevolent one. The same applies to the academic level, which includes 6th rank Confucian scholars, 5th rank virtuous scholars, and 4th rank gentlemen. The level of a great Confucian scholar is somewhat different. To become a great Confucian scholar, one needs to cultivate a heart devoted to literature. In the way, the heart of literature and morality also varies in strength, so people have defined a standard for it: the 3rd grade heart of literature and morality, the 2nd grade heart of literature and morality, and the 1st grade heart of literature and morality. When a scholar is promoted to the rank of Grand Confucian, he can concentrate his strongest literary and moral spirit and become a 1st-rank Grand Confucian in one fell swoop. Of course, this doesn't mean that having a 3rd grade literary and Taoist heart is weak. One's literary and moral character can be further cultivated and enhanced. As long as one has sufficient foundation, one can reach the level of a first-class Confucian scholar above the great Confucian scholar. There are two more realms. Point one is a semi-saint, the other a Confucian saint. Without a doubt, to reach the level of being called a saint, one can imagine how difficult it is to reach the last two levels, that is to say, in the Confucian and Taoist world from ancient times to the present. Only 4 Confucian sages have appeared, and only about 50 half-sages have appeared. Although Lord Ye's son was a scholar, he was only at the 9th rank of enlightenment, still some distance from achieving the 8th rank of officialdom. The scholar whom Lord Ye visited was a 6th rank Confucian scholar, a figure of considerable stature not only in the entire Baisher town but also in Shenyang city. Lord Ye's purpose was simple. He wanted this scholar to name his grandson so that he could benefit from his talent. If Lord Ye's grandson can reach the level of a 6th rank Confucian scholar in the future, he can die with a smile on his face. Although the Yi family was not a scholarly family, they were still a well-known family in Baisher town. This time, Lord Yi himself came with generous gifts. The scholar could not refuse Lord Ye's request, so he named Lord Ye's grandson Dai in the Yi family. This generation is named Liang in the family genealogy. Dai, in other words, the first 2 characters of Yi Gong's grandson's name have been decided, Yi Liang, and only the final name is missing. The scholar calculated Yi Gongsuan's birth chart and found that he had all 5 elements in his destiny and did not need to supplement them. Therefore, the scholar named Yi Gong's grandson Chen, and his full name was Yi Liangchen. Chapter 74. He has the demeanor of a great Confucian scholar. Yi Liangchen is the reincarnation of Yi Xingchen. The surname and given name match, only the generational character is missing. But it's not a big problem. Why Yi Liangchen? That's a nice sounding name. Lord Yi was satisfied with the name, so it was settled from today onwards. His name will be Yi Liangchen. A year passed in the blink of an eye, and it was time for Yi Liangchen's first birthday banquet. Lord Yi held a very grand banquet for his grandson's first birthday, inviting all the prominent figures in Shenyang city to attend. Yi Liangchen, this cheapskate father, also invited his cronies to attend. Why is he called Yi Liangchen's cheap father? In my past life's terms, he was a scumbag. He neglected his family and children, only knowing how to take money from home and squander it outside. Throughout the year, this cheapskate father basically never stayed at home, and the number of times he saw Yi Liangchen was less than 1/10 of the number of times he visited brothels. If it weren't for how good his grandfather was to him, Yi Liangchen would have already advised his mother to remarry. It's not worth being loyal to such a scumbag. Point one of the most important parts of celebrating a baby's first birthday is drawing lots. There were many items on the table, such as books, calligraphy brushes, abacuses, gold ingots, flutes, and so on. Many people firmly believe that what a child grasps on their first birthday will determine what kind of person they will become in the future. Yi Gong was both excited and afraid about what lot Yi Liangchen would draw. He wanted Yi Xingchen to handle books and calligraphy brushes, even if it meant becoming a scholar. I just hope I don't end up like his father. Many times, Lord Yi really wanted to slap his son to death. He couldn't do anything but ask for money. In the end, Lord Yi endured it all. He had to swallow the pain of his own child, even with tears in his eyes. After the items for the lottery were arranged, Yi Liangchen was quickly carried up. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Yi Liangchen, wondering what he was going to grab. As expected, Yi Liangchen grabbed 2 items, holding a book in his left hand and a pen in his right, looking every bit the refined scholar. Upon seeing the 2 items Yi Xingchen had chosen, Lord Ye's anxious heart finally calmed down, and he burst into laughter. The guests also offered their congratulations to Lord Yi. This young man has the bearing of a great Confucian scholar. This made Lord Yi laugh so hard he couldn't stop, let alone a great Confucian scholar. Yi Liangchen becoming a scholar is a stroke of good fortune for the Yi family. Is he only fit to be a great Confucian scholar? Yi Liangchen scoffed at this statement. Do you guys know how to compliment people? Or are you saying that I, Yi Liangchen, am not good enough for you? Back in the Tianshang sect, his grandfather, Yi Changhe, directly praised him, saying he had the bearing of an emperor, but now, he is merely a great Confucian scholar. Yi Liangchen felt insulted. After hiding his talents for a year, Yi Liangchen knew it was time to show them. So, a month after his first birthday party, Yi Liangchen learned to walk. 3 months later, Yi Liangchen learned to speak. The fact that a child who was not even a year and a half old had learned to walk and talk greatly surprised Lord Yi. After realizing what had happened, Lord Yi laughed heartily and praised his grandson as a prodigy. The news that Yi Liangchen had learned to walk and talk before he was even a year and a half old spread throughout Baisher town, attracting a lot of discussion.
Everyone said that the Yi family might really produce a great talent. Feng Zhongyi personally visited the Yi family, expressing his desire to take Yi Liangchen as his disciple and become Yi Liangchen's mentor. Feng Zhongyi is the only scholar in Baisher town, and Feng Zhongyi personally came to Yi Gong's door to take on a disciple, and Yi Gong naturally did not refuse and agreed immediately. As a 6th-rank Confucian scholar, Feng Zhongyi has some connections. If the Yi family can get on Feng Zhongyi's side, the chances of the Yi family transforming into a scholarly family will greatly increase. Just as Lord Yi had his own plans, Feng Zhongyi naturally did too. Yi Liangchen learned to walk and speak at such a young age, which shows that he is extraordinary and has extremely high talent. If he is nurtured, his future achievements will be no less than his father's, and he may truly have the potential to become a great Confucian scholar. If Yi Liangchen can truly become a great Confucian scholar, Feng Zhongyi will also benefit from it, since Yi Liangchen is his disciple, and he will immediately have something to boast about. Scholars and literati care most about their reputation. Both sides had their own interests to consider, and that's how the matter was settled. A few days later, Yi Gong led Yi Liangchen and brought the apprenticeship gifts to Feng Zhongyi's home. After Yi Liangchen served tea, he officially became Feng Zhongyi's disciple. Feng Zhongyi didn't hesitate either, and began to carefully teach Yi Liangchen. 1 is 1 horizontal line, 2 is 2 horizontal lines, and 3 is 3 horizontal lines, understand? Feng Zhongyi started teaching Yi Liangchen from the simplest numbers. Yi Liangchen nodded and replied, understood.
At the same time, Yi Liangchen thought to himself, Chinese is indeed the universal language of all realms, applicable everywhere.
How could I not know that? Do you know how to write the 4 characters?
Feng Zhongyi asked again, at the same time feeling a bad premonition. Is it 4 horizontal lines?
Yi Liangchen certainly knew how to write the 4 characters, but it wouldn't be wise to write them out directly, so he decided to treat it as a joke. Sure enough, Feng Zhongyi's expression changed instantly after hearing Yi Liangchen's words. If you really write it like that, and I ask you to write 10,000 words, you'd have to write for 3 days and 3 nights straight. Don't be angry, don't
be angry.
We need to be mindful of this.
Yi Liangchen is still young, only a little over a year old. He has never been exposed to literature, so it's perfectly normal for him to have these thoughts.
Of course not. It won't be written like that after the 4th year. It should be written like this.
So Feng Zhongyi taught all 10 of them. Yi Liangchen stopped making pranks and seemed to be seriously memorizing it. Before long, Yi Liangchen had learned all 10 numbers. This learning refers to being able to read and write from memory. Feng Zhongyi was thrilled that his disciple Yi Liangchen had learned all 10 numbers in such a short time. My disciple Yi Liangchen truly has the potential to become a great scholar. However, this was not the end. Yi Liangchen asked a question that shocked Feng Zhongyi. Yi Liangchen said to Feng Zhongyi, Teacher, these numbers are too simple and similar. For example, I can change 1 to 10, and I can also change them to 2 and 3. Feng Zhongyi was, after all, a 6th-rank Confucian scholar. As soon as Yi Liangchen finished speaking, Feng Zhongyi immediately realized that something was wrong and that it was of great importance. If you're using it yourself, there's definitely no problem. But if you're using it for bookkeeping, especially when the ledger data is extremely large, then there's a big problem. As Yi Liangchen said, if this figure were altered by someone with ulterior motives, it would definitely be a significant error in accounting, and it would be extremely difficult to trace.
Liangchen, this matter is of great importance. You can't just tell anyone. Right now, it's just between you and me.
Once I've presented this to my superiors and they've given their approval, we'll release it publicly. Don't worry, I won't take credit for your work.
Feng Zhongyi patiently explained to Yi Liangchen. Yi Liangchen understood perfectly well that the reason he brought it up was simply to enhance his own reputation as a teacher.
Chapter 75. Your father is really a good son. Feng Zhongyi wrote down the matter and sent it to his mentor. Speaking of Feng Zhongyi's mentor, he was a great Confucian scholar, a 3rd-rank Confucian scholar. Finally, Feng Zhongyi's letter ended up in the hands of Guo Shouyuan, the prime minister of the Deity dynasty. Yes, this dynasty in the Confucian and Taoist world is also called the Great Qian dynasty. In the myriad realms, there exist many great Qian dynasties. Guo Shouyuan frowned upon reading the contents of the letter. When he learned that the question was raised by a 1.5-year-old child, Guo Shouyuan's face was filled with shock. He's a child prodigy. Unfortunately, Feng Zhongyi did not explain a solution in his letter. Guo Shouyuan summoned the great Confucian scholars to discuss how to resolve this matter. The meeting lasted 3 days, and none of the renowned scholars could come up with a solution. In the end, it was a great scholar who said that we should ask whoever proposed this matter, as they might have a solution. Guo Xiuyuan did not give this great Confucian scholar a clear answer. Feng Zhangyi did not explain in the letter that he also had no strategy to deal with the situation. Moreover, this question came from the mouth of a little kid. Perhaps Yi Liangchen just mentioned it casually. How can you have a solution if you can't even recognize all the characters? However, since things had come to this point, Guo Xiuyuan still sent someone to ask Feng Zhangyi just to try anything, since there was no real loss to be had. When Guo Xiuyuan sent someone to inquire about countermeasures, Feng Zhangyi was truly flattered and also marveled at how much Guo Xiuyuan thought highly of him. But if you great Confucian scholars can't even come up with a solution together, how can you, a mere 6th-rank Confucian scholar, ask me for one? And Feng Zhangyi had no choice but to ask Yi Liangchen, since he was the one who brought up the matter, and perhaps Yi Liangchen would have a solution. Of Feng Zhangyi's move completely baffled Yi Liangchen. I do have a solution, but I can't say it. I'm only a little over a year old, still a baby. I can't even recognize all the words yet. How am I supposed to answer that? The fact that Yi Liangchen could raise this question shows that he has a very creative mind. If a solution were provided, Yi Liangchen wouldn't just be a genius or prodigy, but a monstrous genius defying the heavens. It's unspeakable. This is truly unspeakable. Why Yi Liangchen refused to tell Feng Zhangyi, saying that he didn't know either. Why Yi Liangchen said he didn't know, but Feng Zhangyi already had the answer in his heart. However, when the word "I don't know" came out of Yi Liangchen's mouth, Feng Zhangyi still felt a pang of sadness. What a great opportunity to become famous, but unfortunately, neither he nor Yi Liangchen seized it. The messenger relayed Feng Zhangyi's words back to Guo Xiuyuan. Guo Xiuyuan had no further reaction to this. Everything was as he had expected. Although Feng Zhangyi and Yi Liangchen did not provide a solution, they gave them the idea of avoiding the problem. There should be some rewards, otherwise it will discourage people. Therefore, Guo Xiuyuan sent people to bestow some rewards upon Feng Zhangyi and the Yi family, and at the same time sent people to spread the name of Yi Liangchen as a child prodigy. Guo Xiuyuan was building momentum for Yi Liangchen, implying that Yi Liangchen was indeed a genius with the potential to succeed academically. With this title, it's likely that no examiner will make things difficult for him in the imperial examinations, effectively paving a direct path for Yi Liangchen. When Lord Yi received the imperial reward and learned that his grandson had become famous, his face was beaming with joy, and he couldn't stop smiling. The Yi family is truly about to produce a dragon. Lord Yi was overjoyed and held another banquet, inviting many friends to attend. Yi Liangchen's cheapskate father also came, bringing a bunch of cronies with him. Now, this cheapskate father has something to brag about again, and can proudly say to others, "Yi Liangchen is my son." That day, Yi Liangchen suddenly said to his mother, "Mother, why don't you divorce my father and find someone you like? Don't worry, I'll definitely get you some compensation from Grandpa so you can live a worry-free life from now on." Smack! As soon as Yi Liangchen finished speaking, his mother slapped him and scolded him. "What nonsense are you talking about, you little kid?" She knew that Yi Liangchen's father disliked her, feeling that she was interfering with his time of composing poetry and enjoying himself outside. If it weren't for Yi Liangchen, she might have had this thought. After meeting Yi Liangchen and seeing his amazing talent, she no longer had that idea. His father can do whatever he wants, as long as he doesn't interfere with his wife and child. Moreover, Yi Liangchen's mother also realized that Yi Gong had no intention of passing on the family business to Yi Liangchen's father. With Yi Liangchen's father like this, the Yi family will be ruined sooner or later, within 2 years. In other words, after Lord Yi leaves, the family business will fall into Yi Liangchen's hands. With Yi Liangchen supporting her, she probably wouldn't be thinking of divorce and remarrying if she were just being greedy. After she did it, she felt sorry for Yi Liangchen. "It's all my fault, mother. Does it hurt?" Ultimately, Yi Liangchen was thinking of her, so how could she not feel sorry for him? Yi Liangchen shook his head and said, "Mother, don't worry, when I grow up a little, I will make him kneel in front of you." After that, Yi Liangchen stopped calling him father. To give birth but not to raise, to give birth but not to teach. As a father who was never home and spends all his time out partying, Yi Liangchen is better off without such a father. At this moment, Yi Liangchen's mother also fell silent. "You really are your father's good son. You always want me to divorce your father. When you see that divorce is not possible, you want to drag your father to kneel down before me. Good, this child has been raised well and knows how to love and care for his mother." 6 months later, when Yi Liangchen was 2 years old, he had already learned to recognize all the basic characters. I read it and understood its meaning. This is how it's written. It looks like a dog chewed it. Feng Zhangyi didn't say anything to Yi Liangchen. He was only 2 years old. Didn't he realize that other children his age were still being breastfed? Yi Liangchen's ability to recognize almost all the characters in half a year is already a prodigy, which makes Fang Zhongyi very gratified. In the following period, Fang Zhongyi began to teach Yi Liangchen to practice calligraphy. Yi Liangchen had something to say about this. During the 9 years of compulsory education, we hardly ever came into contact with calligraphy brushes. It was only during art class that the teacher would chat with us and make a cup. He said that to learn calligraphy, one must persevere, and that practicing for only a few days will not lead to success.
If you are interested, you can come and sign up with me.
We can start an extracurricular interest class. Yi Liangchen showed no interest whatsoever. After arriving in the Tianyuan realm, Yi Liangchen was either cultivating or exploring the void, so he had no interest in practicing calligraphy. Is practicing calligraphy as important as cultivating immortality? Of course not, it can only play a role in this Confucian and Taoist world. The Confucian and Taoist worlds also have spiritual energy, but it is extremely thin and not suitable for cultivation at all. Yi Liangchen had been trying to cultivate for 2 years, but made almost no progress, barely managing to reach the first level of qi refining. If Han Li and the others found out about this, wouldn't they be laughed at to death? He was a powerful cultivator at the Mahayana stage, so how come it took him 2 years to reach the first level of qi refining after reincarnation? It's really shameful. Chapter 76. A Novice Scholar, achieving 9th rank enlightenment after practicing calligraphy for 2.5 years, Yi Liangchen's handwriting finally stopped looking like it had been chewed by a dog and became a neat, regular script that caught Fang Zhongyi's eye. After that, Fang Zhongyi began to teach Yi Liangchen the 4 books and 5 classics. Indeed, the Confucian and Taoist worlds also have their own 4 books and 5 classics. While studying the 4 books and 5 classics, Yi Liangchen discovered a flaw. These articles have no punctuation marks and are written in one continuous, uninterrupted flow. This creates a problem. Without a master teacher to guide you, to help you punctuate, to translate, or to let you flip through a book, you can't figure out the logic. Furthermore, the right to interpret these classic books was entirely in the hands of aristocratic families. This is why powerful families have survived for thousands of years. They have blocked the path to the upper echelons, and you can't climb up without their permission. After the previous incident, Yi Liangchen felt that he was not a very reliable teacher, so he did not want to reveal his thoughts about punctuation marks. Besides, the two are different in nature. The use of lowercase numbers is to prevent people from falsifying accounts and embezzling.
Although they resent Yi Liangchen, they will not do anything to him. Punctuation marks are different. Once implemented, it would be like taking away the cake from the powerful families. These families are rich and powerful, and killing this little brat wouldn't be an easy thing for them. Therefore, before Yi Liangchen has the strength to deal with certain things, he should keep a low profile and not do things rashly. Yi Liangchen had never studied the complete 4 books and 5 classics before. His textbooks were all excerpts. However, this did not prevent Yi Liangchen from being a prodigy with the ability to remember everything he saw. After Fang Zhongyi translated for him, Yi Liangchen was able to apply what he learned to other situations. In just 1 year, when Yi Liangchen was 6 years old, he had mastered the 4 books and 5 classics and could recite them backwards. With Yi Liangchen's current abilities, passing the preliminary examination for the first degree of the imperial examination would be no problem at all. Fang Zhongyi had never imagined that a 6-year-old student would be like Lord Yi. Fang Zhongyi discussed with Yi Gong that he wanted Yi Liangchen to give it a try. It didn't matter if he didn't pass the exam, it would just be a learning experience. Lord Yi agreed to Fang Zhongyi's suggestion to let Yi Liangchen register for this year's provincial examination in Qingyang City. The novel's setting differs somewhat from the ancient imperial examination system. Please do not delve too deeply into it, just enjoy it for fun. Following the advice of the 2 elders, Yi Liangchen registered to participate in this year's provincial examination in Qingyang City. His performance in the provincial examination was decent, but for Yi Liangchen, it was a complete disaster. Without a doubt, Yi Liangchen outshone everyone else and won first place in the Qingyang urban and rural examination, becoming a student of the first level. It was at this moment that Yi Liangchen gained the world's recognition, received the infusion of talent, successfully entered the 9th level of enlightenment, and became a true scholar. At the age of 6, Yi Liangchen had achieved the enlightenment of a 9th rank scholar, and he became famous throughout Qingyang City. No one doubted that Yi Liangchen was faking it. Several years ago, Yi Liangchen was already famous and had even won the praise of the Prime Minister of the court. In the past few years, Yi Liangchen has kept a low profile and has not made any further appearances, leading people to mistakenly believe that his genius was just a flash in the pan. Shouyuan, who was far away in the capital of the Great Qian dynasty, also heard the news and couldn't help but sigh.
Yi Liangchen was a child prodigy of the time, and Fang Zhongyi was really lucky to have taken in such a good seedling. Yi Liangchen won first place in the Qingyang urban and rural examination. Lord Yi was overjoyed. When faced with a dilemma, he simply held a banquet and invited many friends to celebrate. Fang Zhongyi was also excited and got drunk at the banquet. Honestly, Fang Zhongyi had never been so happy. One could say he had finally achieved his goal. Others didn't know what Fang Zhongyi was thinking. They only knew that he was a 6th-rank Confucian scholar, the only one of his kind in Baisher town. Who would have thought that a 6th-rank Confucian scholar was nothing? His fellow disciples were all above him, some even reaching the level of great Confucian scholars, and their students were all successful in almost catching up with him. Left with no other choice, Fang Zhongyi had to leave his sect and return to Baisher town to spend the rest of his life. He knew that there was absolutely no hope for his life, but who knew that he would encounter Yi Liangchen, this prodigy? Fang Zhongyi suddenly felt that he had the ability to turn the tide again when Yi Liangchen won first place in the Qingyang urban and rural examination. His teacher Fang Zhongyi learned about it and wrote to him personally, asking when he would take his disciple Yi Liangchen to meet his grandmaster. His teacher personally wrote to request a meeting with Yi Liangchen, which shows that the teacher had very high expectations for Yi Liangchen, exceeding those for many of his other students. As Yi Liangchen's teacher, how could Fang Zhongyi not be happy and excited? After being suppressed for so many years, he finally stood up for himself. Yi Liangchen obtained the title of Tongsheng, a student of the lowest rank. Next, Fang Zhongyi began to teach Yi Liangchen to write poetry, to cultivate his talent with knowledge. Only when he was enlightened and clear about the path he should take in the future could he step into the 8th rank and establish his destiny. If one does not establish a proper career, the highest one can achieve is a shoutsai, a scholar who has passed the lowest level of the imperial examinations, and one will not be able to continue participating in the imperial examinations. Yi Liangchen's father simply doesn't understand his own path, spending his days indulging in pleasure and failing to establish himself, which is no wonder. After studying with Fang Zhongyi for another 2 years, Yi Liangchen is now 8 years old and knows everything he needs to know. Fang Zhongyi has nothing more to teach him. If Fang Zhongyi thought to himself that his disciple was truly exceptionally talented. The county examination, held every 3 years, is approaching, and Fang Zhongyi asks Yi Liangchen if he wants to give it a try. With Yi Liangchen's intelligence, securing the title of shoutsai, a scholar who passed the county-level imperial examination, would not be a problem. This time, Yi Liangchen refused. He didn't want to participate in the county examination for the time being. He wanted to do something first. If he succeeds in this endeavor, he will not only increase his talent, but he will also likely gain the approval of the will of heaven. Yi Liangchen never forgot why he came here. Yi Liangchen said to Fang Zhongyi, "Could you write a book that is beneficial for children's early education, easy to read, and can also broaden everyone's knowledge?" When Fang Zhongyi first heard Yi Liangchen's suggestion, his immediate reaction was impossible, absolutely impossible. How could such a book exist? If it did, saints and semi-saints would have already compiled it. Fang Zhongyi really wanted to refute Yi Liangchen and tell him that this was unrealistic, considering that Yi Liangchen could not be investigated using ordinary methods. Fang Zhongyi did not discourage Yi Liangchen, but instead asked Yi Liangchen if he had any thoughts in mind. Faced with Fang Zhongyi's question, Yi Liangchen nodded. After pondering for several days, Yi Liangchen wrote out the entire 1,000-character classic. Heaven and earth were dark and yellow, the universe was vast and boundless, the sun and moon wax and wane, the stars and constellations are arrayed, cold comes and heat goes, autumn harvests and winter stores. Just as Yi Liangchen finished writing, an unusual phenomenon appeared in the Confucian and Taoist world, which everyone in the Confucian and Taoist world could see. Immediately afterwards, a surge of talent welled up between heaven and earth and finally entered Yi Liangchen's body. Yi Liangchen received this infusion of talent, and his literary cultivation level rose to the 9th grade of the Enlightenment realm. As long as he completes the establishment of destiny, he can become an 8th grade scholar of the establishment of destiny realm. Chapter 77. Two children arguing about the Sun. Kyoto, the Sacred Learning Academy, is the premier academy of the Great Qian dynasty. Its president, Kong Yingda, is a great Confucian scholar with a profound understanding of literature and morality. Kong Yingda noticed the unusual celestial phenomenon in an instant. The strange phenomenon occurred in Fengzhou. Who could have written such a masterpiece that it attracted such a celestial phenomenon? Kong Yingda pondered to himself, how many great Confucian scholars are there in Fengzhou? Kong Yingda knew all of these great Confucian scholars. The highest among them was only a second-rank scholar with the heart of literature and morality. Kong Yingda could guess how much knowledge they had. He was certain that this strange phenomenon was not their doing. Besides them,
Who else could be in Fengzhou? Could it be a semi-saint traveling among mortals? That's the only possibility. Prime Minister Guoxiu was far away. Guoxiu Yuan also noticed the unusual phenomena in the sky and guessed the location where they occurred. Could it be that this child caused this strange phenomenon in the heavens and earth? Guoxiu Yuan was secretly guessing, because the strange phenomenon occurred in Fengzhou. Qingyang City was under the jurisdiction of Fengzhou Dai and the Great Qin Imperial Palace. The emperor also noticed the strange celestial phenomena and hurriedly sent people out to investigate, wanting to know the results as soon as possible. Fang Zhongyi, one of the parties involved, was completely dumbfounded when the strange phenomenon occurred right beside him. A few days ago, Yi Liangchen asked him if he had any books that would be helpful for children's early education, and Fang Zhongyi shook his head and said no. Unexpectedly, not long afterward, Yi Liangchen compiled a book that was recognized by heaven and earth. What merit or ability did Fang Zhongyi possess to have taken in such a prodigy as a disciple? My disciple is a great scholar. Pooh, what great Confucian scholar? My disciple has the bearing of a sage. Even a demigod wouldn't dare to contend with such a phenomenon. Teacher, I'm entrusting this 1,000-character classic to you. After the celestial phenomena ended, Yi Liangchen handed the 1,000-character essay he had written to Fang Zhongyi. Yi Liangchen had considered that if he wanted to promote the 1,000-character classic, Fang Zhongyi would be the most suitable person to do so, since he had connections. All right, Liangchen, you've worked hard. Take a good rest these next few days. Yi Liangchen actually handed the original to him, and Fang Zhongyi was overjoyed. The chapters that are born into this world are recognized by heaven and earth. The original chapters contain a great deal of talent, which can enlighten people's minds and greatly benefit scholars. Even if it's useless, it doesn't matter. Its original collectible value is immeasurable and cannot be measured in money. So Fang Zhongyi framed the 1,000-character classic and hung it in his home, and even great scholars would treat him with great respect. Fang Zhongyi has definitely made a huge profit this time. Writing a 1,000-character essay could trigger extraordinary phenomena in the heavens and earth. This was something Yi Liangchen had never anticipated. Without any prior precautions, it wasn't long before people learned that Yi Liangchen was the mastermind behind the events, and that he had written a 1,000-character essay that had gained the approval of heaven and earth. Countless literary figures and poets gathered in the small town of Baishur, all wanting to meet this genius young man and absorb the talent emanating from Yi Liangchen. Many renowned scholars have also explicitly expressed their desire to accept Yi Liangchen as their true disciple. Many academies also send invitations to Yi Liangchen, offering to waive all his expenses if he enrolled in their programs. Fang Zhongyi's sect also sent him another letter, urging him to bring Yi Liangchen back to the sect. This time, everyone wanted to meet Yi Liangchen, the child prodigy, but who knew that after writing this 1,000-character essay, Yi Liangchen left a letter for Fang Zhongyi and Yi Gong respectively, and then left Baishur town. No one knew where Yi Liangchen went. Yi Liangchen wrote in his letter that he had lived in the Yi family for 8 years and studied under Fang Zhongyi for more than 6 years. For the past 8 years, Yi Liangchen has lived a carefree life. Apart from his cheap father being unworthy of being a son, he has a mother who cares for him, a grandfather who loves him, and a teacher who teaches him carefully. He is very content with all of this. At this point, Yi Liangchen's tone shifted. Yi Liangchen said that he might disappoint Yi Gong and Fang Zhongyi, as his ambition was not to pass the imperial examinations. His ideals were scattered in every corner of the world, and he wanted to go and see them. If it weren't for the extraordinary celestial phenomena triggered by the 1,000-character classic, he would have waited 2 years until he was older before going. Now, Yi Liangchen has no choice but to move up the time. Finally, Yi Liangchen told them not to worry, not to fret, and not to be upset, as he had a way to survive and would return safely. After reading his letter, Yi Liangchen's mother burst into tears. Yi Liangchen is only 8 years old this year. No one would believe that an 8-year-old child would venture into the world alone. After reading the letter, Lord Ye's face fell, and he immediately ordered his useless son to be dragged home. After Yi Gong personally gave him a few lashes, he ordered someone to guard the boy. He warned that if the boy dared to go out and fool around again without Yi Gong's permission, his legs would be broken. Good heavens, Lord Yi vented all his anger on his cheap father, Yi Liangchen. That makes sense. Yi Liangchen's cheapskate father should have been beaten a long time ago. After reading Yi Liangchen's letter, Fang Zhongyi blushed and felt utterly ashamed. After he took Yi Liangchen as his disciple, he seemed to have forgotten his original intention of studying and was constantly immersed in his own pleasure. Unexpectedly, it turns out that Yi Liangchen was the most clear-headed person. Be neither arrogant nor impatient, and maintain a clear mind. Yi Liangchen's destination was much higher than he had expected. Several days after leaving Baishur town, Yi Liangchen arrived at a place called Niujia village. As soon as Yi Liangchen arrived at the village entrance, he saw 2 children arguing.
They were a little younger than Yi Liangchen, around 6 years old. Yi Liangchen was a little curious, so he went up to see what the two were arguing about. When the two children saw Yi Liangchen, they thought he was older than them, so they asked him to judge who was right. The first child said that he felt the morning sun was closest to them because it looked as big as a cartwheel, but by noon it was only the size of a small plate. Isn't that what happens when things appear smaller when they are closer? Another child argued that he felt the midday sun was closest to them because it was the hottest, while the morning sun was cooler. Isn't it true that it's hotter when it's closer and cooler when it's farther away? Wow, Yi Liangchen never expected that he would have the good fortune to see two children arguing about the sun in this world, and that he himself would be the protagonist. What did Yi Liangchen say? Did he say that both of their views were wrong? This is not appropriate. They need to figure it out themselves. Yi Liangchen picked up a stone from the ground, walked in a circular arc, and then asked the first child which direction the stone looked bigger and which direction the stone looked smaller. The first child answered Yi Liangchen, saying that they seemed to be the same size, yet also seemed to be slightly different, sometimes near and sometimes far. What was going on? Yi Liangchen didn't tell him the answer, and looked at the other child. Yi Liangchen lit a fire and let the child reach out to warm his hands. At the same height, the child soon felt his hand getting hot and immediately pulled it back. It was at this moment that Yi Liangchen finally spoke up and asked, "Do you know the answer?" Both children looked completely bewildered. When would the answer be given? Chapter 78. Handsome boy, come play. Yi Liangchen patted their heads and said, "The answer is inside. Think about it slowly when you get back. Be careful in the future. Don't run around when no adults are around, understand? Goodbye, big brother." The two children nodded, looking bewildered, before turning and going home. Yi Liangchen watched the two leave. Once they disappeared from his sight, Yi Liangchen drew a sword, about 3 feet long, from his holster. The length of the sword was just right for Yi Liangchen at this point. Yi Liangchen's eyes were cold as he said to the weeds beside him, "Stop hiding, come out." As soon as Yi Liangchen finished speaking, there was movement in the weeds, accompanied by a hissing sound. A giant python appeared in front of Yi Liangchen. Judging by its size, the python was about 10 meters long and weighed about 1,000 kilograms. That's scary. Only Yi Liangchen remained calm, anyone else would have been terrified. TSK. I knew it. How did you find me? Turns out you've reached the 9th level of enlightenment. He's so young yet has already shown such talent, he's a child prodigy. Heaven has been kind to me, today I've finally met one. The python spoke in a human voice, its eyes fixed on Yi Liangchen, its tongue constantly darting out. It treats Yi Liangchen as a delicacy. Yi Liangchen was equally curious. He hadn't expected that the demons in the Confucian and Taoist worlds, having only developed intelligence, could learn human language and speak human speech. It was quite interesting. Yi Liangchen didn't rush to make a move, but asked, "Are you so sure you can take me down? I've had my share of those 9th-rank scholars who have finally gained some understanding." The python was very proud. Its current strength was equivalent to an 8th-rank human, so dealing with a 9th-rank enlightened scholar would be a piece of cake. Putting aside everything else, she has already completely outclassed him in terms of physique alone. Moreover, judging from Yi Liangchen's young age, he must have only recently entered the 9th rank of enlightenment. Even so, we're still at their mercy. Yi Liangchen asked, "So, you've eaten quite a few people. There's no point in saying more. You can't escape. You're destined to become my lunch today." The python didn't want to continue talking to Yi Liangchen, as it didn't know if Yi Liangchen had any accomplices. It knew a principle well: villains die from talking too much, so the key was to eat Yi Liangchen first. "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you." After he finished speaking, a sword aura flashed and severed the python's head at its 7-inch mark. The snake's head fell to the ground, but the python did not die immediately. Its eyes revealed a variety of doubts. "What method did you just use? Why have I never seen it before?" Yi Liangchen looked at the snake head on the ground and said jokingly, "You don't want to tell me, but I can't not tell you. Yes, you guessed it right. On the surface, I, Liangchen, am a Confucian scholar, but in reality, I am a cultivator. I am but a lowly qi refining cultivator, only at the 4th level. Alas, only at the 4th level of qi refining, I am truly of no use." In the end, Yi Liangchen couldn't help but sigh. "I started cultivating myself in my mother's womb, and it has been 8 years now. 8 years. A full 8 years. He's only at the 4th level of qi refining. It's really pathetic." He's too embarrassed to brag to the python. The python, perhaps angered by Yi Liangchen,
couldn't utter its last words and breathed its last. Looking at this enormous body, Yi Liangchen had no appetite at all. A small snake would be fine too, you could kill it and roast it. To be honest, Yi Liangchen couldn't bring himself to bite such a large python. It's not good to just lie there at the entrance of Nyoja village, it would cause panic among the villagers. Let's just burn it. Yi Liangchen used a fireball spell to burn the python to ashes. After finishing his business, Yi Liangchen did not enter Nyoja village, but continued walking along the next intersection. After traveling for half a month, Yi Liangchen arrived in Mo City. As its name suggests, Moching is a land of plenty, having produced several top scholars and numerous literary disciples, and naturally, there are many places to listen to music. With more places to listen to music, the boss is under a lot of pressure, so the girls are taking the initiative to invite customers out. It must be said that they have excellent professional ethics. They don't ask about background or family matters, they only care about money. Even a little boy like Yi Liangchen became their target. A simple "Hey handsome little guy, come play" instantly brought Yi Liangchen back to his childhood. Yi Liangchen did not leave, but stepped forward and asked a question: "What is daddy's dad called?" Well, all the women were stunned by Yi Liangchen's question. They certainly knew what their father's father was called, and they believed Yi Liangchen knew it too. But if they answered Yi Liangchen with the truth, wouldn't that be a bit boring? One of the girls cheerfully replied to Yi Liangchen, "Little brother, do you want to be my dad?" These words immediately caused the other girls to burst into laughter. Yi Liangchen originally thought he was thick-skinned, but compared to them, he was completely inferior. Yi Liangchen surrendered and quickly fled this place of trouble. At the same time, Yi Liangchen also understood why his adoptive father liked to come to this place. They're all fairies, and they speak so sweetly, who could resist them? As it grew late, Yi Liangchen needed to find a place to stay. There are plenty of inns in Mo City, but unfortunately Yi Liangchen didn't have any money on him and couldn't afford to stay. So he had to go to the outskirts of the city to find a family to stay with for the night. Yi Liangchen knocked on the door, and a voice came from inside the house. "Who is it?" The voice sounded like an old man, and there was a hint of panic in his words. Perhaps it was because a stranger knocked on the door at night that I was a little startled, which is normal. Yi Liangchen replied, "I was just passing by and, seeing that it was getting late, I thought I would like to stay here for the night." After he finished speaking, Yi Liangchen felt that his words were a bit strange, and they seemed familiar. Not long after, the door opened, and an elderly man, who looked to be around 60, poked his head out. When the old man saw that it was a child, he wanted to open the door to let Yi Liangchen in, but he didn't move an inch. "Brother, it's not safe around here tonight. You should try looking at other places. I have 2 more pancakes here. If you don't mind, young man, you can take them to fill your stomach." The old man handed 2 crumpled pancakes to Yi Liangchen. Don't underestimate these 2 pancakes, they might be the meal for this family. Yi Liangchen could tell from his eyes that the old man was kind-hearted and didn't want Yi Liangchen to get involved, so he refused to let him stay overnight. Yi Liangchen did not refuse and took the pancake from the old man, as he was also hungry. "Grandpa, may I ask what the problem is here?" Yi Liangchen asked. "Since you have received a favor from someone, you should repay that favor. Moreover, the fact that Yi Liangchen has come this far shows that he has a connection with the old man. It's fine if Yi Liangchen didn't encounter it, but now that he has, there's no reason to ignore it, otherwise he would be going against his original intention in coming to this world." The old man sighed and said, "Oh, young man, it's better if you don't know. Leave as soon as possible." Chapter 79 Human Life. Under Yi Liangchen's insistence, the old man finally told the truth. Here's what happened. The old man had a grandson named Ma Shang, who was a few years older than Yi Liangchen. He was a student studying at the Malio Academy. Not long ago, Ma Shang started staying away from home. At first, the family didn't think much of it. Perhaps Ma Shang was tired from studying at the academy, or perhaps the teacher had other instructions or something else to do and couldn't come back. For several days in a row, Ma Shang still did not return home, and there was no other news. The elderly couple started to panic, guessing that something must have happened. So the old man's child, who was also Ma Shang's father, went to Malio Academy to inquire. At first, the teachers of Malio Academy and Ma Shang's friends lied to the child's father, saying that Ma Shang had been sent to other academies for exchanges and would not be back for some time. Ma Shang's father was a laborer who had never been to school, but he wasn't so easily fooled. He doesn't even know what his own child's talents are. He can read some books, but he's far from being able to participate in exchanges at the academy. Furthermore, even if it's an exchange at the academy, is the time really so tight that there's no time to even inform one's family? Ma Shang's father didn't believe it and kept asking. As a result, the teacher became impatient and forcibly dragged Ma Shang's father out of the academy on the grounds of disturbing the academy. Later,
it was one of Ma Shang's classmates who, seeing how pitiful Ma Shang's father was, secretly told them what had happened. It turns out that Ma Shang was already dead. He had been beaten to death. A few days ago, Ma Shang somehow offended Wang Yud and was severely beaten by Wang Yud and his 2 followers. Without restraint, he beat Ma Shang to death. Wang Yud is a member of the Wang family in Moching. The Wang family holds the top position in Mo City, and Wang Yud is the grandson of the current head of the Wang family. He is usually arrogant and domineering, and commits all kinds of evil deeds. He is the number 1 bully in Mo City. Wang Yud is of noble birth, while Ma Shang is merely the child of a commoner. The Malio Academy will decide which is more important. Fearing damage to the reputation of Malio Academy made a decision. They secretly buried Ma Shang's body and told the students of the academy not to pass on the news, otherwise they would be dealt with seriously when Ma Shang's family comes to ask about him. You can tell them that Ma Shang represented Malio Academy to participate in exchanges with other academies. After waiting for a while, we can tell Ma Shang's family that Ma Shang was killed on his way back, and that we can settle the matter by paying some compensation, since the Wang family will pay for it anyway. To the surprise of Malio Academy, some students still had a sense of justice and secretly informed Ma Shang's father of the situation. Upon learning of this, Ma Shang's father burst into tears and went to Malio Academy to demand an explanation. When the teacher of Malio Academy realized that the matter had been exposed, he told Ma Shang's father that Ma Shang's death was accidental and had nothing to do with anyone else. Malio Academy can compensate Ma Shang's father with a sum of money so that he can let the matter drop. Ma Shang's father naturally refused. He wanted to see the murderer and demanded that the murderer pay with his life. Seeing that Ma Shang's father was so stubborn, Molu Academy did not want to get involved in this mess any longer, so it handed the matter over to the Wang family and also told the Wang family to handle the matter properly and not to affect the reputation of Molu Academy. The Wang family is used to being domineering in Mo City. Anyone who doesn't listen to them will only face death. Ma Shang's father had his leg broken by the Wang family, who warned him that if they wanted to cause more trouble, next time it wouldn't just be a broken leg, their whole family would die afterwards. The Wang family even sent people to patrol near Ma Shang's house to see if Ma Shang's family had behaved themselves. The old man's decision not to let Yi Liangchen stay overnight and to make him leave early was entirely for Yi Liangchen's own good. To be honest, Yi Liangchen wasn't a good person either. Many innocent people died because of him in the struggle for resources and time. On the other hand, Yi Liangchen still had a conscience. After listening to the old man recount the whole story, Yi Liangchen was filled with righteous indignation and uttered 2 words. Brute. This beast refers not only to Wang Yud, but also to the Wang family of Moching, the Malio Academy, and even the government. The old man didn't mention the government at all, but a little thought reveals that the government was also involved in this matter. The Wang family, Malio Academy, and the government must have communicated with each other. Yi Liangchen is determined to handle such a despicable matter. Yi Liangchen said, "Grandpa, may I go in and see uncle?" The old man looked troubled. He had explained it so clearly, so why couldn't Yi Liangchen listen? This would harm Yi Liangchen. Seemingly sensing the old man's worry, Yi Liangchen revealed his identity as a student of the Imperial Academy. "Grandpa, don't worry. I am a student of the first level of the Imperial examination. Even the government can't arrest me without distinguishing right from wrong. Besides, I am a 9th-rank Confucian scholar who has just been enlightened. That's the good thing about the Confucian and Taoist world. As long as you pass the imperial examinations, regardless of the level of your achievement, you will enjoy the status of a Confucian scholar, and the government cannot arrest you at will." When the old man saw that Yi Liangchen was a student of the first year of high school and a 9th-rank scholar who had attained enlightenment, he admired Yi Liangchen from the bottom of his heart. He was so young to be a student of the first year of high school and had even entered the 9th rank, truly becoming a scholar. If his grandson were half as good as Yi Liangchen, Wang Yud probably wouldn't have dared to kill him, and Malio Academy wouldn't have protected the criminal. The old man glanced around furtively, and seeing that no one was around, he let Yi Liangchen in. After Yi Liangchen entered the house, he saw an old woman inside, who was presumably the old man's wife. This shows that the family was originally happy, with both the elderly and the young. Perhaps their lives were not very fulfilling, but at least they were not emotionally affected. It's a pity that Ma Shang was beaten to death by beasts. When Ma Shang's father sought justice, he also had his leg broken. The old woman in the house now spends her days in tears, and she doesn't know what she will do in the future. Where is the child's mother? Yi Liangchen asked another question. The old woman replied, "I had a difficult childbirth." "Grandpa, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Yi Liangchen quickly apologized, saying that he had misunderstood the situation and that this family had truly suffered many misfortunes.
It's alright, we've gotten used to it over the years. The old man shook his head, indicating that he didn't mind. On the contrary, he was surprised that a scholar would apologize to people like them. This was something he had never seen before. At this moment, the old woman also came to her senses and, seeing Yi Liangchen, the stranger, asked the old man, who is this? Before the old woman could answer, Yi Liangchen took the initiative to say to her, Grandma, hello, I came in to see uncle.
Ha?
Oh.
The old woman didn't react much, but Yi Liangchen could tell that she had lost hope in life. Yi Liangchen said nothing more and turned to look at the middle-aged man lying on the bed, Ma Sheng's father. When Ma Sheng's father saw Yi Liangchen looking at him, he couldn't get up due to his physical condition. With regret, he said to Yi Liangchen, Child, you shouldn't have come in. Chapter 80 Who can escape the wrath of heaven? Although Ma Sheng's father didn't know who Yi Liangchen was, he could tell from Yi Liangchen's words that Yi Liangchen was a good person, at least for now.
I'll be fine, don't worry, uncle.
Uncle, let me see your leg. After saying that, Yi Liangchen reached out and lifted Ma Sheng's father's legs. As the old man said, Ma Sheng's leg was indeed broken. It wasn't cut off, the leg is still intact. It's just that the bone inside is broken, and there's a huge red bump on the outside. Poor families who can't afford treatment, especially with broken bones, face even greater difficulties. He simply wrapped some wild grass in a cloth and held it like that, and Yi Liangchen could feel that Ma Sheng's father's body temperature was high. This shows that Ma Sheng's father endured a great deal of suffering and possessed an incredible amount of willpower to persevere. Was it Ma Sheng's death? Perhaps Ma
Sheng's father still wanted to seek justice for his son. It's already ruined, there's nothing to see here. Ma Sheng's father sighed.
He knew very well that even if he survived, without the ability to work, his family would have a hard time surviving. The Ma family line was about to end in his hands, and Ma Sheng's father was very unwilling. Even if he passed away, he would have no face to meet his ancestors. At that moment, Ma Sheng's father felt a surge of energy nourishing his injured leg. The feeling was so wonderful, and then they could clearly see the redness and swelling on their legs disappearing quickly. Ma Sheng's father felt that the pain in his legs had disappeared and his high fever had subsided. The Ma family was stunned. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it the work of a celestial being. They had never seen a scholar with such abilities before.
Thank you, immortal.
Ma Sheng's father wanted to get up and kneel down to Yi Liangchen on the spot, but Yi Liangchen stopped him immediately.
Uncle, your leg isn't fully healed yet. I just helped you put the bone back in place.
As the saying goes, it takes 100 days to recover from a broken bone or tendon, but yours is more serious. Even if you recover, you can't do heavy work. Yi Liangchen is currently only at the 4th level of qi refining, so he can only treat this much. To completely cure Ma Sheng's father's leg, he needs to reach the foundation establishment stage. It's already very good, Seeing that he had survived, even though he could no longer do heavy work, it was still better than being on the verge of death. Ma Sheng's father felt very lucky to have met Yi Liangchen, a benefactor, in his lifetime. After Ma Sheng's father recovered, Yi Liangchen continued, I want to seek justice for Ma Sheng.
What do you think, uncle?
Ma Sheng's father found it difficult to answer Yi Liangchen's question. In the end, Ma Sheng's father shook his head, revealing his helplessness.
We are just ordinary people, we can't fight them.
Through this incident, Ma Sheng's father has come to terms with it. He knows very well that Ma Sheng's death was in vain. Furthermore, his parents are also in this family. They are both very old and don't have many years left to live, and he doesn't want them to continue to suffer. The sayings filial piety is the most important virtue and having no offspring is the greatest misfortune no longer apply to Ma Sheng's father. It's enough that he can live in the present. Moreover, this kind of thing isn't unique to his family. There are countless similar cases all over the great Qian dynasty.
Once they see things clearly and understand them, they'll realize that their lives aren't really lives at all. They're like animals, with no idea when their lives will be taken away. Yi
Liangchen could understand Ma Sheng's father's feelings.
Uncle, do you believe in the saying what goes around comes around and heaven spares no one?
Yi Liangchen asked Ma Sheng's father. The original saying is, good and evil will eventually be rewarded, the way of heaven is a cycle, look up and see who heaven spares. At first glance, it makes sense.
In reality, it's said that good people don't live long, while evil people live for thousands of years.
Ma Sheng's father wanted to say he believed him, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. Everything is predestined, and nothing is up to us. Yi Liangchen shook his head and said those words coldly afterwards. Yi Liangchen looked up at the sky, as if he were meeting the will of the heavenly Tao in the Confucian and Taoist world. My fate is in my own hands, not in the hands of heaven. Yi Liangchen wouldn't dare say this in the Tianyuan realm, but in the Confucian and Taoist world, it wouldn't frighten him. When the true Confucian and Taoist world's heavenly Tao arrives, Yi Liangchen might keep a low profile and give him face, but it is a will of heaven, and its program is all set up. What can you do about it? Don't back down, just confront them. Seeing Yi Liangchen's gaze meet his, the heavenly Tao will of the Confucian and Taoist world also paused for a moment. Before long, the will of heaven turned around and turned to the next place, whether out of guilt or something else, it was unclear. At the same time, the surviving semi-saints in the Confucian and Taoist world sensed something and opened their eyes. Strange, why does it feel like the heavens are shaking? Has something happened? Could it be that a new sage has been born? Only this explanation makes sense. Throughout history, the celestial tremor has only occurred 4 times, all during the time when the 4 saints attained sainthood. Back to the Ma family, Yi Liangchen saw that Ma Sheng's father was still hesitant, so he said, "Uncle, don't worry. I will take full responsibility for this matter. When a witness is needed, you can come out and testify." Hearing Yi Liangchen's words, Ma Sheng's father didn't know what to say. He chose to back down, but it would be embarrassing to let an outsider stand up for him. When Ma Sheng's father was unsure of what to do, the old man spoke up. "Son, do whatever you want, don't worry about your mother and me. You've seen your mother like this. If this continues, I won't live much longer." Yi Liangchen promised to help their family get justice, and regardless of whether the matter succeeds or not, they will be grateful for Yi Liangchen's kindness. If things don't go well, the worst that can happen is death. Anyway, the Ma family line is extinct, so dying sooner or later is the same. I might as well go down and apologize to my ancestors sooner. Hearing his father say this, Ma Sheng's father looked at his mother beside him and nodded firmly. "All right, immortal, I'll go with you. Even if we can't make them pay with their lives, we'll at least make them suffer." Judging from Ma Sheng's father's tone, he had regained his confidence and was determined to seek justice for his son. This confidence was given to him by Yi Liangchen. Yi Liangchen chimed in, "At least we should make them suffer a lot." "But, uncle, don't call me an immortal. My name is Yi Liangchen, you can just call me Liangchen." Yi Liangchen is only at the 4th level of qi refining, how dare he call himself an immortal? Even at his peak, he could not be called an immortal. In the path of cultivation, after reaching the great ascension stage, one must undergo tribulation. Only after successfully overcoming tribulation is there a possibility of becoming an immortal. They can only put on a show in front of mortals, displaying techniques that they've never seen before and that seem like those of immortals. Yes, immortal. Ma Sheng's father readily agreed. Yi Liangchen was slightly speechless and didn't dwell on it too much. Use this little bit of time tonight to think carefully about how to help the Ma family get justice. Chapter 81 Seeking Justice. The following day, at the Maching County Government Office, the road drum, which had been lying silent for who knows how long and had grown dusty, was struck early this morning. Whoever is beating the drum outside the door, if he is the one who caused the trouble, he shall first be given 10 strokes of the cane and then thrown out. The county magistrate, He Shijing, summoned his advisor for questioning. The sound of the drum was a real disturbance to his peaceful sleep. Being a county magistrate was no easy task. He had to get up and sit in court around 8 a.m. Who would be in the mood to do business so early? The clerk bowed and then hurried towards the entrance of the county government office to see who was bold enough to beat the drum and appeal for justice. Don't they know that ever since He Shijing became the magistrate of Maching, Maching has been peaceful and the county government office has become nothing more than a decoration? When the clerk led the constables to the door, they saw 2 people. One big and one small. The chief advisor also knew that it was Ma Sheng's father. Upon seeing this, the advisor fully understood why the other party had come here. The advisor wanted to kick Ma Sheng's father out, but then he glanced at the boy next to him. The young man exuded an elegant demeanor, clearly indicating that he was not an ordinary person. Before figuring out his identity, it was crucial not to offend him. The clerk also saw it just now. The one who was beating the drum was this young man. He's probably the person the Ma family sent to find. Thinking of this, the clerk couldn't help but curse the Wang family in his heart. They were a bunch of bastards who hadn't cleaned up their own messes and even sent others to cause trouble at the county government office. When He Shijing finds out about this, the advisor will inevitably get another scolding. The advisor had no choice but to swallow his pride and approach Yi Liangchen, politely asking, "May I ask where you come from, young man?" The advisor may not be able to speak for other things, but he knows all the major and minor forces in Fengzhou very well. Only when Yi Liangchen introduces himself can he determine how to proceed. Everyone who sits in this position is incredibly shrewd. Yi Liangchen naturally guessed the advisor's purpose. Without any intention of hiding it, Yi Liangchen introduced himself. Baisher Town, Yi Liangchen. Whitestone Town? The Yi family? The advisor muttered something, then suddenly seemed to realize something, staring at Yi Liangchen with an incredulous expression. The advisor, incredulous, questioned, You are Yi Liangchen, the Yi Liangchen who wrote the 1,000-character classic? The advisor didn't take the Yi family of Baisher Town seriously at all. First of all, Mo City and Baisher Town are quite far apart, so Yi Liangchen has no right to interfere in Mo City's affairs. In fact, and this is the main reason, the Yi family was simply wealthy, belonging to the landlord class. The Wang family of Moqing is different. They are a family of scholars with a tradition that has lasted for hundreds of years. Compared to the Wang family, the Yi family is nothing. They are simply not on the same level. But then, a prodigy emerged from the Yi family, namely Yi Liangchen. Yi Liangchen was hailed as a child prodigy when he was 2 years old, and was even personally praised by Prime Minister Guo Shuiyuan. At the age of 6, he won first place in the provincial examination, becoming a student of the first rank and a 9th rank enlightened Confucian scholar when he was 8 years old. Not long ago, Yi Liangchen was moved and wrote the 1,000-character classic, which has resonated throughout history. Many great Confucian scholars have said that Yi Liangchen may become a semi-saint in the future. A half-saint. What kind of existence is that? The number of half-saints still alive in the great Qin dynasty can be counted on one hand. Even an emperor would show deference to a demigod. Many renowned scholars and academies vied to have Yi Liangchen as their disciple. This gives an idea of how high Yi Liangchen's status is now. Unexpectedly, Yi Liangchen vanished from the Sibon, and no one knew where he went. Even more unexpectedly, Yi Liangchen has now come to Mo City and has even interfered in the Ma family's affairs. Do not underestimate Yi Liangchen, who is only 10 years old, nor do you underestimate him, who is only a junior scholar. The power hidden behind him is definitely not something that a small city like Mo City can afford to offend. With Yi Liangchen getting involved in this matter, some people are probably not going to have an easy time. That's right, it is I. Yi Liangchen readily admitted that he wanted to stand up for the Ma family, and having a proper identity would make things easier. Otherwise, putting everything else aside, without proper status, one wouldn't even be able to get through the gates of the county government office. There's a saying that goes, the gates of the county government are wide open, but if you have reason but no money, don't bother coming in. I wish to seek justice for the Ma Sheng family today, but I wonder. Yi Liangchen glanced at the clerk, wanting to ask him how to address him. The advisor was very knowledgeable. Before Yi Liangchen could finish speaking, the advisor introduced himself. I am Mo Chang County Clerk, and I have been falsely accused. Young Master Yi, are you here to seek justice for the Ma family? Although Yi Liangchen was young, he already held official rank and could be called a young master, which was the usual practice in literary circles. Unfounded accusation. Yi Liangchen found the name rather cute, and it suited his current status and identity perfectly. When the advisor asked him if he wanted to seek justice for the Ma family, Yi Liangchen learned a piece of information from him. Yi Liangchen had only mentioned it casually, yet the clerk already knew the reason behind it. It's not hard to see that at least the county magistrate and the clerk were aware of this matter. As Yi Liangchen had guessed, the academy, the Wang family, and the government had already established a connection. What does the advisor think? Yi Liangchen gave the clerk a meaningful look. The advisor saw something in Yi Liangchen's eyes. Yi Liangchen was determined to handle this matter, and no one else could change it. Therefore, knowing that he couldn't stop Yi Liangchen, the advisor came up with a bad idea. The advisor whispered to Yi Liangchen, Young Master Yi, may I inform my master first? The master mentioned by Mo Shuyo is none other than He Shijing, the magistrate of Moqing County. Generally speaking, the clerks in a county government office were not under the control of the imperial court, meaning they were not officially employed. They were all retainers recruited by the county magistrate himself, and their salaries came from the magistrate's own pocket. Yi Liangchen remained silent. Despite the unfounded accusation, he understood Yi Liangchen's meaning and remained silent, which meant he acquiesced. Then, Mo Shuyo muttered a few words to the Yamen runners and hurriedly ran to the county YMN. Yi Liangchen had a reason for letting Mo Su go back. He was merely a student, a 9th grade Confucian scholar who had just awakened his spiritual potential. Even with his 4th level Qi refining cultivation, he was no match for a scholar of the 6th grade or higher. Right now, the main goal is to seek justice for Ma Sheng's family. If the magistrate is wary of his power and sides with him, or if they choose not to help each other, that would be fine too. After all, facing the Wang family, the academy, and the government all at once would naturally put them under much more pressure. Having one less business is a good thing for Yi Liangchen, as it will make things much easier. Of course, it wasn't that Yi Liangchen was afraid of the three families. At worst, Yi Liangchen would also flip the table and, like Lin Tion and Hanli, the two sixth brothers, borrow the main spirit of the secret realm from him. Once the spirit master of the secret realm arrives, crushing these little karami will be an easy task. However, Yi Liangchen still had some sense of shame. He wanted to overcome the difficulties on his own, otherwise, losing control over the will of heaven would be disastrous. At the same time, Yi Liangchen also knew what the two main spirits of the Tianyuan realm were. Let them come, they won't stop until they've emptied the world of Confucianism and Taoism. Chapter 82. The pride of the scholar. Mo Shuyo rushed to the back office, and it was clear that he was quite flustered. Hearing the hurried footsteps, He Shijing was also surprised. He opened his eyes and looked at Mo Shuyo. Seeing that his expression was not right, he asked first, "Why are you in such a hurry? Is something wrong?" He Shijing knew his advisor's temperament. He wouldn't act this way over trivial matters, but only over major or urgent matters, and would only act this way when there was no evidence to support his claims. Without mincing words, he stated directly, "Someone has sought justice for Ma Shang's family." He Shijing was initially a little nervous, fearing that some important figure might come and overthrow him, but when he heard that it was to seek justice for Ma Shang's family, He Shijing completely relaxed. In He Shijing's eyes, Ma Shang's family came from a poor background, so how could they possibly know any important people? Even if someone were to seek justice for them, it would all be in vain. He still couldn't handle the pressure, which frightened him. He needed more training. This is He Shijing's idea. Mo Shuyo has been He Shijing's advisor for who knows how many years. Doesn't he know what kind of temperament He Shijing is? Seeing that He Shijing didn't care, he guessed what He Shijing was thinking and continued, "The person who sought justice for Ma Shang's family is called Yi Liangchen." Yi Liangchen? He Shijing tried hard to recall the name in his mind. The name sounded familiar, but he just couldn't remember it. Who exactly is Yi Liangchen? Mo Shuyo noticed that He Shijing's brain had stopped working and chimed in, "Prodigy Yi Liangchen, the one who wrote the 1,000-character classic a while ago." It was him? After this unfounded reminder, He Shijing suddenly realized what was going on. After learning Yi Liangchen's identity, He Shijing's expression changed as if he had been falsely accused. He finally understood why Mo Shuyo had acted this way. Yi Liangchen's sudden intervention had caught him off guard. On one hand, he is a child prodigy, deeply loved by many great scholars in various academies, and has the potential to become a sage in the future. On one side is the Wang family, who are local tyrants in Maching, and even the county magistrate has to show them deference. Although He Shijing was lazy, greedy, and fond of women, he was not stupid. I'm caught in a dilemma. If I take sides in this matter, I'll offend the other party, and things won't be easy for me in the future. What should I do? To be honest, He Shijing is even more panicked than if he had been falsely accused. Send someone to inform the Wang family that they should handle the rest themselves. I don't want to get involved in this mess. He Shijing simply shirked his responsibilities. He was a smart man and didn't want to get involved in this matter. He had already done more than enough by having someone inform the Wang family in advance. The next question is how the Wang family will exonerate themselves, or whether Yi Liangchen will go to extremes and make Wang Yid pay with his life. When the county officials brought the news to the Wang family, Wang Ziwei's face darkened. Wang Ziwei is the current head of the Wang family in Maching, and is also Wang Yid's grandfather. To be honest, Wang Ziwei didn't care at all about the death of an ordinary citizen. He could just bribe someone and the matter would be over. In the past, Wang Ziwei didn't care about such things at all. It was only because Ma Shang was a student of Malio Academy that she had to give Malio Academy some face. Ma Shang's death was caused by Wang Ziwei personally meeting with the teachers of Malio Academy and also privately informing the government. Just when things seemed to be about to be resolved, Yi Liangchen suddenly appeared out of nowhere. That brat Yi Liangchen wants to seek justice for the Ma Shang family. How should we deal with this? Wang Ziwei's gaze fell on a middle-aged man, about 40 years old, with a beard, who looked like a scholar. His name is Qian, a 6th-rank Confucian scholar, and he is currently a retainer of the Wang family. The fact that the Wang family was able to recruit a 6th-rank Confucian scholar as a retainer demonstrates the Wang family's considerable strength. The Yi family of Baisher Town is no match for the Wang family of Maching. After all, they are still a small power. Moreover, Yi Liangchen has a
high reputation, so he cannot be dealt with using ordinary methods unless it's absolutely necessary. Use your words to solve the problem. Wang Ziwei truly refused to believe that his vast Wang family couldn't out-argue this little brat Yi Liangchen. When Wang Ziwei asked the question, Kaiyan shared his insights. Master, do not worry. Things have not reached that point yet. We have many ways to deal with it. Even if things really come to that point, doesn't Yi Liangchen want someone to pay with their life? We'll just give him 2 as compensation, that'll be enough to shut him up. The people Kaiyan was referring to as paying for their lives were not Wang Yud, but rather the 2 page boys who served Wang Yud. The 2 page boys also took action, so all the blame could be pinned on them. Wang Ziwei understood Kaiyan's meaning. Since the situation was still unclear, she decided to do as Kaiyan suggested. I'll leave this matter to you. Yes, Kai will certainly live up to the master's expectations. Kaiyan agreed without hesitation. The reason he agreed so readily was that he wanted to meet Yi Liangchen, this so-called child prodigy. Kaiyan admitted that Yi Liangchen's 1,000-character classic was indeed a classic, but so what? Yi Liangchen was still just a child. He dares to act as a chivalrous knight at such a young age. Today, he will dampen Yi Liangchen's arrogance and let Yi Liangchen know that there are always people more capable than him. This is Kaiyan's pride as a scholar. Inside the county government office of Macheng, He Shijing has already held court and met with Yi Liangchen and Ma Sheng's father. Upon meeting He Shijing, Yi Liangchen immediately demanded to see Wang Yud and the teachers of Molio Academy, wanting to confront them in court. Why Yi Liangchen's move left He Shijing speechless, and He Shijing had a bad feeling that if Yi Liangchen was only seeking justice for Ma Shang, there was no need for him to involve the Molio Academy. So, what exactly is Yi Liangchen plotting? Nephew, Ma Shang's death has nothing to do with Mo Lu Academy. At most, Mo Lu Academy is just lax in its discipline. Having learned from this experience, I believe the teachers at Molio Academy will now strictly discipline all students. He Shijing defended the Molio Academy and, in order to build a good relationship with Yi Liangchen, took the initiative to lower his status and call Yi Liangchen nephew. He Shijing gave Yi Liangchen a lot of face, but Yi Liangchen did not accept it. Lord He, as far as I know, that's not the case. Why did Molio Academy block the news of Ma Sheng's death and even deceive Ma Sheng's family by saying that Ma Sheng had been sent to other academies for exchanges? Please tell me, sir, if this matter has nothing to do with Mo Lu Academy, then what is Mo Lu Academy feeling guilty about? Faced with Yi Liangchen's questioning, He Shijing was speechless for a moment. The reason why Molio Academy is keeping the news under wraps is either because it doesn't want to offend the Wang family, or because it has received benefits from the Wang family. Why Yi Liangchen could probably guess the specific reason, but the fact that he still took the initiative to reveal it shows one thing. Why Yi Liangchen wanted to pin the blame on Molio Academy. Chapter 83. The sage appears in the world. Why did Yi Liangchen insist on convicting Molio Academy? It's simple, covering up a crime is also a crime. Moreover, as an academy, Molio Academy is a place for teaching and nurturing students. If the teacher's character is flawed, how can he teach students? It would be better to disband the school. In Yi Liangchen's eyes, the crime committed by Molio Academy was even greater than the crime committed by Wang Yud in killing someone. At Yi Liangchen's insistence, He Shijing summoned Master Chun from Molio Academy. Molio Academy has a principal and a vice principal. The principal is usually not at the academy and is often away from home. The vice president of Molio Academy is none other than Master Chen, a 4th-rank gentleman. Master Chen handled all the daily affairs of Molio Academy, including the matter of Ma Sheng being beaten to death. When Master Chen was summoned by He Shijing, his eyes were full of disdain when he saw Yi Liangchen, as if there was a great hatred between them. Soon after, the Wang family arrived, including Kaiyan and 2 page boys who were with Wang Yud. Now that everyone had arrived, He Shijing spoke again. Young Master Yi, all the relevant personnel have arrived. What are your thoughts? Please feel free to share them. At this time and in this setting, He Shijing dared not get too close to Yi Liangchen. Calling him young Master Yi was a way of giving Yi Liangchen face. Why Yi Liangchen shook his head and said, have all the relevant personnel arrived? I don't think so. Where is the main culprit, Wang Yud? The main culprit didn't even show up, so they found 2 scapegoats. The Wang family had a good plan. Why Yi Liangchen didn't want to do as they wished. No one could escape this matter. Sure enough, Kaiyan frowned slightly when Yi Liangchen mentioned Wang Yud. Could it be that Yi Liangchen is truly a reckless man, leaving no room for maneuver? Just as Kaiyan was about to speak, Master Chen spoke first. Master Chen looked coldly at Yi Liangchen and said, young friend, be lenient when you can, and always leave a way out for others. Hey, Yi Liangchen sneered. Master Chen seemed to be advising him,
but in reality, his words contained the most threat. Master Chen was warning him to know when to stop, to quit while he was ahead, and not to drag himself down with him. There's a lot more to this than meets the eye, and Master Chen is afraid that Yi Liangchen won't be able to handle it. The opposite is true. If Yi Liangchen were afraid of his threats, he wouldn't be here today. Why? Yi Liangchen retorted, Master Chen, did Wang Yid spare Ma Shang's life? Upon hearing Yi Liangchen's question, Master Chen glanced at Yi Liangchen again and said angrily, you little brat, you're completely unreasonable. Master Chen's teachings are correct. Yi Liangchen didn't care about Master Chen's insults. Instead, he actively went along with them. However, Yi Liangchen's next sentence almost made Master Chen fly into a rage. Why? Yi Liangchen said, to be a prostitute while also maintaining a virtuous image that perfectly describes a noble person like Master Chen. You brat, how dare you insult me? Yi Liangchen was calling him shameless, and Master Chen immediately erupted in anger. If it weren't for the fact that there was no prior warning and the swift intervention, Master Chen would probably have taken action against Yi Liangchen. He Shijing was also startled by Yi Liangchen's words. Good lad, he really dares to say anything. He's like a newborn calf that's not afraid of tigers. Alright, this is a courtroom, not a place for arguing. He Shijing took the initiative to step forward and resolve this feud. I'll say it again, this matter can't be resolved without Wang Yid's presence. Yi Liangchen gave them no chance to back down. It was at this moment that Kaiyan also spoke up. Why did young Master Yi insist on having my young master present? Ma Sheng was not killed by my young master, but by two of his page boys. I have brought the two page boys who killed Ma Sheng here. I wonder what young Master Yi intends to do. Upon hearing Kaiyan speak, the two page boys reacted by kowtowing to Yi Shijing and confessing their sins. That day, Ma Sheng offended my young master. We were originally following my young master's instructions to teach Ma Sheng a lesson, but we accidentally killed him. We truly did not mean to do this. Please, Your Honor, spare our lives. The two page boys' performance was so exaggerated, they spoke so fluently and logically in this situation. It seems they had rehearsed beforehand. Getting Wang Yid out of trouble is not going to be that easy. Whereas Wang Yid, Yi Liangchen pressed on, saying that even a ghost wouldn't believe such a thing. Yi Shijing didn't believe it either. However, judging from Yi Shijing's expression, Yi Shijing chose to believe. Yi Shijing still didn't want to offend the Wang family. Seeing that Yi Liangchen was determined to drag Wang Yid into the scheme, Kaiyan's expression also darkened, and he said, Young Master Yi believes that my young master is guilty, so please produce the evidence. If these are merely speculations in young Master Yi's mind, then we are afraid we cannot oblige. This is Kaiyan's trump card. Didn't Yi Liangchen determine that Wang Yid was the main culprit? Sure, produce the evidence. If you can't produce the evidence, then whatever you say is useless. The Wang family can simply ignore Yi Liangchen. Evidence? Yi Liangchen smiled. He had long anticipated that the Wang family would pull such a move. Why? Yi Liangchen continued, I do not have any substantial evidence to prove that Ma Sheng was beaten to death by Wang Yid himself. Upon hearing this, Kaiyan uttered a contemptuous sound. He was betting that Yi Liangchen wouldn't find any evidence. On the contrary, the witnesses and physical evidence are all on their side. They say that Wang Yid has nothing to do with this matter. So Wang Yid has nothing to do with this matter. However, I can appeal to the sage for judgment, and let the sage determine whether Wang Yid is guilty or not. This is Yi Liangchen's greatest source of confidence. Should we request a sage to make a judgment? Upon hearing this, Master Chen and Kaiyan almost burst out laughing. It's true that Yi Liangchen is a child prodigy, and it's also true that he wrote a 1,000-character essay. Can a saint be summoned to make a judgment just like that? Don't be ridiculous. There are no saints in this era. The only thing left in the world is the will of a saint. Yes, it's so easy to summon the will of a saint. Don't be ridiculous. As expected of an ignorant child. This quote came from Master Chen, whose anger had subsided considerably by now. Since none of you believe it, I'll show you today. Yi Liangchen stopped arguing with them and looked up at the sky. Why? Yi Liangchen was conveying a message to the will of heaven in the Confucian and Taoist world. If you don't let the sage descend, don't blame me for flipping the table. Why? Yi Liangchen shouted loudly, I beseech the sage to descend and deliver the judgment. At this moment, the will of heaven in the Confucian and Taoist world was full of question marks in its consciousness, as if it was saying to Yi Liangchen, can you shut up a little? If it weren't for Yi Liangchen having a sliver of control over the will of heaven, it wouldn't want to pay any attention to Yi Liangchen. Fine, I'll help Yi Liangchen one last time. This will be the last time it helps Yi Liangchen. Not long after Yi Liangchen shouted, Chen Fuzi and Kaiyan, who were waiting to see the joke, suddenly felt a powerful pressure coming from heaven and earth, making it difficult for them to breathe. Of course, this oppressive aura was not only felt by Master Chen and Kaiyan, but also by He Shijing, Mo Shuyo, the people of Macheng, the people of Fengzhou, and even the entire Dacian dynasty. Everyone felt this oppressive aura. It truly was a saint.
Appearing in the world.
Chapter 84 Holy Judgment at the Sacred Learning Academy. Kong Yingda's residence. Sensing the immense pressure from heaven and earth, Kong Yingda immediately realized that this was a sign of the sage's will manifesting in the world. Who exactly is it that could trigger the manifestation of the sage's will in the world? This is unprecedented in history. Moreover,
Kong Yingda was particularly familiar with this aura of a sage, feeling a sense of kinship. Isn't this his ancestor Confucius?
Who summoned his ancestor? Kong Yingda could no longer sit still, and he left the Sacred Learning Academy, Mexico City. A huge figure appeared in the sky above the county government office. Although its face was not visible, it commanded respect from everyone. Master Chen was dumbfounded, Kaiyan was also dumbfounded. He Shijing, Mo Shuyo, and the others were dumbfounded. Yi Liangchen had actually summoned the sage.
Word! The sages will question Yi Liangchen. Why Yi Liangchen didn't hesitate and asked directly. May I ask, Your Majesty, is Wang Yi the main culprit in the murder of Ma Shang?
Yes. The sage answered Yi Liangchen's question without even needing to think. In short, this completely confirmed Wang Yi's crimes. Who would dare doubt that a sage would lie? Would He Shijing dare? He wouldn't dare even if you gave him 100 lives.
May I ask Your Majesty, should Wang Yi pay with his life?
Yi Liangchen then asked that he not only wanted the sage to confirm Wang Yi's crimes, but also wanted the sage to sentence Wang Yi to death. Otherwise, it would be meaningless for Yi Liangchen to spend so much effort revealing the will of the sage. The Wang family is powerful and could easily manipulate the situation to reduce Wang Yi's crimes.
Should
the emperor granted Yi Liangchen's wish and sentenced Wang Yi to death. After saying this, before Yi Liangchen could speak again, the sage's will dissipated, and the oppressive aura of heaven and earth also disappeared. Seeing the sage leave so quickly, Yi Liangchen felt a little uneasy. Why are you running so fast?
There's still the Malio Academy case that hasn't been decided yet. The sage isn't helping, and now they want to punish the Malio Academy. This is going to be a difficult situation. Just as the saints will dissipated and the pressure lifted, Yi Liangchen turned to Yi Shijing and said, My lord, the matter is now clear. Shouldn't you send men to arrest the criminal and bring him to justice, and then execute him on a chosen date?
When Yi Liangchen asked the question, Yi Shijing did not answer immediately. Instead, he focused his attention on Master Chen. When Master Chen noticed the look in Yi Shijing's eyes, he immediately lowered his head and avoided meeting Yi Shijing's gaze. Yi Shijing understood what Master Chen meant. Master Chen was telling him not to ask him and to make his own decision. Then, Yi Shijing turned his attention to Kaiyan.
Please make yourself at home, sir. I'll take my leave now.
Kaiyan couldn't make that decision either. He didn't have that much power. The only option was to take the initiative to leave and deliver the message to Wang Ziwei as soon as possible, letting her figure out a solution and make her own decision. With things having come to this point, Yi Shijing had no way out but to do as Yi Liangchen instructed, ordering the advisor to lead men to the Wang family to arrest the person on trumped-up charges. However, this person may be difficult to subdue. It depends on whether the Wang family cooperates. Yi Shijing suggested that Yi Liangchen and the others go back and wait, and he would send someone to inform them as soon as there was any news. After thinking for a moment, Yi Liangchen finally agreed with Yi Shijing's suggestion and took Ma Shang's father home to await news. On the road, my child, perhaps we should give up.
Today, a sage has appeared and is willing to seek justice for Ma Shang. For the Ma family, this is already an immense act of kindness. We dare not ask for anything more.
After a morning of silence, Ma Shang's father finally spoke. He knew very well that even with a saint's judgment, things would still be difficult. With the emperor far away in the heavens high, Yi Liangchen alone could not bring down the Wang family, such a powerful family. Why Yi Liangchen comforted Ma Shang's father, saying, Uncle, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Yi Liangchen knew, of course, that even if a sage convicted Wang Yud, there would be considerable obstacles to executing him. Upon returning to the Ma family, Yi Liangchen immediately went into seclusion. Although he said he was in seclusion, he was actually contacting him. Yi Liangchen needed his help to prepare for the contingencies to come. Unlike the central star, the Confucian and Taoist worlds are isolated by the heavenly Tao, making communication very difficult. Before long, Yi Liangchen contacted him and explained the whole matter to him. Did Yi Liangchen seek justice for Ma Shang's family because he truly had a sense of justice? To be honest, it's true. However, Yi Liangchen had other purposes. He wanted to use this opportunity to establish his own Destiny, this is not an ordinary matter of establishing one's destiny. An ordinary matter of establishing one's destiny would not require Yi Liangchen to treat it this way. Why Yi Liangchen wanted to take this opportunity to make a grand vow and establish his destiny. Only by making a grand vow and establishing his destiny could he further control the will of heaven in the Confucian and Taoist world. Invoking the will of the sage was merely a ploy by Yi Liangchen. The second move depends on the cooperation of the Wang family. If the more trouble the Wang family caused, the more Yi Liangchen liked it, and the greater his chance to take advantage of their influence. That's why Yi Liangchen agreed to He Shijing's suggestion and went back to wait for news while giving them time to discuss countermeasures. Yi Liangchen was also giving himself a chance to buy time. Tianyuan realm. Upon learning of Yi Liangchen's plan, he was about to summon Hanli. Unexpectedly, the main spirit of the Shang Yuan secret realm took the initiative to emerge. Did that kid Yi Xingchen send word that he wants to help? Let me go, let me go. The main spirit of the Shang Yuan secret realm is already impatient. Last time, it felt like it missed out on hundreds of millions. It thought it had gained a lot by taking over the Qingshan secret realm and the central region star. For this reason, it even showed off in front of the main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm. As a result, the shameless spirit master of the Lingtai secret realm not only lowered himself to curry favor with Lin Tion and Mu Fei, but also offered them a share of the profits. Finally, the main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm stole all the resources of the central region star. Although a significant portion was taken away, the sheer volume meant that only 40% was recovered, a level that the main spirit of the Shang Yuan secret realm had never achieved. Without a doubt, the main spirit of the Lingtai secret realm summoned it and gave it a severe dressing down. The main spirit of the Shang Yuan secret realm is also a particularly vengeful creature. It wants to regain its dignity. Therefore, ever since Yi Xingchen went to the Confucian and Taoist world, the main spirit of the Shang Yuan secret realm has been waiting for the right opportunity. Upon seeing the main spirit of the Shang Yuan secret realm take the initiative to appear, and its eyes sparkling with starlight, he fell silent. Without a doubt, if this thing were allowed to go, given its temperament, the Confucian and Taoist world would be severely damaged. This is absolutely unacceptable. Furthermore, given the current progress, everything is going well in the Confucian and Taoist world, and Yi Xingchen is fully confident in taking control of it. We shouldn't let the main spirit of the Shang Yuan secret realm cause trouble, lest something unexpected happen. He spoke. This is none of your business. Go back to the secret realm and stay there peacefully. I can do it. The main spirit of the Shang Yuan secret realm wanted to persevere, because if they missed this opportunity, they didn't know when the next one would come. Go back. This time, he wasn't so easy to talk to and directly ordered the main spirit of the Shang Yuan secret realm to go back and stay there. Upon hearing that his words were amiss, the main spirit of the Shang Yuan secret realm dared not delay for a moment and immediately fled, his figure disappearing without a trace. It's clear that it's really afraid of him. Chapter 85. The Heart of Literature. In the way he instructed Hanli to prepare some spirit stones and a heavenly Dao battle armor for Yi Xingchen. Spirit stones can help Yi Xingchen accelerate his cultivation, and the heavenly Dao battle armor can ensure Yi Xingchen's safety. He did not want to interfere excessively with the Confucian and Taoist world. He believed that Yi Xingchen could do it. Mo City. The Wang family. When Qian brought the news back to Wang Ziwei's face turned extremely gloomy. He never expected that the manifestation of the sage's will that had just appeared was caused by this brat Yi Liangchen, and that the sage had even sentenced Wang Yi to death. The situation has become quite complicated. Would the Wang family dare to disobey the sage's decree? Sir, Clerk Mo from the county government has arrived. He says he wants to take the young master away and would like to ask for your opinion. Just then, a servant rushed in to report. Qian had barely arrived when Mo Shuyo followed right behind. Their speed was truly astounding. Wang Ziwei stared coldly for a moment before speaking. Go and tell Master Mo to wait a moment. My Wang family will not make things difficult for him. The servant accepted the order and hurriedly withdrew, carrying a message to Mo Shuyo. When Mo Shuyo heard Wang Ziwei's words, he breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that the Wang family would obstruct their arrest, which would make things very difficult and put the government in a dilemma. Fortunately, Wang Ziwei did not make things difficult for them. Don't even mention making him wait a little while. It doesn't matter if he waits for several hours, as long as he can get the job done. While waiting for the fabricated charges to be filed, Wang Ziwei had already convened a meeting to discuss the matter, and Wang Yid was among those present. When Wang Yid learned that the sage had sentenced him to death, he panicked instantly. Grandpa, please save me, you must save me. Wang Yid immediately knelt down in front of Wang Ziwei and begged for mercy. So it turns out Wang Yid is also afraid of death. I thought he wasn't afraid of death at all. Seeing Wang Yid's flustered appearance, Wang Ziwei frowned again. How could he have such a useless grandson? He should have shown the same composure he had when he killed someone, but he chickens out at the crucial moment. Stand up and speak first. Wang Ziwei reprimanded him, saying that Wang Yid was, after all, his grandson and the only direct descendant of the Wang family, and he couldn't bear to do it otherwise. Given Wang Yid's cowardly nature and his tendency to bully the weak, Wang Ziwei would have handed him over long ago. Why would she have called someone over to discuss countermeasures? The Wang family discussed for a long time how to protect Wang Yid. There is an essential prerequisite. Under no circumstances can the decrees of the sages be disobeyed. After much deliberation, the Wang family could not come up with a better solution, so they had no choice but to take a risk and use the trick of substituting a cat for the prince. Find someone who resembles Wang Yid to die in Wang Yid's place. In this way, the Wang family would not be considered to have violated the decree of the sage. However, it's easier said than done. Finding someone who resembles Wang Yid is easy. The difficulty lies with the county government and the Malio Academy. Are they willing to take the risk with the Wang family? They should know that once the truth comes out, none of them will have a good ending. After thinking for a long time, Wang Ziwei finally said, "Leave the rest to me. I will personally go and talk to them." Afterwards, Wang Ziwei went to the county government office to meet He Shijing. When He Shijing learned of Wang Ziwei's purpose, he refused her on the spot without hesitation. The Wang family is going against the sage's words. Once the matter is exposed, he will also suffer. That's why He Shijing will not get on the Wang family's side. Wang Ziwei had anticipated He Shijing's rejection, so she wasn't angry. How can you expect people to be on your side if there's no benefit to it? Wang Ziwei handed He Shijing a gift box. When He Shijing saw Wang Ziwei hand him a gift box, he was taken aback. What kind of time is this to be doing this? He dared not disobey the emperor's decree, for if the court found out, the lightest punishment would be beheading, and the heaviest punishment would be the extermination of his entire family. He Shijing wouldn't dare take this risk. No matter how much the Wang family gave him, it wouldn't matter. He was afraid he might have the life to take it, but not the life to spend it. Seeing that He Shijing was hesitant to accept the gift, Wang Ziwei knew what He Shijing was thinking. "Why don't you open it and take a look, sir?" Wang Ziwei spoke in a mysterious way, which made He Shijing curious as well. What exactly was inside the box that made Wang Ziwei so interested, and why was she using it to bribe him? It's probably not something like money. Driven by curiosity, He Shijing took the gift box and slowly opened it. When he saw what was inside, He Shijing stood up instantly. He Shijing frowned deeply, looking at Wang Ziwei in disbelief, and asked, "What does Patriarch Wang mean by this?" "It means exactly what it says. Since Lord He has agreed to help with this item belongs to Lord He." Wang Ziwei remained calm, but in reality, his heart was bleeding. The reason why the Wang family has been able to dominate Mo City for so many years is because of what's inside the box. The box contained nothing but a heart of literature, and a second-grade heart of literature at that. As mentioned before, scholars need to cultivate their literary and moral character in order to be promoted to the ranks of great Confucian scholars. This is common sense and orthodoxy. In addition, there is another way. One can borrow the literary and moral aspirations of others to advance to the ranks of great Confucian scholars. However, this method has many limitations. To advance to the rank of a great Confucian scholar by leveraging the literary and moral aspirations of others, a high degree of compatibility between the two is required. The higher the compatibility, the greater the chance of success. Secondly, those who advance to the rank of great Confucian scholars by borrowing the wisdom of others will never make further progress in this lifetime. In other words, he borrowed the literary and moral spirit of a third-rank Confucian scholar, and his highest rank was only third rank, and he could not rise any higher. It doesn't sound very friendly, and it seems rather useless, but it's something that many scholars dream of, and it's also the reason why major families have been able to preserve it for so long. Where does the spirit of literature and morality come from? To put it simply, it is formed after the death of a great Confucian scholar. Similar to the relics in Buddhism, the spirit of literature and morality is usually a legacy left to future generations by great Confucian scholars. Why has the Confucius family remained prosperous and powerful, with no one able to challenge its position? Ultimately, it's all because the Confucius family produced a sage. With the spirit of a literary sage accompanying them, the descendants of the Confucius family have their talents soaring, producing great scholars in every generation, and occasionally even semi-sages, and so, generation after generation accumulated knowledge, and no one knew how many people in the Confucius family possessed a heart devoted to literature in the way. The power of the Kong family was such that even the great Qin dynasty had to take them seriously. The fact that Wang Ziwei could produce a heart of literature in Tao indicates that the Wang family ancestors produced great Confucian scholars, and even those with a heart of literature in Tao of the second rank. Wang Ziwei believed that the Wang family's love for literature and morality would surely move He Shijing. This also shows that Wang Ziwei truly loved his grandson, and was willing to give up everything to protect Wang Yid. He Shijing asked,
"What about the Ink Willow Academy?"
Yes, He Shijing was moved by Wang Ziwei's sincerity. From the moment he obtained the heart of literature, He Shijing never let go, fearing that Wang Ziwei might change her mind and want to take it back.
Chapter 86 Falling Apart. As for the Mulyo Academy, Wang Ziwei wasn't worried at all.
Master Chen was an insatiable man, and as long as the Wang family paid a little, Master Chen would definitely agree. As expected, with Wang Ziwei offering a hefty sum, Master Chen readily agreed. He didn't believe that Yi Liangchen could once again manifest the will of the sage. After everything was prepared, He Shijing sent someone to inform Yi Liangchen. The moment Yi Liangchen saw Wang Yid, he immediately realized what the problem was. They have some nerve, daring to defy even the emperor's decree. I wonder what the Wang family promised them that would make them risk their entire clan's extermination to follow them.
I have something I'd like to say to you, sir. Yi Liangchen did not expose their conspiracy right away.
Young Master Yi, please speak. He Shijing behaved as usual, treating Yi Liangchen politely without showing any displeasure, giving the impression that He Shijing was on Yi Liangchen's side. Why Yi Liangchen didn't beat around the bush with He Shijing, and advised him, "Lord He, the road is under your feet, don't lose your way." Upon hearing this, He Shijing frowned slightly. Was Yi Liangchen warning him? At this time, in this situation, Yi Liangchen said these words, and Shi Jing guessed that Yi Liangchen must know something, but so what? He Shijing desperately needed the Wang family's heart for literature and morality. Even knowing it was risky, he was unwilling to back down. He Shijing pretended not to understand and said, "Young Master Yi's words are profound, and I do not understand the meaning behind them." Yi Liangchen smiled and ignored He Shijing. There's a saying that goes, "You can never wake someone who's pretending to be awake." Yi Liangchen already knew in his heart that He Shijing was completely tied to the Wang family. Why Yi Liangchen turned to look at Master Chen and asked, "What does the Mulyo Academy think?" Seeing Yi Liangchen's gaze fall upon him, Master Chen glanced at him and said in a deliberately harsh tone, "The person has been captured for you, and things will be done as you wish." Now that things have come to this, you still ask me what the academy means? Yi Liangchen, what are your true intentions? It must be said that Master Chen is very good at turning the tables. No wonder he was able to become the vice dean of Mulyo Academy. He must have some ability. Yes, that's the power of verbal sparring. Do you think Yi Liangchen will be afraid because of this? Yi Liangchen ignored Master Chen's question and pointed at the fake Wang Yid, asking, "May I ask, Master, is he Wang Yid, a student of your academy?" Yi Liangchen's words essentially made the matter clear. Ma Shang's father also realized what was happening. Looking at the fake Wang Yid, he felt a mix of emotions, and a surge of anger welled up inside him. In the end, he managed to suppress his anger. Ma Shang's father remained silent, trusting that Yi Liangchen could handle the situation and simply waiting patiently. Seeing Yi Liangchen ask him so directly, Master Chen felt slightly uneasy. From the moment Yi Liangchen warned He Shijing, Master Chen already knew in his heart that Yi Liangchen had probably guessed it. First, Master Chen didn't take it to heart. The probability of this matter involving him was very small, almost negligible. Little did anyone know, Yi Liangchen was determined to drag him down with him. But if he answers like that, he might find himself in danger. That was hasty. We should have asked the Wang family for more. Yes. Master Chen spoke with great confidence, which showed that he had excellent professional ethics. Having accepted the benefits from the Wang family, he should do their bidding. Just when it seemed that the government office and the academy were at a disadvantage and about to be led by the nose by Yi Liangchen, the Wang family stepped forward. The Wang family stood up and accused Yi Liangchen, saying he had ulterior motives. To say that this Wang Yud is fake is only possible if Yi Liangchen can find the real Wang Yud. Why Yi Liangchen scoffed at this, refusing to play such tricks with the Wang family. Otherwise, please make a judgment. Yi Liangchen once again asked for the emperor's judgment. The moment the words, "Please make your judgment," were uttered, the entire room fell silent. They didn't believe Yi Liangchen could summon the will of the sage again. On the contrary, they dared not gamble. A sage is not someone you can summon at will. This matter is already clear and there is no need to say more. Guards, take Wang Yud away and execute him at noon. He Shijing didn't give Yi Liangchen a chance to ask the emperor for a judgment. Why? Because he was afraid the sooner this matter is resolved, the better. Only then can we have peace of mind. Just as the constables were about to take the fake Wang Yid away as instructed by He Shijing, Yi Liangchen stopped them.
Yi Liangchen, do you dare disobey my judgment?
He Shijing's face darkened. He was already prepared to break off relations with Yi Liangchen. Why Yi Liangchen shook his head and said, I cannot comply with Lord He's laws.
He Shijing pressed further, are you going to oppose me?
Yi Liangchen shook his head again and said, it's not that I want to go against you, sir, it's that you have lost all conscience.
You bastard, seize this brat for me.
He Shijing slammed his hand on the table.
He was no longer pretending.
Since Yi Liangchen was so stubborn and difficult to deal with, he had no choice but to activate the last plan. They killed Yi Liangchen to silence him anyway. No one knows Yi Liangchen is in Macheng.
As long as they don't say anything, no one will know that they did it. Lord He, are you so sure you've already taken me?
Yi Liangchen asked, already understanding what the other party was going to do to him next. After hearing Yi Liangchen's words, He Shijing and the others hesitated for a moment. Could it be that Yi Liangchen has a backup plan? Impossible. Even if Yi Liangchen has a backup plan, so what? Once the matter is exposed, they will all die anyway, so they might as well take a gamble. You are only a minor 9th grade chi opening cultivator, not even an 8th grade life establishment cultivator.
How can you possibly contend with us?
He Shijing scoffed, but he was still very confident about this. Of the people present, each one was at a higher level than Yi Liangchen. Even if Yi Liangchen had made his decision before, he wouldn't be able to escape today. It's a pity that Yi Liangchen, with all his talent, had to fall before he could rise to prominence. I hope he will be more low-key in his next life. Make a decision. Yi Liangchen smiled. He had been waiting for these words. Why Yi Liangchen said, finally, if I may ask, Lord He, what oath did you make when you took this mission?
Humph. You brats still dare to be arrogant, take him down.
He Shijing did not want to answer Yi Liangchen's question. When he took up his post, he naturally made a vow to be loyal to the emperor and love his country, and to relieve the people's worries. Not only him, but almost all Confucian scholars made this vow. That's why He Shijing was able to become the county magistrate. A vow of life is not something to be hidden, it can be spoken, but not in this kind of situation. Don't think that you can enter the 8th grade life establishing realm just by making a vow casually. That's not how it works. After making a vow, one must fulfill that vow, otherwise, one will never be able to advance any further in life, but there are always exceptions.
Most Confucian scholars were trying to find loopholes.
I made a vow that as long as it looked like it on the surface, it wouldn't hinder their progress. He Shijing is also this type of person. You can pretend, but you can't reveal it, otherwise you'll be punished if the will of heaven notices it. In mild cases, it eliminates their talent, turning them into ordinary people.
In severe cases, it results in immediate death. Chapter 87. Destiny. Yi Liangchen repelled the Yamen runners who came to arrest him.
Seeing that Yi Liangchen was still resisting, He Shijing was about to take action himself to avoid future trouble. At that moment, Yi Liangchen's talent surged, permeating the heavens and earth. Upon witnessing this scene, all the Confucian scholars present were stunned. Neither too early nor too late, Yi Liangchen chose this exact moment to make his mark. It should be understood that once a person has established their destiny, they should not be interrupted.
Humph. So what if you've reached the 8th rank of the life establishment realm?
You're still going to die today. He Shijing sneered. An 8th rank official was just as weak in his eyes. So even if Yi Liangchen reaches the 8th rank, it won't change the fact that he's destined to die. While He Shijing was staring at Yi Liangchen, Yi Liangchen was also looking at him. It was at this moment that Yi Liangchen spoke. I know you don't understand why I would risk my life to stand up for Ma Sheng's family. In your eyes, they are nothing but commoners, only fit to be your slaves, and no one cares about their lives. And now that I, Yi Liangchen, have come into this world, I should do something for it. Today, I, Yi Liangchen, hereby swear an oath. To establish a moral compass for heaven and earth, to secure a destiny for the people, to continue the lost learning of past sages, and to usher in an era of peace for all generations. As soon as Henku uttered his 4 lines, extraordinary phenomena suddenly appeared in the heavens and earth, and a surge of immense talent flowed into Yi Liangchen's body, elevating him from the 9th rank of enlightenment to the 8th rank of destiny. As Yi Liangchen had guessed, this time, he had gained control of yet another handle on the will of heaven. At the same time, in the Confucian and Taoist world, and all over the world, those of great Confucianism and above have noticed the emergence of this strange phenomenon. Deity in Kyoto. Who exactly is it that, with just a single destiny, has brought about such a great phenomenon? Prime Minister Gui Shouyuan was extremely shocked. Who else would have such a grand occasion when they were establishing their own dynasty, one that shook the entire world? Take, for example, the last sage who embodied the unity of knowledge and action 1,000 years ago, his establishment of his destiny was far less significant than the scene unfolding today. Take another look. Is this the direction of Fengzhou? Guo Xiuyuan was completely stunned. Could this be caused by Yi Liangchen again? What oath did this kid make that moved even the heavens? Within Fengzhou territory, Chu Changqing is the dean of Malio Academy, and he is currently traveling. Suddenly, this strange phenomenon that appeared in the sky and earth attracted his attention. The strange phenomenon occurred within the territory of my Mo city. Could it be that a great figure has emerged from my academy? Chu Changqing immediately recognized the location of the strange phenomenon as Mo City. So the question arises, who in Mo City has the most strength to achieve this? Of course, it's Mo Lu Academy. In other words, the person who caused the celestial phenomenon is very likely a student of the Malio Academy. Having thought of this, Chu Changqing no longer had any intention of continuing his travels. Forget about swimming. What he needs to do now is hurry up and get to Mo City, return to Mo Lu Academy, and see which student is so amazing. This child has the bearing of a sage. If a sage were to emerge from Malio Academy, its status would be second only to that of Xingxue Academy. Meanwhile, in another place within Fengzhou, namely where Kong Yingda was, from the moment the sages were manifested, Kong Yingda searched for nearly 2 days within the territory of Fengzhou, but found nothing. Just as Kong Yingda was about to give up, another strange phenomenon occurred, and now Kong Yingda finally knew where he was and hurriedly headed towards Mo City. The strange phenomenon didn't last long. After Yi Liangchen stabilized at the 8th grade life establishment realm, the phenomenon began to dissipate, and the world returned to calm. Although the strange phenomenon had dissipated, some people were still in shock and unable to recover. He Shijing was one of them. To establish a moral compass for heaven and earth, to secure a destiny for the people, to continue the lost learning of past sages, and to usher in an era of peace for all generations. What a powerful conviction! He wouldn't even dare to think about doing it, let alone actually doing it. No one has ever thought of this before. It means if those words came out of his mouth, sure Jing would die on the spot without a problem. What need is there for literary ideals and rubbish, grown-ups? Just as He Shijing was in a daze, a voice woke him up. At this moment, He Shijing had a dark expression on his face. Not only He Shijing had a dark expression, but everyone in Master Chen and the Wang family also had the same expression. Even if they kill Yi Liangchen here today, they will suffer a backlash because Yi Liangchen has such a grand ambition. To injure others by 1,000, you will also lose 800 of your own life. I've truly witnessed that today. Now that things have come to this point, there's no way to back down. We can only go all the way down this path. One wrong step leads to another. I told you, even if you reach the 8th rank and establish your life, so what? You are destined to die today, and no one can save you. He Shijing once again uttered harsh words, and the next moment, he unleashed his 5th grade virtue realm strength without reservation, intending to kill Yi Liangchen with a single blow. Yi Liangchen had no confidence at all in facing a 5th rank official with an 8th rank life establishing ability, not to mention that his opponent also had Master Chen and experts from the Wang family. Nevertheless, Yi Liangchen's survival is not a problem. With the heavily Dao battle armor on his body, He Shijing and the others will not be able to harm Yi Liangchen in the slightest. Even Ma Shang's father, Yi Liangchen, was not confident he could protect him. Just as Yi Liangchen was about to activate the heavily Dao battle armor to defend against He Shijing's attack, a voice came from afar and helped Yi Liangchen block He Shijing's attack. How dare this lowly county magistrate kill my proud student without permission? After he finished speaking, a figure landed in front of Yi Liangchen and firmly protected him. Upon seeing the newcomer's face clearly, He Shijing, Master Chen, Kaiyan, and Mo Shuyo, among others, all changed their expressions drastically and knelt down to kowtow. Disciple greets Holy Master. That's right, the person who came was Kong Yingda. As a descendant of Confucius and the head of the Sacred Learning Academy, Kong Yingda could serve as a teacher to all Confucian scholars, except for those who were not yet fully sages. When He Shijing and the others addressed Kong Yingda as Holy Teacher, it wasn't that Kong Yingda couldn't accept the title, but rather that they were being too presumptuous. Kong Yingda glanced at He Shijing and the others, and said coldly, "What were you doing just now?" Looking back now, Kong Yingda still feels a bit scared. He arrived just in time and shielded Yi Liangchen from He Shijing's attack. Otherwise, if Yi Liangchen had taken that blow, he would have been severely injured, if not killed, and would have had a hard time recovering. He wouldn't allow such a genius to fall like this. Fortunately, Kong Yingda was a descendant of a sage and the dean of the highest academy in the Great Qin dynasty. He had exceptional professional ethics and gave He Shijing a chance to explain before he understood the situation. If He Shijing is in the right, Kong Yingda might spare his life. If there are other reasons for the deliberate murder of a chosen one of heaven, Kong Yingda will not tolerate it. Your humble servant. No, hearing Kong Yingda ask about it, Shijing felt a chill run down his spine. Master Chen and the Wang family were the same, with Kong Yingda personally involved. They couldn't hide it any longer, and they've met their match today. Please, Holy Master, grant justice for my son. It was during this time when Shi Jing and the others were trembling with fear that Ma Shang's father stepped forward and knelt before Kong Yingda. Chapter 88 is essentially the same. Ma Shang's father recounted the whole story to Kong Yingda, and as he listened to the later parts, Kong Yingda's expression grew increasingly grim. Putting everything else aside, the fact that someone dared to disobey the words of his ancestor clearly shows that they don't respect the Kong family and deserve punishment. Just as Kong Yingda was about to make his move, another person appeared by sheer coincidence. It was Chu Changqing, the returning dean of Malio Academy. Everyone's here. Chu Changqing appeared with a grin on his face, not yet noticing Kong Yingda's presence. Dean. At this moment, Master Chen called out to Chu Changqing in a trembling voice, as if to remind him. To everyone's surprise, Chu Changqing didn't understand Master Chen's meaning at all, and instead continued, "Why are you all kneeling on the ground? Get up, get up. Everyone, do they dare to stand up? They dare not." Chu Changqing. It was at this moment that Kong Yingda spoke up and called out to Chu Changqing. Kong Yingda knew Chu Changqing. After all, Chu Changqing was a third-rank scholar, whose status was not to be underestimated. Ha! This voice sounds so familiar. When Chu Changqing heard Kong Yingda call his name, he was puzzled. The voice sounded so familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. When Chu Changqing turned around and saw Kong Yingda's face, he immediately knelt down on the ground. Student Chu Changqing greets the Holy Master. Chu Changqing never expected that he would meet Kong Yingda in the small county government office of Macheng. It was truly an honor. No wonder Master Chen and the others knelt on the ground and wouldn't get up. Now Chu Changqing understood completely. Chu Changqing himself was a little embarrassed, because he had actually put on airs in front of Kong Yingda. Chu Changqing, you have truly brought out a fine academy. Kong Yingda said to Chu Changqing, but despite his calm tone, everyone knew that his words were a compliment. The thought of everyone kneeling before Kong Yingda, not daring to utter a sound, made Chu Changqing guess that something must have happened, and that it was a big deal, related to the Malio Academy. Having figured it out, Chu Changqing immediately turned to look at Master Chen and questioned, "Tell me, what exactly happened?" Upon seeing Chu Changqing's gaze fixed on him, Master Chen trembled again and stammered, "Dean, speak quickly." Chu Changqing frowned. He had lost his patience. Seeing Master Chen's state, Chu Changqing knew he had definitely caused a major disaster, but he didn't know how serious it was or whether it was within his acceptable range. Under pressure from Chu Changqing, Master Chen revealed the truth in a very subtle way. WTF. When intellectuals get angry, they are much more violent than ordinary people. When Chu Changqing learned the whole story, he immediately flew into a rage and slapped Master Chen against the wall. "Chen Tingshan, I entrusted the academy to you, and this is how you run it." Chu Changqing was furious and pointed at Master Chen's nose, cursing him. Chen Tingshan is also the full name of Master Chen. Chu Changqing's slap was merciless, and blood was already seeping from the corner of Chen Tingshan's mouth. It hurt a lot, but Chen Tingshan didn't care. Saving his life was the most important thing right now. "Dean, I was wrong. Please give me another chance. I will definitely manage the academy well." Chen Tingshan pleaded with Chu Changqing for mercy, knowing full well that Chu Changqing was the only one who could speak to Kong Yingda right now. Faced with Chen Tingshan's pleas for mercy, Chu Changqing frowned again. To be honest, Chen Tingshan is a fourth-rank gentleman, and has the potential to become a great Confucian scholar in this lifetime. He is of great importance to the Malio Academy, and he does not want to give up. However, Chu Changqing knew that he couldn't get involved in this matter. Everything depended on Kong Yingda's decision. "Please, Your Excellency, make the decision." Chu Changqing returned the power of speech to Kong Yingda. "Let me decide." Kong Yingda sneered inwardly. This Chu Changqing still didn't understand who the real protagonist was here. So stupid. I don't know how Chu Changqing became a third-rank Confucian scholar. No wonder this mess happened at Malio Academy. What a fool. "What do you think, young friend?" Kong Yingda turned around and asked Yi Liangchen, and it was at this moment that Chu Changqing finally realized what was happening. The decision rests entirely with Yi Liangchen. Chu Changqing suddenly became nervous, hoping that Yi Liangchen could show leniency and punish him lightly. "May I ask, Holy Master, how does the great Qian law judge someone who substitutes a fake for the real to take the blame for another?"
Yi Liangchen asked, having now guessed Kong Yingda's identity. There is only one person in the world today who can be addressed as a sage teacher by He Shijing, the dean of Malio Academy, and others, Kong Yingda, the dean of Xingxue Academy and a descendant of the Kong family. Yi Liangchen never expected that this big shot would be implicated in the ENDIT. Seems Yi Liangchen is destined to win this round. When faced with Yi Liangchen's question, Kong Yingda answered without hesitation. According to the laws of the Great Qian dynasty, all those involved in this matter should be executed. If that's the case, then He Shijing, Chen Tingshan, Wang Ziwei, and others will all die. Upon hearing this, Xu Chongqing completely lost his confidence. He knew that Chen Tingshan was doomed to die today and there was no way to save him. Let them die. It's good to get rid of these few menaces. They thought that killing He Shijing and the others would make the matter disappear. They were wrong. How could a few people satisfy Yi Liangchen? He wanted the entire Wang family wiped out. Yi Liangchen then asked, Master, what should be done if one disobeys the words of a sage? Yi Liangchen's words startled not only Xu Chongqing but also Kong Yingda. Kong Yingda's brows furrowed deeply. In his view, even if they had defied the words of the sage, killing a few wicked people would have been enough. There was no need to involve them further. Less killing is beneficial for future growth. Scholars should not have such a violent temper. But now that Yi Liangchen has made his point clear, it's clear that he intends to take things to the extreme of those who disobey the words of the sages should be punished, at the very least by exterminating their entire family. Of course, there are even more ruthless ones. If Kong Yingda remembers correctly, the most significant event in history was the extermination of 10 clans. Would Kong Yingda dare to say that? He dared not say it. Young friend, you see, this matter has not caused any serious consequences. It is enough to punish the ringleader. There is no need to involve others, as that would be against the natural order. Kong Yingda was advising Yi Liangchen that although he was a respected teacher to all scholars, in the end, his thoughts were the same as those of the upper class. It was just an ordinary student who died, and justice has already been served, so there's no need to make a big deal out of it. Upon hearing this, Yi Liangchen fully understood that the so-called holy teachers were no different from these people in essence. Suddenly, Yi Liangchen remembered the words of a great man. Yi Liangchen said to Kong Yingda, Holy Master, I met a gentleman on my way from Baishir town. This gentleman said something to me that has benefited me greatly. Would you like to hear it? Chapter 89 Scholar, 6th rank Confucian gentleman Yi Liangchen said, he said that we should come from the masses and go to the masses, and we deeply understand the principle that water can carry a boat but also capsize it. Upon hearing this, Kong Yingda frowned slightly to Yi Liangchen, implying that he doesn't understand the hardships of ordinary people, or is it that their achievements today are inseparable from the contributions of these people? Actually, none of that applies. Yi Liangchen was quite subtle in his words, without directly saying, are kings and generals born with a special destiny? Otherwise, Kong Yingda would have an even bigger headache. Seeing that Kong Yingda remained silent, Yi Liangchen continued, Holy Master, do you know what oath I just made? What oath? Yi Liangchen's reminder made Kong Yingda realize that he had almost forgotten the important matter. Yes, what vow did Yi Liangchen make that caused such a commotion? Another question is how Yi Liangchen managed to make the will of the sage manifest. So Yi Liangchen repeated the 4 lines of Zhang Zai to Kong Yingda. When Kong Yingda heard these 4 sentences, he was completely stunned. To establish a moral compass for heaven and earth, to secure a destiny for the people, to continue the lost learning of past sages, and to usher in an era of peace for all generations. What a grand ambition! To my utter surprise, these words came from the mouth of an 8-year-old child. He Shijing and the Wang family deserve to have their entire families executed. As you wish, young friend, I will report this matter to His Majesty and have him send someone to handle it. Kong Yingda stopped pleading for them and could only accept their bad luck in encountering Yi Liangchen, this oddball. Kong Yingda couldn't handle the matter of exterminating 9 generations of his family by himself, and besides, he didn't want to do it himself, so he passed the buck to the imperial court. Holy Master, my Wang family is descended from great Confucian scholars and is a family of scholars. How can my Wang family be exterminated because of a commoner? I will not accept this. Upon hearing that Kong Yingda agreed with Yi Liangchen's plan to exterminate his entire family, the Wang family members couldn't hold back any longer and immediately stood up to question him. His Wang family are descendants of great Confucian scholars, a family of scholars that has been passed down through generations. How could they be exterminated just because they killed a commoner? The Wang family was not satisfied. They had suffered and shed blood for the great Qian dynasty, and the court could not treat them like this. So noisy. Kang Yingda had no desire to listen to the Wang family's explanations and used Confucian principles to silence them. Then, Kang Yingda glanced at Chu Changqing and asked Yi Liangchen, "What about the Ink Willow Academy?" Kang Yingda still wanted to ask Yi Liangchen about his attitude towards Malyo Academy. Ultimately, the Malyo Academy was established solely because of Master Chen's personal interests. It was neither a large nor a small institution, entirely dependent on Yi Liangchen's personal will. Cultivating oneself and establishing virtue are fundamental. Moral education shines brightly. The student takes his leave. Yi Liangchen said just that one sentence. Then, Yi Liangchen helped Ma Shang's father up, and the two walked out of the county government office. Watching Yi Liangchen's departing figure, Chu Changqing cupped his hands and bowed to Yi Liangchen. Mo Lu Academy will keep in mind the teachings of our young friend. Only at this moment did Chu Changqing breathe a sigh of relief. Why Yi Liangchen let the Malyo Academy off the hook and did not pursue the matter further. Upon returning to the academy, Chu Changqing had Yi Liangchen's words engraved and hung at the entrance of the Malyo Academy as part of the academy's motto, serving as a constant reminder. Oh, what a pity! Watching Yi Liangchen's departing figure, Kang Yingda sighed inwardly. He lamented that such a promising talent could not be accepted into his tutelage. Kang Yingda originally intended to take Yi Liangchen in and bring him into the Sacred Learning Academy. With Yi Liangchen's talent and intelligence, he will definitely become a half-saint in the future, and may even challenge for the sainthood and become the 5th saint in the world. Unfortunately, Yi Liangchen's grand ambition was destined to be unfulfilled. This path is difficult. It remains to be seen whether Yi Liangchen can maintain his original intentions. Why Yi Liangchen escorted Ma Shang's father home, and before Ma Shang's family could express their gratitude, Yi Liangchen turned and left Mo Chang. Since Kang Yingda had already agreed, he would not go back on his word. Before long, when the court sent someone down, the Wang family would be punished, and Ma Shang's injustice would be resolved. Therefore, Yi Liangchen didn't need to stay any longer. Although Yi Liangchen is gone, his deeds are widely known. Kang Yingda published the 4 lines of Hanku that Yi Liangchen used to establish his life, and Yi Liangchen's fame soared once again. Yi Gong of the Yi family in Baisher town also heard the news and was overjoyed. As expected of someone from the Yi family, he's really impressive. It hasn't been long since he established his authority and uttered such domineering words. In his joy, Lord Yi summoned Yi Liangchen's adoptive father and lashed him several times with a whip. How could he have such a useless son? Yi Liangchen was completely unaware of these family matters. He traveled while cultivating with spirit stones. 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and Yi Liangchen is now 12 years old. In the past 3 years, Yi Liangchen has done a lot. Also last year, Yi Liangchen participated in the county examination in Ping County and successfully won first place. His status changed from a student to a scholar, and his cultivation level also changed from the 8th rank to the 7th rank. Originally, Yi Liangchen was not qualified to participate in the county examination in Ping County. According to the regulations of the Great Qin dynasty, before the prefectural examination, students could only take the examination in their place of household registration, unless they obtained approval from the government or a higher academy. Yi Liangchen was not from Ping County, so he was not qualified to participate in the county examination in Ping County. However, Yi Liangchen's reputation was too great. When Yi Liangchen revealed his identity, the government approved his participation in the county examination in Ping County without saying a word. This is unfair to some people, but there's nothing that can be done. There is no such thing as absolute fairness in the world. A year has passed since Yi Liangchen last won first place in the county examination. In this year, he made another breakthrough, rising from a 7th-rank benevolent person to a 6th-rank Confucian scholar, at the same level as his teacher Fang Zhongyi, belonging to the scholar class. At the same time, Yi Liangchen's cultivation level also reached the early stage of foundation establishment. The reason I broke through so quickly was entirely due to the spirit stones that aided my cultivation. With his 6th-rank Confucian scholar status and early foundation establishment cultivation, Yi Liangchen, a typical great Confucian scholar, could handle the situation on his own. His own foundation has been further enhanced. On this same day, Yi Liangchen arrived at a place called Changyun village. Just as Yi Liangchen was about to enter the village, he was stopped by an old man. "Young man, there's something ominous about this village. You'd better not go in." Unknown, Yi Liangchen immediately became interested upon hearing this, as he hadn't encountered anything strange in a long time. Yi Liangchen asked, "May I ask, sir, is there any ominous sign in the village?" The old man looked puzzled. He had already said that there was something ominous in the village. Shouldn't a normal person turn around and leave after hearing that? Why did you suddenly become interested when it came to Yi Liangchen? Seeing the old man's confusion, Yi Liangchen continued,
I am a Confucian scholar with Cultivation, so you can rest assured to tell me what's going on.
Oh well. It's no use.
The old man shook his head, but out of curiosity, he told Yi Liangchen what had happened in the village. The village is called Changyun Village because there is a mountain range next to it called Changyun Mountain. The misfortune that befell Changyun Village originated from Changyun Mountain. Chapter 90. I have a sword, please accept it. Mountain Lord, there is a large worm in Changyun Mountain. Bah!
What tiger?
That's a mountain tiger. The mountain tiger eats people, and every so often the villagers have to offer a person as a sacrifice to it. Only in this way can the mountain king protect the safety of the villagers of Changyun village, otherwise, the mountain king will personally descend the mountain and devour all the villagers. When Yi Liangchen asked if they had sought help from anyone, the old man told Yi Liangchen that they had reported it to the authorities, and officials, and teachers from the academy had come. However, they were powerless against the mountain king. In the end, both the government officials and the teachers at the academy gave up, and the matter was dropped. Anyway, the tiger only eats people and hasn't done anything else outrageous, so the impact is minimal. Changyun village has over 1,000 people, and only one person is sacrificed every so often, which is enough to feed the mountain tiger.
After learning the whole story, Yi Liangchen asked the old man, "Do you know
where the mountain lord is located?" When Yi Liangchen asked about the location of the mountain lord, the old man was at a loss for what to do, and neither the government officials nor the teachers at the academy could do anything about the mountain lord.
If he told Yi Liangchen, wouldn't Yi Liangchen just be throwing his life away for nothing?
Old man, there's no need to worry.
I'm just going to take a look. If there's any danger, I can easily get out unharmed.
Yi Liangchen explained his situation to the old man. Seeing that Yi Liangchen was determined to go, the old man could no longer refuse and told Yi Liangchen the location of the mountain king. Following his father-in-law's directions, Yi Liangchen set foot on Changyun Mountain. When Yi Liangchen climbed halfway up the mountain, he keenly sensed that something was approaching him. Why Yi Liangchen stopped in his tracks. Before long, a white tiger appeared in Yi Liangchen's field of vision. It swung its agile body and leisurely strode towards Yi
Liangchen. When the white tiger was 3 or 4 meters away from Yi Liangchen, it also stopped and looked up at Yi Liangchen.
"Human, you have a lot of courage."
The white tiger spoke first, and in the past, anyone who came upon seeing it would flee in terror. How could anyone be like Yi Liangchen, who not only didn't run away or panic, but remained calm and deliberately waited for it? To be honest, Yi Liangchen's calm and composed demeanor made Baihu start to worry. Could Yi Liangchen be some great Confucian scholar? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Why Yi Liangchen looks so young? How could he be a great Confucian scholar?
He's just a bookish student at most. So, where does Yi Liangchen's confidence come from?
If I weren't brave enough, I wouldn't have come,
Yi Liangchen replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Baihu felt that Yi Liangchen's words made sense. Ever since people learned of its existence, no one from the villagers at the foot of the mountain dared to go up the mountain. The white tiger then asked, "What brings you here?"
"I didn't mean anything else, I just wanted to have a chat with the mountain king."
Yi Liangchen spoke calmly, without any hint of malevolence, as if he had genuinely come up the mountain to reminisce. The white tiger, with its exceptionally keen senses, sensed that Yi Liangchen meant no harm and relaxed. "Yes, what is it afraid of?"
"It is a mountain king, the king of beasts."
"The vulnerable group should be Yi Liangchen. If Yi Liangchen isn't afraid, what is there for it to fear?"
Baihu asked again, "What do you want to talk about?"
Yi Liangchen said, "I have a story."
"Would you like to hear it, Mountain Lord?"
The white tiger seemed a little confused. Yi Liangchen had come here to tell it a story. Is it that it's not thinking straight, or is it that Yi Liangchen is not thinking straight? Does it need a story? If it weren't for Yi Liangchen's extraordinary abilities, the white tiger would have already devoured him. "Tell me about it." The white tiger decided to give Yi Liangchen this chance. It hadn't been long since it last ate a person, and it was still a bit tired of the taste, so it would let Yi Liangchen live a little longer. There is a world called Tianyuan Realm, and there is a place called Changbai Mountain.
There is also a mountain lord living on Changbai Mountain, and this mountain lord, Yi Liangchen recounted the deeds of the mountain lord to the white tiger, because it was adapted from a true story, and Yi Liangchen was eloquent. He told it so vividly that even Baihu was captivated. "What about creating laws for the demon race, and conquering the world? It's so exciting."
The white tiger has completely immersed itself in the story, as if the mountain lord is itself. Finally, the white tiger excitedly said, "I want to be like it too."
Yi Liangchen shook his head and said, "No, you are completely different from it."
"What are you saying?" The white tiger bared its teeth, its heart finally filled with enthusiasm, only to have it ruthlessly extinguished by Yi Liangchen.
How could it not be angry? The white tiger looked ferocious at the moment, but Yi Liangchen felt no fear whatsoever. Why Yi Liangchen said, one is opening up a future for the demon race, while the other is only concerned with eating people. The two are completely incomparable. Human, you're asking for death. The white tiger roared, finally understanding why Yi Liangchen had told it this story of why Yi Liangchen was indirectly calling it a beast. They called it a man-eating beast. How could it tolerate this? It wanted to tear Yi Liangchen to pieces to vent its hatred. Just as Baihu was about to make his move, Yi Liangchen also made his move. Why Yi Liangchen held a 3-foot-long sword and used his spiritual power to manipulate lightning magic. What's this? Seeing Yi Liangchen's strange actions, the white tiger stopped moving forward. It had never seen such a spell cast before. At the same time, the white tiger smelled the scent of death coming from Yi Liangchen. Why Yi Liangchen truly has the ability to resolve this. No wonder he remained calm throughout. This is a monster. Run. The white tiger dared not linger any longer, and with a flourish of its delicate body, it galloped wildly into the depths of the mountains. Can it run away? If Yi Liangchen lets the white tiger escape, he might as well give up his foundation establishment Cultivation. I have a sword, please accept it, Mountain Lord. Yi Liangchen swung his longsword, slashing at the white tiger with immense force. The white tiger tried to dodge, but the sword energy seemed to be locked onto it, and it couldn't shake it off at all. Boom! A startling sound erupted from Changyun Mountain, stunning the villagers at its foot. What happened on the mountain? The villagers of Changyun village asked why there was a loud bang coming from the mountain all of a sudden. Moreover, the commotion was too great, they could feel the ground shaking. Just now. The direction from which the sound came seems to be the location of the Mountain Lord. Some observant villagers discovered the source of the problem. When the tiger was mentioned, all the villagers fell silent, their faces showing some fear. I met a young man today. Could this be related to him? At this moment, an old man stepped forward and said that he was the old man who had spoken with Yi Xingchen earlier. The old man recounted to the other villagers what he had said to Yi Liangchen that day. After hearing what the old man said, a bold idea came to everyone's mind. Could the noise just now have been from Yi Liangchen killing the Mountain Lord? That's unlikely, too. According to the old man, Yi Liangchen is very young, so how could he have the strength to deal with the Mountain Lord? Who among you will go up the mountain to take a look? Suddenly, someone made a suggestion. If things go as they guessed, Changyun village will be at peace from now on, and there will be no more sacrifices to any mountain lords. Chapter 91 Sunset Glow and Lone Wild Goose Flying Together. Changyun village is not lacking in courageous people, and this is for the sake of the entire village, so going up the mountain is not a bad idea. A group of 3 to 5 strong young men set off together towards Changyun Mountain. When they found the scene, they saw a large pit in the ground, and lying in the pit was a white-haired beast, which was the Mountain King. This white tiger is beyond dead. Seeing this, several tough men began to shed tears. Heaven has eyes, this beast is finally dead. Remembering their father-in-law's words, they began searching for Yi Liangchen, wanting to meet their benefactor in person. Unfortunately, after wandering around the mountain for a long time, they didn't see a single person, who must have already left just as they had expected. After eliminating the white tiger, Yi Liangchen left Changyun Mountain and arrived in Shuiyan City. Shuiyan City, located near a river, produced a semi-saint hundreds of years ago. Later, this semi-saint left behind half a poem here. The spring river tide rises to meet the sea, and the bright moon rises with the tide. Rippling waves stretch for thousands of miles, where on the spring river is there no moon shining brightly. As a result, the water smoker city has attracted countless young talents to admire the demeanor of the half-saint up close. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the local government built the Chenlong Tower here, providing a platform for talented men and women to communicate. Hundreds of years have passed since then, and Chenlong Tower has lost its former prosperity and bustle, no longer attracting tourists from other places. Is Chenlong Tower truly no longer what it once was? No, when you lean up, you'll see a completely different view. Chenlong Tower has now become a gathering place for couples in Shuiyan City, where they want the half-saint to witness their love. Sure enough, there was a handsome young man and a beautiful young woman in front of Yi Liangchen. They were a few years older than Yi Liangchen, and judging from the man's attire, he looked like a scholar. It was at this moment that the woman spoke to the man, saying, "Brother, you have learned a lot at the academy and are about to take the imperial examination. Why don't you take this opportunity to compose a poem for me here?" The man was immediately put in a difficult position. Despite studying the classics for 10 years, he remained mediocre, neither good at literature nor martial arts. If you ask him to give his evaluation, he can talk for tens of thousands of words, but if you ask him to do it himself, he immediately becomes tongue-tied. Seeing the man hesitate, the woman asked in confusion, "Is it not okay, brother?" "No, it's too windy today to write poetry." The man immediately came up with a flimsy excuse for himself. Hearing this, Yi Liangchen laughed. Generally speaking, Yi Liangchen doesn't smile, he has excellent professional ethics, unless he can't help it. The man noticed Yi Liangchen's laughter and turned around, looking at Yi Liangchen with cold eyes, revealing a sense of contempt. It's as if it's saying, "What are you laughing at? If you're so capable, why don't you write one yourself?" Seeing the man's gaze, Yi Liangchen knew he had lost his composure and didn't bother to argue with him. Suddenly, Yi Liangchen uttered a sentence. "The sunset glows and the lone wild goose flies together, the autumn waters blend with the vast sky." Upon hearing this, the couple's minds went completely blank. What beautiful verses, inspiring endless imagination. After a long while, the couple finally realized what was happening and tried to find Yi Liangchen. To everyone's surprise, Yi Liangchen had already disappeared. "Wu Yifan, let's break up." After saying that, the woman turned and left without looking back, leaving the man alone swaying in the wind. Yi Liangchen appeared at the Shiyanqing County Government office. Just as Yi Liangchen approached the county government gate, the Yamen runners stopped him. "Who are you? Do you have any grievances? The magistrate is not here right now." "You can tell us your grievances first, and we will report them to him when he returns." The constable told Yi Liangchen that Yi Liangchen could also tell that the other party had no ill intentions and was neither deceiving him nor deliberately obstructing him. They were telling the truth. "The county magistrate is no longer in the county office." Yi Liangchen asked politely, "May I ask where the county magistrate has gone?" "The county magistrate has gone to work in the fields." The Yamen runners didn't hide anything and directly told Yi Liangchen about the county magistrate's whereabouts. Go to work in the fields. Yi Liangchen found it unbelievable. As a county magistrate, he held a high-ranking official position. Instead of working in the county government office, he went to work in the fields. "The magistrate of Shuiyin City is quite interesting." Yi Liangchen then asked, "Young man, could you tell me where the county magistrate works?" Only then did the Yamen runner give Yi Liangchen a serious look. He could tell that Yi Liangchen was not a malicious person and would not pose any threat to the county magistrate. Besides, Yi Liangchen is still young and seems to be a scholar. I guess he might have some connection with the county magistrate. Moreover, he sensed a certain aura emanating from Yi Liangchen, an aura different from his own, which made him feel very comfortable. So, the Yamen runners informed Yi Liangchen of the county magistrate's itinerary. Not long after, Yi Liangchen met Li Shuyi, the magistrate of Shiyanqing County, in the fields of the countryside. When Yi Liangchen first met Li Shuyi was working in the fields with his trousers rolled up. "Young friend, you have arrived in my hookah city." Li Shuyi seemed to know Yi Liangchen, recognizing him at their first meeting. This made Yi Liangchen very curious. "Does the gentleman know me?" "Young friend, you have already reached the 6th rank of Confucian scholar at such a young age. If I still can't guess who you are, then I've wasted my time." Li Shuyi explained to Yi Liangchen, and Yi Liangchen immediately realized what was going on. Indeed, Yi Liangchen is too famous. Anyone who has heard of his deeds can easily guess who he is. This damn charm. Yi Liangchen decided that next time he would study how to hide his Confucian and Taoist cultivation, otherwise he would be recognized wherever he went, like a walking radar. "How did you know I was here, young friend?" Li Shuyi asked again. Yi Liangchen did not hide anything and told Li Shuyi about his trip to the county government. Li Shuyi nodded, understanding. He then asked, "Young friend, where did you come from, and how did you come to Shuiyin City?" Yi Liangchen glanced at Li Shuyi and said, "To be honest, sir, I just came from Changyun village." At this point, the air suddenly became quiet. Li Shuyi frowned. After a long while, it was Li Shuyi who finally broke the silence. "Young friend, have you come to demand an explanation?" Changyun village was under the jurisdiction of Shuiyin City. The official whom the villagers of Changyun village sought help from was Li Shuyi. Li Shuyi was naturally aware of the white tiger that ate people in Changyun village. Therefore, when Yi Liangchen uttered the words Changyun village, Li Shuyi knew in his heart that Yi Liangchen had come to question him. To Li Shuyi's surprise, Yi Liangchen shook his head and said to Li Shuyi, "Before I saw you, sir, I did have this thought. I wanted to ask you why you ignored it and let the white tiger continue to eat people. But after seeing the adult, my doubts disappeared. I knew that the adult had good intentions, but perhaps he was simply powerless to help." Chapter 92 3-character classic. Li Shuyi never expected that Yi Liangchen would have such a high opinion of him. Afterwards, Li Shuyi explained the situation in Changyun village to Yi Liangchen. It wasn't that he didn't want to get rid of the giant worm for Changyun village, he was simply powerless to do so. This big insect is too cunning. It hides when there are many people around, and there's no way to catch it. Li Shuyi cannot remain stationed in Changyun village indefinitely. To completely eliminate this giant insect, a great Confucian scholar is needed. Li Shuyi also invited renowned scholars, but they all refused him when they heard that it was just about cleaning up a large insect in a village, with no substantial reward. Li Shuyi was also helpless and could only put the matter of the tiger aside and deal with it when he had the strength. Now that Yi Liangchen has come from Changyun village, he must have already dealt with the giant worm. That's good, with one less thing to worry about. Li Shuyi felt much better after hearing Li Shuyi's story. Yi Liangchen also let out a long sigh. There are 5 ranks of virtue, 4 ranks of gentlemen, and those of 3 ranks and above are great Confucian scholars. I ask you, how many people have actually done that? My lord, may I borrow your study? Yi Liangchen asked Li Shuyi. After all that has happened in the past few years, it's time for this book to be published. Can I borrow the study? Li Shuyi was taken aback at first, but then immediately agreed. He had a premonition that Yi Liangchen was about to publish a major article. You are welcome to use my study as you see fit, young friend. Since Li Shuyi had said so, Yi Liangchen didn't stand on ceremony. He laid out the paper, ground the ink, and began to write. At birth, human nature is good. People are similar in nature, but have different habits. If not taught, one's nature will change. The essence of teaching lies in specialization. That's right, Yi Liangchen is writing out the 3-character classic. As Yi Liangchen wrote more numbers, the talent he gathered also increased, until finally, his talent soared to the heavens, vast and boundless. It was at this moment that Yi Liangchen broke through to the 5th grade virtue realm, sensing the will of heaven in the Confucian and Taoist worlds. Another authority was granted to Yi Liangchen. As of now, Yi Liangchen has half of the heavenly Tao will in the Confucian and Taoist world under his control. Upon seeing this, Li Shuyi's eyes widened, and his hands trembled. Li Shuyi wasn't afraid, he was excited. He never imagined that he would be able to personally witness the publication of a book in his lifetime. At the same time, those of the caliber of great scholars in this world also witnessed strange phenomena in the heavens and earth. What's been going on all these years? Why are there strange phenomena happening from time to time? Could it be that Yi Liangchen is behind it all again? In the capital of the Great Qian dynasty, Prime Minister Guoxiu was far away. He's numb, he's really numb, seeing this strange phenomenon, and considering Yi Liangchen's recent schedule, it's clear that this strange phenomenon was caused by that kid Yi Liangchen again. I wonder what Yi Liangchen wrote this time. This celestial phenomenon is no less significant than the one involving the 1,000-character classic. At the Sacred Learning Academy, Kong Yingdao's residents, having witnessed another celestial phenomenon, Kong Yingdao was already accustomed to it. After observing the location from which the phenomenon originated, Kong Yingdao summoned a great Confucian scholar. Kong Yingdao said to the great scholar, "Go to Shuiyan city and bring the calligraphy back to the Holy Academy." Yes. The scholar accepted the order and immediately set off for Shuiyan city, not daring to delay for even a moment. Shuiyan city, the county government office. Li Shuyi studied out why Yi Liangchen handed the 3-character classic he had written to Li Shuyi. This text is called the 3-character classic. I will hand it over to you today, sir. Please spread it throughout the world for me. Li Shuyi wanted to refuse, wondering what skills he possessed that would earn Yi Liangchen's favor. Why Yi Liangchen was just being polite. What he meant by spreading this masterpiece throughout the world was that anyone could have done it. It's the kind of thing you can do with your eyes closed, and you have an endless stream of talent. Why Yi Liangchen invited him here to show him favor and let him enjoy the benefits of missionary work, so that Li Shuyi would one day be able to enter the ranks of great Confucian scholars. But before Li Shuyi could finish speaking, Yi Liangchen interrupted him. Why Yi Liangchen said, "When I first arrived in Shuiyan city, I went to Chenjiang Tower and saw the half of the poem left by the half-sage. If you don't mind, I can complete the poem." "Of course I don't mind," Li Shuyi replied immediately. He knew that Yi Liangchen was not giving him a chance to refuse, and was even going to complete the semi-saint's poem for them. What a great favor this was. Yi Liangchen picked up his pen again and completed the poem. Spring River Flower Moon Night, rippling waves stretch for thousands of miles, where on the spring river is there no moon shining, life goes on endlessly, generation after generation, but the moon over the river remains the same year after year. I wonder how many will return by moonlight. The setting moon stirs emotions among the trees along the river. Just as Yi Liangchen finished writing this poem, a figure appeared in the sky above Shuiyan city. Judging from the outline, it was none other than the half-saint of Shuiyan city back then. The sage has appeared. The sage has appeared. Some people were shouting, while others were kneeling in worship. However, the phantom of this demigod did not linger for long. After a few dozen breaths, the phantom of the demigod vanished without a trace, like a fleeting moment. I also present this poem to you, sir, and hope you will keep it safe.
Yi Liangchen then gave this poem, Spring River Flower Moon Night, to Li Shuyi. Shuyi was at a loss for words. He was practically ready to kneel down before Yi Liangchen on the spot. It's not that it's impossible, but I'm afraid Yi Liangchen won't accept it. Yi Liangchen saw what Li Shuyi was thinking and comforted him, saying, Sir, there is no need to feel pressured. Just do things as usual. Finally, I have something to say to you, sir, and I hope you won't take it to heart. Please enlighten me, young friend? Li Shuyi said. He even used the word enlighten me, which shows that Yi Liangchen held a very high position in his heart, like a mentor. Do not refrain from doing good because it is small, nor do evil because it is small. I have other matters to attend to here, so I will not linger any longer. Farewell. After speaking with Li Shuyi, Yi Liangchen took his leave. He's caused such a commotion, it won't be long before someone from Kyoto arrives. He had already passed on the 3-character classic to Li Shuyi, and Yi Liangchen was too lazy to deal with them. He might as well leave and continue his travels around the world. Li Shuyi was also surprised that Yi Liangchen left so quickly, which was completely unexpected. Just as he was about to offer some words of advice, he discovered that Yi Liangchen was no longer there. Li Shuyi looked puzzled. How could Yi Liangchen have disappeared all of a sudden? He didn't remember there being such a Confucian method in Confucianism, nor had he ever seen any great Confucian scholar use this technique. This technique is truly amazing. I wonder how Yi Liangchen managed to do it. Although Yi Liangchen disappeared, what he left behind in his words benefited Li Shuyi greatly. Do not refrain from doing good because it is small, nor do evil because it is small. Li Shuyi kept repeating Yi Liangchen's words in his mind. He felt that the key to his becoming a great Confucian scholar lay in these words. This statement also fulfills the promise he made when he took up his post. Therefore, Li Shuyi bowed 3 times towards the spot where Yi Liangchen disappeared. Chapter 93 Inquiring into One's Heart. A first-rank Confucian scholar. The stop in Shuiyan City was just an interlude. Yi Liangchen didn't linger there long and continued his travels. 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 years, Yi Liangchen has traveled to many places. This time, Yi Liangchen came to Yuanzhou to take the prefectural examination and try to become a jiren, a successful candidate in the provincial-level imperial examinations. Yi Liangchen's Confucian and Taoist realm has reached the peak of the 4th-grade gentleman realm. To condense the heart of literature in Taoism, he still needs the final step, questioning his own heart. Ask your heart what it truly means. If you want to understand your own heart, there's a broken rule in the Confucian and Taoist world: becoming a jiren, a successful candidate in the imperial examinations. At this point, some people might ask, what if the government cheats and keeps denying you a title, preventing you from becoming a successful candidate in the imperial examinations? Wouldn't that cut off their path to survival? There's absolutely no need to worry. As long as you have the ability, you can ask yourself questions on the spot during the exam. As long as you pass the civil service examination, the government will unconditionally recognize your status as a successful candidate in the imperial examinations and will give you a spot to participate in the imperial examinations in the capital. However, such things happen far too rarely, perhaps only once or twice in an entire era. If Yi Liangchen wants to unite the hearts of scholars, he must participate in the prefectural examination and obtain the title of jiren, a successful candidate in the provincial examination. This is the fundamental reason why Yi Liangchen wanted to participate in the prefectural examination. Otherwise, Yi Liangchen wouldn't bother taking the exam. His goal wasn't to become an official. The questions in the prefectural exam were very simple for Yi Liangchen, but he didn't want to answer them. He skipped the first few questions and went straight to the last one. The last question can be considered part of the exam content, or it can be considered not. The question is roughly about what the imperial court should do to make the country stronger and stronger. There are no restrictions on the content of the poems. Students are free to express themselves and speak freely. Why is this question considered part of the exam content, yet also not? The reason is simple. This question is a question that challenges one's conscience. Once it's written, it will resonate with heaven and earth, instantly transforming you into a successful candidate in the imperial examinations. The ancients have already provided the answer to this question. Point 1 proposed national prosperity and people's strength, while the other proposed people's prosperity and national strength. The two proposers immediately resonated with the world and were thus granted the title of jiren, a successful candidate in the highest imperial examinations. Finally, the two of them reached the level of a half-saint. Unfortunately, the two were ultimately just one step short and failed to become saints. Later students also deconstructed and answered questions based on the work of these two predecessors. Why Yi Liangchen was different. He didn't want to follow in the footsteps of his predecessors, he wanted to create his own path. Only in this way can one gain the approval of the will of heaven in the Confucian and Taoist worlds. Yi Liangchen picked up his pen and wrote, when the youth are wise, the nation is wise. When the youth are wealthy, the nation is wealthy. When the youth are strong, the nation is strong. The youth. Yi Liangchen wrote down what the boy had said in a long and detailed manner. The moment Yi Liangchen put down his pen, the will of heaven in the Confucian and Taoist world sensed it and granted Yi Liangchen another power. At this point, Yi Liangchen successfully questioned his own heart, condensed the strongest literary heart, and directly stepped into the ranks of first-grade Confucian scholars. As of now, Yi Liangchen's Confucian and Taoist cultivation level is at the first-grade Great Confucian realm, and his cultivation level is at the peak of foundation establishment. With Yi Liangchen's current strength, he is fully capable of going toe-to-toe with a half-saint. Below the level of a sage, I am invincible. Above the level of a sage, I am one for one. Seeing Yi Liangchen successfully complete the inquiry into his heart and condense the first-rank literary heart, the invigilators and students present were all dumbfounded. Too strong, absolutely too strong. Yi Liangchen truly deserves to have the bearing of a saint. A 16-year-old Confucian scholar of the highest rank who in thousands of years has ever surpassed him. After everyone recovered, disregarding the fact that they were taking an exam, they all knelt down and bowed to Yi Liangchen. We have met Master Yi. Yes, don't underestimate Yi Liangchen just because he's young. He's a true first-class scholar, and it's not an exaggeration to call him Master Yi. As the saying goes, the accomplished are teachers. No need for any formalities, please rise. Yi Liangchen accepted their kindness and then asked them to get up immediately afterwards. Yi Liangchen said, I apologize for disturbing your examinations. I would like to offer you all a word of advice. Please enlighten me, Master Yi. All the students bowed in respect. There is a path to the mountain of books, and diligence is the way, the sea of learning is boundless, and hard work is the boat. I hope all students will strive together, and I look forward to seeing you again. After saying that, Yi Liangchen left the place, no longer disturbing their exam. There is a path to the mountain of books, and diligence is the way, the sea of learning is boundless, and hard work is the boat. Both the students and the examiners were utterly shocked. As expected of Teacher Yi, he benefited them greatly from just one sentence. It was worth it, absolutely worth it, even if I failed the exam this time. He could boast to his friends that he had taken the exam with Yi Xingchen, and Yi Liangchen had even given them a piece of advice on the spot. Why Yi Liangchen is gone, but his legend continues. Soon after, news spread throughout the land that Yi Liangchen had demonstrated his profound literary talent during the imperial examination. Along with this, there is also the poem written by Yi Liangchen, A Young Man's Tale, which includes the lines, There is a path to the mountain of books, and diligence is the way, the sea of learning is boundless, and hard work is the boat. The imperial palace of the great Qian dynasty in Kyoto. When the emperor received Yi Liangchen's on youth, he felt both moved and melancholy. The emperor asked Chancellor Gui Shouyuan, Have you found Yi Liangchen? Gui Shouyuan nodded and said, Found it. The emperor hurriedly asked, What did he say? Gui Shouyuan said, He refused. He said his ambitions lay not in the imperial court. At this point, the entire study fell silent. The emperor wanted to directly recruit Yi Liangchen into the court as an official, offering him any position of the third rank or above. Unfortunately, Yi Liangchen did not agree, which is why the emperor felt disappointed. Such a talented person, it's a pity he doesn't want to serve in the imperial court, but the emperor can't do anything about Yi Liangchen. Given your foresight, Prime Minister, how far can Yi Liangchen go? The emperor was asking Gui Shouyuan how far Yi Liangchen could grow. A semi-saint or a saint. Everyone in the world is boasting that Yi Liangchen can definitely become a saint. The emperor didn't believe it. Becoming a saint was not that easy. In thousands of years, there have only been 4 people who have become saints. Some of the more monstrous talents, like Yi Xingchen, ultimately remained at the half-saint level, never able to cross the threshold. Don't be fooled by the fact that there's only one step between a semi-saint and a saint. In reality, that one step is a world of difference. The emperor believed that Yi Liangchen was capable of achieving the rank of semi-saint. The probability of becoming a saint is 95%. Gui Shouyuan didn't mince words and spoke his mind. A 95% probability, the emperor frowned. He hadn't expected Gui Shouyuan to speak so highly of Yi Liangchen. The emperor didn't believe what others said, but he did believe what Gui Shouyuan said. In other words, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Yi Liangchen will definitely become a saint. This is a bit tricky. If Yi Liangchen is only a half-saint, the emperor doesn't need to be afraid of him. If one insists on comparing a semi-saint with an emperor, then the emperor is naturally superior. If it is the words of a sage, there is no comparison between the two. The words of a sage are like the words of heaven and earth. If he says that the great Qian dynasty will die, then the great Qian dynasty will surely perish. Originally, the emperor wanted to try to control Yi Liangchen, but after hearing Gui Shouyuan's words, that idea immediately disappeared. Forget it, we can't afford to mess with this big shot. Chapter 94. Ascending to the Great World. 10 years later, Yi Liangchen broke through to the level of a half-saint. Thus, the Confucian and Taoist world gained another legend. A 26-year-old semi-saint is truly unprecedented and unparalleled. Thanks to Yi Liangchen, the Yi family in Baishur town easily transformed into a scholarly family. 20 years later, Yi Liangchen wrote the book University. The great learning teaches us to manifest our bright virtue, to love the people, and to abide in perfect goodness. With knowledge comes stability, with stability comes tranquility, with tranquility comes peace. Sensing the will of heaven in the Confucian and Taoist worlds, the final authority was bestowed upon Yi Liangchen. After 46 years, Yi Liangchen achieved the status of a sage of Confucianism and Taoism. At the same time, Yi Liangchen also completed his mission, taking full control of the Confucian and Taoist world. It was at this moment that Lin Tion, Han Li, and others appeared in the Confucian and Taoist world. Fellow Taoist, how have you been? Lin Tion, Han Li, and others greeted Yi Liangchen. No, from now on, he should call Yi Xingchen back. Yi Xingchen returned the greeting, saying, "Fellow Taoists, it's been a long time." They were just being polite. Decades may be a lifetime for an ordinary person, but for them, it's just a blink of an eye. And next, with the help of Lin Tion and the others, Yi Xingchen brought the Confucian and Taoist world back to the Tianyuan realm. When Yi Xingchen returned to the Tianyuan realm, he immediately returned Yi Xingchen's original physical body to him. When Yi Xingchen went to the Confucian and Taoist world, only his soul left his body. His physical body was not destroyed and was later preserved intact. Yi Xingchen did not hesitate, and his soul returned to his original body. Comparing the two physical bodies, the one in the Tianyuan realm is definitely better. When Yi Xingchen returned to his original body, his cultivation level was steadily increasing. The process continues through the nascent soul stage, the spirit transformation stage, the return to emptiness stage, and finally stops at the peak of the Mahayana stage. Yi Xingchen has returned to his peak condition and is now on the same level as Lin Tion, Han Li, and Mu Fei. With Yi Xingchen's matter settled, it's his turn to take action next. Once the Confucian and Taoist worlds are refined and their rules are fully absorbed, the Tianyuan realm will be able to advance to the level of a great world. 50 years later, one day, all the beings in the Tianyuan realm felt a sudden clarity in their minds, and their cultivation progressed much faster than before. At the same time, 3 terrifying lightning tribulations appeared in the Tianyuan realm. It was the tribulation period, and Lin Tion, Han Li, and Yi Xingchen all underwent the tribulation, breaking through from the Mahayana stage to the tribulation stage. All these phenomena indicate that Tianyuan realm has advanced to the level of a great world. Currently, the Tianyuan realm has the following limitations: 99 are at the tribulation transcending stage, 30,000 at the Mahayana stage, and there is no limit for those below the Mahayana stage. With the world's ascension complete, he no longer immediately sent people out to search for other worlds, as he had done in the past. The Tianyuan realm has only just entered the great world level, and its foundation is too shallow. It needs to develop for some time. Currently, there are only 3 experts in the tribulation transcending stage in the Tianyuan realm: Lin Tion, Han Li, and Yi Xingchen. Mu Fei is still missing an opportunity to break through. There are fewer than 100 Mahayana cultivators and a few more void returning cultivators, totaling around 10,000. The number of upper level cultivators is still too small, so we need to lay low and develop for a while. This period of settling down lasted for 300 years, during which time the Tianyuan realm underwent significant development. The number of cultivators in the tribulation transcending stage suddenly dropped to single digits. The number of cultivators in the Mahayana stage was close to saturation. The number of cultivators in the void returning stage reached hundreds of thousands, and as for beings below the void returning stage, their numbers exceeded 5 billion. The Tianyuan realm has become stronger than ever before. It's time to settle down and go wreak havoc on other worlds. Just as he was gathering Lin Tion and the others, he sensed that visitors from beyond the realm had appeared near the Tianyuan realm. This is getting interesting. He has always been the one sending people to invade other worlds. He has forgotten what a crisis feels like. Unexpectedly, not long after he advanced to the great world, visitors from outside the realm arrived. At the same time, Lin Tion, Han Li, Yi Xingchen, and Mu Fei also detected the visitors from outside the realm and stepped into the void, wary of the other party making a direct attack. Over 300 years, Lin Tion, Han Li, and Yi Xingchen reached the late stage of the tribulation transcending realm, while Mu Fei reached the mid-stage. The 4 of them were the top combat force in the Tianyuan realm. It was at this moment that he delivered a message to the 4. The 4 of you should suppress your cultivation levels. 1 of you should be at the early stage of tribulation transcending, and the rest of you should be at the late stage of Mahayana transcending. There were 5 visitors from outside the realm, 2 of whom were at the early stage of the tribulation transcending realm, and the remaining 3 were at the great ascension perfection realm. He had some ideas. Lin Tion and the other 3 understood his meaning and did as he said. In the end, Lin Tion's cultivation level remained at the early stage of the tribulation transcending realm, while the other 3 were suppressed to the late stage of the Mahayana realm. Only after doing all this did Lin Tion and his companions faced these visitors from outside the region. When these visitors from outside the region saw Lin Tion and his group of 4 appear, they couldn't help but be surprised. How did they discover them so quickly? However, after seeing the cultivation levels of Lin Tion and the other 3, they completely relaxed. Of the 4 people, only one was at the early stage of the tribulation transcending realm, while the other 3 were at the late stage of the Mahayana realm. Based on this calculation, whether in terms of numbers or cultivation level, they completely overwhelmed Lin Tion and his group of 4. The advantage lies with them. There's absolutely nothing to fear. You guys are quite alert, you noticed us so quickly. The visitors from outside the region looked at Lin Tion and his companions with a mocking tone in their words. Lin Tion frowned, his eyes dimming, and asked in a low voice, "Who are you? What are you doing here? If there's nothing else, please leave quickly." As expected of a veteran actor, he didn't reveal a single flaw. Seeing Lin Tion's appearance, the other party immediately believed that they were afraid and hoped that Lin Tion would leave as soon as possible. This makes the other party more confident. Even if you tell them to leave, they won't. They've finally found a world. How could they give it up so easily? They should pick the softest persimmons to squeeze. They must take down Tianyuan realm. One of the late-stage Mahayana cultivators stepped forward, pointed at Lin Tion and the other 3, and said, "The Supreme God has shown mercy and will give you for a chance to submit to my Asda realm, ye God." Upon hearing this word, not only Lin Tion and the other 3, but also he, were all startled. Is the astral world really that powerful? It even has gods, completely surpassing the level of the great world. Is it a small kiliocosm, a medium kiliocosm, or something higher? If that's the case, then Tianyuan realm is no match for it. Lin Tion and his 3 companions had already made preparations to eliminate them immediately should things go wrong. He did the same. After Lin Tion and the other 3 killed them, he risked using void jump to avoid being found by the people of Asda realm, otherwise Tianyuan realm would be in danger. "Who is your main god?" Lin Tion asked, his brows furrowed. This time, he wasn't pretending, he was genuinely frowning. This concerns the safety of the entire Tianyuan realm, and Lin Tion would never joke about it. Seeing Lin Tion ask this question, the man arrogantly pointed to the 2 early-stage tribulation transcending cultivators beside him and said to Lin Tion, "Naturally, these 2 your excellencies beside me." At this moment, Lin Tion and the others were stunned. How could cultivators at the tribulation transcending stage be called gods by them? Why put something in a cup like that? Causing them so much worry, Lin Tianjin wanted to go up and give him 2 big pockets.